I have 10 unsatisfied wives, but every time I can only make them drool. It's all because the sunlight cultivation technique I practice has a fatal flaw. Once the primordial yang energy is lost, everything will vanish into thin air. So, in order to ensure their happiness in life, I tried my best to cultivate and ascend to immortality. But little did I know that failing the tribulation would turn me into a useless person overnight. At this moment, holding a flag, I arrived at the street to set up a stall for medical treatment. Before long, a person with a masked hood came over and asked, "Dr. Yang Yan, can I have a word with you?" "I won't lend it." I refused directly. This person was masked, sneaky, and I had no idea where they wanted to take me. She held out 3 fingers, 300 coins after it's done. "Lead the way." I readily agreed, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She asked again, "Dr. Yang Yan, won't you raise the price a bit? Normally, I only charge 51 for treating illnesses, but I certainly won't refuse this wealthy patron who has come to me. I am not someone who is blinded by money. Let's go." She led me out of the city with a bewildered look on her face, to a forest outside the town of Luoyang. I never expected that people still lived here. There was a thatched cottage in the forest. "You don't seem like a wealthy person who can afford 301. Yang Yanchen chuckled. "This is just a place I found temporarily to treat the illness." I nodded, somewhat prepared. She introduced herself as Chen Xing, an inner disciple of the Qingyue sect. After she finished speaking, she took off her bamboo hat, revealing a face that was almost completely decayed. Surprisingly, she turned out to be a man. He asked me, "What's wrong? Yang Yan the divine healer? Broken and scattered. Brother, who have you provoked?" Dr. Yang Yan is indeed knowledgeable and experienced. Can he cure this? After a careful examination, I said, "This poison has already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Soon it will go straight to the heart." "I'm afraid." He asked me nervously, "Is there no cure?" I shook my head. "I'm afraid this will cost extra." After a moment of shock, he immediately replied, "I'll pay more. If you cure me, I'll give you 1,000. No, 3,000 coins. I clasped my hands together and said, "Deal. Don't move around during the treatment period, or I can't guarantee what might happen." He said he would remember it carefully. Then I made him turn around, took out a pea-sized emerald from my sleeve. As soon as the emerald appeared, he seemed to sense something. I reminded him not to turn back, even if it hurt. A moment later, he was sweating profusely, and the poison in his body had been completely cleared. I told him the poison was gone, but he would need to see a famous doctor about his face. He said as long as he could save his life, looks didn't matter. Then he took out a wooden box from his storage ring, inside of which there were 5,001. "Consider the rest as payment for physician Yang Yan's hard work. We'll meet again in the future." With that, he hurriedly left. I opened the box and found 5 coins inside. This money should last me for a while. Remembering the poison he had just been exposed to, I felt something was amiss. Didn't I already banish this evil sect? It seems like the world is about to become unsettled once again. Without dwelling on it further, I happily left the thatched hut with the wooden box in my arms. Chen Xing watched me leave from behind a big tree, and as a gust of wind passed, he disappeared. Returning to the dilapidated mansion, I placed the suitcase down and brewed a pot of cheap tea bought from the northern market. It wasn't tasty, but it was affordable. The table in the courtyard faced the main gate, where I set out 2 cups, as if waiting for someone to arrive. By the time I sipped the 3rd cup, 3 figures finally appeared. The leader wore a pink masked bamboo hat, while the other 2 seemed like guards. "May I ask if Dr. Yang Yan, the divine healer, resides here?" The voice sounded like a young man intentionally concealing something. "Come in. I don't know if you brought. There's only a cup of tea." He waved his hand to dismiss the guard, then sat across from me. "Dr. Yang Yan knows that I am coming?" I shook my head. "I don't know." As he sat down, a familiar fragrance emanated from his body. "Why isn't the tea water waiting for me to brew it properly? I am a doctor. I had an appointment with a patient today, but I didn't know the young lady would come." He paused for a moment. "You know I'm a woman?" I nodded. "Although I have lost all my cultivation, my experience in the martial world is still there." She no longer concealed herself, took off her bamboo hat, and revealed a face as beautiful as a fairy. Her long white hair cascaded down, her fair skin tinged with a hint of blush, and her pink pupils added to her grace. "I am Su Honyue. May I ask for the name of the divine physician Yang Yan?" Her anticipation made me feel strange. "My name is Yang Yan. What illness does the fairy have?" "The wound is in a private area. This is not a place for treatment, right?" I pondered for a moment. "Follow me." I led her to the room, where there was only one bed. "I'm sorry, fairy." Before I could finish my sentence, Su Honyue had already taken off her shirt and sat on the bed with her back to me. "Miss Su, Do you trust me so much that you're not afraid I might be a villain? You have no cultivation, while I have reached the 9th level of the golden core. Why should I be afraid? I looked at the scars on her back, 2 fingers long, fresh blood not yet coagulated. Dr. Yang Yan, please help me check if the wound is poisoned. Alright, just please. Miss Su, don't look back. I took out the emerald green bead from my sleeve. Suddenly, she turned around and grabbed my hand. Venom bead, how did you get this? In my youth, I gained experience from going out, only keeping the knowledge of its drug-absorbing effects. She didn't finish her sentence, her eyes turned strange, staring at me without wavering. Miss Su, are you alright? She suddenly pushed me onto the bed, transforming into a completely different person in the blink of an eye, with a different demeanor, appearance, and attire. Her waist-length pink hair cascaded down, her eyes alluring. This appearance was all too familiar to me. It was Su Meyer, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. I had my doubts. I had faked my death for 20 years, she shouldn't have recognized me. Besides, my face had been destroyed by lightning and only restored through secret methods, making it hard to be recognized. How did she find me? She smiled and said, "What? Do you recognize me? My husband. Miss Su, we just met. When did I become your husband?" I forced myself to stay calm. She stared at me and suddenly said, "Under the heavens, there is only one person who can resist my enchanting eyes." I almost forgot about her ability. This aura is precisely the enchanting eyes. Both men and women will be charmed into a dazed state. Those with higher cultivation will resist for a shorter time, but my 3-layered foundation cannot withstand it. Miss Su, I'm sorry, but I actually prefer men. She was instantly stunned. There were only 2 types of people who could resist the enchanting gaze of the gods, Emperor Yang Yan and men who liked men. Su Meyer quickly came to her senses. I'm sorry, I missed that man so much, please forget all about today. It's fine, it seems that the man Miss Su misses is quite something. Yes, powerful and charismatic, I'm sorry to be rude. Yang Yan waved his hand. It's okay, love does make you stupid. It's getting late, so I'll bring some compensation tomorrow. Su Meyer turned around and left after performing a salute. Yang Yan was instantly relieved after watching Su Meyer fly away in the air. Looking at the faraway Su Meyer, Yang Yan yelled in alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's been 20 years and this woman still remembers me? But fortunately, I don't remember it very well. Otherwise, if Su Meyer overpowers Yang Yan, we'll have to accept it. If Su Meyer remembers Yang Yan, then other women. Yang Yan walked out of the room despondently. Looking at the sun high in the sky, he began to exclaim, "Alas, I'm not the same person I was at the beginning. Sorry Su Meyer, Xiaobai, Xiaoyan, Menglan, Shenner, I can't give you happiness." Tears almost fell from Yang Yan's eyes as he spoke. There are a lot of things in this world that even the martial emperor can't solve. I lost my cultivation and faked my death for 20 years, but I didn't think it would be good to see her again. It's good for a wastrel like him to live out his life like this. After the sadness was over, Yang Yan slowly walked back into the house, and Su Meyer in the distance was staring at Yang Yan's every move. There are 2 guards on the side. Sovereign, is that man him? Su Meyer shook her head. It's a lot like that, but I can't confirm it after 20 years. What did the guy you were looking for say? He said that the poison was removed at once, but that the divine doctor would not let him turn back, and he did not see the means of treatment. Su Meyer thought for a moment. The pearl of all poisons. Chapter 3, The Head Girl, Miss Ice Moon. The guards are puzzled. What was that? It's not important, go and meet the one who got hit by the broken cripple. It's the sovereign. At that moment, Yang Yan was still counting his 5,000 cents inside the house. 5,001 it should be Su Mei's idea, it can't be blamed on me. As I was talking, Yang Yan felt very strange. Why did Su Meyer find him? Is it because my last name is Yang? Yang Yan guessed that it might be because of Dr. Yang's name. But this name is not very famous in Lokyang City. It's only got a reputation in the north and south. The Acacia sect, under the leadership of Su Meyer, is now a first-class sect in the Martial Kingdom. It would be a good thing for this kind of name to spread to Yuanwu City. But if it's Su Meyer who specifically inquires about it, it's not that hard to know the name. What's that ninny doing prying into my affairs? It's been 20 years, no way. Yang Yan can't figure it out. But Su Meyer has already left, saying she'll bring compensation tomorrow. What kind of person is Su Meyer? Yang Yan naturally understands, a word is a word. Since you didn't recognize me, I'll casually take some compensation tomorrow and forget about it. After saying that, Yang Yan's mood became a bit down. It's a pity that I'm no longer a martial emperor. Yang Yan didn't think it would be a good thing for both sides after they met. Even though Yang Yan still has feelings for Su Meyer. But 20 years have passed, who knows if Su Meyer came to him to kill him. He was in a position where he was no longer fit to have anything to do with these high and mighty women. Thinking of this, Yang Yan quickly shook his head. 5,000 cents for a drink. Yang Yan took the money and left the Yang residence in sorrow. Turned around and came to the place called Drunken Immortal House. This is the most luxurious restaurant in Lokyang City. You can tell from the doorway that it's different from what's next to it. How long has it been since you were last here? Yang Yan shook his head and laughed. Xiao bring me the best wine you have here. After saying that, Yang Yan found a random seat and sat down. These are all the dignitaries of Lokyang City. There are also a lot of clan disciples who sneak out of the house. Yang Yan could tell from their temperament. Yang Yan looked around. This place was quite a bit more lively than usual. Yang Yan would look at it when he passed by to buy groceries. There's never been a packed house like this. If we'd come back a little later, there wouldn't have been any room. There were also a number of graceful dancers in the middle of the restaurant. On top of that there's the piano player and the wine chaperone. But Yang Yan wasn't interested in this. He had already experienced this kind of thing many times when he was still a martial emperor. And nowadays only this drunken immortal wine could make Yang Yan happy. The waiter came over with a jug of wine without any haste. Guest, the wine is here. This is peanut rice from our boss. He said he hasn't seen divine Dr. Yang for a long time. Okay, put it here for me, and thank the shopkeeper for me. Okay. Junior left with a smile on his face. The last time I came here for a drink was because I cured the boss of his philandering disease. After thinking about it, Yang Yan smiled and took a big sip of drunken immortal wine. Ha, $2,000 a jar, it's not bad. Before Yang Yan could drink his second cup he heard a bang. A burly 8-foot-tall man kicked open the door. Boss, find me a good seat, and ask Miss Bingyu to come and keep me company. The voice was so loud that everyone present heard it. White and blue Dao robes, someone from the Clear Moon sect. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. As soon as the burly man's words left his mouth almost every man here who had come to be a guest began to stare at him dead in the face. The strong man laughed loudly when he saw. Ha, it seems that all of you are here for Miss Bingyu. Yang Yan's listening to this is not clear. Who is the Ice Moon girl? Brother, Miss Bingyu doesn't even know what you're doing here today? The other guest next to him talked to Yang Yan. Yang Yan was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that the drunken immortal wine could not be packed, Yang Yan would not stay in this kind of place for a little longer. The person next to him might have seen Yang Yan's doubts. Brother, this Bingyu girl is the head honcho of the drunken immortal house. She only receives one guest in 3 months, and that's based on her mood. Yang Yan suddenly realized he just came to drink and let off steam. How would he know about such things? Soon a middle-aged man with an 8-beard came forward to greet him. Egu, Wang He Gongzi came and did not say a word in advance. I will arrange a good place for you, but the Bingyu girl as matter. This so-called Mr. Wang waved his hand. No matter, since everyone is here for her today then I will play by the rules. After saying that, Wang Yi took his seat in style under the guidance of the shopkeeper. I didn't expect Wang Yi to come again, failing 3 times or not dying. It can't be helped, who made that Bingyu girl as beautiful as a fairy, with a good figure, and I heard that she's also a Jin Dan stage expert. Who do you guys think Miss Bingyu will choose this time? Wang Yi, the 5th in the inner sect of the Qingyue sect, the youngest master of the Lu family, and I heard that Mr. Lu's disciple has also come to participate. It's hard to say. Yang Yan counted on hearing clearly from the side. This is a very troubling matter. I'm afraid I'll get into trouble if I stay here. He came here just to drink. In case he was targeted he was afraid he would be beaten to death with a stick. Looking at the drunken immortal wine that still has most of the pot, Yang Yan reluctantly prepared to leave after drinking the last sip. The auspicious time has come, please invite Miss Bingyu. The door slammed shut. Where is the prince going? The banquet has begun, and everyone is not allowed to leave. Junior stepped forward and reminded. Yang Yan smiled bitterly. I knew it. And then a brainstorm came up with a great idea. I'm going to the restroom, and I'd like to ask Junior to lead the way for me. Hey, told you so. Gongzi, come with me. Yang Yan immediately followed. Now that he was a rookie with destroyed meridians and lost cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to beat the junior in front of him. Might as well go to the restroom and hide. He came to the toilet and hid for half an hour. There's no more singing outside, so I guess it's over. Yang Yan found the restaurant packed after he came out from the toilet. In the center stage stood a woman in a lavender robe and a veil. A fan was still held up in his hand to cover his face. If you just look at the figure, you have some good looks. Yang Yan wanted to go back to the toilet to hide for a while. It turns out that Junior has been waiting at the door for a long time. Gongzi, you finally came out. Is there something wrong with Gongzi's body? Once you go it's half an hour. Yang Yan once again bitter smile. This restaurant service is not too good. Come along my lord, I'll show you to your seat. There's a lot of work to be done. Returning to the position he had just taken, the 2 men next to him immediately came up to talk to each other. It's a pity that you didn't actually see Miss Bingyu perform her dance just now. Yes, I didn't even hear the playing of the zither. Now it's the turn of these gentlemen to come up and perform their talents to capture Miss Bingyu's heart. Yang Yan regretted it. He should have squatted for half an hour. Are all present going up? Yang Yan asked. Not really, as long as you have talent you can go up and win the heart of Miss Bingyu. This is considered good news for Yang Yan. Chapter 4, Su Meier finds her door again. And Yang Yan had to keep drinking and wait for it to end. It's a fierce battle on the other side of the stage. The strong man Wang He was the first to move forward. Taking out a box, he opened it and it contained a white bead the size of a thumb. This is the white hibiscus bead, after wearing the body to moisturize the skin, prolong life efficacy, worth 1,000 words. There was a buzz of discussion in the arena after he finished speaking. Bingyu has thanked you, but Bingyu already has one in her boudoir, so please ask Mr. One to take it away. Miss Ice Moon's words caused the entire room to instantly fall silent. And next some drew a picture for Miss Bingyue, while others sent a poem for Miss Bingyue. It's a very common tactic, but without exception, they were all viciously rejected by Bingyu. Another half hour has passed and it's been 3 minutes since anyone has been on stage. Anyone else want to come up? No, then it's over. When Yang Yan heard this, he finally, okay, so on to the next part. Yang Yan? How many more links are there in this? It's the last one, all that's left is to see whoever Miss Bingyu gives the fan in her hand is the big winner today. Oh, Yang Yan nodded his head. This was a relief. After all, Yang Yan hadn't done anything. Unless that Ice Moon girl is a cutie. Otherwise even if the sky falls, it won't be his turn. Miss Bingyu first turned around at the VIP table, but the fan wasn't put down. Everyone in the room is on edge. I'm afraid that I'm not the one who's chosen. And Yang Yan was still drinking leisurely. And not forgetting 2 peanuts. The position Yang Yan was sitting in belonged to a more corner position, and Miss Bingyu didn't even mean to come over here and walk around for a while. With that, Ice Moon slowly walked back to the center of the stage. Today, my daughter still doesn't have her eye on the man of her choice, so please return, gentlemen. As soon as he finished speaking, he left without looking back. In an instant the restaurant was full of sighs. Alas, it still turned out that way. Who on earth do you think could have gotten into Miss Bingyu's eyes? Yang Yan wasn't interested in this kind of thing. He finished his last sip of wine and got up to leave. And just as he went out the door, he was stopped by a simply dressed man. Dare I ask the gentleman who the Bingyu girl inside has chosen? There's no choice, don't you know such things when you go in and look at them? Yang Yan doesn't understand. Your Excellency is joking, the threshold to enter the Drunken Immortal house today will cost 5 lower grade spirit stones. Those who can get in are who they are. Yang Yan heard, hey, this Drunken Immortal building boss really knows how to repay his kindness, just treating a flower in willow disease. 5 lower grade spirit stones, when converted into silver it's close to 500 taels of silver. This boss really knows how to do business, and he can make so much money in the guise of a head honcho. Yang Yan became a little envious as he spoke. How much does he usually make out of his stall? But being poor doesn't feel like it anymore. Shaking his head with a bitter smile he moved to leave. But he didn't get far before he felt someone was following him. After a few detours, we came to a dead end. A group of men in black, still masked, have been waiting for a long time. Tell me, who wants to see me? Yang Yan has deliberately come to a dead end. He can't run away even if he wants to. Might as well bundle up. Sorry. After hearing only 2 words Yang Yan was knocked out by a boring stick and fainted. When I woke up, I was in a brand new room. Damn, that was a hard hit. Yang Yan slowly got up by rubbing the back of his head. Looked around. Finding a fresh scent in the air and a dresser. A woman's room? When Yang Yan was still in doubt, the people just came. My lord is awake. A woman in a white robe walked in. Fair-skinned, somewhat shapely, with long hair. He's just looking at Yang Yan in a strange way. I said, why does the smell look so familiar? Are you Ice Moon? The male is really smart. It was rumored outside that it was godly, but now that I have seen Yang Yan, I don't think it's anything. But it's also possible that having seen too many women of national colors has caused these to no longer be surprising. If you see me, just give me that fan of yours, won't you? The back of Yang Yan's head still hurts. Donzi has no identity, and secondly, he has no background, so if I choose you on the spot, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to do so in the future. Yang Yan thought it made sense when he heard it, but it didn't make sense either. You say you, knowing that I have no money and no status, arrest me here for what? Your Excellency is joking. It's not me who wants to see you, it's my lady. Your lady? Yang Yan looked puzzled. Ice Moon left after that, and soon another woman walked in. And this woman Yang Yan was still familiar with, dressed in a pink tulle robe, with a picture of a love in his eyes. Long time no see, Mr. Yang. Yang Yan saw Su Mayer and avoided looking at her. Smiling bitterly, he said, it's been a long time, it must have been 2 hours since I've seen you. Su Mayer violently went forward and sat on the bed where Yang Yan was lying. Why does Mr. Yang not dare to look at me? Feeling weak? Yang Yan hurriedly twisted half of his body to one side. The girl is too beautiful to look at. Su Mayer laughed a little. Mr. Yang is really interesting to talk to, turn your head over and look at me. Yang Yan twisted and turned his body back around. What is it that the girl wanted to see me about? Don't forget, you didn't seem to heal my injuries when we just met. As soon as Yang Yan heard it, he thought back to the scene just now. That kind of wound, just use some gold sores. Su Mayer suddenly closes in. The 2 men's faces were only a fist's length apart. You have to think clearly, Divine Dr. Yang, my wound is not from an unusual object. And please, girl, speak clearly. Ruthless fire. These 3 words were like a thorn in Yang Yan's heart. Su Mayer's eyes instantly became out of place after she finished speaking. Gongzi knows what that is, right? Yang Yan smiled bitterly. How would a grasshopper like me know about this thing? Is it a special kind of flame? Su Mayer shook her head. That's a weapon, and I've heard that weapon will still recognize its owner, and it just happens to be in my hands today. How can that be? The emotionless flame was clearly buried along with the martial emperor. Yang Yan became very emotional. After all, he was the one who watched his body being buried. There's also the accompanying divine soldier, relentless fire. But the next second Yang Yan realized something was wrong. Oh, didn't Mr. Yang just say he didn't know what that thing was? Yang Yan once again cast his eyes aside, no longer locking eyes with Su Mayer. Just remembered, it's the weapon of martial emperor Yang Yan, who is Yang Yan, even a grasshopper can know, right? Ha ha. Su Mayer cupped Yang Yan's face with her hand, pulled Yang Yan's head back. But how did divine Dr. Yang know that this emotionless fire was martial emperor Yang Yan's burial item? Yang Yan was instantly covered in cold sweat. This. Chapter 5, Having to Recognize. It is true that the emotionless flame was kept back then, but the matter of the emotionless flame being a burial object is a secret of the imperial dynasty, so where did you learn about it? Yang Yan was dumbfounded. This is all gossip, the girl doesn't need to be too concerned. Well then, I'll ask you again, when did you come to Falling Sun City? It's been there since birth. That's not right, I heard from your neighbors that you only came to Falling Sun City 20 years ago. Yang Yan was silent. Asking any more questions was close to writing the words I am Yang Yan on my brain. As far as I know, the 10,000 poison pearls were obtained by martial emperor Yang Yan when he was young. This kind of absolute treasure is the only one in the world. The day Yang Yan died, his godly form was extinguished, and only the emotionless fire was preserved. Why won't you recognize me, husband? Su Mayer began to choke on her words, her eyes glowing with light. Yang Yan knew that it was pointless to say more. Su Mayer had already decided that he was Yang Yan. Looking at Su Mayer, who was about to cry out, Yang Yan grabbed Su Mayer's shoulder. He pushed her down on the bed with all his might. The two just looked at each other. Both of them have a lot to say to each other, but now is not the time. Su Mayer obediently put her arms around Yang Yan's neck, and with a smile on his face, husband, I'm hungry. I know. Su Mayer pulled hard, and the two kissed each other. After a few minutes, there was no difference between Yang Yan and just now except for a few more hickeys on his face and neck. On the contrary, Su Mayer's expression was very satisfied. Su Mayer is the head of the Acacia sect. Their technique is to absorb essence to become stronger. Kissing directly on the mouth works too, but it's not as obvious. And Su Mayer only sucked Yang Yan's essence, a little picky. In Yang Yan, no women on Su Mayer the weakest. So Yang Yan in order to Su Mayer can become stronger, basically one day a small kiss, 5 days a big kiss. No, I've lost all my cultivation, it's just the 3rd level of foundation establishment now. At this time, Su Mayer returned to her normal state. I've been very restrained, you're too weak now. Yang Yan is used to it. Before you use it, you're a little step-forward wife. After you use it, it's garbage. Yeah, it's gotten very, very weak, but you've gotten a lot stronger. Just now, Yang Yan had sensed that Su Mayer's cultivation level was definitely at the Yuan Jacquard body stage. Have you really lost all your cultivation? Yang Yan nodded. Then wouldn't the Yang God technique be? Yes, it's gone as well. The meridians are wasted and the cultivation is lost. As long as it's not ruined down there. Su Mayer smiled, the first time she had smiled in so many years. Not a decent word out of his mouth. Then I don't care, I've been looking for you for 20 years, 20 years. Su Mayer is a bit emotional. I know, come on, didn't we find it now? Su Mayer bit Yang Yan's neck. Hiss, gently. And the result is another mark. You said I have no money, no cultivation, and no status right now. What are you looking for me for and putting on a show? I don't care, you won't get away this time anyway. After saying that, Su Mayer just snuggled in Yang Yan's arms. 20 years is not too long or too short for a cultivator. But some things are real. You arranged that patient, didn't you? Yang Yan asked. That's right, you know what kind of toxicity the broken cripple San is, and it cleared up the poison so quickly that I wondered if it was the 10,000 poison pearls. I say, which little cutie would be so generous? Who are you calling a cutie? Yang Yan twisted his head to the side, pretending not to know anything. Anyway, you no longer have the side effects of the Yang God technique in your body. Take me. Wait, isn't this a little too soon? Su Mayer pushed Yang Yan away. Sooner still? I was ready 20 years ago. You just sucked my essence, and now you're going to make such a big move. You want me to run out of essence? Oh, well then. Su Mayer finished her speech and once again wrapped her arms around Yang Yan and snuggled into his embrace. Who else but you is still looking for me? I'm not sure. We all left the martial imperial dynasty after your death and rarely met. That's good. The reason I faked my death in the first place was so that you guys could find a good family and not have to wait for me, the invalid. But you. Then I don't care. I'll never see another man in my life except you. Yang Yan pulled Su Mayer's hand after searching for 20 years. It's been hard on you. And you have the nerve to say, should we tell them? Yang Yan quickly shook his head. Don't bother. 20 years have passed. They should all have their hearts in the right place. Don't bother. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Su Meier revealed a smile. What are you laughing at? It's so nice. I used to have to wait in line to take a nap with you. I didn't realize that now you're just for me. You're the patriarch of the Acacia sect, so be less trapped by love affairs. I've been stuck for 20 years. Yang Yan looked at Su Meier dumbfounded, although he was very sorry for her, but there was nothing he could do at that time. With a snap, Su Meier slapped the bed. I've decided, I'm not going to be the patriarch, I'm going to live here with you, have a few kids and then die happily ever after. Yang Yan nodded. Ridiculous idea, like you came up with it. You agree? I don't agree with talking like you're going away. Su Meier also nodded. Makes sense, come back with me, I'm going to hand over the sect leader token. Yang Yan was shocked. Now huh? How long do you want to wait otherwise? I'm as weak as a chicken ***** right now, and I have a head injury. Speaking of this, Su Meier laughed out loud. And you're smiling, why did you want to see me to knock me up? Who told you to go to a place like that? Yang Yan couldn't refute it for a moment. I was there to drink, just to drink. Then I don't care, going is going. Say, how did you know I went to the drunken immortal mansion, and who is that Ice Moon girl? Yang Yan doesn't get it. Bingyu is a disciple of my clan, and the restaurant is also mine. I have many more like this. Yang Yan's eyes lit up. Then won't I not have to work hard from now on? It should be enough to feed you, so to speak. This heavenly benefit is not worth Yang Yan's 20 years of suffering. But this wine is really good. Founding a restaurant shouldn't be about sucking essence, right? Hey, count on you to be smart, don't worry, listening to you is not enough to be fatal. Thank you for writing the name of the Acacia sect in the first place. Yang Yan smiled. Little things, all in the past. Su Meier was just about to open her mouth when Miss Bingyu suddenly barged in. Miss, there's someone outside looking for you, he says his name is Yang Yan. The two men looked at each other in dismay after hearing this. Bingyu saw Su Meier snuggling in Yang Yan's arms, and the matter was already very obvious. Patriarch, should I go and drive him off? No, I'm going to go tease him, and so are you. Yang Yan pointed at himself with a confused face. What's it to me? Ha? Su Meier glared at Yang Yan. Go go go. After saying that, Su Meier and Bingyu both put on their masked veils. Let's go and meet this Yang Yan. Chapter 6, Departure. The three of them walked downstairs to the VIP lounge. An exact replica of Yang Yan is drinking tea. Yoo-hoo, it's kinda neat. Yang Yan was also surprised at the first glance, not realizing that there was such a powerful disguise technique in this world. Gonzi, we don't need to talk nonsense. You said you are Martial Emperor Yang Yan. Do you have any proof? Su Meier directly opened the door and asked. I say, Patriarch Su Hongyue, you and I don't need to be in such a hurry as an old married couple, do we? After hearing this, Su Meier gave a wink to Bingyu. Then the Yang Yan was carried out by two big men. Wait, Miss Su is really Martial Emperor Yang Yan, girl? Mother! No matter how much she shouted, Su Meier didn't hear it at all. Looks like it's not your first encounter. Su Meier nodded. Almost the entire Martial Kingdom knows that I'm looking for Yang Yan, but most of the people pretending to come to my door don't even know what my real name is. Why don't you stop trying to see if I'm a fake? Oh, all those people who lied to me ended up dead. You want to try it too? Yang Yan's mood changed when he heard this. Didn't I tell you in the first place that you weren't allowed to? Su Meier didn't wait for Yang Yan to finish her sentence, then she pressed her index finger against Yang Yan's lips. No indiscriminate killing, I'm remembering, so how can you be fake? So Missy is? Ice Moon was kind of listening from the sidelines. Su Meier nodded. From now on the restaurant won't need to inquire about Martial Emperor Yang Yan. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan with affection after she finished speaking. Let's go, back to the clan. Su Meier took Yang Yan's hand. As you wish. Su Meier pulled Yang Yan out of the restaurant. And it was dim outside at the moment. That's not right, it was clear just now. Yang Yan looked up and realized it was a spaceship. This? The Acacia Sect's airship, usually only used when going to the UN Wudao conference, it's cheap for you. Su Meier smiled and said. Let's just take the carriage, it's a bit of a jump too fast. All according to you, anyway, can return to the Harmony sect, Bingyu. Disciple understands. After saying that, Ice Moon left to get ready. And Yang Yan was still looking up at the airship hovering in the sky. That's nice, I think I had a ship of my own back in the day, quite a bit bigger than this. Yeah, I even sat on it. A flash of 20 years has passed. Who is the current Martial Emperor? Chen Yunma, 6th level of the Mahayana stage. Yang Yan nodded slightly. To take the position back? Yang Yan quickly waved his hand. Don't, being a Martial Emperor is too tiring and has many rules, this is fine. Okay, listen to you. In the midst of small talk, Ice Moon brought a carriage. It doesn't look like anything special from the outside. Go. After the two of them got into the carriage, the airship started almost at the same time as the carriage. How long does it take to get to Yuanwu City from here? It'll take 3 days at least. You're too weak, or else I'd still be able to take you treading in the air. Yang Yan waved his hand. Got tired of flying 20 years ago, no fun, and just in time for a little drink halfway through. All according to you. Yang Yan looked at the giggling Su Meier. It's hopeless. That place you live isn't. Yes, Falling Sun City is my old home, and that's where I used to live, but unfortunately, things have changed by the time I returned here. When Su Meier first went to Yang Yan to leave, she noticed that there was only one plaque with the word Yang left at the doorway. At that time Su Meier further confirmed that Yang Yan was the martial emperor Yang Yan she was looking for. Unfortunately, it hasn't made much money in 20 years, and it's barely livable now. It's fine, I'll come back and help you redecorate when I resign from my position as patriarch. After all, it's where we'll be living for a long, long time. Yang Yan revealed a smile. Well, what's the next town? Green Bamboo Town, it's a nice place. Then is there a restaurant of yours in Green Bamboo Town as well? Su Meier nodded. Yes, it's called Green Lotus House. After Su Meier finished speaking, she took out a ring, and from inside the ring she took out a token. There is only one word engraved on it, Yang. It is? This token is specially prepared for you. See the token as you see me after you go to the tavern. Yang Yan was a bit hesitant after hearing this. This soft food made him very uneasy. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they didn't recognize it and said it was fake? It won't be, I told those people 10 years ago when the tavern was established, and I'm sure there will be an opportunity to give this to you. Su Mei's eyes were very determined, this was all a long time in the making. I'll be respectful then. Looking at Su Mei's eyes, if Yang Yan excuses himself, he's afraid he won't be spared a beating. But it's not for nothing, you'll definitely have to pay it back later. Yang Yan's back suddenly went cold. There was something in Su Meier's words, but Yang Yan couldn't say it again. Squint for a while, there should still be a few hours of distance from the Green Bamboo sect. Su Meier said. At the Jindan stage, cultivators basically don't need to sleep, and their lifespan can be extended to more than 200 years. But Yang Yan nowadays mortal one still needed to sleep. Aha! Yang Yan just leaned against the carriage and squinted his eyes. When I woke up, it was pitch black. And still woke up in Su Mei's arms. Awake? Should be getting there soon too. That's not right, I remember clearly falling asleep in the opposite spot. Su Meier didn't say anything. I said I was awake. Yang Yan faintly said. Su Meier, on the other hand, spat out her tongue mischievously, and then a voice came from the ice moon outside. Patriarch, someone is blocking the road, should we kill them? The carriage stopped. Su Meier did not answer Bingyu immediately but looked at Yang Yan. Let's see it first. Yang Yan lifted the curtains of the car. The other party was about 7 or 8, all wearing gorgeous clothes. And it's very uniform. Su Meier also poked her head out to look at the Qingzhou Town Xianqi sex people. Bingyu went over to ask. Yes, sovereign. Before Ice Moon could get out of the car to ask about it, the other side had already swarmed all over it. People inside the carriage listen, we are disciples of the Xianqi sect, hand over everything of value on your bodies or we will kill you. 8 men have surrounded the wagon. What about the sovereign? Su Meier still didn't answer, still quietly looking at Yang Yan. Almost everyone smells of blood, not innocent people, kill them all. Yang Yan said faintly, because he knew that even if he paid or not he would die just the same. After Yang Yan finished speaking the surroundings instantly fell silent. Why it's a little cold. Bingyu cultivates the clear cold sword technique, or you developed it. As soon as Su Meier said it, Yang Yan remembered. Patriarch, each of them has the Xianqi sex token on them, it seems like they didn't lie. Aha. After responding, Su Meier looked at Yang Yan again. Go into the city first, it's not our business. Chapter 7 Genmudo Conference. It was already midnight when we entered Green Bamboo City. The streets are still full of pedestrians, but all of them were wearing special uniforms. Almost all of them are from the clan. Interesting, not a single regular person. Yang Yan peered out the window. That's right, this is the rule set by the martial emperor. No ordinary people are allowed on the streets after midnight. It seems like this new martial emperor has a lot of malice towards ordinary people. Not sure, you actually don't even know that? I went to bed at the stroke of midnight when I was in the city of Falling Sun, how could I have known this? Su Meier looked at Yang Yan's eyes. I wanted to say something, but I held my tongue. Let's go, back to the tavern first. After Su Meier finished speaking, she put on her mast hat again. The wagon didn't take long to stop. Sovereign, it's here. After getting off the bus Yang Yan looked at the brightly lit restaurant in front of him, which was even more grand than Luoyang City and smiled. Su Meier, just how rich are you now? It's not bad, a little worse than marvelous merchants. The Chamber of Commerce behind the House of 10,000 Treasures? Su Meier nodded. It's just a pity that there's no sign of the House of 10,000 Treasures in such a small place. If you want to say that being rich is a concept that has to be described, then it's the manpower merchant, doing business only with the rich and seeking all the treasures of the world. But 5 years ago the owner of the manpower merchant died and had only one daughter, and the said chamber is actually controlled by her daughter. Yang Yan froze for a moment. Is Lin Shengshan dead? Impossible. Don't you recognize that woman? It's called Lin Wanqing. As soon as he heard that name, Yang Yan remembered. That little girl, she should have grown up quite a bit after 20 years, and at that time she was clamoring every day to be married to me. Saying that, Yang Yan laughed. It's just that Su Mei's expression was a bit unsightly. Yang Yan realized something was wrong. No way, you're jealous of a teenage kid? Su Meier didn't say anything, she just stared at Yang Yan dead in the face. First upstairs. Yang Yan pushed Su Meier into the restaurant. Even though it's already midnight, the restaurant is still crowded inside. All of them are disciples of the clan. Bingyu went to the counter and displayed the token, and it didn't take long for a pretty woman to lead the way, taking Yang Yan directly to the room on the second floor. Not bad, but why is there only one bed? Yang Yan, you've changed, you weren't like this before. I'm warning you not to mess with O. I'm weak right now. Su Meier took off her bucket hat with an unhappy face. Ice Moon, go get the wine. It's the sovereign. And Yang Yan was already sitting by the window looking up at the pedestrians on the street at this time. There are more and more cultivators. Yeah, after all, the Genbidu convention is about to begin. Just now, I heard you say something about the UN Wudao conference. Was it that martial emperor who organized it again? Su Meier nodded. That's right, the UN Wudao conference is simply a conference for all the great sects to recruit people. Will your Acacia sect be there as well? Of course, how else do you find female disciples? It's kind of a bigger event. After Su Meier finished speaking, she suddenly leaned towards Yang Yan's side. Do you want to go take a look? Palm for me. I thought you weren't the patriarch anymore. I still am then. When does it start? 2 days later, just in time to return to the Harmony sect. Yang Yan pondered for a while. So these people down there. That's right, they should all be going to Yuanwu City like us resting here. Yuanwu City is the largest city in the Martial Kingdom. Quite a few first-class sects were in Yuanwu City. It's also known as the Imperial Capital. That's why the UN Wudao conference is naturally held in Yuanwu City. That doesn't sound too bad. This martial emperor is still somewhat interesting. But there is only one martial emperor in my heart. Su Meier just wanted to hug up. Ice Moon walked in with the wine. Yang Yan got up violently and didn't let Su Meier have her way. Here's the wine, stop it. Su Meier glared at Bingyu. Bingyu looked confused, not knowing what she had done wrong. Just after the wine was poured out, a strong aroma of wine came into Yang Yan's nose. Good wine. Yang Yan raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Patriarch, the Grand Elder is looking for you. After Bingyu finished speaking, Su Meier glanced at Yang Yan. Don't look at me, I'm not going with you. Thinkin' no, take you to me and I can't explain it well, stay here properly, don't run around in a crowd. Yang Yan nodded. Su Meier then followed Bingyu and left. Yang Yan took the wine pot to the window and continued to look at the scenery. I didn't expect to see anything interesting. There seems to be a conflict in the street. It looks like there's going to be a fight. One side is from the Shenshi sect, and the other side should be from the Thunder sect by looking at their clothes. How dare you bump into old me, hand over anything of value on you or I'll kill you. Thunder sect also recognized the other party as someone from the Shenshi sect by looking at their clothes. Knowing that Green Bamboo Town is the territory of the Shenshi sect, he didn't act rashly. Yang Yan hummed and laughed when he saw the scene. It seems like the people of the Shenshi sect love money. From these disciples, Yang Yan could probably guess what kind of people were in the Shenshi sect, but this kind of thing was out of his hands now. But the other party was from the Thunder sect, and as far as Yang Yan knew, although the Thunder sect was said to be a second-rate bottom sect, but it's not something that a ninth-rate clan from a small town like this can bully either. Yang Yan watched as the Thunder sect's people handed over their storage rings. The man from the Shenshi sect accepted it with a lewd grin on his face, thinking that he had found a soft target. But the next second a lightning bolt suddenly struck down, and the man from the Shenshi sect instantly turned into a piece of charcoal. Third layer of Jindan, interesting. Yang Yan took another sip of wine after he finished speaking. If Yang Yan was right, the one from the Shenshi sect is at the Jidan stage. Even the Thunder sect's people dared to mess with them, so it was obvious that the one from the Shenshi sect didn't even know who the other party was. It was as if Yang Yan had just been stopped by the Shenshi sect's people when he was outside the city. Yang Yan just didn't know what these people were robbing money for. One or two is understandable, all of them would be a problem. If you want to know more, you'll have to go to the Shenshi sect to find out. The people around us are not surprised by this. There's nothing strange about the death of a monk. And seeing that the other party's strength is not bad, there is even less intention to mess with it. They just ignore it. That brother upstairs, how dare you live in Green Lotus House even at the third level of Foundation establishment? The one from the Thundergate suddenly opened his mouth loudly and shouted. Yang Yan looked around and realized that he was the only one who was upstairs watching the show. Thanks for the reminder, brother. My name is Lei Wu Shang, I'm a disciple of the Thunder sect, dare I ask the brother your name? Clear Moon sect, Yang Sen. The third level of Foundation establishment should pay more attention to safety, farewell. Lei Wu Shang turned to leave after clasping his fists and saluting. Soon a hunchbacked old man appeared out of the darkness. Young master, that person's old man can't tell the bottom line either. That room is the best room in the Green Lotus building, the boss just added money and wouldn't let it be lived in. A kid at the third level of Foundation establishment actually managed to live in it, interesting. Yang Yan naturally saw the old man on the second floor. At the god transformation stage, presumably an elder of the Thunder sect. I don't know if it's because of the strong aftertaste of the wine, but Yang Yan suddenly felt a little dizzy. The body began to heat up. After putting down the glass with the last bit of consciousness, he found his bed and fell asleep. Chapter 8, The Secrets of the Xianqi Sect. Yang Yan had just laid down. Su Meier came down from above the airship. Seeing the rosy-cheeked Yang Yan, Su Meier knew what was going on. You just wouldn't let me hold you, now you can't run away, can you? Su Meier took off her outer robe with a bad smile on her face, then lay down. The whole person was close to Yang Yan, just staring at him in disbelief. This medicine is working too fast. Su Meier beamed, regretting what she had missed out on. Seeing that Yang Yan was already asleep, Su Meier did not move down lightly. Gently caress Yang Yan's face. It's great that my efforts were not in vain and that you still love me. Probably because she was in such a good mood. Without realizing it, Su Meier also fell asleep. It's the first time she slept soundly in 20 years. Because the man she longed for no longer appeared in her dreams. Instead, it's in the arms of. Since the news of Yang Yan's death was released, Su Meier then began to stop sleeping. She was afraid that she would dream of him. And everything in the beautiful dream disappears when you wake up. Yang Yan got up early the next morning when the sky was still hazy. The first thing I felt when I opened my eyes was a headache. Hiss, I was attacked again last night? What followed was a fresh scent, a scent that belonged exclusively to Su Meier's body. Yang Yan's entire body was locked firmly by Su Meier's hands and feet, unable to move. Yang Yan slightly raised his head and looked at the outer robe on the ground that Su Meier took off last night. No way, this ninny. But Yang Yan didn't feel anything strange about his body. Do people get up even when they're asleep? Yang Yan's incessant commotion also woke up Su Meier. You're awake? Yang Yan saw Su Meier open her eyes, so she no longer had her hands tied. With a push, Su Meier walked off the bed. Yang Yan, you dare to push me? What did you do last night? Facing Yang Yan's questioning, Su Meier was a bit weak. Last night, she ordered Ice Moon to put a masking agent in the wine. Yang Yan was an ordinary person nowadays, so he definitely couldn't top it. If it wasn't for the great elder, Yang Yan would probably have been done. What did you do that you can't see for yourself? Su Meier asked back. Yang Yan didn't answer, but went forward and lifted the quilt. No falling red, anything else to say? Yang Yan teased. Fine you Yang Yan, I'm ignoring you. Su Meier blushed and covered her head with the quilt. Yang Yan saw his plan succeeded and smiled badly, then went downstairs. Since it's still morning, there aren't many people inside the restaurant. Green Lotus doesn't just serve food and drinks, it also serves breakfast. Just down the stairs Yang Yan saw a familiar-looking person. Ray No Sound, seen last night. And Lei Wusheng seems to have been waiting for a long time. How about Brother Yang coming over and having a cup of morning tea together? Sure. Yang Yan sat down after saying. I looked around and didn't see the old man from last night. I left in a hurry last night. Dare I ask if Brother Yang deliberately hid his cultivation? I am what I am, no need to care. Lei Wusheng laughed lightly after hearing this. The third level of foundation establishment was the best explanation, and there was really no reason for him to continue inquiring. Then, Lei will dare to ask again, which family's son are you? Oh, it seems that Brother Lei is curious about my identity. I can't help it, after all, the room you checked into last night was very jealous of Ray. Yang Yan smiled and took a sip of tea without answering Lei Wusheng. I won't ask too much if Brother Yang doesn't want to talk about it. What I want to know is whether Brother Yang encountered people from the Xianqi sect blocking his way when he entered the city last night? Yang Yan heard it. It's true. I met them and paid 10 medium-grade spirit stones to send them away. Thank you for informing Brother Yang. Mr. Lei has to hurry, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Yan watched Lei Wusheng leave, seemed to have thought of something and smiled. At this time, Su Meier happened to come downstairs. Why, ask for any news. Still wearing the mask to avoid unnecessary trouble. Pretty much, took a guess, but that's out of our hands. Su Meier was very curious. Tell me about it. The people of the Xianqi sect are in great need of money. It would be understandable if they were buying elixirs and medicines to enhance their cultivation, but every one of them has a cultivation level below Jiedan, so where else do they need money? Su Meier shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. If I'm not mistaken, it would be gambling, otherwise it's hard to imagine why they need the money so badly. Gambling? That casino? Just like you thought, the Xianqi sect should be a big casino, but this is all just my guess. Then you. Don't bother, I'm no longer a martial emperor, these matters are not my concern, besides, someone else has already gone. That Thunder Sect kid? Yang Yan nodded. That kid's status in the Thunder Sect isn't low, so he should be able to fix it. Perhaps Lei Wusheng has had an idea in his heart for a long time, he just needs an opportunity. And Yang Yan's words were the fuse. Well, there's something else to tell you, the road to the next town is blocked, so we'll have to get on the airship. I don't suppose you made a point of getting it last night? Yang Yan looked at Su Meier with a skeptical face. Quite a few cultivators who wanted to rush were blocked today, as if someone was purposely preventing them from leaving. The Xianqi sect. Looks like they don't want to let these resting feet go. Want me to fix it? Su Meier looked at Yang Yan waiting for a reply. Is the reason for the road blockage a landslide? Su Meier nodded. How long will it take you to clean up? Su Meier stretched out a finger. 1 minute. What if it's dozens of Jiedan stage or above cultivators together? That probably won't take long. Yang Yan seemed to have thought of something, but didn't say it out loud. Get in the boat. I thought you were going to let me clean up the debris. Someone will take care of it, come on. After saying that, Yang Yan got up and left, heading for the main entrance. Su Meier followed closely behind. After the two came outside, Yang Yan consciously hugged Su Meier. Su Meier rises up in the air with a light touch of her foot. The ship is above the clouds, hold on tight. Got it. Su Meier's heart was secretly happy, and she deliberately accelerated her speed. In less than half an incense stick of time, Yang Yan saw the airship. Have you figured out how to explain this to your disciples? Yang Yan casually asked. I'll just say you're the cauldron I brought back. That's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? Fine, I'm a stovepipe. And by now the people on top of the airship had been waiting for a long time. Welcome back, Sovereign. At a glance, Yang Yan saw all the women. And all of them are not bad looking, and they have to be in shape. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Su Meier shouted viciously from the side. When he finished speaking, he took off his hat. Ice Moon hurried forward. Patriarch, there's another ship coming from 10 miles away. Perceived, are there any flags on the ship? Yes, it's from the Thunder Sect. Yang Yan suddenly laughed as he listened on the sidelines. The identity of that kid Lei Wuxing is really not simple, even the Thunder Sect's airships have been mobilized. Chapter 9, Mysterious Poison. I see you're not simple either. Su Meier said faintly from the side. Sovereign, are we leaving now? Ice Moon opened her mouth and asked. There's no rush, let's wait for Lei Wuxiang's good news first. Yang Yan replied from the sidelines. Yo, I thought you didn't care about the Xianqi sect. Originally, I didn't care, but now that the Thunder Sect's airships are out, I'm now curious about the identity of this brat, Lei Wuxiang. I think I've heard of Lei Wuxiang, the third son of the Thunder Sect master. Ice Moon interjected. That's a good explanation then, let's wait for now. It won't take long to fly the airship back to the Harmony sect, right? Half a day should be enough to reach Yuanwu City. So soon, so wait. I won't allow it. A warm voice entered Yang Yan's ears. A woman in a purple robe slowly walked over to where Yang Yan was. The aura on his body was completely different from the ordinary disciple next to him, and his appearance was just slightly inferior compared to Su Meier. The Yuanwu Dao conference will begin in 2 days, there's no time to accompany you in your nonsense now. She is? Grand Elder, Su Cheng. Ice Moon murmured in a low voice. Grand Elder, isn't there still 2 days before the start? There's no rush. What do you know as an outsider? Don't you need to make preparations? You think it's enough to go in a spaceship? Yang Yan whispered into his ear after hearing this by tilting his head to Su Meier's side. Does this Su Cheng have a grudge against me? It's okay, she just doesn't believe you. After all, I've been searching for 20 years with no results and you just popped up out of nowhere. Yang Yan looks innocent. I even said I wasn't at the time, and you just didn't believe me. Without waiting for Su Meier to speak, Yang Yan shifted his gaze back to Su Cheng. That if you're in a hurry you can go back first. The Genmudo convention has nothing to do with me anyway, right? You think I don't want to? I don't know what kind of ecstasy you've given to my sovereign, but I have to go back with you. Yang Yan was in trouble for a while. Martial Emperor Yang Yan is obviously dead, and I don't know where this wild boy of yours came out. The third level of Foundation establishment actually managed to fool my patriarch. Su Cheng looked at Yang Yan with disdain after he finished speaking. Su Cheng! Su Meier cried out. Good, now for a wild man actually dared to yell at me. Sovereign Su, I see you've been drugged. Su Cheng left without looking back. Yang Yan could feel that Su Meier was really angry from the side of the room. Take it easy, she might need some time to come to terms with it. Su Meier didn't say anything, but quietly watched Su Cheng's back. Is she the next patriarch? Yes, she was nice, now I don't know why. I trust your vision, I'll explain later. Yang Yan could tell that the relationship between the two was not like a superior/subordinate relationship, but more like sisters. Yang Yan didn't ask much about the story. Sovereign Thunder Sect's airship seems to be coming our way. Bingyu looked at the dark shadow in the distance and shouted. To actually be this fast, it seems that the people sent out by the Thunder Sect are not simple. Yang Yan had just finished speaking. The Thunder Sect's airship was already close at hand. Dare I ask if it's a ship from the Acacia Sect? An old man with graying temples stood out and shouted. Peak Transformation God, interesting. Yang Yan mentioned it from the side. Almost all of the Thunder Sect's disciples poked their heads out to watch. When they heard that it was the Acacia Sect's airships, they were all very positive. Anything? Ice Moon opened her mouth to respond. Su Meier was just quietly watching from the sidelines. A person at the peak of the Goddess of Transformation stage isn't enough for Su Meier to step in. That's quite a rack. Yang Yan smiled and said, I don't have a rack if I'm facing you. Su Meier flirted back. I just have the audacity to ask, what is your Acacia Sect doing stopping here? What's it to you? It can't be that they want to take the opportunity to suck in essence and look for a furnace cauldron, right? The old man from the Thunder Sect burst out laughing after saying that. We have 81 women on board, all of them are as beautiful as the heavens. Would you Thunder Sect consider coming over to be our cauldron? I do. I'd love to. I'm fit, I'll go first. Ice Moon's words instantly ignited the long-suppressed flames in the hearts of the Thunder Sect disciples. Each and every one of you is in good shape, all of you back off. A familiar voice rang out. Lei Wusheng stepped forward. I thought how uncomplicated Brother Yang's identity was, but I didn't expect that he was actually a furnace of the Acacia sect. Yang Yan saw that it was Lei Wusheng who also stepped forward. It's okay, why not take it when you can enjoy heaven? Just blow it off you, little virgin. Su Meier murmured in a low voice beside her. I was the one who overestimated you, third level of foundation establishment, don't get sucked dry. Let's not talk about this, have you solved the people from the Shinchi sect? Oh, looks like Brother Yang guessed it too, what a pity, if you didn't become a stovepipe we might have become good friends. It looks like Brother Lei has settled it all. Yes, the people of the Shinchi sect do all the killing and taking of money, it's ridiculous to think about it now, hundreds of people kneeling down and praying for a color to open wide. Yang Yan had already imagined that kind of image, kind of like a cult. This cult is just a little bit costly. I guess it must be open small. Hey, it's still true, see you and I are destined for a drink? Yang Yan didn't hesitate to drink. Then Lei Wusheng threw over a jug of wine. That's at least 5 pounds of wine. Lei Wusheng drank it all in front of Yang Yan. Yang Yan was also not willing to show weakness, and Su Meier did not stop her when she saw this. Brother Yang is a good drinker, then we'll meet again next time when we have the chance. I hope you're still alive when I see you next time. Ha! The airship started up just as Lei Wusheng finished speaking. Why is that kid talking so hard? Su Meier is a bit upset. Come on, it's normal for kids, I've got the answer I wanted, let's go too. As soon as the words were spoken the ship took off at top speed, so much so that it gave Yang Yan a sense of pushing back. Your family's grand elder really holds a grudge. Yang Yan smiled bitterly. On the other hand, Lei Wusheng's side had a bad smile on his face. Young master, is it really okay for you to put those things? Don't worry, I just want to know if that kid is really as simple as just a stove in the Acacia sect. My intuition tells me that kid is definitely not simple. The Acacia sect should have an antidote. It's because they have the antidote. I've heard that the antidote for this medicine is very precious. It would be interesting if it was used on a brat at the third level of foundation establishment. What if they don't save the boy? Then that means that kid is just food for them. Count me as Lei Wusheng's blind eyes. After saying that Lei Wusheng laughed again. Yang Yan's side was already feeling unwell, dizziness and body heat. And Yang Yan didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, but felt that the wine that Lei Wusheng had just given him was of a very high degree. Together with the fast-moving airship, Yang Yan couldn't resist fainting on the ground. Chapter 10, The Effects of the Drug Take Hold. Seeing this, Su Meier hurriedly picked Yang Yan up and put him on the bed. You've just been drinking and getting seasick, so you're suffering too. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan, her eyes full of care. Afterwards, she kissed Yang Yan's forehead gently and turned to leave. Bingyu, at this speed how long will it take to return to the Acacia sect? Back to the Patriarch, it will be fine in about 5 or 6 hours. Su Meier nodded. He then walked over to the cabin where Su Qing was. Su Qing, I think we need to have a chat. What's all this talk about, not going to that wild man of yours? No one knows about this matter except for Bingyu and I. He really is that martial emperor Yang Yan. Prove it how? Isn't he already dead? Su Meier didn't answer Su Qing immediately but took out a long sword from inside her storage ring. The blade was incredibly sharp, and there was a red dragon hovering above the hilt. As soon as he took it out, Su Qing felt an unprecedented pressure. This is the emotionless fire, and the only thing left behind by Yang Yan in the beginning. But wasn't the emotionless fire buried with the martial emperor? The one inside the coffin is a replica, the real one was on me the whole time. So what are you trying to say? This emotionless fire recognizes its master, and as long as it is close to its master it will emit extreme heat that even the Yuan Seat cave body can't withstand. So, that's right, the first time I found him the relentless fire nearly melted my storage ring. Su Qing froze, which meant that she had just talked back to the former martial emperor. But why don't you give it back to him? I was wondering why he only left this one weapon behind at the time, maybe it had some special meaning to him. For example, let's say he's trying to say goodbye to his previous self. If that's the case then that means he doesn't want to see this relentless fire. Su Qing nodded after listening. So I wasn't kidding when I told you last night that I was going to give you the title of Patriarch. I've been looking for him for 20 years and I don't want to lose him ever again. Su Meier's eyes began to glow after she finished speaking. It seems like you really love him. Yeah, if it hadn't been for him in the first place maybe I would have been the one who would have actually died. Su Qing heard something in the words, but didn't ask any further because this was a story that belonged exclusively to her and Yang Yan. Make sure you keep it a secret. Su Qing looked puzzled. Why? Because I'm not the only one who's been looking for him for 20 years, until we've had enough of a life for two. Well, my infatuated archprelate, I'll keep your secret. Seeing that the misunderstanding was lifted, the corner of Su Meier's mouth rose slightly before she turned around and left. Su Meier stayed by Yang Yan's side for the rest of the day. I haven't taken a single step. Say you, every time I try to do something bad you fall asleep. Are you doing it on purpose? Su Meier couldn't help but giggle as she looked at Yang Yan's flushed face. Forget it, there's plenty of time for bad things later anyway. Just like that, Su Meier lay down on the edge of the bed and closed her eyes. Time passed by, and the airship finally arrived at Yuanwu City, right above the Acacia sect. Sovereign, it's here, wake up. Bingyu shook awake Su Meier, who was already asleep. You seem to be very sleepy since you found the martial emperor. Yes? Su Meier slowly opened her eyes and stretched her back. When Yang Yan was still awake, he picked him up. You guys park the ship, I'll take him down first. Yes, Sovereign. Su Meier carried Yang Yan out of the cabin and onto the deck. By now the sky had turned dim. Without saying a word, Su Meier hugged Yang Yan and jumped down. Strange, how come it's still so hot? What kind of wine is that? It's only good if you have a chance to take it to a tavern to sell it. After landing safely, Su Meier found her own bedchamber in a familiar way. Pink-colored decorations, plus Su Mei's unique body fragrance. Even in his sleep, Yang Yan could smell the. After Su Meier settled Yang Yan on her bed, she took the clothes and went behind the screen not far from the bed. A tub sat in the back, already filled with warm water and scattered rose petals. She's usually the only one who lives here, so Su Meier doesn't care much about privacy. Plus the Acacia sect is all female, then there is even less need to take precautions. Yang Yan gradually came to his senses and felt his body was very uncomfortable. It was obvious to him that his body was still slowly heating up. It's fall out there. It's still nighttime. It doesn't make sense that you wouldn't feel parched. Even the strongest drinker should wake up. It was only then that Yang Yan realized that the wine Lei Wusheng had given him might not be right. Yang Yan is very clear about his drinking capacity. As long as the mood comes that is 1,000 cups not drunk. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Yan sat up violently and touched his face with his hand, and found that it was boiling hot. Soon consciousness blurred again and his mind began to burn. Looking around and realizing I'm in a whole new place. This place is familiar and strange. You're awake? Pretty much. Is this your room? Yo, you haven't forgotten after 20 years. Yang Yan was almost bracing himself to talk to Su Meier. I didn't expect Yang Yan's spiritual power to work on its own in the next second. The air became instantly hot and dry. Su Meier, who was bathing in the back, felt that something was wrong. Yang Yan, what happened to you? How could Yang Yan have the strength to talk now? With his last bit of consciousness he walked behind the screen. What, you haven't seen it? Su Meier took a look at Yang Yan's current state. Her eyes are very misty, as if she's about to lose consciousness. Wait, this looks like. When did you get hit with harmony? Su Meier was all too familiar with this medicine. After all, it was a product of their clan, and both men and women would lose consciousness after being hit, and it can lead to irreversible damage to the body if left untreated. The antidote is still in the clan's treasury. It's too late to think so much about it now. By the time Yang Yan woke up he had already returned to Su Meier's bed. It's getting light outside. What just happened to me? Yang Yan slowly sat up and hurriedly began to feel the changes within his body. 9th level of foundation establishment? What's going on? No one knows better than he does that he's lost all his meridians. It's reasonable to say that there's no more possibility of raising your cultivation level. Yang Yan was now getting confused. When Yang Yan was puzzled, there was a commotion from the comforter. Su Meier rolled over and slowly opened her eyes. You're awake? Yang Yan nodded. What just happened? As soon as Yang Yan said that, Su Meier laughed. Su Meier moved her body, her whole body lying on top of Yang Yan, burying her head into Yang Yan's chest. It's okay, we both just fell asleep. Chapter 11, Boys into Men. Yang Yan was even more confused. Did I just do something to you? Su Meier just giggled and looked at Yang Yan without saying anything. Yang Yan now felt that his body was more spirited than just now, not at all like a body after a great battle. I haven't used it in all these years, and I wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Who knew it was in the water? What do you mean? Yang Yan looked puzzled. Won't you see for yourself? Yang Yan immediately got up and went behind the screen to take a look at the. It was found that the water inside the tub had a hint of blood color in it, besides the rose petals. No matter how stupid Yang Yan was, he should know that something had happened. Finally a man after all these years. Su Meier hugged Yang Yan from behind. Alright, lie down first, I'll get some water and take a shower together, I smell like blood all over me. Su Meier knew that it wasn't easy for Yang Yan, but she was also having a tough time. I'm glad we got through it. Su Meier put on her bathrobe after releasing Yang Yan and left the room. Seeing Su Meier walk away, Yang Yan began to feel the changes in his body. Cultivation has increased in real terms. Could this be double cultivation? It's like Yang Yan recognized his own body for the first time. A man carrying a tub of hot water. The miscellaneous disciples are all at the Jiedan stage? Interesting. Yang Yan laughed. Dump the water inside the tub and you can go. The two servant disciples were also surprised when they saw Yang Yan. Although it's normal for a disciple of their clan to bring back a man, but it's the first time they've seen Su Meier bring a man back. Who in the Acacia sect doesn't know that Su Meier doesn't want anyone but the former Emperor Yang Yan? Unless, the two of them seemed to have thought of something but didn't dare to say more. After pouring the water, he jogged off. They seem to be afraid of you? Yang Yan said with a smile. I don't know, maybe they've never seen a man as good looking as you. Yang Yan still only smiled at this. Su Meier made a wink, and Yang Yan immediately entered inside the bathtub. Have you grown in your cultivation? Yang Yan asked. Yes, it's gone up a layer. I guess it has something to do with the first time. I can understand you getting stronger, but why me too? Su Meier said she didn't know either. Want to experiment some more? Su Meier has a bad smile on her face. Wouldn't that be washing for nothing? Yang Yan doesn't want to take 3 showers in one night. Su Meier's expression was clearly very lost. Then you rub my body. When Yang Yan heard that, he skillfully picked up a towel and wiped it off. In his previous life, he'd do this at least 5 times a night. And they're all different people. I've got nothing else to do with it. I'm just familiar with it. But this time was different. Yang Yan didn't have the side effects of the Yang God skill in his body, so he couldn't last long against Su Meier. After a brief scrub down, he left the tub. Run for what? Su Meier knew that Yang Yan was having a hard time and deliberately flirted. Thinking back to last night scene, the corners of Su Meier's mouth couldn't help but rise. A man was giggling, his face slowly turning red. And Yang Yan, who was about to put on his pants outside, suddenly stopped. No, doesn't it make me look weak if I run away like this? Yang Yan turned around and went back. Why are you back again? Although Su Meier's tone was questioning, but the smile on her face could not be hidden. I realized later when I thought about it that it was a bit of a loss. Why didn't you wipe me down? Please, come in. Yang Yan looked at Su Meier's expression of dark pleasure, as if he was the one who lost money any way he could. When Yang Yan was still hesitating, Su Meier pulled him in with one hand. A big man's mother-in-law. It's just a little out of the way. It's okay, you'll get used to it later. How long is a Zhenbudu convention usually held? Yang Yan quickly changed the topic, not knowing what this woman would say if he continued. About a week, after all, it's huge. Yang Yan nodded. I won't be able to step down as patriarch until after the Zhenmudo conference, so you'll have to go as well. Yang Yan shook his head madly after hearing this. What if someone recognizes me? It's okay, I'll protect you. Really, it seems like all my enemies are better than you. I heard that the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi will also come. Hearing this title, Yang Yan froze for a moment. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, or is she? Su Meier nodded. Are you sure you don't want to check it out? I thought she and I had a pretty good relationship back in the day, and it's your fault for making some kind of fake death. Yang Yan's face is aggrieved. Not fake death, by the enemy knows that he has lost his cultivation that is really a dead end. Might as well let people know he's dead. Go check it out, after all the years we haven't seen each other. I knew it, you philanderer. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that what you told me? I'm done washing up, so wipe yourself down. Su Meier left the bathtub with an unhappy face after saying that. Yang Yan saw this and pulled Su Meier's arm back with force. Holding Su Meier tightly in his arms, his mouth close to Su Meier's ear, and whispered, Who just molested me? Su Meier's face instantly turned red. Patriarch, are you awake? The Grand Elder is looking for you. Bing Yu shouted from outside the door. Let go of me, Su Qing is looking for me. Su Meier broke away from Yang Yan's embrace and left the bathtub with a shy face. Seeing the plan succeeded, Yang Yan smiled. What a bad time to come. Su Meier quickly put on her clothes and then went out. Sovereign, your face is so red? You. Don't care, I'm drinking, walk and talk. Yang Yan also left the bathtub when he saw that it was about time. After getting dressed, you find a stool and sit down. Getting back to business. Why did that brat Lei Wuxing poison me? Acacia is not poisonous. The poison pearls in Yang Yan's pocket can only inhibit the duration of the effect, not eradicate it. That's why Yang Yan was able to hold out until the acacia sex medicine kicked in. That kid doesn't want me to die from being drained, does he? The more Yang Yan thought about it, the more horrible he felt. But didn't I ban the harmonizer? Yang Yan felt a little strange. Together with the broken cripple San, these were all harmful poisons that Yang Yan had explicitly banned in the beginning. Even the Harmony sect doesn't have this stuff. Where did that Lei Wuxiang kid go to find this? Can't figure it out. It's out of his jurisdiction. He's no longer a martial emperor. He may have lifted the ban. Thinking back on all the things that have happened in the last few days, can I peacefully still return to the city of falling sun, Yaoqi Holy Maiden? Xiao Bai. Without waiting for Yang Yan to continue thinking, Bing Yu suddenly broke in. My lord, my patriarch told you to hide. Someone is coming to catch up with her. Where do I hide so suddenly? Ice Moon pointed to the bottom of the bed. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth trembled. No, why am I hiding? Who is the other party up such a big row? I heard the patriarch say that it seems to be the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Yang Yan just heard the word Yaoji when he already hid under the bed. There was a cacophony of voices just outside the door. Chapter 12, Cheating Yang Yan's Plan. Why would the Holy Maiden want to come to me all of a sudden? We haven't seen each other in so many years, it's only right that we come to see you. Yang Yan was under the bed, listening to the voice close to him. Damn, why am I acting like a thief? Although Yang Yan was very upset, but nay, he just didn't dare to go out. Bing Yu, go make a pot of tea. No, I'll leave after a little chat. 20 years, any news about the man? Su Meier was a bit hesitant. No, he's probably really dead. So you're giving up? By Shirshir, sometimes you have to believe in fate. After 20 years you and I should let go. Shirado smiled. This isn't like the Su Mayor I know. So you seem to have news? No. You and I have been searching for 20 years, and it's about time the heavens saw our efforts. You still believe that? After all these years, one has to believe it. After saying that, Bai Shirshir's expression was obviously very sad. Su Mayor almost couldn't bear to lie to her. Bai Shirshir then hesitated for a long time before finally saying what was in her heart. I came here today to tell you that I'm going to be married. Su Mayor instantly froze after hearing this. Not only Su Mayor, Yang Yan, who was hiding under the bed, also froze. I feel very bad, but I can only wish her well. 20 years have passed, can't let go of the fact that I turned out to be myself. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice, so small that it was a little pathetic. The holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land getting married, that's a big deal. Why haven't I heard you mention it? Su Mayor forced herself to calm down. Very few people know about this. Who's on the other side? Su Mayor asked what Yang Yan wanted to ask. The martial emperor's son, the second prince. Su Mayor nodded after listening. So do you like him? Shirado pondered for a long time. It doesn't matter if you like it or not anymore. The value of the marriage between the Holy Land and the imperial dynasty is incalculable. But you married someone you don't love. How is this going to work out in the future? The man I loved died 20 years ago. After saying that, Su Mayor was silent. Yang Yan was now itching to rush out and tell Bai Shirshir that he wasn't dead. But what was that to the second prince of that martial emperor? Yang Yan calmed down and held everything back. Think back then, we all want that man to marry us, who was the main room or who was the side room or even a concubine. No one said more than half a sentence, but he was because of the young god skill as the reason, cannot give us happiness, will marry us things in the whole past. After Bai Shirshir finished speaking, she also pulled Su Mayor back to the memories of the past. Yes, we mentioned it again after he became the martial emperor, but he died without an empress and without a single person in his harem. I really want to ask him why, but there's no more chance. There's still things to do over at the Gen Martial Arts Convention, so I'll leave first. Okay, Ice Moon leads the way. No, I know the way. Bai Shirshir left without looking back after saying, come out, she's gone far. After hearing Su Mei's voice, Yang Yan crawled out from under the bed with great difficulty. Yang Yan didn't say anything after coming out. Su Mayor could see how sad he was in his heart. Well, that's the scene you wanted to see. They're all happy in their own way. Yeah, that's what I faked my death for in the first place, and I still feel bad knowing that today. Why don't you start by answering why you wouldn't marry us in the first place? Only the name of husband and wife without the reality of husband and wife. Say it out for people to laugh at, and also suffer you. Simply do not marry. I'll see who dares to talk nonsense, and I will not spare him. Yang Yan went forward and patted Su Mayor's back lightly. Come on, it's all in the past. It's a done deal, there's nothing to say. Now at least I have you. Su Mayor laughed after hearing this and then hugged Yang Yan. And yeah, you're not losing out on having me now. Yang Yan also revealed a smile after hearing this. By the way, what is Bai Shirshir's current cultivation level? The 5th level of Cave Void, after all, is the one who will be in charge of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the future. Very well, would a person at the 5th level of the Cave Void not know that there is someone hiding under your bed? After hearing Yang Yan's explanation, Su Mayor instantly panicked. So you've been found out? Most likely, but she doesn't know who I am, and may think of me as your hearth as well. Aren't you my cauldron? Step aside, it looks like I'll have to go to the Yuan Wudao conference. What does that mean? If I don't go, then there's a good chance that Baici will send someone to find me. But I'll be a lot safer around you if I go. So when are you going to tell her you're alive? People are getting married, so don't bother, let her pretend I'm dead. Good. Go ahead and go about your business. I'll calm myself down. Listening to you, I really do have things to do, so behave yourself and call Bingyu if you need anything. Yang Yan nodded, then Su Mayor also left. After Su Mayor left, Yang Yan looked at the sky in despair. Did I really make the right decision in the first place? And Su Mayor stood at the far corner secretly poking out half a head to look at Yang Yan. Good grief. Is it really okay for us to lie to him like this? After Su Mayor finished speaking, Bai Shirshir also poked out half of her head to watch. It's a little pathetic, but we're not pathetic when he's been lying to us for 20 years? Su Mayor nodded. And yeah, I was crying when I found him. Honestly, I want to cry too. After 20 years, how can this man be so cruel? Come on, it's good to find out. When are you going to tell him when you lied to him like that? Let's let him be heartbroken for a few more days after the Yuan Wudao conference is over. This little cutie didn't really realize that today's martial emperor only has one son. I've told you before, what's the martial emperor's name, or I've inquired about it from me. I'm sure I can fool him. I don't think you're intact anymore. Bai Shirshir glared angrily at Su Mayor after she finished speaking. I was the first one to find him. What's wrong with taking a little reward, and the fact that he initiated it, it's none of my business. Sneaking in a solo meal, good for you. Bai Shirshir, if I didn't tell you today, you'd still be looking all over the world. Who else knows about this? It's just me and you, and those other people who know have nothing to do with him. Suddenly I don't want to lie to him, and it's nice to be second. You're the holy maiden of Yaoqi, can you pay attention to your image when you speak? Yang Yan stared blankly at the sky for a few minutes before shaking his head and returning inside his room. Yang Yan went back. Let's go and talk somewhere else. After Su Meier finished speaking, she pulled Bai Shirshir and left, pulling Bai Shirshir to the pavilion in the middle of the man-made lake. Chapter 13, Token of Love. I've got time to make tea this time. Tell me, where did you find him? Bai Shirshir was the first to ask. Falling Sun City, that's his old home and where he was born. Doesn't sound very famous, no wonder we couldn't find him. In the midst of the small talk Bing you came over with a tea set. Yeah, he hid it so well he didn't even mention to us that his old home was actually there. Su Meier picked up her teacup and took a sip after she finished speaking. What the hell did he do that for in the first place? It's better if you ask him to his face about such things. So you know? Of course, that nerd is just overthinking it, and he should have been helpless at the time. After Su Meier finished speaking, she looked at the tea leaves floating inside the teacup and fell into deep thought. So what are your plans now that you found him? After the UN Wudao conference is over I'll resign from my position as sovereign and go back to Lokyang City with him to live my life. The firmness in Su Meier's eyes when she said this scared Bai Shirshir. No wonder you brought him back to the sect with you, afraid he'd run away. Su Meier nodded. Are you comfortable with a dumbass with a base building cultivation? Makes sense. Sissy White agrees. And what about you, after 20 years of searching, now that it's right around the corner, what are you going to do about it? Bai Shirshir shook the teacup in her hand after hearing this. The eyes are very sad. Even though I'm a saintly maiden, I can't help myself with a lot of things. Su Meier didn't say anything, but quietly looked at Bai Shirshir. As one of the 5 strongest forces in the martial kingdom, it would be devastating to lose a reigning saint. How nice it would be if I wasn't a saint. There are so many rules in your holy land, and you're still a holy maiden, so if you don't pay attention, you'll be kicked out. As if she had heard some keyword, Bai Shirshir instantly stood up. Yeah, I could get kicked out. The corners of Su Meier's mouth trembled after hearing this. Your ideas are crazier than mine. Thanks for the compliment. Su Meier looked at the woman in front of her, saying that she was the holy maiden of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Su Meier was the first to disbelieve it. So what are you going to do? Bai Shirshir utilized a hand gesture to ask Su Meier to come closer and talk. Then her mouth was close to Su Mei's ear and she whispered. After listening to Bai Shirshir's plan, Su Meier didn't feel the least bit strange. It's a good idea indeed, but if we lie to him like this, you'll have to take your own sweet time explaining yourself then, and I'm not going to help you. It's okay, don't we have another means? Su Meier looked at Bai Shirshir's evil eyes and suddenly felt pity for Yang Yan. Do you have a drug that makes people sleep very deeply? Bai Shirshir suddenly asked. What do you want? It's been 20 years and it's time for a good night's sleep. You know, I can't sleep unless I'm holding him. What do you think you're doing lying to him for nothing? Who let him go missing for so long, did they? Su Meier nodded. Yes, find yourself a place to hide. I'll call you when he's asleep. Good. Pak ZZ replied with a smile. This feeling of being lost and found was something Su Meier knew all too well, so she was also very cooperative. Yang Yan, who was still thinking in the room, didn't know that he had already been arranged clearly. As the sky slowly darkened, Su Meier personally returned to her room with her meal in hand. Hungry, eat something. Well. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan's sad expression. It was very hard on her heart. Are you okay? It's okay, just a little hard to take, it gets better after a while. Yang Yan picked up his rice bowl and just wanted to clip some fish to eat. His hand suddenly stopped. How? What happened? Aren't you going to eat? Su Meier shook her head. I don't need to eat at this realm anymore. You eat? Yang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Good. Yang Yan then picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Su Meier breathed a sigh of relief. Thought I'd been found out. What are you talking about? No, it's nothing. Su Meier sheepishly brushed her face aside. Bai Shirshir, you're dead when you confess. By the way, the Genmudo conference is going to start tomorrow, right? What, you want to participate? Yang Yan waved his hand. You're asking me, a person at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, to go up and deliver it? That's right, so why are you asking? What clans have come forward? Basically, the first-class sects will come out, and the only 5 major forces that will come out are the Yao Qi Holy Land and the Phaseless Sword Sect. Then why didn't the 3 remaining powers come? Maybe they've recruited enough people. I don't know about the Yao Qi Holy Lands, but the Phaseless Sword Sects is because they haven't found a holy son yet. Yang Yan nodded. Then when is the wedding date between the Holy Maiden and the second prince? Su Meier first froze for a moment. No news yet, what do you want to do? Nothing, just wanted to give a little gift. Su Meier's curiosity instantly got the better of her. What is it? Then leave it alone, it's a sort of love token, give it back to her as a goodbye to the past. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he looked sad and then took out a small box from the inside of his sleeve. This box is still the one that Xiaobai sent me in the beginning. If I had known that it would be such a result, I might as well have been split together when I was split by the heavenly tribulation. Yang Yan smiled, then just wanted to put the box into the cuffs. Suddenly felt a little dizzy in the head. It didn't take long for Yang Yan to lie on the ground. The medicine works that fast? Then Su Meier remembered that he was only a foundation cultivator. Now would be a good explanation. Everyone's body is different. Without much thought, Su Meier went forward and picked Yang Yan up and settled him on the bed. Alright, come on down. Su Meier shouted. Bai Shirsher then jumped down from the roof of the house. You just heard it all, didn't you? What a love token. Su Meier handed Bai Shirsher the box that Yang Yan hadn't had time to put back in his sleeve. Bai Shirsher grabbed the box and opened it, and her eyes began to light up. That's a note, can you wake him up? I don't want to lie to him. Baici began to choke on her words. What note? Bai Shirsher didn't answer Su Meier, but walked to the bedside and held Yang Yan's hand. I shouldn't tease you, it's obviously such an important note. As she said that, Baici burst into tears. Su Meier took the note and looked at it. It says, Bai Shirsher can promise Yang Yan anything, no matter what it is. In the blank space below the note it says, be happy. Su Meier could tell that this should be Yang Yan's blessing to Bai Shirsher. Things seem to be getting serious. You can't wake up a short time after this medicine has just been taken. Let's talk about it tomorrow and go to sleep first. Su Meier comforted. It's just a note anyway, I'll just write it tomorrow. Shirato also consoled herself. Then I took off my shoes and went to bed. Su Meier smiled and closed the door and blew out the oil lamp before lying down as well. Late at night, the two women's eyes closed tightly, did not see Yang Yan's mouth corners upward look. Chapter 14, No Unlucky Words. The next morning Bingyu pushed open the door and woke up Su Meier. Sovereign, wake up. Bingyu grabbed Su Meier's hand and shook it. Then Su Meier slowly opened her eyes. Well, what time is it? Patriarch, it's just about the hour. I know, go ahead and get out. Yes. Bingyu had just left Su Meier with her front foot and sat up and stretched her back. Looking at the sleeping Bai Shirsher, her arms wrapped around Yang Yan's neck in a death grip. The whole person was stuck so tightly that as long as Yang Yan twisted his head, he could kiss Bai Shirsher's forehead. Seeing this scene, Su Meier also laughed out loud. I haven't seen a scene like this in 20 years, and it seems like it just happened yesterday. After sighing, Su Meier shook Bai Shirsher awake. Rise and shine, the Genmudo tournament is about to begin. Bai Shirsher snapped out of it, as the holy maiden of Yaoqi, she would be scolded to death for not being present at the big meeting. What time is it? It's only the hour, there's no rush. Bai Shirsher breathed a sigh of relief only after hearing Su Mei's reply. It's the first time in 20 years you've slept this well, too. Shirato nodded her head. I told you, I can't sleep without holding him. Su Meier understood perfectly, for she was just the same. Let's go, this kid won't be up for a while, I'm putting in a big dose. Good. Bai Shirsher carefully stepped over Yang Yan and got out of the bed peacefully. After they put on their shoes, they looked at each other. The usual, your left and my right. Su Mei's proposal. Good. After saying that, Su Meier and Bai Shirsher got down and gently kissed Yang Yan on his left and right cheeks. Good morning. Good morning. The two women smiled at each other and then left. After Su Meier gently closed the door, Yang Yan opened his eyes. Getting me all slobbered up early in the morning. Yang Yan then laughed. It's nice that nothing has changed. Yesterday afternoon when Su Meier and Bai Shirsher were chatting in the pavilion, Yang Yan thought a lot by himself in his room. For example, a holy maiden can't get married. This rule has been set since the founding of the Holy Land of Yaoqi. It won't change even after 20 years. Yang Yan felt something was wrong from then on. Thinking about it, Yang Yan sat up. From the inside of his cuffs, he took out a small box exactly like the one he had last night. There's still the same note inside. The content on it was still the same, except that the blank space below the note was devoid of the words written by Yang Yan. Both are still just as stupid. Did Su Meier even forget that I have the 10,000 poison pearls? Actually even gave me the dream entry scatter. It's a poison in a sense, not the same as harmony. As long as it's poison, it's under the control of the 10,000 poison pearls. White, it's my turn. Yang Yan muttered to himself and then showed a bad smile on his face. Then he got out of bed and washed up. After all, the Genmudo tournament was about to start. For the show to be complete, Yang Yan must be there. Yang Yan had just finished everything and went out to get some sunshine when Bingyu came. Awake? Good, then, I don't need me to call. Something? The Patriarch told me to come and wake you up. Get on the airship. It's time to go to the Imperial City. Go. Yang Yan followed Bingyu for more than 10 minutes before he saw the airship's figure. Why don't you use a flying one? The sovereign won't let me take you flying. That ninny must have done it on purpose. We've come this far. There's no point in talking. It took a few more minutes of walking before we saw the Acacia sect's large troop. At a glance, there's about 50 of them. Yang Yan could clearly sense that the cultivation level of each of these disciples was not low. Su Meier and Su Qing are at the front. Yang Yan walked to Su Meier's side under the eyes of all people. Did you do it on purpose? Of course, let these women know that you're my Su Meier's man. Let's go. After saying that, Su Meier pulled Yang Yan and got on the boat. The disciples in the back are right behind them. Su Meier pulled Yang Yan to the cabin and sat down. Did you sleep well last night? Su Meier looked at Yang Yan and asked. It's okay, I'm used to sleeping by myself. Good, then you can sleep by yourself from now on. Su Meier twisted her body to the side, then pulled out a masked bucket hat inside her storage ring. You'll want to wear it so you won't be recognized. Yang Yan didn't say anything. After all, he was in this state. As long as someone observes attentively, they can see that he was a former martial emperor. As soon as that kind of news spreads, then he's in danger. Yang Yan took the bucket hat and looked at today's Su Mayor, who had purposely applied rouge today. Flaming red lips are very attractive, coupled with a long pink dress, in addition to the face can almost cover up all the cover-up. After handing over the hat to Yang Yan, Su Mayor took out a pink muslin mask. Are you going to wear one of these too? Sure. Can you protect me if someone is on to me? I have a lousy life, big deal, I'll help you block a move and die. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Su Mayor pressed her index finger against Yang Yan's lips. Then just like that, he kissed and gagged Yang Yan's mouth. No such unlucky words in the future. Su Mayor interrupted Yang Yan and stared at Yang Yan with implied affection. Got it. Su Mayor then revealed a smile and hugged Yang Yan to snuggle in his arms. Still a little boy. Su Mayor flirted. Step aside. Che, what's with the shyness? The Imperial City is not far from the Acacia sect. Su Mayor just squinted for a while and the ship stopped. Sovereign, we've arrived. Su Mayor slowly opened her eyes after hearing the voice. Then put on a pink veil. Go. After Su Mayor finished speaking, she led Yang Yan towards the deck. As soon as Yang Yan stepped out of the cabin, he saw a spectacular scene. Several large airships were parked right next to the Acacia sect's airships. It's so grand, I didn't have any of this before. There's something even more imposing. Su Mayor pointed to the distance and said. Yang Yan spotted a huge figure at a glance. That's Koan, isn't it? Who owns it now? Yang Yan recognized that huge thing in the distance at a glance. After all, it's the demonic beast he subdued in the first place. Besides the 5 major powers, who else has this kind of strength? Oh, the Phaseless Sword sect. Is the Patriarch still that old man? No, I heard it's closed, and his son is sitting in on it now. Just as Yang Yan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression behind him. Undoubtedly, it's another demonic beast of the 7th rank or above. Demonic beasts are divided into 1 to 9 stages, and they can usually take shape when they reach the 7th stage. 9 steps up is the King Beast. This stage of the demonic beast can be comparable to the human cultivator's Qianquan realm. King Beasts are also divided into level 1 and level 2 King Beasts, with a maximum of level 3, by which time the demonic beasts will also be able to transcend and ascend to heaven. Thinking about it, Yang Yan's mind conjured up the appearance of that grade 3 King Beast that had transformed into its form. Then he giggled to himself. When he came back to his senses, he found that the 7th ranked demonic beast had already arrived at his side. Xian Yunhe, whose house is this again? Yang Yan still underestimated, this behemoth in front of him was actually of the 8th rank. Your old lover's clan. Su Mayor replied. Yaoi Sanctuary? Chapter 15, Sugar Gourd. Just as soon as the immortal cloud crane settled down, Bai Shirshir couldn't wait to fly over. Long time no see, Patriarch Su. Yang Yan stared blankly at the old man in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for 20 years. Wearing a light green flush jacket but also can't hide the innate proud figure. There was also a light white fluttering belt draped over the outside, making it look even more fairy-like. Showy, but not charming, like a moth's eyebrow, elegant temperament. But she's wearing a veil just like Su Mayor. So much so that Yang Yan couldn't see the complete face of Bai Shirshir. You'll have to make it up in your head from your memories. The same shy little girl as 20 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while. Su Mayor cooperated with Bai Shirshir to keep the drama going. And this is next to you? The male favorites I find are insignificant. I see, is it convenient to take off the bucket hat and take a look? He kind of looks like a deceased friend of mine. Yang Yan shook his head. Inconvenient. It doesn't seem like you have a say here, does it? Male favorite. I'm sorry to be abrupt. It's the first time Yang Yan found acting so tiring. In front of her, Bai Shirshir wanted to laugh, but it was hard not to laugh out loud. Enough about this guy. What did you come to see me about? Nothing much. I heard that the Acacia sect never accepts male disciples, and now that I've seen it I'm also curious to come over and take a look. No matter, it's just a man. It's only enviable that the holy maiden can marry the second prince. Now it was Yang Yan's turn to want to laugh, but he couldn't laugh out loud. Patriarch Su is joking. The UN Wudao conference is about to begin, so I'll leave first. We'll talk again some other time. Bai Shirshir left after giving a salute. Well, what's it like not seeing you for so many years? Su Mayor saw Bai Shirshir go far away and immediately opened her mouth to ask Yang Yan. You can't tell with the veil on, and what can I let go of when everyone else is getting married? Su Mayor didn't say anything. She knew that what Bai Shirshir said about talking another day was true. It's not too late to talk about it then. Bai Shirshir looked upset after returning to the back of the immortal cloud crane. Good, you Su Mayor stealing kisses behind my back. Obviously Bai Shirshir saw the hickey on Yang Yan's neck. No more pretenses, tonight confess. Bai Shirshir's eyes were very determined after she finished speaking. And over here, Su Mayor took Yang Yan to the ground first and had the airship handed over to Bingyu for parking. The ground floor is packed. It's been 20 years, so much has changed. Yang Yan looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. This place was specially built by the martial emperor to be used for waiting. It was a lot of effort. Yang Yan swept around with a glance. This place was estimated to be able to accommodate at least 1,000 people. There are also quite a few vendors who set up stalls here, and some have even set up stores next to them, enclosing the venue in a circular fashion. It's more like a large commercial area than a waiting venue. Good tactics. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Husband, I want to eat a candy cane. Su Meier tugged on Yang Yan's coat corner and pointed to the vendor selling sugar gourds not far away. How old are you to be eating this? Who says grown-ups can't eat candy canes? Well, by you. Yang Yan suddenly felt as if he had raised a daughter. In his memory, Su Meier wasn't like this. He used to be so mean to him. If it wasn't for his low cultivation now, he wouldn't have had the time to go shopping. Usually in the room being sucked by Su Meier's essence. But the bottom line is that Su Meier is not the only one. Yang Yan went to the vendor and asked for 2 strings of sugar gourds. No, just 1 string. Su Meier suddenly spoke up from the sidelines. What, you won't let me eat? I can't eat it all by myself, 1 skewer will do. Okay, all according to you. Su Meier took the sugar gourd and smiled contentedly. Remember, when you first met me. Remember, that's when you robbed me of a candy cane. How could Yang Yan forget it? At that time he was abandoned by his parents, and with great difficulty he picked up 5 cents on the ground to buy a bunch of sugar gourds. Was also robbed by Su Meier. Su Meier was a serious $1,000 lady, and they were both only 10 years old at that time. Yang Yan cried on the spot. Su Meier saw Yang Yan's pity and brought her back to the Su family, although Su Meier is very young but her cultivation is already at the Jiedan stage. Still the only daughter of the Su family head. But after a few days, Yang Yan left on his own. From that time on, a young man with no cultivation set foot on the path of a cultivator. Speaking of which, thank you for that time. You're welcome, it's my lady's job. After saying that, Su Meier bit down on a candy cane. Put it in your mouth and bite it. Give it back. Yang Yan knew what Su Meier meant. The street, it's not good. Come on, face hurts. Su Mei's voice is very interesting as she bites into a candy cane and speaks. Yang Yan smiled, then lifted Su Meier's veil and bit the sugar gourd from her mouth. It's kinda sweet. Su Meier's face instantly reddened after hearing these words. Where's mine? I'm not going to do that. Come on, I want one. Fellow cultivators, the UN Wudao conference is about to begin. Please enter if you're participating. A mellow voice spread throughout the venue. Let's go, the Genmudo conference has begun. This notice came at the right time, just in time to have a reason to push off Su Mei's request. Good you Yang Yan, you're dead tonight. Yang Yan's back was cold after hearing this. Then Su Meier pulled Yang Yan and flew up into the real race meeting place. It's also the first level of the Genmudo tournament. Test talent. The center of the venue is divided into 4 areas. Each area corresponds to each different talent, and around it was a fence made of Xiantai stone. It's 6 feet high, and on top of the fence are the representatives of each first-class clan. Each clan is again separated by a gilt wood. Each caddy of gilded wood sells for at least 10 medium-grade spirit stones outside. Not to mention this big of a deal. This giltwood partition resembles a window. As long as both parties agree, you can open the chat together. Su Meier led Yang Yan to find the location of the Acacia sect and sat down. It's awfully quiet here. I can't hear the person next to me at all. Giltwood is such a big deal? Yang Yan could tell what kind of wood it was at a glance. For an event organized by the royal family, the platitudes must be sufficient. Oh, and the disciples of your clan? They don't come out for the preliminary rounds, they only come out to observe when it comes to the final matchup. That's true, they can't read it now that they're here. Yang Yan looked around and realized that he could recognize many clans. And across the street is the Yoyogi Sanctuary. Although wearing a veil, Yang Yan could still see that the one sitting there was Bai Shishir. What, seeing an old lover so soon? Come on, she's almost someone else's wife, why be jealous? Aren't you going to fight for it? If it was before I might even try a little bit, but now I'm wasted, unless Bai Shishir is as stupid as you are. Yang Yan deliberately showed a sad look. Su Meier believed it and whispered, she's really as dumb as I am. The voice was so small that Yang Yan, who was standing next to him, didn't even hear it. Chapter 16, Robbing People, the elusive Yang Yan. Yang Yan sneaked a glance at Su Meier. It's hard not to laugh when you're watching a plan come to fruition. And on the opposite side of the room, Bai Shishir knew that Yang Yan was staring at himself. She could also see clearly Yang Yan's sad expression. Just wait, I'll tell you everything tonight. Bai Shishir really didn't want to see Yang Yan's face. Holy maiden, what are you looking at? The attendant next to him asked. Saw a deceased person, looked a bit familiar, could be a mistake. Su Meier, as the middleman, could neither say nor not say anything. The auspicious time has come, please enter the contestants. The mellow voice sounded again. After the gates were opened, the contestants entered in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for the 4 areas in the center of the room to fill up. What do all 4 of those areas represent? Yang Yan couldn't help but ask. The way of martial arts, the way of medicine, the way of formation, and the way of the imperial beast. How is this all tested? There is a bell in the martial arts region called the 9 Desolate Bells, and no matter what method you use to ring one, you will be considered to have passed. One sound? 9 voices in all, right? Su Mayer nodded. That's an ancient immortal artifact. Someone who can ring 9 times, then this bell will belong to whoever. What's the highest number now? The contemporary martial emperor knocked 6 times in total. Cut. Yan Yan looks disdainful. Don't you underestimate that thing? Why don't you try it? I'm lucky to be able to hold a weapon in this body right now, and I'm going to ring a bell. This bell is mysterious, and there is not a single weak martial arts talent among those who can ring it. What about you? Have you ever knocked? Not bad, 4 voices. Su Mei's tone was more like showing off. Yan Yan can also see that this clock is really mysterious, but no one can ring 9 times naturally do not know the real purpose of this clock. Where did this clock come from? Good question, who do I ask? Now this clock made Yan Yan interested. What about the medicine path? The medicine path is a bit easier, just be able to recognize the medicine selected by the examiner. No need to make it into an elixir? No, that's the final event. Yan Yan nodded as he looked at the area of the medicine path below him. What about the formation path? Do you see the beads on the ground in the area of the formation path? See, that's the formation spirit bead. If you can make 2 of them glow, you'll pass. 2? Yan Yan took a closer look. There are at least 50 on the ground then? A full 81, the strongest formation masters of our time have only lit up 60. None of these tests are easy. It's not easy, at least not for people who are just starting out. Only the medicine path sounds easy, but you can see how difficult it is when you get to the later finals. Yang Yan knows how to make pills. He knows that very well. Then the Imperial Beast? That one doesn't seem to be very popular. Indeed, this is still a special application from the 10,000 Beasts sect to the Martial Emperor, and one would be considered to have passed if they could tame the 3rd-grade demonic beast in front of them. This one I hear, it's hard. Yes, this is also a special arrangement by the 10,000 Beasts sect. Although Yan Yan didn't understand, he respected. Interestingly, if the person who chooses the martial arts path fails to ring the 9 desolate bells can still participate in the remaining 3 paths. It seems like something outrageous must have happened at the previous Genbu Do convention. That's right, a person who signed up for the formation do failed and got annoyed and went next door to the martial arts do and knocked so heavily that it actually rang twice. Ahaha, I knew it. Yan Yan laughed and then looked carefully. The preliminary rounds have been going on for 10 minutes, but no one's passed yet. And Yan Yan has gained something after watching for 5 minutes. He noticed a little girl, maybe 16 years old. The coy look caught Yang Yan's attention. She's enrolled in Dan Dao, but Yang Yan can tell she's not cut out for it. Keep watching the little girl until it's her turn to start identifying the medicine. The result was also an unsurprising failure. According to the examiner's instructions, she went back to the side of the formation road. I can light up a spirit bead, but it's not enough. Once again, it's a failure. Why, who do you see? Yang Yan pointed at the little girl who was approaching the Imperial Beast Road. Almost there, first one through today. Su Mayer looked toward the place Yan Yan was pointing to. Just that little girl can tame a 3rd-rank demonic beast? Yan Yan shook his head. Watch. The little girl who came to the Royal Beast Road still failed, and was almost spat on by a 3rd-ranked demonic beast. Luckily, there's an examiner. Eventually the little girl went to the Budo queue. She didn't choose any weapons when it was her turn, she just went up and touched the 9 desolate bell and left. However, the 9 desolate bells did not ring. It didn't pass either. Do you ever look away? Can the preliminary rounds just take people in? Yang Yan asked. It can be, but very few people get looked at in the preliminary rounds. Let's go with the little girl, then. Su Mayer didn't say anything or ask anything more after hearing this. Instead, he threw the token on the table. The control token then flew to the little girl's face. The token is still emitting a dazzling golden light. This is the sign of being chosen by the clan. The little girl is still in a state of confusion. There were envious looks all around. The examiner was also very surprised. Catch it, you've been chosen. The examiner reminded. Then without waiting for the little girl to take the token, another token flew down again. 2 shiny tokens just floated in front of the little girl's face. Take it back. Yang Yan said to Su Mayer. Su Mayer still didn't ask more questions and directly took the token back. Aren't you curious as to why I'm doing this? Will you talk if I ask? Su Mayer looked at Yang Yan and asked. There's a power inside that little girl that's been sealed. You can tell? The bell rang when she touched the 9 desolate bells, but it was very low and it rang 3 times. Su Mayer was shocked. Then why did you tell me to take the token back? As you can see, the other token is from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Su Mayer nodded. Just because it's an old lover's token you let it go. What are you babbling about, you ninny? Anyway, if the purpose is served, I'll talk to you tonight. Bai Shishir sighed for making such a sudden move. The eyes of the room were on her. Miss, why are you? Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. She believed in Yang Yan's vision, and she was now in great need of an extremely talented disciple. That's why he did what he did. The little girl took the token. The entourage around Bai Shishir flew down. Come to the little girl. What's your name? My name is Tang Xiaohua. Then would you like to come to our Yaoji Holy Land? Can I really? I failed all my tests. Yes, if you want to. Yes, I do. Come with me. Bai Shirshi's entourage thus took Tang Xiaohua away from the preliminary contest venue. The people in the room froze for a while before coming back to their senses. Hey, did I hear you right, Yaoji Holy Land? I guess that's right then, I thought I heard wrong. The Holy Virgin is still up there watching. It's beautiful. You can see how beautiful she is even with the veil on, so why did you pick that little girl? We can't guess what the fairies think. It took a while for these people to remember that they had a test to take. You always do the unexpected. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan and said, the unexpected doesn't stop there. Chapter 17, Sudden Attack, Su Hongyan. Dare I ask if next door is the Acacia sect? A man's voice came from the side. Orally transmitting? Yang Yan spoke softly. Something? Su Mei's response. Patriarch Su has picked a disciple so quickly, and would like to ask if that woman has any outstanding qualities? Who's next to me? Yang Yan couldn't help but ask. Tianqing sect. It's a little weaker than our Acacia sect. Oh. Solving Yang Yan's doubts, Su Meier continued to respond to the other party. It's just eye candy, nothing over the top. So that's how it is. I've long heard that Patriarch Su doesn't get close to men, but who is by your side nowadays? What's the matter with voluntarily following my male favorites? Then please also ask Patriarch Su to open the Guildwood and speak. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan after listening. She wanted to hear Yang Yan's thoughts. Yang Yan then nodded as he noticed Su Mei's gaze. Mei. There's a formation in the Guildwood, and only by mutual consent can the Guildwood be removed. As the Guildwood slowly moved away, Yang Yan also saw the other party's full appearance. He looks like he's in his 30s or 40s. But cultivators have a long lifespan, so Yang Yan is not sure how old he is. A black hair with a strand of white hair in the middle of it, it looked funny. There was a male disciple standing on both the left and right sides. Long time no see, Patriarch Su. The other man made a salute. It has indeed been a long time, Patriarch Xiao. You're still so beautiful, do you really not consider that matter? It would benefit both of our clans. You might as well die of it, my heart belongs only to that man. Yang Yan himself was quite happy to hear it. But he's been dead for 20 years now, it's time for Su clan to put down and look at the person in front of them. If that's what you're telling me by opening the Guildwood, then you can close it. After saying that, the gilded wooden boards moved aside and slowly returned to their original position. Well, boy, this woman's male favorite is not so good, be careful of turning into a dry body. Just in time to finish, and the guild door just returned to its original position. It seems our sovereign Su is very popular. Yang Yan joked from the sidelines. Of course, I can't tell you how many people with kingship and wealth I've turned down in 20 years. Following me, that's really an aggravation for Patriarch Su. Say something like that again and watch out, I'll really drain you tonight. Yang Yan immediately closed his mouth. This woman was not a master who would make such jokes. Yang Yan wouldn't be afraid if someone else said that. Without waiting for Su Meier to continue her flirting, a thud came into the ears of everyone present. Someone has finally rung the 9 desolate bells. Almost all the eyes in the room were directed towards the martial arts area. Yang Yan was no exception. Man, about 18 years old, Jedun 3rd layer, this kid is not simple. Yang Yan saw through the kid who rang the 9 desolate bells with just one look. I can't even tell yet, are you really a Chikyu? Su Meier felt very unhappy about being compared to her. Come on, both my eyes are hardened, can they be the same? Almost forgot, I think you got your left eye from the king of the underworld. Well, when he lost the bet he had to give me one of his eyes, don't you think that's douchey? Don't you still just accept it? He forced it on me in the first place, and it was a pain in the ass, and by the way, did he die? No, in the demon realm, he came when you were buried. Such old stories, no more. Su Meier looked at Yang Yan, she realized that she herself didn't understand this man at all. There's so much she doesn't know. It's a good thing she has a lot of time to listen to Yang Yan's stories nowadays. 2 hours had passed, but the players still lining up were still densely packed. There are more than 20 people who have passed the test, but the number of those eliminated is already less than 1,000. It seems like the Martial Kingdom doesn't have many geniuses either. You think demons like you are everywhere, don't you? This is already better than the last term. It's okay, that little girl is the biggest catch. Yang Yan looked at Bai Shirsher after he finished speaking. Silly women. Yang Yan did not wait to look at the next second. A powerful sense of oppression and a sense of heat swept through the entire venue. Did you feel that? Su Meier asked. Of course, the Divine Beast Phoenix is here, the other party is not small. Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, a fiery red phoenix broke through the clouds and hovered in the midair of the meeting place. The sense of oppression from the Divine Beast made it difficult for the Jindan stage cultivators present. But the protective array was quickly activated, which eased the. Why do I feel this scent is so familiar? Who else in the entire continent can harness the Divine Beast Phoenix, the Empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, Su Hongyan? Oh, Smokey who are you talking about? Yang Yan is very emotional. Su Hongyan, if she finds out that you're still alive right now, I reckon it'll be hard for you to escape death. I don't need Su Meier to tell Yang Yan. To say that 20 years ago when he was a martial emperor, Su Hongyan was one of the three people Yang Yan was most afraid of. It's not the battlefield fear of a powerful enemy. It's the kind of fear that comes from strong female dominance. And Yang Yan looks like the kind of guy who eats soft food. Is there any place I can hide? Su Meier looked around, in addition to a table and a few stools where there is no place to hide. Go to my little cave or hide under my skirt, take your pick. Small cave, it's safe there. Good. Su Meier just wanted to open the small cave but suddenly thought of something. His face instantly reddened. Wait, no, you'd better hide under my skirt. In the heat of the moment, Yang Yan didn't care. Su Meier was also secretly happy in her heart. I almost forgot that the little cave is full of things about Yang Yan. If we let Yang Yan in now, he'll be treated like a pervert. It's not so bad now, though. I have taken the liberty of visiting today, and there is only one person I wish to take with me. Su Hongyan's posture of being above 10,000 people and her voice with a sense of oppression were frightening. In this case, Emperor Chen had to step in. Chen Yunma only flew forward, flying in front of Su Hongyan. I've long heard of the great name of the Empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. May I ask who you're looking for? Tang Xiaohua. Bai Shishir also rose up in the air after hearing this. He came in front of Su Hongyan. Soup Little Flower has just been admitted by me to the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Please forgive me, Empress, I can't hand it over. Su Hongyan recognized the woman on her face who had become a brother and sister 20 years ago because of a man. It's been a long time, Shirado. It's been a long time. The rest is simple, so there's no need to trouble the martial emperor. Then Chen takes his leave. Chen Yunzhong was very upset. Su Hongyan didn't put him in his eyes at all. But today's Tianfeng Kingdom is stronger than the Wu Kingdom. Chen Yunma had to endure this on his own. You said you admitted Tang Xiaohua to the Holy Land, can you see how she's different? Su Hongyan asked. Not really, it's just that I trust the man's vision. Who? Su Hongyan instantly became interested. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. What if I insist on taking her? Chapter 18 Specialties of the Western Regions, Ice Silk Foot Clothes. Bai Shishir was in a dilemma for a moment. Though it is true that there was once some sisterly feeling in all of them, but now it has been 20 years since then. The other party is also the head of a country. If it really makes a mess, Bai Shishir knows what kind of result it will be. Without realizing it, Bai Shishir glanced at Yang Yan's location. Su Hongyan naturally noticed Bai Shishir's unusual behavior. Su Meier felt something was wrong. That woman wouldn't have exposed you, would she? What exposure? Su Meier's voice was so small that Yang Yan didn't hear it clearly. Nothing, hold on tight. After saying that, Su Meier rose up in the air. Can you prepare me a little bit next time? Luckily, Su Mei's skirt was bigger, so Yang Yan's hiding in it didn't look strange from the outside. Su Meier also purposely pretended to be flying with her imperial sword and helped Yang Yan block it. Bai Shishir breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Su Meier who had arrived. Another old acquaintance, why are you here to persuade me too? Su Hongyan recognized Su Meier at a glance. That's right, you can't hand over the soup blossoms. So you seem to know that there's something special about soup flour? Didn't know that, and I was just trusting the man's vision. This made Su Hongyan curious. Who the hell is this guy they're talking about? I can't believe they believe that. And who, dare I ask, is that man? It's... Su Meier was about to say something but Yang Yan pinched her thighs. What's wrong with you, Patriarch Su? Bai Shishir asked with concern. It's okay, I can't tell you about the man, but I'm sure the man's identity won't disappoint you if you get the chance. Su Meier struck a mute. Su Hongyan seemed to have thought of something. There is only one person who can make me jealous after living for so long. Since you all came to persuade, then this is the end of the day. I hope you are thinking of the same person I am thinking of. Su Hongyan finished speaking and rode the phoenix away. And on the way there, you can't forget to look back. Could it be you? I don't know how, but tears instantly rose in Su Hongyan's eyes. Or maybe it's just too windy. They were relieved to see the matter settled. If there's any trouble, Yang Yan will have to step in. Many thanks to Patriarch Su for coming to his aid. A small matter, since the matter is settled, then I will retire for now. If Su Meier doesn't leave, Yang Yan will probably fall. Good. And with that, the two returned to their positions. It's like nothing happened. But the contestants and the clans are enjoying it. 3 fairies in one place, each with her own eyes. Even though Su Meier and Bai Shishir were wearing a veil, they were contented. Su Hongyan was blocked by the phoenix. Only some of the clan elders with high cultivation could see Su Hongyan's silhouette. Everyone has forgotten about the current martial emperor who left in a state of distress. Chen Yunma gritted his teeth as he watched all this in front of him. Just wait, I'll get stronger and marry you. Today, no matter who is on the other side dares to drive away his Chen Yunma, perhaps he will fight a fight. But the one who came is the Empress of the Tianfeng Kingdom, Su Hongyan, the woman who can't be beaten and can't be obtained. Returning to his seat, Yang Yan was finally able to take a break. You want to die, just pinching me like that. As soon as she came back, Su Meier started questioning Yang Yan. It's no different if you just exposed me than if you killed me. I reckon she's been able to guess it's you, and probably spotted you too. So you're still taking me up? leaving you here waiting for her to see you for fear that you might actually die. Listening to Su Meier, Yang Yan thought it made sense. Forget it, it's as good as done. Guess what, 20 years have passed, maybe she's not interested in me anymore. Just like Seth White. Su Meier immediately turned her head to look at Yang Yan after hearing this. By Shir, why do you say you have to do this? It seems that it is difficult for you to escape tonight. Su Meier even bloated a bit because the current Yang Yan was no joke. Anyway, she was weak in the knees for a long time that day. And Yang Yan acted like a nobody, but instead, he became more energetic. Seeing as you're tired too, why don't you go back and rest first, and leave the rest of it alone? Su Mei's proposal. It's not like I'm tired. It's not like I still have to help you find disciples. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Why don't you accompany me to the house of 10,000 treasures? Yang Yan quickly shook his head. That would probably be really exhausting. I'm not going. Su Meier glared at Yang Yan. Going or not? Go. Wouldn't that have been nice? Is it really okay to just leave like that? Originally, the preliminary round was a test to meet the canon without even that, and you're worried about that? That's fine. Bai Shir just watched Su Meier take Yang Yan away, and she didn't know what Su Meier was taking Yang Yan to do. The very thought of it made her very unhappy. But as a holy maiden you can't leave at will. It's not the same as Su Meier's first-class clan. And there was another person in the field who was watching Su Meier's every move. Patriarch Su has left. The man sitting there wore a black robe and his eyes were very sharp. It's like a sword. It stabs you in the heart. Hearing the report from his men and then bursting the glass in his hand. I saw it. I think that kid is also tired of living, who does not know that our Moon Shadow Sect Patriarch has been admiring Patriarch Su for a long time. The Patriarch wants to not. Go check out that kid first, and kill him if he's just a bimbo. It's the Sovereign. After seeing his men retreat, the man stared viciously at the seat of the Acacia Sect where no one was sitting anymore. Su Meier, when will you understand my feelings for you? The man then picked up a nearby jug of wine and drank it all in one go. Yang Yan, who was shopping, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. I didn't think much about it. I continued to follow Su Meier. It wasn't long before Yang Yan saw a tall building. This building is at least 20 stories tall. I don't have to guess, but that's the headquarters of Manpower House. 20 years ago it was only 3 stories high, now it's almost up. Yang Yan lamented. After all, so much time has passed, let's go. Arriving at the door, Su Meier pulled out a token. The gatekeeper was first shocked for a moment before releasing her. What kind of token makes the gatekeeper freeze? The highest members card only comes with spending 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Sounds pretty impressive, by the way. What are you here to buy? Definitely shopping for clothes, and a couple of yours on the way. Yang Yan suddenly thought that he had something to buy. What floor is the drug cellar on? I think it's on the 8th floor. Here, take it. Su Meier handed Yang Yan the membership card. You're asking about the medicine to repair your meridians. Aha. My clothes are on the 3rd floor, so go up there yourself first. Since Su Meier had already guessed, Yang Yan didn't explain too much and took away the membership card and went upstairs. Su Meier walked up to the 3rd floor unhurriedly. She doesn't look at anything, but goes straight to the 3rd floor shopkeeper. It's a woman. She's very well dressed. Can I help you, sir? Wanted to see the Western special, the ice silk footwear. The woman understood instantly and left a moment later to return with a black, icy silk footie. The guest looks like a connoisseur. This thing women wear to be able to cover up the flaws, but also keep warm, more importantly, can make men want to stop, suitable for. You know. I thought there were 3 colors? Yes, white black with human skin color. 2 of each. And Yang Yan on the 8th floor suddenly felt a sense of crisis again. Chapter 19 Yin Yang born Boneflower, Mysterious Woman. Am I not fit to go out today? Yang Yan began to doubt himself. When I came to the 8th floor, I smelled a strong medicinal scent. This is certainly a paradise for potion masters. The shopkeeper is an old man with white hair. Yang Yan didn't ask immediately, but checked the prices of these pills. The cheapest one is 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. No wonder there aren't many people here. What can I get for you, young man? The old man walked slowly over and asked. Do you have Xin Huang grass here, or do you know the whereabouts of Xin Huang grass? The old man first glanced at Yang Yan. Sit down, lad, and I'll take a look for you. Good. Yang Yan didn't refuse. After sitting down and letting the old man take his pulse for a while, the old man sighed and shook his head. With all your meridians broken and your dantian broken, I didn't expect you to still have the cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Lad, you're not simple. Then the old man's eyes signaled Yang Yan to change his hand, and after another minute, the old man's expression was very grave. Then with wide eyes, he let go of Yang Yan's hand and hastily knelt down. I pay my respects to the martial emperor. Aya, why do you need to be like that, old sir? That martial emperor is already dead. To be able to confirm Yang Yan's identity by taking his pulse, this old man isn't simple either. Yes, everyone says that the former martial emperor is dead, but now he stands before me alive. How do you tell? You're the only one in this world who possesses 2 ancient god bodies. I almost forgot myself. Although Yang Yan's meridians were broken, his innate physique was still there. Since the beginning of time, there's only one person who has the mixed body and the heavenly demon body, Yang Yan. That's why Yang Yan's reign as martial emperor was the strongest since the beginning of time, bringing unprecedented prosperity to the martial kingdom. But as soon as the news of Yang Yan's death came out, the world began to experience great chaos. The demon and demon realms broke their pact with the human race, and the heavenly phoenix kingdom left with them. The west, the north, and the east have all left, and they all seem to have an agreement. There's only one condition for recooperation, and that's that the next martial emperor will be able to defeat all of them. Obviously, today's Qin Yunma isn't able to do it. The final result was that the unification of the continent lasted only 10 years. But these 10 years have made the people of Wukong happy. Now 20 years have passed, except for the original witnesses. Now not many people remember Emperor Yang Yan. But his story is still being told by storytellers. The Xin Huanggrass can indeed repair your meridians, but your meridians are a bit special, so I'm afraid that relying on the Xin Huanggrass alone isn't enough. May I hear it? There is a herb called the Yang Bone-born flower over in the North Realm that can bring people back to life by shedding their bones. I've heard of it, but doesn't that thing only come out once in 1,000 years? No, actually there are two. The one in the Northern Realm is of extreme yin, and there is another one in the Southern Wilderness, which is of extreme yang. This is the first time I've heard of this. So this flower? That's right, I heard rumors that there's still a month left for this flower to bloom. How many people are eyeing it? If you're going to go, then I'm afraid that you'll be in danger with your current cultivation level. Is the news reliable? Repairing the meridians and shedding the bones is against the heavens. There's no harm in martial emperor going for a gamble. When Yang Yan heard it, it made sense. And now it's come to this. After 20 years of faking your own death, it seems like a lot of things haven't essentially changed. For example, Su Mei's and Bai Shishir's feelings for him. Although this was a good result, it also meant that Yang Yan had to become stronger again. The news that he's not dead won't stay hidden for long. It's not like when he was in Sunset City. Once exposed, those old enemies are no joke. But if you think about it, Su Mei and Bai Shishir seem to be able to protect him as well. Yang Yan was in deep thought. This trip will certainly be very dangerous. It is not easy to pick up a life. It is not easy to reunite with Su Mei or them. It's suffocating to die without having enough fun. It was acceptable in the old days. We need to talk to Su Mei about this kind of thing. He's not alone now. There is one more thing. The martial emperor used to cultivate the supreme yang technique, while the heavenly demon body is the supreme yin body. It should have been sealed at a young age. If he serves the yin and yang bone flower in the future, I think no one under the immortals will be able to defeat him in the future. Thank you for informing me, old sir. Then I will take my leave. Today's matter. Don't worry, even if I die, I won't tell the truth about you when I'm eating today. The old gentleman has spoken harshly. Farewell. Yang Yan turned away after making a salute. Not many people knew about his heavenly demon body. Maybe the seal was lifted because of the thunderbolt. That's when the old man took his pulse and pushed it out. But how did that old gentleman know I had two physiques before he took my pulse? Thinking back to what the old man said just now made Yang Yan curious. The old man watched Yang Yan walk downstairs and carefully walked to a vase. The wall behind the vase slowly opened after a gentle twist. Inside was a brand new scene with a woman sitting on a wooden chair in the center. Miss, I've said all I can say. Hard work, go down first. Then the old man will retire. The woman sitting on the wooden chair after the old gentleman left picked up a broken jade pendant. And it's giving off a faint glow. I knew you were still alive, Yang Yan. Yang Yan, who came to the third floor, was unaware that a jade pendant inside his storage ring was emitting bright light. And Yang Yan just bumped into Su Mei, who had just tried on the black ice silk footwear. I have to say this thing does look good on Su Mei. Yang Yan can't take his eyes off it. How's that for a good look? Yang Yan nodded with a smile on his face. What kind of material is this thing made of? How come it's thinner than a veil? I'd like to know too. It looks good from the outside. At least Yang Yan likes it. The new Western product, it's already sold out over there, but unfortunately it's just too expensive. It's really good stuff, understandably. Yang Yan suddenly felt the need to unify the continent once again. Why is this good stuff only available at Manpower House? It should be everywhere. As long as you like it, it was going to be a surprise. Can you blame me for that? Okay, check out and go. The checkout was a shock to Yang Yan. 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones? Robbing money, right? Su Mei wouldn't tell Yang Yan that she had bought 3 colors and had prepared them for Bai Shishir. Su Mei took the spirit stone out of her storage ring and then pulled Yang Yan and ran. Already seen by Yang Yan black, the rest cannot be found. Chapter 20 Yang Yan's Kidnapping. How about asking for a potion that can repair the meridians? Su Mei said and held Yang Yan's hand, interlocking her fingers together. This for Yang Yan has long been accustomed to and did not resist. It's not bad, it's kind of getting a little bit of useful information available. Is that medicine expensive? It's okay, I have money, white. Cough. Su Mei almost blurted it out. Not really, that medicine needs to be picked up on your own, that place is dangerous, think long and hard. What place? The Northern Realm, the Southern Wasteland. Su Mei first froze when she heard it. Those places do seem a bit dangerous. Is the information reliable? It's hard to say. That old gentleman told me to take a gamble. After thinking about it for a while, Su Meier felt that something was not right. Did he charge you? Yang Yan shook his head. No, I don't have any money to give him. That's strange. This kind is already considered intelligence. It's logical that they charge money to keep talking. I also find it strange that that old gentleman learned of my identity by taking my pulse. Su Meier was shocked when she heard. So will he tell? I don't think so. He doesn't look like that kind of guy. Hearing Yang Yan say that, Su Meier felt relieved. Because she believes in Yang Yan's vision. Otherwise, how could Yang Yan not have a simple woman around him 20 years ago? It's okay if you don't go. I'm rich and still a little strong. So it's okay to protect you for the rest of your life. So you want me to go? Yang Yan stopped walking and turned his head to look at Su Meier sincerely. Naturally I don't want to. I don't want to lose you for a second time. We'll go back to Lokyang City and have a child just like this to live a simple life. I'm willing to. Yang Yan was in deep thought. If he was alone like before, Yang Yan wouldn't be afraid of his enemies. But now it's different. In his memory Su Meier and Bai Shishir none of them can beat his enemy's family. Su Hongyan is fine. Today, that pressure is obviously only from the transitional stage. Yang Yan knew this very well. After all, he had also reached this position before. And that's not the end of him. That's why it's a long shot. What are you worried about? Su Meier couldn't help but ask. Do you know Ji Jujin? You mean that previous generation demon lord? Yang Yan nodded. Didn't you kill him? No, that battle was actually escaped by him. He left a double behind when he escaped. You mean he's alive now? I suppose, if he knew I was still alive he'd probably seek revenge on me first thing. What was Ji Jujin's cultivation level back then? Transition to perfection. Su Meier was instantly out of breath, and it would only be a smooth matter for this kind of strong person to kill her. Who is the demon clan's demon lord nowadays? Hua Qianlu. She happened to take office the year you died. Yang Yan recalled that he had never heard of this name. Strange to say, since the news of your death was released Ji Zhozhan couldn't possibly be unaware of it, so why didn't he come out and do all the bad things? Yang Yan can't answer Su Meier, because he's the only one in the world who knows Jujin is actually a woman. And she is very good at the art of disguise, so no one knows her real face at all except Yang Yan. That battle was called the 3 Nights of Exorcism, because Yang Yan fought Ji Zhozhan for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Yang Yan won. Ji Zhozhan shed his disguise, and Yang Yan could be sure that was Ji Zhozhan's true appearance, because he went up and stroked it. It's impossible to fake that blushing moment and the lubrication of the skin. Seeing that Ji Zhozhan was unable to defeat Yang Yan, he fled in distress. At the end, she left a message that she would come back for revenge. Before he left, Yang Yan signed an agreement with the demon world, which ushered in the unification of the world. I'm glad I didn't hear about the trouble she's caused. Maybe he was so converted by me in the first place. Yang Yan said perfunctorily. It better be, or that guy can be scary. Yang Yan agreed. It was also the first time he had met someone who could fight him back and forth, though he wasn't at his peak at the time. But now that 20 years have passed, there's no way to know how strong Ji Zhozhan has become. Yang Yan. The sun was setting on our way to chat. The preliminary test is probably over, so let's go straight back. Back where? Yang Yan asked. Although shelter will be provided here, I'm not used to it and it's inconvenient, so it's better to go back to the Harmony sect. What inconvenience? Of course it is. Oops, it's a deal. I'll go to Elder Zhao to say something. You go to the airship and wait for me. The airship is parked at the back of the meeting place. After saying that, Su Meier left in a hurry, as if she had something important to do. Yang Yan was left standing alone on the street. It's so weird. Without thinking too much, Yang Yan went in the direction of the venue. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when he sensed someone was following him. Yang Yan guessed that this was another drama arranged by Su Meier and Bai Shishir. And Yang Yan naturally cooperated, deliberately slowing down to wait for those behind him to catch up. Eventually it led to an alley off the beaten path. Why don't you come out and meet me if you're here? Just as Yang Yan finished speaking, he was put into a bag. The inside of the bag has been coated with dream drops. This kind of thing is ineffective for Yang Yan, but it has to keep pretending. Yang Yan falls to the ground. Finally he was picked up, and the man ran wild all the way. He walked for about an hour before stopping. Yang Yan suddenly felt something was wrong. After removing the sack, Yang Yan was splashed with a basin of cold water. Yang Yan pretended to wake up, seeing clearly the face of the man in front of me. A blackhead with a strand of white hair in the middle. This is the Patriarch Zhao we met today. Boy, don't come back here. Funny, Shirado, you're hurting me. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Is this how Patriarch Zhao welcomes people? Ha, boy, I'm curious how you got the favor of Patriarch Su. When Yang Yan heard it, he was asking for a cheat sheet. It's simple, just be physically strong. Strong? You, a 9th level foundation establishment trash, are worthy of saying strong? I'm doing this for your own good, leaving Su Meier so you can live. So Patriarch Zhao is very good in that area? It's been 20 years, Su Meier is definitely not that kind of simple woman, and she doesn't even have a man by her side. Guess why? Of course Yang Yan knew, because that stupid woman had waited for Yang Yan for 20 years. But Patriarch Zhao's answer was not that. Because I killed all the men who spoke to Su Meier, but she preferred the guy who had been dead for more than 20 years, and I had no way. This kind is already considered a pervert. Yang Yan doesn't want to say anything to this kind of people. That's why I'm curious as to how you guys can get so close to Su Meier, why you can talk to her so much, and why. After saying that, Patriarch Zhao was very emotional. Dodging his sword was thus on Yang Yan's neck. Who are trash like you to do that? Su Meier is mine. Chapter 21, Nightfall. This kind of question I think it's better for you to ask Su Meier. After all these years, you're the first man to stand by Su Meier's side for so long, so I'm curious. How can Yang Yan answer this? Tell him directly that I'm actually the last generation of Martial Emperor. But this is stupid. When Patriarch Zhao saw Yang Yan's calm face, he was a bit impressed. Aren't you afraid? The knife is already on your neck. If you kill me you will be killed by Su Meier, do you want to try? Patriarch Zhao didn't know where Yang Yan got his courage, but at this moment he did panic. He said he killed all the men who came near Su Meier because Su Meier would never come near any man. He, Zhao Quan, had been staring at it for 20 whole years, and the only male Su Meier had ever been close to was a puppy on the street. Now Yang Yan's sudden appearance made him think about it. You shouldn't be? Zhao Quan seemed to have thought of something. Su Meier like the last generation of Martial Emperor everyone knew and was constantly looking for him. Thinks he's still alive. It's definitely not right that this man who suddenly appeared in front of us could be so close to Su Meier. But looking at the person in front of him at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, Zhao Quan couldn't associate him with the invincible Emperor of Martial Arts. Then Zhao Quan suddenly gained strength. I admit, you do have some good looks, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have gotten close to Su Meier. You'll die just the same. After saying that, the sword in Zhao Quan's hand suddenly had an extra white light, ready to slice through Yang Yan's neck. Suddenly, a powerful air current came quickly from behind Yang Yan. It finally hit Zhao Quan, directly sending him flying 10 meters away and slamming hard into the wall. Yang Yan turned around and realized it was Bai Shishir. Although he was wearing a white veil, Yang Yan could recognize him at a glance. Ahem, it's been a long time since the Holy Maiden. Bai Shishir directly ignored Yang Yan and continued on her way. Zhao Quan has stood up by now. Seeing the woman in front of me was an instant panic. What brings you here, Holy Virgin? There's no comparison between the 5 great powers and these first-class clans of theirs. Besides, this is the most important person in one of the 5 major powers. You shouldn't have touched him. A bright light appeared in Bai Shishir's hand as soon as she finished speaking. That powerful air current appeared again, and this time Zhao Quan could no longer get up. Bai Shishir then immediately looked at Yang Yan. Thank you Holy Maiden for your help, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. After saying that, Yang Yan was ready to get up and leave. Is this how you treat your savior? Bai Shishir spoke up. Her voice is still as soft as ever. I've already been almost killed by a love rival. What if I talk to you 2 more times that second prince wants to kill me too? Let's go, no need to send. Yang Yan. Shirado shouted. But Yang Yan has no intention of stopping. At this moment, Bai Shishir couldn't pretend any longer, and ran all the way to catch up with Yang Yan and hugged him directly from behind. Yang Yan instantly felt very comfortable behind his back, and a fresh scent wafted across the Holy Maiden. Can you be a little more reserved? Bai Shishir didn't say anything but turned Yang Yan's body around. Then the veil was removed. The complete fairy's true face was revealed in front of Yang Yan. Bai Shishir no longer cared so much. Her hands wrapped around Yang Yan's neck and directly kissed him. Well, Yang Yan pushed Bai Shishir away. Holy Maiden, what about the second prince if you do this? There is no second prince, no marriage, just you. Yang Yan smiled. It was only then that Bai Shishir noticed that Yang Yan's neck had been lightly scratched by Zhao Quan's sword just now, and there was already blood bubbling up. Does it hurt? Not bad. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Bai Shishir licked the blood from Yang Yan's neck clean. Hey, you're a saintly woman at least. Does it still hurt? Bai Shishir looked at Yang Yan with a worried face. It was quite painful just now, it's fine now. Good. Yang Yan looked at Bai Shishir, who was on the verge of crying out. This pitiful little expression made Yang Yan really can't bear to tease on. Let's go back. Well, you're going to have to hug me. Yang Yan picked up Bai Shishir without saying a word after hearing that. Bai Shishir naturally wrapped her arms around Yang Yan's neck. It's getting dark outside. There was a loud noise in the sky, and fireworks were going off. It was meant for you. Who knew this had happened to you? The Holy Maiden has a heart. But it's good that the results haven't changed. Bai Shishir looked at Yang Yan's chin and didn't hold back to kiss it again. Go back and kiss again, will you? Can't see the road clearly, Holy Maiden. Bai Shishir hummed softly and finally dropped her head above Yang Yan's shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile. Yang Yan hadn't taken 2 steps before he saw Su Meier standing under the tree. Seeing Yang Yan hugging Bai Shishir was a bit upsetting. It's been a long day of pretending, and it's been hard on you. Good for you, so you already knew. Su Meier shouted. It's not clear whether the biggest beneficiary here is Yang Yan or Bai Shishir. But the biggest victim must be Su Meier. I just almost got killed by your admirer. Ugh, won't you take pity on me? Go back to Bai Shirshu in Yang Yan's arms didn't want to say anything. I just want to be held by Yang Yan. After all, she's been waiting for 20 years. It was only then that Yang Yan realized that the most dangerous thing was not his enemies. They're admirers of these two women. Why should I have to walk? I can't hold two, can I? Shirado, you come down, it's my turn. I don't want it, you've done it with Yang Yan. What's wrong with me being hugged for a while? Su Meier thinks it's not a bad idea. And then it didn't matter. Yang Yan is caught in the middle that is difficult to move. So still going back to the Acacia sect? Yang Yan asked. This is just an excuse to trick you into going to the back of the meeting place. Of course we're not going back. The Holy Maiden's residence is different from ours, just go there. Worthy of being a Holy Maiden, living in a different place. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Su Meier pulled out a handkerchief inside her storage ring, covered Yang Yan's mouth and nose when he wasn't looking, into the dreamscape again. Yang Yan pretended to be fainted for the sake of cooperation. Now it's Bai Shirshu's turn to hug Yang Yan. Go faster, he'll wake up later. Su Meier shouted anxiously. Got it. Yang Yan had his eyes closed the whole time, he really didn't dare to move. Yang Yan didn't open his eyes slightly until he felt himself being put on the bed. Found myself in a whole new room. It's clean and tidy, and the bed is unusually large. It's like you've been preparing for this for a long time. Su Meier and Bai Shirshu went behind the screen to change their clothes after settling Yang Yan down. This screen is similar to the one Su Meier had in her room at the Acacia sect. Yang Yan sat on the bed and witnessed the whole thing, until Bai Shirshu and Su Meier came out from behind the screen. I'm wearing the footwear that Su Meier bought. Yang Yan couldn't take his eyes off of it, and they were also a little surprised to see Yang Yan wake up. How did you wake up so fast? Su Meier asked incredulously. Yang Yan pulled out the 10,000 poison pearls, and Su Meier was instantly dumbfounded. So you weren't actually poisoned by the dream entry drug at all that day? Of course, it's not like you don't know that I have the pearl of 10,000 poisons. Bai Shirshu's face instantly turned red. So that morning you wake up and get me all slobbered up in the morning, you too can. Afterwards, Su Meier and Bai Shirshu didn't say any more. It was only then that Yang Yan realized that he had been hit by the dream scattering. One night later. Chapter 22, 2 nights and 2 days. Very late at night. Sissy is asleep on the sidelines. Yang Yan leaned on the edge of the bed and looked at the candle that was about to burn out. You're still up? Yang Yan opened his mouth and asked. Aren't you still awake too? I'm not sleepy. Is White asleep so soon? After all she's been through, she should be tired too. So you're not tired? Yang Yan had a provocative tone. Do you still want to try? You don't have to go to the Genmudo convention tomorrow? Look at you. I wouldn't mind. By the way, what exactly is the origin of that Tang Xiaohua today? Even Su Hongyan came to snatch him. Yang Yan sat up after hearing that. You know about the 9 heavenly Linglong body, right? Su Meier's pupils trembled slightly after hearing this name. One of the ancient 10 physique? That's right, it's just sealed, although I don't know why the person who sealed Tang Xiaohua still lets her out, but it's good for Bai Shirshu. Su Meier was puzzled after hearing. How could it be in favor of Shirado? You know the rules of the Yaoqi Holy Land. A holy maiden has to maintain her holy body in addition to not being able to get married, otherwise she will be expelled from the Holy Land. So you're telling me that by letting Tang Xiaohua go to Bai Shirshu you're helping her find her next saintess? Yang Yan nodded. That's right, it's also lucky that this is all about meeting someone with a divine body. No wonder Su Hongyan came to rob people. Since Xiaobai has chosen me, I can't fail her. There are too many rules in that Holy Land. I guess Xiaobai doesn't like it at all. Yang Yan caused a commotion on the bed after he finished speaking. Bai Shirshu woke up with tears in the corners of her eyes and hugged Yang Yan after she got up. White you. Thank you, Yang Yan. White, there are some things you can't say at a time like this. The day has just dawned slightly. Yang Yan put on his clothes and went out to check the changes in his body. 3rd level of Jiadan, there's really something wrong. Yang Yan doesn't really know much about his own body, because he was the only one who could possess 2 of the ancient 10 physiques since the beginning of time. And they're also 2 extremes of yin and yang. But Yang Yanji developed the mixed body, and the heavenly demon body is at most useful for blocking damage and recovering wounds. If we could get the yin-yang bone flower to repair our meridians, we might even be able to embark on a path of cultivation that no one has ever seen before or since. After contemplating for a while, Yang Yan turned back to look at Bai Shirshu and Su Meier. Wait, where is everyone? Yang Yan realized they were no longer in bed. At that moment, Yang Yan felt a murderous aura drawn from his left and right sides. Husband got up so early? Yang Yan, where do you want to go? Wait, it's already the hour of the hour, and you're going to the Genmudo conference later, so you'll stop, right? I won't be the Acacia sect patriarch anytime soon, so there's no harm in going or not. After Su Meier finished speaking, the eye of divine enchantment opened again. The little hearts in his eyes made Yang Yan feel bad. Bai, you surely won't be like Su Meier, right? Brother Yan, people are already on the verge of being kicked out of the Holy Land because of you, so it's fine if we don't go to this Yuan Wu Dao conference. It's just morning, so Yang Yan took it as a morning exercise. This room has been hidden by Shirshir with a formation, so as long as you're not deliberately looking for it, it's hard to find it. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Yan looked at the sleeping Shirshir and Su Mayer before he felt relieved and went out. Why is it dark again? Yang Yan was a little surprised. This time passed too quickly. I saw a woman sitting on the floor just outside the door. When I heard something, I turned around and realized it was Yang Yan. Who are you? Where is the Holy Virgin? Yang Yan then remembered that this is the Holy Maiden's room. Is today's Zhenbudu convention over? Yang Yan changed the topic and asked. It's been over for almost 2 hours, so tell me why you're inside the Holy Maiden's room. The woman's tone began to sharpen. Your Holy Maiden is sick and has asked me to come and take a look. Yang Yan said perfunctorily. How can that be? You're not a liar, I'm afraid. I'm not lying. Your Holy Maiden just went to sleep, so don't bother her. Asterisk. Off. I don't believe you. The woman pushed Yang Yan away. Then the voice of Shirshir came from inside the room. Xiaoling don't need to come in. I'm fine. I did get sick, just got cured by that healer. You leave first. Xiaoling could hear that it was indeed the voice of the Holy Maiden, and it was still a bit weak. And then he believed it. Then Holy Maiden, you must take good care of your body. I will rely on my retreat first. Little Spirit even glared at Yang Yan before she left. Yang Yan's face was so innocent. Yang Yan returned to his room after seeing Xiaoling go away. Awake so soon? The only one who's awake is Shirshir. Su Mayer still sleeping. If I don't wake up, you're going to be captured by the little spirits. Enough about her, what about your side? I have to go back to see the Blessed Mother to do that. When? Not now anyway, I'm tired. This cave void realm of yours doesn't work either. It's not you yet. Be careful, I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Yan revealed an evil smile when he finished speaking. Don't, no, it's wrong. Shirshir doesn't dare to tease Yang Yan now. Probably because of the heavenly demon body, Yang Yan did not seem to feel tired. Yang Yan was still laughing when he suddenly felt his body was very hot. It's like my heart's about to boil. Yang Yan instantly collapsed on the bed. Yang Yan, what happened to you? Shirshir felt bad and just wanted to go up to check the situation. The upper hand stroked Yang Yan's cheek, but the hot temperature made Shirshir subconsciously withdraw her hand. The air around us is starting to get hot. Su Mayer was awakened by the heat. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Yang Yan's grim face. Shirado, what did you do to him? I don't know, I was fine just now, and suddenly I'm lying down. Lying on the bed, Yang Yan was sober, although it was very hard for him. Looks like a trip to the north had to be made. Yang Yan uttered a sentence with difficulty. Husband, you. I'm fine. Yang Yan, who had slowed down, sat up. Little White, if I remember correctly, it seems like what you cultivate is the sacred sunflower unspeakable technique, right? Shirado nodded her head. This technique is slightly inferior to my Yang God technique, but it's still considered an extreme Yang technique, so I guess my body should be out of balance. Out of balance? Out of balance? Shirshir and Su Mayer spoke in unison. The seal of my heavenly demon body was broken by the thunderbolt, and because last night, I now possess your spiritual energy inside my body, my heavenly demon body became violent. Did I do this to you? Pak ZZ began to blame herself. How can it be? This is the damned physique harmed. This northern realm must go ah. Chapter 23, unfortunately, it's too late to run away now. Shirshir was a bit confused by what she heard. What are you talking about? Where are you going, Yang? Ever heard of the Yin Yang-born bone flower? Yang Yan faintly said. Isn't that a 9th grade herb? It only blooms twice in 1,000 years. Looks like you know a lot. In order to harmonize these two Yin and Yang spiritual forces in my body, the only way is to get this immortal grass. But it's too dangerous over in the north for you. Shirshir's eyes were filled with worry. There must be another way, just go and find someone with an extremely Yin aura. Yang Yan shook his head. My meridians are all broken, the aura can't enter my body nor can it circulate. The only way to reconcile it is to take medicine and let the heavenly demon body absorb the medicinal properties. As soon as Yang Yan mentioned medicine, Shirshir suddenly thought of something. Then he took out a small box inside his storage ring. As soon as the small box was taken out, the air around it instantly turned cold. When Shirshir opened the box, it contained a blue pill. This is my Cold Dan, eat it and see if it works. This seems to be a 7th grade elixir, right? Shall buy you this. Pills and herbs are divided into 1 to 9 grades, and pills of 7 grades or more can no longer be measured in terms of money. Yang Yan could see the extraordinary nature of this elixir at a glance. What's mine is yours, do as you're told and eat it. Seeing that Yang Yan still wanted to refuse, Shirshir picked up the Baikondan and put it in her mouth. He fed it to Yang Yan himself. Next to her, Su Mayer saw the two of them kissing, even if they were still pulling the strings. After Shirshir let go of Yang Yan with a satisfied face, Su Mayer also came up with an unhappy face. Yang Yan almost didn't catch his breath for a moment. What's wrong with you again? What did you say? Alright, I'll get out, I'm going to absorb the elixir. Why are we going out? Pak ZZ doesn't understand. The collision of the most Yin and Yang auras, can your bodies block it? In this way, Su Mayer and Shirshir got dressed and were pushed out of the room by Yang Yan. The two women face each other in the doorway. It seems like the Holy Maiden isn't so high and mighty, feeding an elixir is so sweet. It's been 20 years, it's a good thing I didn't die of thirst. Besides, you've taken advantage of a lot of things before. Speaking of which, Bai Shirsha remembered seeing the hickey on Yang Yan's neck the other day. I don't even bother talking about you. Yan is like this, you'd better not harm him. Just think about it. Su Meier and Bai Shirsha sat on the ground almost at the same time after they finished talking. So tired. So tired. That elixir is estimated to only be able to suppress it temporarily, so does the Northern Realm really have to go? Sissy is still a little scared. The pain of losing someone you love is enough for once. The two of us at least have a bit of cultivation on us, it should be enough to protect that nerd. If I had known, I would have cultivated properly. I just realized that the Cave Void Realm is also so powerless. It can't be helped, we used to be too well protected by that nerd, we don't have to be afraid of anything with him around. How long has it been since we've practiced properly back then? In that case that's still Yang Yan's fault. Su Meier nodded her head in approval after hearing this. Come in. Yang Yan shouted. Bai Shirsha and Su Meier then got up and pushed open the door and went in. Yang Yan is in a much better state than just now. This elixir is somewhat useful, it won't be out of balance for about 2 months. Yang Yan explained. Then we still have to go to the Northern Realm to get the Yin Yang born bone flower? Bai Si asked. Go ahead, think of it as traveling. You're the only one who can say you're traveling to a place like that. Su Meier joked from the sidelines. Alright, we still have to participate in the Yuan Wudao conference tomorrow, so go back to sleep. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he flopped down on the bed. Not even 3 seconds after lying down, he was pulled up. Did you take a shower? Bai Shirsha and Su Meier each followed by one word. I'm going to wash it. Go to the backyard where there's a heated pool for bathing. Su Meier faintly said. I'm afraid you guys didn't prepare this a long time ago, did you? That's a privilege only for me, the Holy Maiden, and it's cheap. Okay, thank you Holy Virgin. When I came to the courtyard, I realized that the heated pool was quite small. We can put down at least 7 or 8 people. And it's steaming hot with rose petals on the water. Is this petal also a privilege of the Virgin? Bai Shirsha blushed a little and didn't answer Yang Yan. Yang Yan then put Su Meier and Bai Shirsha down. Let's get used to the water temperature before we go down. Bai Shirsha couldn't wait for the water to warm up, and pulled Yang Yan out of the heated pool. White you. Grunts and grunts. Ha! Bai Shirsha and Su Meier laughed at Yang Yan's defeat. After a while, the two of them leaned on Yang Yan's shoulder and rested. That's nice, if this shoulder wasn't enough to share before. Su Meier said with a smile on her face. More than that, there's not enough to fill this pool. Okay, soak it up and get to bed. Yang Yan was really tired. Tell us about what happened 20 years ago after you failed to cross the threshold. Bai Shirsha had a curious look on her face. Yao, I didn't even ask you about that. Yang Yan pondered for a while before speaking. At that time, I was quite desperate when I failed to cross the tribulation, and the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on me, leaving me with a shell that wouldn't let me leave. Then I have to thank God that there's still a shell around. Su Meier smiled and said, at that time, when I knew that my meridians were broken and my cultivation was lost, I thought of you guys. If I knew that I was still alive, you guys definitely wouldn't give up looking for me, and if I was dead, the things behind me would be much simpler. Won't give up looking for you yet. You think you're important in our hearts? Su Meier deliberately provoked. Doesn't matter? Suddenly, Yang Yan is not confident. Important. Important. Su Meier and Bai Shirsha spoke in unison. Between Su Meier's eyes, she suddenly had a plan. She had to strike first. She cupped Yang Yan's slightly stunned face. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, she gently printed her delicate red lips on Yang Yan's slightly opened lips. The two of them were soon immersed in this sweetness. Sisai Pak is not shy either. After kissing, Bai Shirsha and Su Meier left with a smug look on their faces. He had to get up early tomorrow, so Yang Yan simply washed his body and left the pool. Chapter 24, The Genmudo Conference is a joke? The next day, I don't know when Yang Yan woke up from his sleep. I just woke up and felt like I was being held down by something. Be unable to move a single step. Yang Yan is used to this kind of situation, carefully spending a few minutes before struggling to get out of bed. Pushing open the door and looking up at the sun, Yang Yan deduced that it was probably just about the 6th hour. When he pulled his sight back to the ground, Yang Yan discovered a familiar figure in front of him. I went over to see if it was the little spirit from last night, crouching on the floor, already asleep. Looks like he's been on guard all night. Ahem, get up. Seeing that little spirit did not respond, Yang Yan shook his hand. Well. Little Spirit slowly opened her eyes, and her emotions instantly became agitated after seeing Yang Yan. Why you again? Why can't it be me? You didn't come from inside the Virgin's room, did you? You last night you did something? Ling was very excited. Ling was half convinced. How is the Virgin now? Sleeping soundly, you'd better not disturb it. What about the Yuan Wudao conference? It's officially starting today. How can it work without the Holy Maiden? Just say that the Holy Maiden is not feeling well today, so just don't go? After Yang Yan finished speaking, Xiao Ling pondered for a while. The Holy Maiden is a powerful person of the Cave Void Realm, and she has even soaked in the Yaoguang sacred pool. How could she be sick? I want to go in and take a look. Xiao Ling got up violently, but her legs were a bit numb after squatting all night and sat down again. Your holy maiden is sleeping just fine, you're afraid you'll disturb her if you go in now. Just as Yang Yan finished speaking, there was a drumming sound in the distance. It's over, the Genmudo conference has begun. Spirit was paralyzed on the ground with a desperate look on her face. Alright, how important can a convention where the 5 major powers don't come together be? Of course I know, but the holy maiden told me she was here to find someone, and it's been 2 days since she missed, so what if that person is gone? Looking for someone? Looking for who? Yang Yan instantly became interested. You doctor, mind your own business. Hey, do you think it's coincidental that last night your family's holy maiden specifically instructed me to let me help him find someone? She's sleeping right now. This Yuan Woodao conference, I'll go with you. The holy maiden would tell you something so important? Who do you think you are? Just because I'm the doctor appointed by your holy maiden, because she trusts me enough. Yang Yan's words bluffed Xiao Ling. She thought Yang Yan's words made sense. Then do you know who the holy maiden is looking for? A man? Alright, go. Xiao Ling followed Yang Yan half-heartedly. In fact, she didn't know who Baici was looking for. Yang Yan's words made Xiao Ling think in her head. After walking to the venue, Yang Yan realized that the place had changed a lot. The props for the test on the 9 Deserts bell in the center have all been removed. Now placed in the center is a huge circular ring. It's at least 20 meters in diameter. This first level of the program is already obvious. It's just a competition. In addition to that, the venue was already filled with disciples from various sects. The Acacia sect is now led by Su Qing. Well, that's no surprise. Luckily, Yang Yan had already put on a mask beforehand, so he wasn't recognized. I'm going back over to the Yao Qi Holy Land, so you can help the Holy Maiden find someone well, you hear me? Got it, go ahead. At this time, Yang Yan did not know that this venue has a pair of eyes staring at him dead. Patriarch, that kid has appeared. I know, missing for 2 days and now Sumayer is gone. Where is the person I want you to find? Patriarch, rest your anger. These 2 days it's as if they've disappeared, except for the exclusive residence on the side of the 5 major powers. We've searched all over and haven't seen anyone. Are you saying that this loser can go to the exclusive residence of the 5 major powers? Do you know what that place is? The man is very emotional. No. But our Moon Shadow sect just doesn't have the right to go in, there's no way. What about that loser named Zhao? Find out yet. Check it out, the person is dead. Interesting, I heard that the Holy Maiden has also disappeared, and it just so happens to be for 2 days as well, and the person standing beside that kid just now is the Holy Maiden's personal maid, so there's only one possibility that the two of them are staying together right now. Patriarch is wise. I will now send people to infiltrate the 5 major powers' specialized residences. The man shook the glass in his hand and laughed after he finished speaking. At this time, Yang Yan has already returned to the Acacia sect to explain to Su Qing. Where is Su Mayer now? Sleeping just fine in the room of the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi. I don't want to hear about you two youngsters. Stay put and don't go anywhere. Okay. Yang Yan responded with a smile and then carefully observed the situation above the ring. An old man stands in the middle of the ring and draws lots. Put your hand into the wooden box in front of you, and the number of the paper you pull out is the number of the person you want to play against. First round, Ma Xiaofan versus Lu Battlestar. After the two of them came on the field, Yang Yan could clearly see the Ma Xiaofan was dressed in plain clothes, while the opposite side of Lu Zhanqing revealed an air of luxury. If Yang Yan is right, he's wearing a spiritual treasure armor. Not dismantling, Yang Yan thinks it's allowed by the rules, but it's very unfair to Ma Xiaofan. And the result was an unquestionable loss. The next 5 fights were almost all like this. There will always be a party wearing a body protector, with a rich and noble temperament. The other side is always so insignificant. As long as Yang Yan isn't stupid, he knows this is a deliberate arrangement. But no one ever broke it down. Don't be surprised, this is the current state of the Genmudo Congress. Su Qing said softly from the side. She saw Yang Yan stare through the veil. Do you know that there is a rule in the Martial Kingdom now? No ordinary people are allowed to go out after midnight. I've heard of it. What does it have to do with the race? Yang Yan doesn't understand. It's because the current martial emperor looks down on the commoners, and he thinks that people without roots and bones who can't walk the path of a cultivator are wastrels. This was the first time Yang Yan knew about this expression. The first round's Lu Battlestar is the grandson of the current Duke of the Martial State, and the opponent is a child who came out of a frontier town in the Martial State. So, the Genmudo Conference is a joke? Su Qing nodded. Here, as long as you don't have a background or a birth, you will never be able to pass the test unless you are a true genius. I say, how come no one has broken down this so obvious fraud? I wish you were still a martial emperor, at least this kind of behavior wouldn't occur. Yang Yan didn't say anything. It was no longer something he should worry about. Ordinary people can live happily ever after. Just like Yang Yan's neighbors in Sunset City. They're just ordinary people who live their lives to the fullest. The rules set by this martial emperor did not affect their lives. Dead. Dead. A scream rings out. Chapter 25, The Truth About the Front Runner. Yang Yan cast his gaze above the ring, only to see a child dressed in plainclothes and with an ordinary appearance fall lifelessly to the ground. There were threads of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he had obviously lost consciousness. The man who did it, however, raised his hands high in the air, and with a smug smile on his face, he seemed to be celebrating his victory. The poor plain teenager was thus carried off the field with indifference, like a discarded object. Immediately afterward, as if the tragedy that had just occurred had never happened, the next match was in full swing. This kind of thing has long been commonplace. Those who don't have a strong background to back them up, once they die, they are as insignificant as ants, and won't attract anyone's attention or pity at all. Su Qing, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but voice out what was on his mind in indignation once again. However, despite being filled with anger and unwillingness, she also understands that she is just a great elder in the sect. I'll go check on the kid. Yang Yan turned around and left after leaving a sentence. Su Qing looked at Yang Yan's back and muttered something under his breath. Xiao Sua, you really didn't look at the wrong person. Yang Yan followed the officers and soldiers who carried the child away until they reached a room a few hundred meters away from the venue. This room reeked of medicinal herbs, and it looked like it was a medical clinic specializing in dealing with the casualties of this Yuan Wu Dao conference. After all, it's still a conference organized by the martial emperor, at least the treatment aspect has been put in effort. Yang Yan went in after seeing the soldiers. Sitting here is an old man with white hair. The white beard was at least a finger long. Yang Yan couldn't tell the old man's real age either. Is the young friend a friend of this child? A voice of vicissitude entered Yang Yan's ears. Yes, or no, saw him poorly and wanted to come and see. The old man looked up at Yang Yan in surprise after hearing this. What is there to see in broad daylight with a bucket hat? At the old man's words, Yang Yan took off his hat. Only then did the old man see Yang Yan's appearance clearly. Look at the appearance as also a righteous person, but unfortunately, a meridian's broken, can live is already considered good. Dare I ask the old man's name? The old man froze at first. Just as well, I haven't left here in a long time, my old name is Gu Ronghua, and I am a healer by what you see. Yang Yan felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Late Senior Yang Sin, Senior Ancient has an extraordinary temperament. Why is he here as an ordinary physician? Gu Ronghua didn't say anything but went to the bedside and took off the injured child's blouse. A blood-colored fist mark revealed itself. These boys are getting tougher and tougher. Ancient Ronghua picked up a medicine bottle after he finished talking to himself. Then he sprinkled the powder on the injured area. Does this happen often? Yang Yan continued to ask. The boy is already considered lucky, it's a great fortune that he didn't die. Then Gu Ronghua sighed. Dantian destroyed, cultivation lost, this is no different from being dead. You can actually tell? The late generation has learned some medical skills. Speak of him, and aren't you no different than dead? That's what I used to think, but now that I have something I want to guard, it's good to be alive. Gu Ronghua hummed lightly. Although I don't know why you have a Jedan stage cultivation despite having all your meridians severed, that spiritual energy is very weak, void of emptiness, and will dissipate with the passage of time. Yang Yan didn't know that. He thought it was the heavenly devil's body that allowed the spiritual energy to stay inside him. That's just it, today you and I are destined to be together, sit down and I'll take your pulse. Thank you in advance from the late generation. It's free to see the doctor, and it's a cutie if you don't. Gu Ronghua sat down for a few minutes before finally speaking up. You have an interesting body here, there are actually 4 different types of auras, one extremely yin and one extremely yang, the remaining 2 are not as strong, but they are also very rare. One is Su Mei's, one is Bai Shishir's. The remaining 2 are from the mixed body and the heavenly demon body. Now we're all set. Yang Yan's aura is just enough to make a mahjong table. Gu Ronghua continues to take the pulse. The 2 remaining strands of aura in your body will dissipate in less than 3 days, after all, your meridians have all been broken. My late generation is curious as to why these auras are temporarily retained in my body? Gu Ronghua shook his head. I'm not sure, after all, your body is a bit special. If someone else had 2 extremely yin and yang auras in their body they would have burst into flames long ago, but you didn't. Yang Yan was a little hesitant to tell Gu Ronghua about his special physique, but he's not familiar with the other guy's character, so it'll be hard for him if his identity is revealed. It's okay if you don't, after all, who doesn't have a little secret? Thank you senior for understanding. If there's nothing else please go back, the boy will be fine with me. Then the late generation will leave. Yang Yan made a salute and then turned to leave. Just outside the door, 2 more officers and soldiers jogged into the medical center carrying an injured player. By the time Yang Yan returned to the competition venue there were only a few contestants left. Yang Yan walked next to Su Qing and asked, "Where are those guys, over so soon?" The son of today's great general of the martial kingdom, Fang Hu, has killed a man, so it will end early and the competition will resume tomorrow. That means that the rest are all sons and daughters with family backgrounds? Su Qing nodded. This Yuan Wu Dao conference is really interesting. I now sort of know why Su Mayer said that this conference isn't important. This is supposed to be just a way for those children with lineage backgrounds to enter first-class sects in name only. What about the first round of tests? 9 desolate bells, formations, and medicine sense. It's all an illusion. There's a small bell inside the 9 desolate bells that can be rung with a bit of internal force. This is only known to the disciples of those lineages. Yang Yan almost laughed out loud. I can't believe no one's taken care of this absurdity. It seems that this Chen Yunma isn't a good thing either. It's rare to find a bright ruler. Do you want to go back and sit in the position of martial emperor? Yang Yan quickly shook his head. Sooner or later, this kind of dimwit will be cleaned up, so don't tease me. Alright, go back to the clan. This is another year that ended early. Su Qing is used to this kind of scene. Yang Yan was very curious knowing that this Yuan Wadao conference was unfair. Why do those ordinary monks still attend? By the way, where is that great General Fang Hu's son? And where is the player who killed it? It's in the house behind the venue. It'll be cremated in 3 days if no one claims it. And as for Fang Hu's son, what do you want? Doesn't this killing even have to be paid for? 500,000 taels of silver for a life, and if you're injured you'll be paid according to the extent of your injuries, and someone will send the money to the family after the Genmudo tournament is over. Yang Yan seemed to have thought of something. I see, that's why they came to the Yuan Wadao conference even though they knew it was unfair. Chapter 26, Things You Can't Do Anything About. What are you talking about? Nothing, tell me where Fang Hu's son is. After today's match is over should be going for a drink with the grandson of the Duke of Lu and other sons of power. Thanks. After Yang Yan left, he went to the back of the venue. I asked a passerby where the house where the body was kept was. At last, we came to a cold room. Yang Yan pushed open the door and went in, and the cold air hit his face. A middle-aged man in a mask is sorting out the bodies. Seeing Yang Yan suddenly burst in, he shouted, "The family of that corpse of yours, 2 taels of silver you can take away after claiming it. Where is the player that great General Fang Hu just killed?" Uncle pointed his finger at a corpse in the corner. Yang Yan walked forward and lifted the white cloth to take a look. The dead man's face was grim and his arms and legs were broken. It's not good money. After recovering the white cloth, Yang Yan left. Inexplicable, the older man casually said. Yang Yan had been thinking on the way back. So much so that he walked up to the gate of the exclusive residence of the 5 major powers without even knowing it. This place is jammed with people. Yang Yan almost thought he had gone to the wrong place, so he found a random person to ask about the situation. Bro, what are so many people doing blocking this place? Have you not come to see the Virgin? Yang Yan was speechless after hearing this. Then with all my strength, I finally made it to the door. Since Yang Yan went out from here in the morning, the officers and soldiers guarding the gate naturally recognized him and let Yang Yan in. And of course, there was a riot. But the officers and soldiers are not vegetarians, and Yang Yan soon heard silence behind him. Go back to Cecilia's room. The two of them haven't even gotten out of bed yet. It's getting close to afternoon. What a sleeper. Yang Yan poured himself a pot of tea and sat down to think. 500,000 taels of silver, it seems to be okay. But this way of making money is too wild, isn't it? This is the path they've chosen, so Yang Yan doesn't care anymore. But is it really worth it? Yang Yan had just finished sighing 2 slender arms on Yang Yan's shoulders. Awake? Well, what's on your mind? Su Mayer, can't you put your clothes on before you lean over? Watch out, I'll get you. Su Mayer hurriedly retracted her arm away from Yang Yan. You haven't said what you were thinking. Are you aware of the inner workings of the Genmudo assembly? Yang Yan opened the door and asked. Of course I know, that's why I said it wouldn't matter. Then why didn't you tell me? Let me guess if it's dead? Yang Yan turned around violently. What are you doing? What? You're not even dressed yet. Su Mei's face suddenly reddened. I've done it all before, but I'm embarrassed to be stared at like this. What haven't I seen shy of? Get to the point. Su Mei didn't rush to answer Yang Yan. Instead, she quickly got dressed and sat on Yang Yan's lap and then wrapped her arms around Yang Yan's neck. Do you have a bad taste in your mouth? Yang Yan nodded. It's not so bad, after all, they did pay compensation. That's also true, after all, as long as someone is short of money they can sign up for the Genmudo conference, and these ordinary people are just toys for the children of those families. What do you know about this martial emperor? Don't really know, but just not a good person. Yang Yan looked puzzled after listening to it. How long has this been going on? It's been going on since the 2nd year, and it's now the 5th. So Chen Yunma doesn't care at all? Of course he doesn't care, he looks down on these ordinary people anyway. Do you think this kind of person would really give silver to those casualty contestants? Su Mei didn't know anything about this, she just knew that there was this matter. I've never seen them give money personally, but it should be believable that so many people attend every convention, right? It better be. Yang Yan seemed to have thought of something. Do you know Fang Hu? The present-day great general of the martial kingdom? What's going on? It was his son who killed the man today. In that case this Yuan Wadao conference was still organized at his suggestion. So what about this Fang Hu guy? Holding 100,000 heavy troops, cave realm, bloodthirsty and brutal, he has made many war achievements. What about his son? Fang Wuxia, his talent is just that, piling up his realm with pills, currently at the Jiedan realm. That's an interesting name for a father and son. Alright, what's the point of prying into them? Accompany me to the house of 10,000 treasures. Yang Yan pushed Su Mei away after hearing this. What's the point of going there again? Those ice silk footwear are pretty comfortable to wear after you tore them up, go get 2 more. When Yang Yan heard it was a good thing. What about White? She won't wake up for a while, after all the fuss last night, let's go. After Su Meier finished speaking, she pulled Yang Yan and walked outside. The sun was about to set when I left the house. The golden weather is very pleasant to the eye. Yang Yan is still wearing the mask. As he passed by the venue, Yang Yan saw an old woman kneeling in front of the venue. I told you it wasn't that simple, I think it's coming for someone. Yang Yan said softly to Su Meier. Yang Yan let go of Su Meier's hand and took off the bucket hat and trotted in the direction of the old woman. Why are you kneeling here, old woman? The old woman turned her head. His face was already wrinkled with the vicissitudes of life, his hair was pale and one eye seemed to have gone blind. No eyes. Who are you, young man? I'm a contestant in today's race, are you here to see someone? Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, the old woman grabbed Yang Yan's hand with a choked voice. My son also attended today and he said he would be back in the evening, but I waited for a long time and I didn't see anyone. What's your son's name, Granny? Wang Ernio, half a head shorter than you. I think I know where he is, you come with me. Afterwards, Yang Yan picked up the old woman with his eyes signaling for Su Meier to wait for him at the same place. Yang Yan first helped the old woman to Gurongwa's medical center. There were already at least 7 more wounded here, and the old woman was blind in one eye but could still see clearly. My son is not here. This was not what Yang Yan wanted to hear, and in the end there was only one worst outcome. After bidding farewell to Gurongwa, Yang Yan helped the old woman to the morgue behind the venue. After entering, Yang Yan lifted the white cloth, the old woman instantly knelt down and wept. Yang Yan turned away, leaving the mother and son some space to talk. Outside the doorway the bodyguard is squatting next to the doorway, drinking. Don't forget, 2 taels of silver. Then the middleman took a big sip of his drink and looked a little sad. Yang Yan could hear that he seemed sad. You seem to sympathize with them? Yang Yan asked. This kind of thing happens every Genmudo convention, and I still can't get used to it after watching it so many times. So you hate these people? The middle-aged uncle laughed after Yang Yan finished speaking. Hate it? How can you not hate it? You're still young. You'll know when you run into something you can't do anything about. Chapter 27, Feng Wuxi. When the uncle finished speaking, he put down the jug and took off half of his shirt. A 2-finger-long scar shows. This was left for me by a man named Zhao Xian who participated in the UN Wudao conference back in the day, and his father is an elder of the first-class sect Moon Shadow sect. What about the money for compensation? After Yang Yan finished, the uncle picked up the wine pot and took a sip again. Where's the compensation? It's all just a scam. Yang Yan wasn't surprised after hearing this, it was already planned. Then why don't you tell the truth? Because it will die. Some desperate, hard-living people come here and don't even want their lives for money, but in the end they get nothing and walk to the tournament stage to be killed like no one cares. The older man's voice is getting quieter and quieter. Yang Yan took out his storage ring and took out a medium-grade spirit stone inside it. This should be worth 100 taels of silver. Take it as the old woman's money for claiming the body. Please help her make proper arrangements. Uncle immediately kneeled down. I, Lu, would like to thank you. I don't know your name yet. Lu Shoufang. Yang Yan nodded. Good name, my name is Yang Yan, let's go. Yang Yan then turned around and left. Yang Yan? What a familiar name. After returning to Su Meier's side, she hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. Where did you take that old woman? Go and claim her son's body. I really can't see this happening after all. It's unbearable. Let's go. Yang Yan put on the masked hat again and turned his hands behind his back to stride away. Su Meier sees everything. So that's why I didn't tell you the truth about the Genmudo conference. After talking to herself, Su Meier followed Yang Yan's pace. It wasn't long before we arrived at Manpower House again. Unlike last time, today's entrance has been blocked by a sea of people. Today, my son has chartered this Wan Baolu, so please go shopping elsewhere. A young man in uniform stood on the table and shouted. How rich does someone have to be to bag this building? Yang Yan sighed. Sometimes you can do a lot without money. Su Meier said faintly from the side. Like what? By relationship. After the man shouted, everyone dispersed. Soon only Su Meier and Yang Yan were left standing at the door. Are you two hearing impaired in any way? Please also leave quickly. Su Meier wanted to slap this person but was stopped by Yang Yan. Has your husband even wrapped up the road to the entrance? Oily mouth. The man wanted to draw his sword right after he finished speaking. Su Meier pulled out the Acacia Sect's token. Is the Acacia Sect Patriarch qualified to go in? The man snapped to his knees. I'm sorry if I have eyes that don't recognize me with the veil on. Can we go in now? Yang Yan laughed on the sidelines, but unfortunately the man couldn't see Yang Yan's smug look. Otherwise, you might get sick. Since it's Patriarch Su, then come in. A voice came into the ears of the three. Auric transmission, let's go. Then Su Meier just walked in. Yang Yan is right behind him. The man who shouted naturally followed him in. Soon a woman in the same uniform as the man who had shouted came forward. My lord invites you to talk on the top floor, please follow me. Su Meier looked back at Yang Yan's meaning. I'm a bit curious about this male's identity, let's go. The woman led Yang Yan and Su Meier to a small room made of iron. There's only room for about 5 people. The whole room moved when they all came in. Yang Yan can feel the room rising. Flying ladder, able to get to the top floor quickly, something invented by Manpower House. Not bad, kinda convenient. We reached the 15th floor in less than 2 minutes. This is the top floor of Manpower House. You can see all of Wunmu City from here. It's like a step away from the white clouds. No roof, open air design. An imposing man is sitting next to the fence. There's tea on the table. Yang Yan took a glance. This man looks elegant in the theater, but the smell of blood on his body cannot be disguised. Wearing an elegant white coat next to a large sword. So it's Fang Wuxi, what did you call me up for? Su Meier asked. He's Fang Hu's son, no wonder he's all hostile. Fang Wuxi's eyes instantly locked onto Yang Yan after hearing that. How dare you call General Fang by his name, who are you? The man shouted at Yang Yan. Yang Yan didn't pay any attention to this person but walked over to Fang Wuxi and sat down in front of him. Your guards seem to be very grumpy, they just disrespected the Acacia Sect's patriarch, what do you say? A swish of silver light. A flying sword cut through the man's arm. Then the arm just snapped and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. I wonder if brother is satisfied. Ha ha ha, interesting. Yang Yan laughed out loud. Dare I ask what relationship you have with the Acacia Sect patriarch? Fang Wuxi even glanced at Su Meier after finishing his speech. The Acacia Sect relies on human essence to cultivate. I'm just a furnace tripod that Patriarch Su has found. It's not enough to worry about. Then brother is quite lucky. I'm just thirsty and came to rub some tea. You'd better talk to Patriarch Su about the rest. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he drank the tea from the cup in front of him and then left this position. Just say what you have to say. I came here today to buy something. I don't have time to chat with you. Su Mei's attitude is tough. I have some news about the former martial emperor here. I wonder if Patriarch Su is interested? Su Meier looked at Yang Yan, waiting for his meaning. Yang Yan's eyes signaled Su Meier's understanding. Not interested, I have to rush back to cultivate with my furnace cauldron, so excuse me. Su Meier then pulled Yang Yan and turned around to leave. Fang Wuxi crushed the teacup in his hand when he saw this scene. At this moment, Su Meier and Yang Yan were already riding the flying ladder to the 3rd floor. What do you mean you can't make your own decisions about anything? Only the choices you make will give me peace of mind. Su Mei's words came from her heart. Yang Yan naturally heard it in his heart. That kid is also somewhat interesting, wanting to rely on you to test if I'm a former martial emperor. And that means? If you stay what he told you should be useless, should not stay then he will come to suspect me. Then you're still telling me to go. You think I'd let you share a room with a man? How come I didn't know my husband was such a petty person before? Tonight you sleep on the floor. Don't, no it's wrong. Su Meier hurriedly conceded. She was a different person from the Su Meier who had a tough attitude just now. That said, what should we do if Fang Wuxi checks you out? You've been looking into this for 20 years and you haven't found anything, so he's going to be able to find out a dickens of a lot. Su Meier nodded slightly. Also, go to the 3rd floor later and get more stuff. What for? Su Meier was a bit confused. Today that kid wrapped the building, this money can't be counted on us, take as much as you can, I'm not sure how many strips will be torn. Yes, my lord. Chapter 28, Chess Game, Chess Player. Fang Wuxi watched Yang Yan leave with Su Meier from the top floor. Clenched fists cause veins to bulge. Anger is written all over his face. Gongzi, should we check that kid's background? Is the arm okay? Fang Wuxi turned his head to look at the young man who had already been bandaged up. Thank you, sir, for not killing me. Take things easy in the future, it's not guaranteed that the other party is some big shot, and I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. I'll keep in mind the lesson of the prince. After Fang Wuxi finished speaking, he turned around and continued to observe Su Meier and Yang Yan's movements. Find out the kid's details for me, and anyone who has come into contact with him, bring them back to me, I want to interrogate them one by one. Fang Wuxi revealed an evil smile after he finished speaking. My subordinate will do it now. After the man left, Fang Wuxi started talking to himself. The meridians are all broken at the 3rd level of Jiedan, interesting. At this moment, Yang Yan and Su Meier had already walked to the street less than 100 meters away from the venue. It's long been out of Fang Wuxi's sight. Do you think this Fang Wuxi will come after you? Su Meier opened her mouth. I guess it's inevitable. Did he pursue you? Su Meier nodded. Then it will definitely come after me. How did you know he courted me? That kind of thing can only be read from man to man, that looks at you differently, blind guess. I didn't have anything with him, just a few words. Yang Yan reached out and touched Su Meier's hair. I know, I trust you, don't be nervous. What about him moving you? It would be fine if it was somewhere else, but in Yuanwu City even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to kill me. So confident? Who can bail you out? Well, it's hard to say, it's probably because I'm familiar with the big and small alleys of Yuanwu City can run away. It's good that Su Meier doesn't know some things you're familiar with if you haven't been back in 20 years. It's not like this Yuanwu City has been torn down and rebuilt, how come I can't familiarize myself with it? Too lazy to fight with you. Tomorrow is the competition for pills. Want to go and take a look? Yang Yan was puzzled for a moment. So there's still a bit of fairness present in terms of potions? Of course, alchemists and formation masters are too scarce. This kind of those family disciples do not dare to mess around. No, the inside story of the people are to go to knock the 9 desolate bell. Want to make money with the examiner next to the small bell inside will ring. Regarding martial arts, even if you don't have the talent, you can reach the Jindan realm in your lifetime. But without talent in formation and alchemy, even if you die, you may not reach the entry level. Yang Yan doesn't know much about beast masters. Is your clan short of both? Yang Yan faintly said. It's not exactly a shortage, but what if we could run into a wunderkind? In the midst of the small talk, Yang Yan unintentionally noticed an old man not far ahead of him. The old man's eyes were clearly on him. From a distance, Yang Yan could sense the old man's distinctive aura. To the casual observer, it would have been more of a kindly gesture. But that didn't confuse Yang Yan. There's also a sense of oppression on the old man. Although he was very restrained, he couldn't hide it from Yang Yan's senses. You go back first, the old man is supposed to be looking for me. Yang Yan said to Su Mayer. You recognize? I don't know you, but I will soon, don't worry, you go back first. If Yang Yan said so, Su Mayer would naturally feel relieved. Then he left Yang Yan like that. And Yang Yan walked alone in the direction of the old man. Count yourself smart, come with me. The old man spoke. Then the old man grabbed Yang Yan's arm and rose up into the air. He flew all the way to the top of the lakeside pavilion 10 miles away from Yuanwu City. The pavilion was lavishly decorated with gilt wood. Yang Yan knew that this was not the original appearance, but a small formation. Although it was a formation, Yang Yan could truly feel the existence of this pavilion. This old man is not simple. There's an unfinished game of chess on the table. Can you play chess? A little. Then sit down. Yang Yan took off his hat and sat down. When the old man saw Yang Yan's face, he froze for a moment. But it quickly came back to me. Yang Yan sat on the white side and took a brief look at the game. White will lose in less than 10 moves. The old man sat on the black side of the board with an expressionless face. Does the young man see anything? What else am I supposed to play in this surefire game? The old man then laughed. You know something about chess, do you know who I am? Yang Yan shook his head. Not knowingly. Nangong family Nangong Wentian. You're that old? Yang Yan's words caused Nangong Wentian to be somewhat surprised. My little friend has seen me? It was only then that Yang Yan realized he had said the wrong thing. Who doesn't recognize the head of the 4 great families, Nangong Wentian? I've only heard your story and seen your portrait when you were young. I see, so do you know what I've come to see you about? After Nangong Wentian finished speaking, he played a black piece. This is a hint for Yang Yan to play chess. I guess it's because of Tang Xiaohua. Yang Yan also played a white piece. White doesn't attack or defend. He's just playing around. Nangong Chitian smiled, then played another black piece. How did you see the secret of the soup flower? I like to read some ancient things since I was a child. The 9 heavenly Linglong body is born with a Linglong heart, simple and upright, which is a characteristic that can't be hidden. After Yang Yan finished, he made a messy white move. You saw it, yet you let it go to the Yaohe Holy Land. Why? Nangong Wentian is playing again. Does it matter? Do you know the evil side behind the Genmudo Congress? Just found out today. After a few words, Yang Yan played the 3rd white disc. Today's great general of the martial kingdom, Fang Hu, likes to kill, is temperamental, and takes pleasure in killing. Did you know that? Just found out today. Yang Yan is still saying the same thing. Then do you know that this Yuan Wu Dao conference is an event that Fang Hu proposes to organize to watch theater fights, see blood and take human lives for entertainment? Hey, that I don't really know. Then Nangong asked for the last black piece. And this is a move that white can never win. Yang Yan didn't pick up the white discs when he knew it was already a kill. It's reasonable to say that no one can tell about Tang Xiaohua's physique, so after she fails the test I can enter the arena, then reveal the hidden secrets of this dirty assembly. Yang Yan had already guessed Nangong Wentian's plan. And then what? You can beat Fang Hu? Your family also has an army of 100,000? Yang Yan visually estimated that Nangong Wentian's cultivation level was also in the cave void. Contrasted with a general who crawled out of the dead, the two cavities are completely different. After planning for so many years, it was pierced by a single look from you. What could be more convincing than a test that even the top 10 physiques of the ancient times couldn't pass? Thanks to you, I'm just like white now, I'm bound to lose. Yang Yan stood up after listening. You know what chess players are afraid of? Nangong Chitian shook his head. Not some chess player who makes one move and counts 10, but someone who stirs the pot. Yang Yan lifted the chessboard after he finished speaking, and the pieces instantly spilled out all over the place. Did white lose? Not really. Chapter 29, the game begins anew. Nangong Wentian froze. He never thought there was a way. The board has been tipped over, and it's all up in the air as to who will win and who will lose with black and white. Could it be that you have something else up your sleeve? Nangong Wentian began to think of Yang Yan in a different way. You want to abolish the Yuan Wu Dao assembly for so many years to come up with this one solution? Fang Hu is strong and has a heavy hand. Apart from exposing and dismantling him, there is only one way left to kill him. Then kill it. Nangong Wendian looked at Yang Yan's expression that didn't look like he was joking. Third level of Jiedan, what can you do? No, you also said that I'm just a weakling of the third Jiedan layer, what can I do? Then what's the point of saying that? Such people will naturally be sanctioned by someone. Where is my turn? Nangong Wendian looked lost. Come on, go somewhere with me. After saying that, Nangong Wendian closed the formation. The lake is under his feet. Without the support of the formation, Yang Yan has been floating in the center of the lake. Nangong Wendian once again took Yang Yan's hand. I don't know how long I flew, but I came to a forest. It's very cold here. It's very cloudy. Plus, the sun had already set, and the darkness was eerie. Led by Nangong Wendian to an open space. It's like someone deliberately cleaned this place out. Above the ground is a small, raised hill. Undoubtedly, these are all graves. Yang Yan froze. These are all the people who participated in the Yuan Wudao conference who were killed by those lineage disciples. At a glance, there are hundreds of graves here. How come? Except for the poor people who entered and their families. Nangong Wendian choked up a bit on his words. Family? During the competition, because of the strength is not good, accidental death can be compensated for 500,000 taels of silver. This money or Fang Hu out of the money. After the end of the General Assembly, Fang Hu will be sent to follow these people to receive compensation until the home, and then this person's home inside the living all killed, and then get the money back. Is this why there have been people attending the convention? As long as we kill everyone who knows about it, no one will know that the casualty payout for this Yuan Wudao tournament is actually a scam. The level of filth behind this Yuan Wudao conference is beyond Yang Yan's imagination. Does the martial emperor know about such things? Yang Yan asked. What's the point of knowing without enough evidence? If you don't kill Fang Hu, there will still be the Immortal Dao Conference, the Cultivator Conference, and the Merit Exchange Conference next, so what's the point of tearing him down? Once I saw with my own eyes a family of 4 young and old all die in front of me, while I could only hide inside the formation unable to do anything about it. The helplessness of the moment and the despair of the moment seemed to have materialized. Yang Yan saw it all. As soon as the words were spoken, a fire appeared not far away. And they're still approaching Yang Yan's position. It's a carriage. The man on the carriage looks familiar to Yang Yan. It wasn't until the carriage came to Yang Yan's side that he realized it was Lu Shoufang. Lu Shoufang got out of the car as soon as he saw Yang Yan. What are you doing here at night? Yang Yan asked Lu Shoufang. Didn't you tell me to take care of the corpse of that old woman's son? I hastily bought a coffin and rented a carriage and pulled it over. I see, hard work, getting paid to do a job. By the way, what are you doing here? Lu Shoufang was a bit confused. This one next to me brought me here. You seem to have more than one coffin in this car, don't you? Nangong Wendian suddenly spoke. Lu Shoufang was silent. Yang Yan rushed to the back to check out my 2 coffins. Didn't only one person die today? Whose was the other coffin? It's the old woman's. Lu Shoufang's words began to tremble a little. Who did this? Yang Yan shouted. Fang Hu's son. After the old woman finished crying, I took her to choose a coffin to come. On the way I bumped into General Fang's son. Next to the guards seemed to say something to him then. Said what? He said this is the mother of the contestant killed by the male son today. They only have a mother and son in their house. After killing them, they don't have to pay 500,000 taels of silver. Then General Fang's son said to do it cleanly, and after that it's... Lu Shoufang had begun to choke on his words, and tears dripped to the ground. You're not to blame for this, so let's give the mother and child a proper burial first. Yes. Then Lu Shoufang returned to the carriage and continued on his way. It's not a good feeling to be powerless, is it? Nangong Wendian said from the sidelines. It does feel bad. How many people are in Fang Hu's family? What do you want? Just say it. You must have done this kind of research, right? Fang Hu has 4 wives, 3 sons, and a daughter, plus his parents and servants. There are at least 50 people in the general's residence. Yang Yan nodded thoughtfully. It's a bit unrealistic for you, a Jiedan 3rd layer, to break in and kill Fang Hu. Who said I was going to break in? And by the way, who is that soup little flower to you? My daughter, real name Nangong Ji. So do you want to claim it back? Since she's being looked at by the Yao Qi Holy Land, then let her stay there and cultivate. Well then, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Yang Yan leaped up, stepping on a fallen leaf to catch. It was gone in seconds. Is this the shadowless steppe? Forgot to ask what that guy's name was. Nangong Wendian turned around and saw Lu Shoufang digging a hole, so he went to help. That young man just now, do you know his name? Lu Shoufang was a bit surprised. Don't you recognize him? Just met him, but didn't get a chance to ask his name. His name is Yang Yan, and there's a shovel on the wagon, so help dig. Nangong Wendian froze instantly after hearing these 2 names. Thinking back to Yang Yan's appearance just now, it all fits. Could it be the man? Yang Yan has returned to Yuanwu City with his shadowless steps. Even though he can't fly, he still has this little trick up his sleeve. The first thing I did when I returned to Yuanwu City was to go to Bai Shishir's residence. I just pushed open the door and saw Su Meier and Bai Shishir trying on the ice silk footwear I just bought today. Back? Where have you been? Went for a stroll around the city. Yang Yan sat down and took a sip of tea after he finished speaking. Even though I'm using lightweight, I'm really tired. Pak ZZ looks upset. What did you guys go and do while I was asleep? Yang Yan didn't answer by sure. Give me the relentless fire. Su Meier froze for a moment. How did you know the relentless fire was on me, and what are you trying to do? Murder, of course. Who do you, a Jiedan third layer, want to kill? That's just it. Bai Shishir chimed in. Who said anything about me doing it? Su Meier seemed to have thought of something, then took out the emotionless fire. Who are you going to kill? Su Meier asked after handing over the emotionless fire to Yang Yan. Fenghu, change the water in the backyard pool and wait for me immediately at home. Yang Yan took the emotionless fire and went out. He still knows the truth. Su Meier faintly said, Alright, our husband is strong, go change the water. Bai Shishir said from the sidelines. Also, Chapter 30 Lone Gate Shuro Road. It was almost midnight when Yang Yan left Bai Shishir's room. The streets are much less crowded. Because of the curfew rules now anyone who dares to roam the streets is a monk. But the people who run the stalls and stores are ordinary people. The street is missing a bit of flavor. Only the brothels and gambling houses are still lit up. Of course, this is not Yang Yan's goal. He used the shadowless steps to sneak into the palace with ease. It was so fast that the soldiers at the gate didn't notice. Yang Yan came to a large door with his memory. The door towered over the darkness like an impenetrable barrier. There were no soldiers standing guard around, not to mention a flicker of firelight, and the whole scene was plunged into deathly silence and darkness. This area is in stark contrast to the bustling, illuminated palace, as if it were completely isolated from the rest of the world. The oppressive, suffocating atmosphere added endless mystery to the place. There should have been a sign on the door identifying the identity or purpose, but there was nothing on it. Yang Yan knocked on the door symbolically. Soon two men in masks stepped out. One of them has two horns on top of his mask. The other one has only one corner. But without exception the masks take on a creepy feel, as if they were evil spirits from the depths of hell. Its sharp, razor-sharp fangs were chilling. The open bloody mouth on the mask was even more hideous, as if a fierce demon was preparing to devour all life. It revealed endless malice and ferocity. The entire mask exuded an evil aura. The masked man didn't say anything, and the two instantly knelt down after Yang Yan took out the emotionless fire. Lone Sect Shirato meets Sect Master. The two men spoke almost in unison. Okay, now that the Shirato mask is so handsome, take me in. Yes. The two masked men led Yang Yan through the door. Behind the gate, it's a completely different scene from the outside. It's all lit up and crowded. And all of them are wearing masks. It's like a training ground. It's hard to imagine that there's such a large area behind the gate if you don't come in. And so many others. Some of the usual weapons, swords, knives and clubs, are all over the place. It's a shame the smell of blood is missing here. But that oppressive feeling is no joke. And the sense of oppression is even stronger after seeing Yang Yan come in. For a moment, all eyes were on Yang Yan. Suddenly it's a little uncomfortable. Yang Yan said to himself. Then not far from the house came out a man who was about the same height and size as Yang Yan. He wears a very special mask. Everyone else's mask is black and his is bright green. It's even more horrible and hideous. This person also froze in place after seeing the merciless fire in Yang Yan's hand, but quickly came back to his senses and opened his mouth to ask. Who is the visitor? Yang Yan. Two simple words brought everyone in the room to one knee. Okay, cut the crap. Yang Yan walked to the side of the person wearing the emerald green mask after he finished speaking. You're the jade-faced Shura here, aren't you? Yes, Gate Master. How many people are here? 120. Yang Yan was shocked for a moment. He didn't think there were still so many people after 20 years had passed. All out to kill someone. Kill who? Fenghu, I don't want to see the general's house alive. Yang Yan turned around and left after saying. By the way, take this sword to headquarters and put it there. I won't need it for a while. Afterwards, Yang Yan stuck the relentless fire on the ground and left. When Yang Yan was still a martial emperor, there were many people he wanted to kill but couldn't because of this identity. That's when the Lone Ranger was born. I don't read orders, I don't listen to orders, I just listen to Yang Yan's words. Afterwards, over time, the Lone Gate split into two paths, Tianji Dao and Shura Dao. One for intelligence gathering and one for assassination. 20 years have passed, and Yang Yan is just trying his luck to see if these people are still around. It's not right to let Su Meier and Bai Shishir assassinate the general. And now Yang Yan has no cultivation, so he has to come here. At this moment, Yang Yan had already used the shadowless steps to walk out of the palace. And I wonder how many people are in this Lone Gate now. It still turned out well, and they're still willing to listen to an invalid with a broken meridian. They're all too smart to not even recognize their own bosses. This relentless fire is just the icing on the cake. Yang Yan's reserved means. But that would certainly reveal one thing. Once Martial Emperor Yang Yan is still alive. After all, the Lone Sect only listens to Yang Yan's word of mouth. Even the current Martial Emperor Chen Yunma can do nothing about them. Can't shout, can't kill. Every man in the Shirato is skilled in killing. Often it's a 1-2 punch. Ruthless. Chen Yunma naturally knows the existence of the Shirato, but he cannot drive away. I still have to make a trip to Tianjidao tomorrow, ouch. As Yang Yan was on his way back to Bai Shishir's room, black shadows flashed across the sky. That means they're out there. This is a big event tonight. Yang Yan is afraid to run all the way back. Su Meier and Bai Shishir were just about to lie down when Yang Yan came back. Back so soon? Su Meier got up in a hurry. Now that you're back, go take a shower. Bai Shishir's face was full of anticipation after she finished speaking. Hold on for a moment, get to business, we have to go to the north tomorrow. That fast? Su Meier was full of reluctance, this place was full of good memories. Tomorrow the Yuan Wadeo conference will probably be cancelled, so what are you guys still staying here for? You're going to come back with me to the Yaoqi Holy Land to see the Holy Lord. Bai Shishir's words reminded Yang Yan. I almost forgot there was this, is the Holy Lord still the same expressionless guy all day? Shirato nodded her head. The Holy Maiden of Yaoan lost her holy body, although it violated the rules of Yaoan. But after all, Sissy has been an honest woman for so many years. It's probably not enough if only Tang Xiaohua makes up for it. It takes the parties involved to come forward. I really don't want to see her, all day long she's all stone-faced and cold. She's known you for so many years too, if anyone else went it wouldn't necessarily work, but you'll definitely work. Bai Shishir looked at Yang Yan with firm eyes and said, I still have to make a trip back to the Acacia sect tomorrow, the sect leader handover ceremony still needs to happen. Su Meier's tone was obviously a bit reluctant. Why do I feel as if I'm busier when I'm not the martial emperor? Because Yang Yan still has to go to Tianjidao tomorrow to ask them to block the information. By the way, I'm going to ask if it's true about the Yin Yang bone flower. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, there was a guy who stayed outside the fence for a long time today. Bai Shishir said faintly. I think it's peeking at our great saintess, whatever, take a bath. Yang Yan was ready to head to the backyard after he finished speaking. Su Meier and Bai Shishir immediately moved to follow them. Yang Yan turned around. You two aren't allowed to follow, you have to get up really early tomorrow, no messing around. After that, Yang Yan walked to the backyard. But unfortunately, Su Meier and Bai Shishir are not obedient girls. Chapter 31, The Way of the Heavenly Chance. Yang Yan leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool, slightly tilted his head and closed his eyes. Enjoy this cozy moment. It's quiet around here. Yang Yan could feel the changes taking place within his body. The aura is starting to stir. The warm water around us boils with it. Bai Shishir and Su Meier just wanted to go into the water and froze on the shore when they saw this scene. Out of balance again so soon. Su Mei's eyes were filled with worry. You two stay away from me. Yang Yan shouted. Su Meier and Bai Shishir didn't know what was going on now, but they did as they were told. Yang Yan began to exercise, his body's aura gushed out. The pool water was instantly blown away, creating a small rainfall area. And Yang Yan's body has stabilized at this time, because there's no more aura in his body. With no meridians and no dantian, it was already a miracle that the aura could be in the body for so long. Yang Yan looked at his hands and felt the changes within his body. Interesting, refining body first layer. This also corresponds to what Gu Ronghua said. Sooner or later, the aura in Yang Yan's body will dissipate. Bai Shishir and Su Meier rushed over when they saw this. How are you? Refining body layer? Su Meier looked at Yang Yan incredulously. Brother Yan, you don't have aura in your body anymore, won't you be out of balance? Shirato was a little excited. That means no need to go to that dangerous place in the north. Aren't you too cold standing up there? Yang Yan changed the subject. Bai Shishir and Su Meier went into the water after hearing that. Yang Yan took Bai Shishir in his arms and said into her ear. This Northland is still going. Why? Bai Si wondered. Inside your body is the aura of Supreme Yang. As long as that kind of thing still happens, then Yang Yan's internal aura will definitely be out of balance, unless you can endure it. Su Meier explained from the side. The reasoning is this. Yang Yan agrees. That indeed can't be resisted. This Northland still has to go. Yang Yan grabbed Bai Shishir's shoulders with both hands, eyes full of apologies. That's a shock for Shirato. What's wrong with you, Yan? The Yin aura of the Bai cold pill is too strong. I need you to transfer your aura to me to keep the aura in my body smooth. At this, Bai Shishir naturally did not refuse, and after sitting down, she stretched out her hands and transferred Reiki into Yang Yan's body. Yang Yan woke up from his dream at noon the next day. The body still feels heavy. Yang Yan sat up and began to check the changes in his body. The two auras in the body have maintained their balance. Yang Yan then shook Su Meier awake. Su Meier slowly opened her eyes after she rolled over a bit. Good morning. Get up. You still have to go back to the Harmony sect today. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he took the lead to get out of bed and put on his clothes. Su Meier sat up, her eyes not yet fully open, and beamed at Yang Yan and opened her arms. Yang Yan put on his clothes and then went up and first responded to Su Meier's lips before picking her up in a hug. Su Meier tied up Yang Yan with her hands and feet, walked to the front of the dressing table before Su Meier loosened obediently sat down. Yang Yan, on the other hand, skillfully picked up a comb and tended to Su Mei's soft green silk. You haven't done that for me in 20 years. Su Mei suddenly opened her mouth. Come on, I'm not here right now. I'm going back to the Acacia sect today. Well, I know. Su Mei tried to make Yang Yan show an expression of reluctance. It'll make her feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Yang Yan smiled. I'm going to miss you. I know. Despite the fact that 20 years had passed, Yang Yan was still very skillful, not only in combing his hair skillfully, but also in holding Su Mei's small mind. After combing Su Mei's hair and then changing her clothes, she was ready to go out. After walking out of the room gently, Yang Yan and Su Mei split up into two groups. Yang Yan's pace was quick, as the time was already ringing noon, and it was expected that things had already spread out. I've just walked down the street and I can already hear passers-by talking about it. Have you heard? Great General Fong's entire family of over 60 people died last night. What? General Fong is a cave void powerhouse, with a heavy hand, who is so capable. Don't you believe it yet? The heads of General Fong's family are hanging above the city gates on the east side. It's horrible. Is it such a big deal to know who did it? I heard it was the ghost-faced Shura, but this organization disappeared 20 years ago, so how did it suddenly pop up again now? The words of the bystanders' discussion had caught Yang Yan's attention. He didn't give the order to hang the heads of Fong whose family above the city gates. Shirato never does anything outside of Yang Yan's orders. There was a change of plan. Yang Yan didn't go to the headquarters of Tianji Dao, but rushed to the eastern city gate. This place has been packed for a long time, and heavily guarded. Ordinary people couldn't get close at all, but from a distance you could also see that there were indeed a few heads above the city gates. Yang Yan counted 10 heads. It does look a little scary, but it's too far away, so Yang Yan wants to confirm it further. Just when Yang Yan was still thinking of a solution, Gu Rongwa came. He was protected by two men of considerable skill. Gu Rongwa was also a bit surprised to see Yang Yan. Little friend, why are you here? I heard something was wrong and came to see. How can you see clearly from here? Come inside with me. That's a dare. The Yuan Wadeo conference was organized by Fong Hu, and Gu Rongwa was helping to treat those injured in the Yuan Wadeo conference. These two must be related in some way. It's normal for Gu Rongwa to come here after such a big event. With Gu Rongwa leading the way, it's a smooth journey. Yang Yan had a clear view of the city gates. Fong Hu's head Yang Yan did recognize it, but the other Fong Hu's wife and children did not. But there are no familiar faces on it. Fong Wu sure is not on it. Strange, why isn't Fong Hu's eldest son up there? Gu Rongwa said from the sidelines. This is too appalling, Elder Gu, I'll leave first. Ha ha ha, okay. After bidding farewell to Gu Rongwa, Yang Yan walked to a busy building from memory. The magnificence of the decorations and the magnitude of the even people passing by would look twice. The plaque at the entrance reads, listening to the rain. I can't believe it's all developed to this size. Yang Yan sighed. Just as Yang Yan wanted to walk in, two men dressed in black approached him. Sect Master, follow me. Yang Yan was not surprised. After all, he had already used the Shirato, so the Tianji Dao, which was gathering intelligence, would definitely be aware of it. Lead the way. For security reasons, the two men in black clothes took Yang Yan to the back. Then we passed through layers of secret rooms before finally arriving at the headquarters of Tianji Dao. As far as the eye can see, there are bamboo slips and books. Portraits of some important people were hung up. In the center is Yang Yan's portrait. They didn't exist when he started Tianji Dao. They're all smart, lightweight men who go out to collect information. At that time, there were less than 20 people in Tianji Dao, but now there are at least 50 people working here alone. It's been a long time, Gatekeeper. Chapter 32, Curiosity Kills More Than Cats. Yang Yan turned around slowly when he heard a familiar voice. A man with long hair smiled at him. You can tell by your temperament that you're well read. The only downside is that he's blind in his right eye and has a finger-length scar. It's been a long time indeed, Mo Wu. This is not the place to talk, follow me. Yang Yan followed Mo Wu's steps inside a small room. There are a lot of paintings hanging in the room. Even Yang Yan, a layman, can tell that these paintings are not simple. Each one has its own charm. Other than that, there are only a few books left. What does Sect Master want to know about this visit? Mr. Mo will definitely know everything. Why isn't the head of Fong Hu's oldest son, Fong Wuxi, on top of the city gate? Originally I was wondering too, because I heard about the Shirato out last night, and although it's hard to believe, you're the only one who can make them, but you never make moves like that, Sect Master. Yang Yan grunted and laughed. That's all you guys know. That's why early in the morning I sent people to investigate, and found out that it was Fong Wuxi's carriage that appeared in the east of the city this morning, and then today strange news came about. Speaking of which, Yang Yan had already guessed what was going on. Alright, I know. Is it true that northern realm Yang-born boneflower is going to bloom? Last month got the news, indeed it is true. It is estimated that there is still half a month to open. Door Master, you want? Yang Yan estimated that it would be almost half a month to go to the Northland from here. And the kind that travels slowly in a horse-drawn carriage. According to the speed of Bai Shirshir's cranes, it's only a matter of 3 days. But it's a pity that Yang Yan's body can't stand the pressure of that kind of speed. I'm done asking what I wanted to ask. Is there anything you want to ask? Yang Yan quietly looked at Mo Wu. Where is the reason for a henchman to ask the sect master? The sect master must have his own ideas. Since you are still alive, that is the best thing that could happen to our lone sect. Good thing too. I guess I won't say anything even if you ask. Try to block out the news of ghost-faced Shura's re-emergence. It's a bit hard to do. After all, too many people saw what happened at the East City Gate, and it could spread out of Yuanwu City in less than a day. It's done, so spread the word. It's not like I showed up. But some of the major powers don't think so. They all know that Shirato only listens to Martial Emperor Yang Yan's word of mouth, I'm afraid. Just know it, they wouldn't dare to trouble me, would they? Yang Yan finished. Mo Wu showed a smile. Yeah, what's he worried about? Even if this guy in front of him is weak. But the prestige of the Martial Emperor from back then was still there, so I'm afraid that by now there were already people who were already sitting on their hands. With a ruthless fire to unify the world, it can be said that it is truly unprecedented. By the way, how many people are there in both Shura Dao and Tianji Dao now? We're not really sure about the Shura Dao, they act covertly, and the Tianji Dao currently has 10,045 people scattered all over the continent, at the mercy of the sect master. Yang Yan was shocked to hear this number. There were only about 20 people when he first started Tianji Dao. There were hundreds of people in Shirato. Well, the past 20 years ago? Yang Yan no longer thought much about it, just enough people. It's also hard work for you. In addition, you send someone to find Feng Wuxi's whereabouts, and then have someone from the Shura Dao bring in to meet me at Holy Maiden of Yao Qi's temporary residence. Here. That's enough for today, I have to go beforehand. This Listening Rain House is the best restaurant in Yuanwu City, even the current Martial Emperor has come to taste it. Won't you stay for a bite? Yang Yan shook his head. Another time, I really have something going on right now. If we don't go back, Baici should wake up. Those who don't see Yang Yan when they wake up will probably be interrogated again. Since the sect master has returned, everything in the lone sect is still yours, and so is this Hearing Rain building. You worked hard to start it yourself, run it well. Yang Yan had then turned to leave. After walking out of the room, the two men in black clothes still led the way. Because this place is too big, Yang Yan might get lost. Before leaving, Yang Yan looked around. After 20 years, it's hard for Mo Wu to work with these people. After leaving the Listening to Rain building, Yang Yan went straight to Bai Shishir's residence. Mo Wu watched Yang Yan leave from the small window. Tears were squeezed out at some point. It's been 20 years, and it's really you, gatekeeper. Mo Wu has been looking for Yang Yan for 20 years. Everyone at the lone sect doesn't believe Yang Yan is dead. It's like what Bai Shishir did with Su Meier, just based on intuition. It was like a dream to actually stand in front of him now. At this time, Yang Yan had already returned to the Holy Maiden's residence using the shadowless steps, only to be stopped at the outside door. And it wasn't the guards that stopped him. Instead, it's a creepy-looking man. Kid, my patriarch would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Your patriarch? Who is it? Moon Shadow Sect, Li Xiangfeng. Yang Yan's brain worked quickly and realized that he hadn't heard of this number. What a cat or dog, don't recognize it. After saying that, Yang Yan ignored the lewd man. The man still wanted to go forward to stop Yang Yan but was scared back by the eyes of the guards in front of him. The guards at the Virgin's residence are no joke. He had to leave because he couldn't get the upper hand on his own. After entering the room and realizing that Bai Shishir was still awake, Yang Yan was also relieved. Su Meier should have returned to the Acacia sect by now. The only thing Yang Yan can do now is to wait. Wait for Shirato's men to bring Feng Wuxi to the door. Yang Yan sat down, quieted his mind and began to feel the changes within his body. Just by using the shadowless step to go there and back, his cultivation level has dropped to the 3rd level of Jindan. Aura is like a disposable item with him. And this also confirms that Yang Yan can get temporary aura in some way. He didn't really know what it was. But this method is more difficult for Bai Shishir and Su Meier. For further confirmation, Yang Yan got up and walked to the backyard. The body begins to move. Then a powerful aura coalesced in Yang Yan's left hand. Yang Yan clenched his fist and punched the air, accompanied by a tiger's roar. Not far from the opposite side of the wigwam, stone instantly blew up. The sound resonates throughout the backyard. Yang Yan felt bad. Finished. Back in the room, Shirley had already sat up and rubbed her eyes. She was just about to get up to check what was going on when she was relieved to see that it was Yang Yan. Awake? I'm so tired, I don't want to move. Yang Yan smiled. It would be strange not to be tired. There were some things that even the strongest of the realm could not resist. Yang Yan came forward and sat at the end of the bed. I'm sorry for waking you up. Bai Shishir didn't say anything but obediently lay on Yang Yan's lap, then smiled and closed his eyes. What were you just doing? Baici asked. I just tried the yellow level technique Tiger's Whistle Fist in the backyard, and it's already dropped from the 4th level of Jindan to the 1st level of Jindan. So you can consume aura to use feats? You could say that. But how did you get your psychic powers? Yang Yan looked at Bai Shishir. You really want to know? Kind of curious. Ah. Curiosity kills more than cats. Chapter 33 New Issues. Bai Shishir felt bad and pushed Yang Yan away. Wait, I think I already know that, no need to demonstrate. Yang Yan, who was on the sidelines, almost laughed out loud. Bai Shishir was really scared, she hadn't slowed down last night until now, not to mention another time. Okay, no kidding, the spiritual energy in me is probably borrowed from you guys, it's kind of a disposable item. Yang Yan guessed. Wouldn't that bring you back to your strongest realm? Bai Shishir's eyes lit up. Yang Yan shook his head. This aura will dissipate at a certain time, plus Su Mayor with you is at most at the Jindan stage, right? Then could it be that the two of us are too weak, and that's why you're not absorbing much aura? Yang Yan is puzzled. It's also possible, although it's said that Cave Void is already considered strong in the Martial Kingdom, it's still a bit inferior compared to those guys from the Demon race and the Devil race. But I can feel that the aura in my body strengthens a few points after each time. That's what I'm even more curious about. Su Mayor even raised a realm after the first time. Bai Shishir was listening to the clouds, it was no longer something they could explain clearly. But I have to say it's a good thing. Wouldn't it be easier to find one with a strong realm? Yang Yan froze after hearing what Bai Shishir said. Do you think all those powerful people are cabbages? Little Smoke would be quite suitable, she used to be the strongest except for you, and I guess she's already a transitional perfection now. Yang Yan quickly waved his hand. Then forget it, engage in fake death and disappear for 20 years, by the time she knows that I'm still alive now then it's probably no different from being dead. Then there are two more candidates, the demons. Yang Yan extended his palm to cover Bai Shishir's mouth. It's better to think long and hard about this kind of thing. What kind of crooked ideas are you coming up with? Pak ZZ laughed. What have you learned the hard way in 20 years? No, I'm just helping you out. Who cares? Yang Yan pushed Sissy down. Wait, Yan. Just as Shirado was begging for mercy, there was a knock at the door. Yang Yan instantly knew who it was, so he let go of Bai Shishir and walked towards the door. Push open the door to see two men in ghost masks. And there's a sack on the ground, still squirming. Open it. Yang Yan opened his mouth. Inside the sack is Feng Wuxi. The moment he saw Yang Yan he felt like the sky had collapsed. One look at the people of Shirado and then Yang Yan gave up the struggle. Yang Yan squatted down and removed the towel that was blocking Feng Wuxi's mouth. Anything you want to say? Ha, I didn't expect it to be you, that's ridiculous. The current Feng Wuxi completely lost the elegance that he had yesterday at Manpower House. It's more like a madman. Did you release Feng Hu's head? Of course, after dying in the general's residence the Martial Emperor will surely send someone to suppress this matter, then 100,000 heavy soldiers will be that villains, only if Feng Hu's death is publicized will I be able to take over those soldiers, ha? Yang Yan didn't think that far ahead. It's kind of a character. Why did you kill my whole family? Why? Feng Wuxi was very agitated, but his hands and feet were tied, so he could only simply squirm. Remember that contestant you killed at the Genbu dojo? It seems like you killed his mother as well, right? How can a pariah compare to me? I am the son of the first great general of the Martial Kingdom, the one who will hold military power in the future. There's nothing to say, kill him, hang the head at the East Gate, and spread the word that he's trying to seize military power. Yang Yan's words were naturally addressed to the people of Shiradao. Wait, aren't you that guy? At this Yang Yan just smiled. Have a good trip, go faster and maybe you can catch up with your father. Haha, it's no loss to die by your hand. Feng Wuxi finally knew why Su Mayor was following Yang Yan's side. It's a good thing I've been able to understand. Then Shirado's men took away Feng Wuxi, but there's one Shirado left behind. Feng Wuxi was taken away by another. Why, is there something else? Mr. Mo asked me to convey to you that the tiger talisman is not on Feng Wuxi's person, nor is it in the general's residence. The tiger's talisman? Yang Yan looked puzzled. It's the token that calls the 100,000 strong army of Wei Hu. Okay, I got it. The words have been brought to you, Sect Master, farewell. Yang Yan returned to his room when the matter was settled. Ghost-faced Shura, you actually sent out these people? Shirado shouted. Then otherwise rely on me, a Jindans, to kill a great general of Cave Void? But wouldn't you be exposing the fact that you're still alive? It's hard to say, unless someone goes over my coffin and finds my body isn't in it, then it's exposed. Also, quite a few people saw you buried in the first place. So what are you afraid of if I'm not? But what if someone does go and turn over your coffin? Bai Shishir's words caused Yang Yan to get a little flustered. I don't think so, right? Turning over the coffin of a former martial emperor, who would have the guts to do that? Even Chen Yunma wouldn't dare, right? Chen Yunma might not dare, but I bet Su Hongyan would. Yang Yan's heart seemed to stop beating for a beat when he heard that name. I haven't really thought about this. Where is the martial emperor's tomb? Get a fake corpse to hide for a while and then we'll talk. Longyun Mountain, not far from Yuanwu City. Are you so afraid of Su Hongyan? If I'm kidnapped by Su Hongyan, which one of you two can save me? Paisley thought for a moment. Even if the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Acacia sect are all mobilized, they probably won't be able to attack Tianfeng Kingdom's imperial city. Not to mention asking Su Hongyan for someone. And what if Smokey still likes you? Yang Yan was silent for a while. I don't dare to bet. She is now a female emperor. The transition realm in the entire continent are ranked in the figure. I was still a martial emperor when I didn't use the realm to suppress her. Such a high and proud person is now estimated to want to kill the heart of my heart. Who told you to use your realm to suppress her for nothing? Hey, she used the immortal binding rope to tie me back to the heavenly phoenix kingdom. The immortal binding rope, ah? Legend has it that immortals can't even break free of the magic treasure, ah? Bai Shishi really doesn't know these things, because Su Hongyan was already by Yang Yan's side when she wanted to follow him. How did you escape from a rope that could bind even an immortal? You'll know about this kind of thing later. Go back to the Holy Land first. There's no rush on the coffin side. Okay, I'll call Spirit over. Bai Shishi just wanted to get up, but Yang Yan pressed her down with one hand. In what capacity will I follow you back to the Holy Land? Something will happen if I go back openly like this, right? Didn't you lie to Ling that you were my Dayukai? Keep up the act. That's fine too. Where's Tang Xiaohua? Someone has already been sent to bring it back to the Holy Land first, but the specifics have not been told to the Holy Lord. Pak Zz put on the veil when she finished speaking. A little more mystery. Go. Chapter 34, Su Hongyan goes to Longyun Mountain. Yang Yan, on the other hand, put on his bucket hat in a dashing manner. Finally left the room. Where's Spirit? It should be on the side of the immortal crane. The people from the other Holy Lands have probably already gone back. Okay then, let's go. Walking to the place where the cranes rest. Su Mei's clan ship is no longer here. As soon as I came here, I saw Ling surrounded by several people. Bai Shishi saw this and rushed forward. Yang Yan, on the other hand, continued to walk slowly behind him and was still observing while yellow and black clothes, people from the Phaseless Sword sect. Bai Shishi stepped forward and first released her aura to suppress these people. Calm them down. Little Spirit hugged the humanoid Xianyun crane tightly from behind. From the outside it looks like a little girl. Demonic beasts live longer than humans, and looking at the demonic beast form of Xianyunha was very large. But in human form, it's just like a newborn, with 2 pills in her hair and a flaming red mark above her forehead. And the person leading the other side was a man with long blue hair. Yang Yan knew from the strong demonic energy emanating from his body that this was a Koan transformed into a humanoid form. I wonder what your clan is quarreling with our side over. Bai Shishi spoke up. At this time, Bai Shishi has a look of coldness and haughtiness that a saintly woman should have. The stupid girl's sweet face can only be seen in front of Yang Yan. My name is Ling Koan. I just want to get to know this Miss Immortal Crane. Bai Shishi glanced back at Xianyunha. Xianyunha quickly shook his head. I didn't want to talk to him, he had to make me. Shu Ling also helped to speak at the same time. Exactly. You heard me, my crane doesn't want to talk to you. Okay, I've changed my mind now. I'd like to get to know you, this beautiful young lady. What's your name? The people next to the Phaseless Sword sect saw this and whispered close to Ling Koan's ears. This one in front of you is the Holy Maiden of the Yao Qi Holy Land. It's better for you not to offend her. Saint daughter? That's too weak. I'm an 8th rank demonic beast. Wouldn't I be able to become a saintly son when I go to your place? Ling Koan had just finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. The expression became so hideous that he fell straight to his knees. This feeling won't happen, that man is dead. Ling Koan raised his head and looked in Yang Yan's direction. Although Yang Yan was wearing a bucket hat, how could Ling Koan forget that familiar feeling of oppression? 25 years ago he was slapped back by a man. And that man is Emperor Yang Yan. Yang Yan saw that Ling Koan still had the strength to raise his head to become deeper in punishment. This is the restriction Yang Yan planted in Ling Koan's heart when he defeated him. As long as Yang Yan wanted to, he could make Ling Koan's heart explode across his body in a second. Ah, put. Ling Koan directly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. He looked at Yang Yan with unbelievable eyes and used his last bit of strength to look at him. Yang Yan, on the other hand, stretched out his index finger and pressed it against his lips. Even though it was through the veil, Ling Koan could still tell what kind of action it was. Ling Koan then fainted. Seeing this, the people from the Phaseless Sword sect hurriedly carried away Ling Koan. Lord Holy Maiden, you are generous, let's just pretend that today's matter never happened. The people from the Phaseless Sword sect then left in a sorry state. Bai Shishi looked back at Yang Yan. She knows it's all Yang Yan's doing. Yang Yan, on the other hand, pretended not to know and whistled with his head turned aside. Alright, things are settled, let's go back to the Holy Land. Good. Xianyunha answered, then a white mist instantly rose around him. The fairy cloud crane changed back to its demonic beast form. It's so big. Yang Yan sighed. But as soon as he finished sighing, the crane changed back to its human form. And on the ground. What's wrong with you, Yun? Xiaoling rushed forward to help Xiaoyun up. Suppression. Bloodline suppression, there is something unimaginable in the sky. Bai Shishi and Yang Yan raised their heads to the sky in unison. The sky, which had just been blue and white, had now turned a fiery red. And this sea of fire is still moving. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's not a phoenix, is it? Yang Yan felt bad. The news reached the heavenly phoenix kingdom so quickly? Bai Shishi spoke up. Guess she didn't go back at all. Then again, where was that direction going? Little smoke doesn't seem to be stopping. Bai Shishi pondered a little, then her expression became flustered. This direction seems to be the place to go to Longyun Mountain. Oh, Longyun Shan ah. What? Longyun Shan, Crane's sister quickly take off to catch up ah. Little Spirit and Little Cloud were both dumbfounded. Holy maiden, is this person a cutie? Ah. The situation is urgent, Little Cloud. You quickly transform and go to Longyun Mountain. You have to rush before the phoenix. Sayumi shook her head. I'm afraid I can't, Holy maiden, the bloodline suppression is too severe, and I'll change back to my human form if I get any closer. How far is this place from Dragon Cloud Mountain and where is the location? Yang Yan asked anxiously. Just keep going southeast for 20 miles. Bai Shishir finished and pointed her finger in the southeast direction. There's no time for that, you go back to the Holy Land first, I'll go after I settle this. As soon as Yang Yan's words left his mouth there was only a gust of wind blowing by. He's long gone. Running so fast? What is he, Holy Maiden? Oh my physician, have you not seen it? Ling looked surprised. Isn't that guy only at the Jindan stage? How can he go so fast? Su Meier didn't answer Little Spirit. If you tell her it's the Shadowless Steps, Xiao Ling won't believe you. But there was just such a person who had practiced a Shin level technique to the extreme to reach the threshold of the heaven level. Sissy is just worried that Yang Yan's spiritual power won't last. At this time, Yang Yan had already left Yuanwu City and was traveling through the mountains and forests. It's like a gust of wind. It's completely invisible. There's an old man and a young man in the forest. The old man is passing on knowledge of Kung Fu to the young ones. Child, you must know that the world's martial arts are fast and furious, and in my life I have only lost to one person in comparison to speed. Grandpa, who is that guy? The old man pointed southeast. That man is dead, and no one has been able to beat the old man in speed since. As soon as the old man spoke, he felt a gust of wind blowing by. The old man could feel that this was not the usual wind, which was accompanied by spiritual energy. By the time the old man looked into the distance the spiritual energy had already traveled half a mile away. This is the Shadowless Step? So fast. The old man's instantly doubted life. It's not as fast as it could be. It's like instantaneous transportation. Stay here kid and don't move, I'll be right back. Then the leaves around them flew away and the old man disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Yang Yan's spiritual energy is about to reach the bottom. His cultivation level has dropped to the 9th level of foundation establishment. The Shadowless Steps with full power consumed too much spiritual energy, and Yang Yan also had to open the aura barrier to resist the damage caused by fast movement. And he sensed someone behind him. It's not slow. A bad idea came to mind. Then it lay in the woods. Chapter 35, I'll play myself. The old man slowed down when he realized the aura was gone. Naturally, he noticed Yang Yan on the ground. He rushed down to check it out, lifted Yang Yan's bucket hat then froze for a moment. Then remembered that the man had been dead for 20 years long ago, and came back to his senses. Young man, are you okay? Have you just felt a gust of wind blow by? There's, like, a guy, he just bumped into me and ran that way. Yang Yan pointed to the southeast. Thanks. When the old man finished speaking, he was ready to get up and leave. Wait, are you chasing that guy, old family man? He just hit me, I'm going up there to get a statement from him, can you take me with you? The old man agreed after a moment's reflection. Because he didn't know how far the gust he was chasing had gotten at this point. There's no time to think anymore. Come on up. Yang Yan got on the old man's back. I'm sorry old family, I have no more spiritual power, so I'll have to trouble you. Yang Yan said in his heart. When the old man moves, everything around him becomes a blur. So fast. Although he's not as fast as Yang Yan, he's no ordinary person. I have spent my entire life pursuing speed, and I have only lost to one person in my life, but unfortunately that person is dead. The person you're talking about shouldn't be? Yang Yan felt bad. That's right, the man is lying down on Longyun Mountain. Dare I ask the old gentleman his name? Xiao Qianfeng, they usually call me Venerable Wind. Hearing this name Yang Yan's mind floated a few memory fragments. The simple uncle has become so old now. Yang Yan can't imagine what he's been through. At first, he came to Yang Yan in a rage to compare his speed. Since Xiao Qianfeng lost that day, he has retired from the world. A generation of strong men fell into ruin like this, which led to Yang Yan's guilty conscience. You said you've only lost to one person, old man, so would you like to win that one? This incident was indeed a great blow to me, but then I heard the news of his death and felt as if it was nothing. This is how the world is, the green is better than the blue, I should be happy, and now there is no one under the sky who can compare with me. So you're trying to catch up with that guy now just to compare notes? Young man, you look a lot like the one from Longyun Mountain. Old man can tell you so much you should feel contented. Yang Yan smiled after hearing this temper has not changed. At this time, we could already see the appearance of Longyun Mountain, and we could vaguely see a high tower on the top of the mountain. Yang Yan then leapt up and instantly ran in front of Xiao Qianfeng. There's no need to chase after the old gentleman, next time I'll come and find you in person for a match. Xiao Qianfeng stopped in his tracks. Yang Yan had already disappeared from his line of sight. Ah, I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Qianfeng should have thought of, a foundation 9 layer of the kid was that speed hit a little less is also seriously injured. And pace is the thing that requires the least amount of cultivation enhancement to cultivate to the extreme. Xiao Qianfeng looked at the sky. That one from Longyun Mountain is really popular. And Yang Yan finally ran to the top of the mountain when his aura was exhausted. Glancing at the Sky Phoenix is still a bit far from here. The building that entered Yang Yan's eyes was more like a palace. The door is open. Allow anyone to worship. When you enter the hall, there's a statue of Yang Yan. It's all made of spirit stones and is 9 feet tall. Right below the statue is the spirit tablet. There's a lot of tributes and incense in front of it. Seeing this scene makes Yang Yan feel interesting when he thinks about it. You're here to worship your own spirit. What Yang Yan didn't expect was that there were actually people who came to pay their respects to him. There's an older man in the center. His hair was already slightly pale. Yang Yan could feel that this person was terribly strong just by his back shadow. The man was surrounded by a sharp smell. Now that you're here, let's offer a pillar of incense. The other guy's talking. Good. Before Yang Yan could take 2 steps, a hot aura swept through the entire hall. The old man turned around and walked out slowly. Luckily, Yang Yan was wearing a mask, so he wasn't recognized. But this Uncle Yang Yan recognized him right away. Why is the old man from the Phaseless Sword sect here? I heard Bai Shirshir say that he's no longer the patriarch. I didn't expect to come here to pay tribute to him. This hot and dry aura must be Su Hongyan's arrival as well. Just enough to help Yang Yan hold her back while he goes to find the coffin's location. This palace should have some kind of mechanism leading underground. There's nothing else special here except for this spirit stone statue. Yang Yan stepped forward and groped around, gently moving the incense burner placed in the center. And the statue spun, walked behind the statue and found an extra path to the underground. Yang Yan couldn't think about it anymore, so he took a gamble and went down. After walking down, the spirit fire on the wall lit up by itself. It's a good thing there aren't any organs. Go all the way down to the end of the stairs and there's a coffin not far from there. It's very cold here. There's a piece of ice under the coffin. It's supposed to protect the body. Other than that, there's gold and silver everywhere. But there's no time to pick up anything now. Yang Yan went forward and opened the coffin with all his strength. There were certainly no more bodies in there. But there are 2 swords, a bottle and a ring. There's even a handful of white hairs. Yang Yan recognized these 2 swords. They were the things he gave to Su Mayer in Bai Shirshir. As for the bottle, Yang Yan curiously picked it up and took a look, and found that it was still a good glazed bottle. It contained a drop of golden liquid. Holy, Phoenix Essence blood. Little Smoke is also really willing to give it up. In addition to Su Hongyan can have the Phoenix Essence blood in this world, Yang Yan cannot think of the second person. But the ring, Yang Yan really didn't recognize it. The ring was dark black and had a strange aura to it. It was familiar, but Yang Yan couldn't remember it for a moment. This handful of white hairs didn't need to be guessed to be the woman's. King of the demon race, the 9-tailed demon fox Tushan Menglan. She's also one of the 3 women Yang Yan is most afraid of. This handful of white hairs should be the hairs on Tushan Menglan's tail. I don't know what it means, but it must mean something. Just as Yang Yan was still thinking, a voice came from above him. It's too late to make another body. Yang Yan took off his hat and had to lie in it himself. What more plausible way than to pretend to be a corpse in person? The old man from the Wuji sword sect seems to have quarreled with Su Hongyan. Empress, this is the martial kingdom, and besides, this is still the martial emperor's tomb, so I definitely won't let you fool around. Get out of the way. Su Hongyan roared. The sound almost made Yang Yan's ears ring. Why are you so insistent? It's a great disrespect to open the coffin. No comment. Yang Yan could vaguely hear their conversation. That tough nature still hasn't changed, so it's a good thing my old man is smart. Soon it was quiet up there for a while. Su Hongyan walked to the back of the statue and found the organ that had been opened. At this she just laughed softly and went on her way. Chapter 36, the first generation Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. After walking down the tomb, Su Hongyan realized that the surrounding spirit lamps were all lit up, but that doesn't rule out the fact that the old man from the sword sect of the unseen has just come down here. And none of the formations unless. Yang Yan didn't know that there are actually 5 types of formations here. Each of them can easily kill a Qiankuan realm cultivator. Coincidentally, these formations are useless to Yang Yan. Su Hongyan ruled out the possibility of someone robbing the tomb when she saw that the formation hadn't been triggered. Su Hongyan, who is in the transitional realm, naturally can't be defeated by these formations. She walked up to the coffin and looked at it quietly. After a long struggle in my mind, I finally did it. I pushed open the coffin and saw Yang Yan lying peacefully inside. All illusions are shattered. It's easy for a martial artist to hold his breath. Even Su Hongyan, who was now in a state of emotional upheaval, didn't notice anything was wrong. Who else in the world can mobilize the Shirato besides you? After Su Hongyan finished speaking, Yang Yan felt something dripping onto his face, and then the coffin board closed back up. Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and touched his face. It was found to be a drop of water. This can't be tears, can it? Does a high and mighty empress cry too? This completely overturned Yang Yan's knowledge of Su Hongyan. 20 years ago, Su Hongyan was a high and mighty man. If Yang Yan hadn't been stronger than her at that time, she would have been kidnapped back to Tianfeng Kingdom long ago. But luckily, I managed to get through it. After half an hour, Yang Yan slowly pushed open the coffin board when he heard no movement outside. The 1,000-year-old ice under the coffin has made Yang Yan suffer a lot. Without their training, ordinary people can't resist for long. Hiss, it's cold. Yang Yan dragged his trembling body slowly walked out from inside the coffin. After a few steps in the cold, I heard a voice from above. I didn't think the Empress would come to a place like this. What's it to you? I didn't think it was such a coincidence. Want to go for a drink and chat? I have nothing to talk to you about, and if you want to worship I won't stop you. Then Su Hongyan left without looking back. Why are each and every one of them pining for a dead man? Why? The man who then shouted released his spiritual pressure. It's not that the man is sick, is it? Yang Yan's face is so innocent. It's been 20 years since you died, what the hell good are you? The rest is just a bunch of whining. This convinced Yang Yan that this person is sick. After a while, there was no sound outside, and Yang Yan was relieved to go out. The Great Hall is empty. Yang Yan can see that the phoenix has flown away. This time, it's all over. Sorry Smokey, I'll see you as soon as I get things sorted out. Yang Yan looked back at his statue after he finished speaking. I'm so proud of what I've done. Then he turned and left. There's no rush on the way back. It's useless to be anxious. Now Yang Yan's cultivation level has dropped to the Qi refining realm. We'll have to take it one step at a time. On the way back, I saw Xiao Qianfeng again. At this time he is teaching his pupil. After seeing Yang Yan, he also smiled. I thought it would be a long time before we could see each other, but I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Just worship the martial emperor and come back, or it takes much time. Why don't we compare now? The long simmering hot blood in Xiao Qianfeng's body boiled up again. He hadn't felt this way in 25 years. The aura in my body is depleted. I am now in the refined Qi realm. Next time, there will be a chance. This is the first time I've heard of a realm falling after the aura runs out. There's no such thing as a big world. Are you using the shadowless step? Yang Yan nodded. There's nothing to hide. You're the second person I've seen who has cultivated the shadowless steps to the extreme. No, the second one you saw was actually the first. Xiao Qianfeng froze. What do you mean? Literally, I'm not dead. Xiao Qianfeng began to laugh to the sky after hearing this. I told you, how can there be a second person in this world who is faster than me? Losing to you again is not a loss. You trust me that much? It's not that I believe in you, it's your strength that compels me to believe in you. Although I don't know what you've been through, the martial emperor who unified the world still occupies a high position in my heart. Mr. Xiao is overstating things. Martial emperor is a man of his word. Then I will wait here for the good news. I do have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave, and you and I met today. Don't worry, the old man doesn't have the problem of talking around. Thank you then, goodbye. After Yang Yan left, Xiao Qianfeng's disciple beside him asked curiously, Master, who is that man and why do you respect him so much? Child, now you and I are able to stand here and have a leisurely conversation is because of his help. Without him the entire world would still be in the midst of a war right now, and the three races of man, devil, and demon would still be struggling. So, Master, is he the strongest? That's right, he's the #1 person under the immortals. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Yan returned to the venue to meet up with Bai Shishir. Good for you, how dare you make our holy maiden wait for you for so long? When Xu Ling saw Yang Yan, she interrogated him. How's it going? Bai Shishir inquired with a worried look on her face. The package solved it, kind of fooled around, right, back to the Holy Land. That's fine, I just seem to have seen Martial Emperor Chen Yunma heading in the direction of Dragon Cloud Mountain as well. Chen Yunma? Yang Yan recalled that Su Hongyan had talked to another man behind him. I'm afraid that man is Chen Yunma. Listening to the tone of voice there is a story between the two people but this is not something that Yang Yan can intervene anymore. Yun, let's go. Yes, Holy Maiden. Xiao Yun changed back to his demonic beast form. During the flight, Xiao Ling couldn't help but sneak over to Yang Yan's side and sit down. Hey, why does the Holy Maiden think so highly of you? Aren't you just a doctor? What do you mean I'm just a doctor? I'm a very good doctor. Oh, that doesn't make any difference. You're the first man in 20 years to get this close to the Virgin. Maybe I'm better looking. I see you're just an ordinary doctor. You won't get anywhere with the Holy Maiden. Yang Yan laughed after hearing this. He's a simple kid. What if your saintly daughter likes me? It's impossible. Back at the Holy Land I bet you can't even get through the gates. Yoo-hoo, what's the bet? That's why Yang Yan is so excited. If I win you leave quickly, if I lose I'll tell you one of the Holy Maiden's secrets. Yang Yan glanced at Bai Shishir who was meditating at the back. Interesting, bet. Yang Yan was too embarrassed to tease Xiao Ling when he saw his confident face. Xiao Ling would not know that the first Holy Lord of Yaoqi Holy Land is actually him even if he thought about it. Chapter 37, Heartless Man, eat my sword. Little spirit you go down first, I have something to say to him. Bai Shishir said faintly. Yes, Holy Maiden. Bai Shishir saw Xiao Ling walk behind the tail before she dared to open her mouth. What about meeting the Holy Lord later? She's not making this kind of excuse to fool around. I'm not sure, the guy doesn't say 2 words a year, how am I supposed to communicate with her? Actually, the Holy Lord, she's in seclusion right now, and usually it's her maids that pass the word. When Yang Yan heard, isn't it just as well that none of it has to be explained? No, more explanation is needed. What if the Holy Lord's personal maid sees you and goes back to talk nonsense? Then it's alright, right? I have no grievances with your Holy Lord. Yang Yan paused for a moment. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Some strange memories surfaced in Yang Yan's mind. The position of sacred master was forced upon her by Yang Yan. In order to go out and practice, Yang Yan left the Yaoqi Holy Land after leaving a letter. She was the most gifted and strongest disciple in the Holy Land at that time. Yang Yan thinks this position belongs to her. This led to her just being a cold face when the two met again later. She's been treating everyone like that ever since. It's strange to say that the Holy Lord hasn't left the Yaoan Holy Land for a long time. How long? Yang Yan remembers that what he wrote in the letter at first was to help him guard the Holy Land of Yaoqi. It didn't say that she wouldn't be allowed to move an inch. Back then, after the news of your death spread, the Sacred Lord only left that once, and then she stayed in the backyard all day. Even I haven't seen her a few times. Yang Yan swallowed a mouthful of water. Things were far more serious than he could have imagined. When was the last time you saw her? 2 years ago, reading my decree to take over the Yaohe Holy Land after 5 years, I saw her look haggard and I don't know what she's been through. The more Yang Yan heard, the more wrong he was. This can't have anything to do with me, right? By the way, the Red Ink Villa's people came to the Holy Lord to propose marriage, and they were rejected after coming several times. Red Ink Villa? One of the 5 major forces? That's right, I haven't even seen the Holy Lord's face after coming here a few times. Who's the proposer? The daughter of the Lord of the Red Ink Villa. Yang Yan was instantly silent. Do you know your Holy Lord? Shirato shook her head. Seeing Bai Shirshir's response, Yang Yan instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. The Holy Land of Yaoqi was established more than 500 years ago, and the chiefs of all the generations are all women, and all of them are known as Holy Mothers. It was only after Yang Yan took the throne by mistake that he became the first Holy Lord. The second generation is the current Holy Lord. There is a serious problem at hand. Did you know that your Holy Master is a woman? Bai Shirshir nodded after hearing this. I know, but only me and her valet know. Wait, how do you know too? What a creation, did she say anything to you? Yang Yan quickly changed the topic. I asked her why she wasn't called Our Lady, and she said that the position was a temporary proxy for someone else, and that it was a proxy for more than 20 years. Yang Yan looked at Bai Shirshir and felt that she needed to know something about what happened back then. Yang Yan then told Bai Shirshir one by one about the fact that he was the first generation Holy Lord of Yaoqi Holy Land. And of course there's the matter of not being responsible for getting rid of the Holy Lord as a duty. So you guys still have this kind of story. I said how the Holy Lord had a sad face when he learned the news of your death back then, so it was thanks to you. The past is no longer to be mentioned. The point is now how I feel as if the Yaoqi Holy Land is going to be destroyed in my hands. Then I don't know, I'm not a saintly girl anymore anyway. No, I need to see her. Okay. In the midst of the banter, the vision gradually became clearer. That mysterious Yaoji sanctuary has begun to show its charming full face. This Holy Land was like a bright pearl set on top of this vast and boundless land. As far as the eye can see, it is surrounded by green mountains, and green water gurgles and flows past. Those mountains are rolling and towering. The mountains are green, lush and vibrant. The most striking thing is the magnificent waterfalls. They pour down from the mountains, hanging in midair like a silver train. In addition, the water in the pool was a colorful scene. Pool water turquoise like jade, deep and mysterious, in the evening sunshine even has a golden color. These colorful pools of water intertwine with each other to form a dreamlike picture. Rather, it hasn't changed at all. Such beautiful scenery was one of the reasons why Yang Yan became the Holy Lord in the first place. Finally, I'm tired of sitting around. Spirit finished stretching. Don't forget our bet. Xiaoling rushed at Yang Yan and said, "What's the bet?" Bai Shirshir looked at Yang Yan. The little kid is gambling, don't pay any attention to it. After the immortal cloud crane landed, there was a group of people at the entrance to greet Bai Shirshir's return. Just when Xiaoling wanted to see Yang Yan make a fool of himself, she realized that Yang Yan had already disappeared. Ha, actually a coward. I told you he couldn't enter the Holy Land. What little spirit didn't know was that Yang Yan had already taken the path to the backyard of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The trail was covered with formations and heavy taboos. That's why no one knows about it, and no one can get by with it. But as a previous generation of Holy Lords, these are sprinkles. Naturally, Yang Yan was unhindered. When I came to the backyard, I realized it was quiet. There's only a cabin and a pond. The Yaoqi was still emitting smoke, making Yang Yan unable to see his surroundings clearly. And it doesn't look like anyone lives here at all. White wouldn't lie to me, would he? Yang Yan continues to walk forward, all the way to the cabin door. After hesitating for a long time, I chose to knock on the door. After a while, I realized there was no response. Meditating? Yang Yan guessed. If that's the case, I'm sorry to bother you. I had to sit on the floor and wait for her to finish meditating. Then a gust of wind blew, blowing away the water mist above the Yao Qi. Yang Yan vaguely saw a person inside the pool. Asterisk 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 asterisk, no way? What man? A voice that sounded like a man, not a woman, not a woman. And then a sword flew at him. Yang Yan dodged a sideways move and then got up and ran. But before she could run 2 steps, she stepped on a moss-covered stone and slipped and fell into the Yao Qi. Ha! Why is there moss here? Yang Yan instantly felt a coldness in his back. Slowly turning back, a living, breathing person stood in front of her, with a smile on his face and a long sword in his hand. Without saying a word, he swung his sword at Yang Yan. Wait, Qin Shen Meng is me. I don't know you. After saying that, he struck down with his sword. Yang Yan dodged the attack with another sidestep. Yang Yan, don't you remember me? Qin Shen Meng didn't pay any attention to it and came over with another sword. Yang Yan dodged again and then pounced on Qin Shen Meng. Each sword is deliberately slowed down. Do you take me for a fool, Xianer? Qin Shen Meng lowered the sword in her hand. The face was flushed, as if time had forbidden a glance. Yang Yan had a chance to see her face clearly. Flawless white with a hint of redness, with eyebrows as thin and curved as willow leaves. Her eyes were like autumn water, clear and bright. Her eyes were full of Yang Yan's appearance. Lips are just as bright and full even without rouge, making you want to take a bite. The murder weapon was wrapped tightly in a bandage. I think it's so no one can tell she's a girl. But even so, she can't hide her figure. You negative man. Eat my sword. Chapter 38, I need love too. Yang Yan simply let go of Qin Shen Meng after hearing that. Spread your hands in an open position. Qin Shen Meng held her sword with both hands, but she couldn't swing it down. I'm really convinced. How come you're not dead? So you wish I was dead? I hope, very much so, or will you satisfy me now? Come on. Yang Yan is still in the same position. Open your hands and close your eyes. Go away, I'm going to get dressed. Qin Shen Meng walks past Yang Yan, and Yang Yan followed her into the cabin. When Qin Shen Meng got dressed, she looked like a different person. Dressed in a valiant costume, the scary murder weapon just now seems to be completely hidden, and his brow grew sharp. If you don't look at it often, you can't tell if it's a man or a woman. Do you still use the Holy Lord's identity even when you see me? Who do you think you are? Didn't I tell you, I'm Yang Yan? That guy's been dead for 20 years. You have a red birthmark on the inside of your left thigh. Qin Shen Meng's face instantly turned red after hearing this. Okay, no need to talk about it. You haven't come to me in 20 years. What's up today? Did you know that the sacred ground brought someone back from the Yuan Wadao conference? Knowing that, a few of the people brought back from that kind of convention are good. It can't be generalized. That girl is a 9 heavenly Linglong body. Qin Shen Meng froze for a moment after hearing. Ancient 10 divine bodies? It shouldn't be. How could this kind of genius let her run out to participate in that kind of convention? It seems that you also know the hidden agenda of the Zhenmudo Assembly. Then why else wouldn't I go? Just go through the motions and tell White to go. Ahem, the next thing is to say about White, I'm with White. Qin Shen Meng slapped the table fiercely after hearing this. What did you say? Your body is not. I'm now a wastrel, my meridians are broken, my dantian is destroyed, and I have no spirit power or spirit sea. Also, but is this the point? The point is that you have taken my family's holy maiden under your wing, and according to the rules of the Holy Land. Wait, that person who was brought back from the Yuan Wadao conferences? Yang Yan extended his thumbs up. Brilliant, how's the next saintly girl I've found for you specially? Not bad. I knew nothing good would come of this. Come back and be your holy lord if you've had enough fun. I'm tired. Next is the third thing I'm going to say. It's been hard on you for the past 30 years. You don't have to hide it. Be the Virgin Mother again. The position is yours. I'm just acting for you for the time being. But you can't leave this place anymore, can you? Yang Yan believed that Qin Shen Meng was willing to stay here not just for him. And part of it is that she loves this place too. I'll consider this. After all, it's been hidden for so long the people of the Holy Land will probably find it hard to accept. It's okay, it's a matter of time, they'll take it. Is there anything you want to ask me? How did you feel when you failed to cross the threshold in the first place? Like dying once. And then what? Where did you go 20 years after surviving? In my hometown, Falling Sun City simply lived for 20 years. Why are you back now? I didn't want to. Each of them didn't believe I was dead and came looking for me like crazy. And finally Sumayer found me. It hasn't been a good 20 years for you either. It's okay, at least it won't kill me. I don't know when the corners of Qin Shenmeng's eyes glistened with tears. Wait for me. After saying that, Qin Shenmeng got up and left. After a while she made an appearance in a different dress. This moment amazed Yang Yan. So beautiful. Gorgeous dark green dress, and that special headdress. As a mature woman's body, it's all on display in this moment. Qin Shenmeng is no worse than Bai Shishi and Sumayer. And it's got a sophistication that the two of them don't have. When Yang Yan was still the Holy Lord, Qin Shenmeng was already the most recognized beauty in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. And Qin Shenmeng was a saint at that time. She was supposed to be the next Madonna, but a lot of things happened at that time. It was only by mistake that Yang Yan became the Holy Master of Yaoqi. But it was just a little less than 2 years of sitting around and patting myself on the back. Among the women Yang Yan knew, Qin Xianmeng was one of the few women older than Yang Yan. But big is good for something. This is the dress that generations of Yaohe Holy Mother usually wore only when attending major meetings, and you're the first person to have seen it. Passed down through the generations, no less. Sort of a cheap shot at you, dog man. Yan Yan looks innocent. Weren't you the one who was going to wear it for me? Qin Xianmeng was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by a voice. Holy Lord, the Holy Maiden seeks an audience. Let her in. When Bai Shishir came in, she was also surprised by Qin Xianmeng, though she knew that the Holy Lord of her house was a woman. But I didn't expect to look so good in women's clothes. Holy Lord, you are beautiful. Sit down. Bai Shishir wasn't surprised to see Yang Yan here. Yang Yan told you everything, didn't he? Qin Xianmeng nodded. And what do you think, Holy Lord? You're still young, it's normal to fall in love with someone, and if you've already decided on him then what can I say, you can't beat a dead horse, can you? Thank you, Holy Lord. Yang Yan was caught in the middle and didn't dare to breathe. In Bai Shishir's perception, Yang Yan was meeting with Qin Xianmeng because of his status as a former martial emperor. But back then there were a lot of hidden stories Yang Yan didn't tell Bai Shishir. The word has been brought to you, let's go. After saying that, Bai Shishir held Yang Yan's hand in front of Qin Xianmeng. I'm going to get up and leave. Yang Yan glanced at Qin Xianmeng's face. She hasn't changed a bit from when she was cold. Then she let Sissy pull Yang Yan away. After the two left, Qin Xianmeng looked at the teacup in front of her eyes. I need love a lot too. After saying that, Qin Xianmeng took off her long skirt and returned to the Yaoqi again. You can feel the sadness in your back. Yang Yan is still being pulled by Bai Shishir. What's the hurry, where are you taking me? There's a man outside who wants to see Tang Xiaohua. It couldn't be someone from Smoke's side, could it? I'm not sure, it's an older man, he says he's Tang Xiaohua's father, we can't decide. The 5 forces and the 4 families don't usually have much to do with each other. It's only natural that Cecilia hasn't seen it before. The 5 powers are known for their force. And the family is passed down from generation to generation, famous for all kinds of pills and formations and financial power. Then go meet him. Good, by the way, why would the Holy Lord wear such a gorgeous dress to meet with you? I don't know, she was already dressed like this when I met her. Oh so. You go get Tang Xiaohua to come out, and I'll deal with that guy. Yang Yan quickly stepped in front of Bai Shishir. Bai Shishir always felt like Yang Yan was hiding something from her. But I can't figure out what I'm hiding. Walk to the gate of the Yaogi sanctuary. Yang Yan looked at it and saw that it was really Nangong Wendian. And Nangong Wendian was also surprised after seeing Yang Yan. Why are you here? Come to see the old man. Fong who is dead, you know? That's natural. And it was one of Ghostface Shura's guys who did it, you know? No need to try, I am. Before Nangong Wendian could digest this sentence, Bai Shishir walked out with Tang Xiaohua. Dad. Nangong Wendian immediately smiled and laughed. Ouch, good girl. Nangong Wendian went forward and picked up Tang Xiaohua, but he quickly let it go. Daughter, come and thank Lord Martial Emperor. Chapter 39, Qin Xianmeng's Secret. What's the point of thanking me for nothing? I've had a feeling in my heart since I got back that day, and I didn't realize it was really you. The news that Yang Yan didn't die is now known to many people. Yang Yan is afraid of getting into trouble for hiding his identity. If trouble still finds them, there will be no trouble later in their lives, because the dead are peaceful. A show of hands. Can Lord Martial Emperor lend a hand? Sure. Then Nangong Wendian handed Tang Xiaohua over to Bai Shishir. He took Yang Yan to a big tree not far away. Say what you have to say. Then I'll say it plainly, although a person like Fong who deserves to die, but his prestige is really not low outside, so I'm afraid that if he dies like this, someone will miss the martial kingdom. I'm sure Yang Yan has thought about this too. In fact, I'm afraid that there are already quite a few people who are thinking about the martial kingdom whether Fong who is dead or not. 100,000 heavy soldiers are like ants in front of a strong person with a Mahayana transition. Those who have reached this realm already have the ability to call the wind and rain, and move mountains and fill up the sea. If a war does break out, it will ultimately require the great clans to make a move. In that case, then the martial kingdom is now in danger. War is a cruel word. Don't worry, that won't happen. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Nangong Wendian seemed to see a circle of light on Yang Yan's body. And Yang Yan seems to be like a savior. Martial Emperor, why don't you take the throne again? This martial kingdom and this continent can't live without you. Yang Yan quickly shook his head. This kind of explicit thing is exempt, just help you in secret. Wu Guai is also Yang Yan's child. After experiencing a golden age that would not be seen for 1,000 years, how could Yang Yan let the martial arts country fall into a struggle again? Then Nangong Wendian knelt down. Then I thank Emperor Wu on behalf of the people of the martial kingdom. Look, kneeling again, okay, I don't have so many rules here. You a senior kneeling, this does not discount me? Only then did Nangong Wendian slowly get up. Okay, nothing to say, just go see your daughter. Although my Nangong clan is not strong, it still has a slight asset. From now on, my Nangong clan will look up to you. Well, have a heart. After saying that, Yang Yan turned around and left. It's all about rules when you talk to the older generation. Yang Yan doesn't like this feeling. We're all human beings, why does he have to act like he's superior to everyone else? Nangong Wentian was right behind him. Bai Shishir sent someone to bring Nangong Wentian and Tang Xiaohua into the Holy Land, and Yang Yan was of course led by Bai Shishir. Come on, go to my room and eat first. This time it's an actual saint's residence. It's completely dark, and the Yoyogi sanctuary is as bright as day. Yang Yan hasn't eaten anything since he woke up today. He was really hungry when Bai Shishir said that. Only after continuously bypassing the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land did he finally arrive at the place where Bai Shishir lived. It hasn't changed a bit here either. The whole thing is a small 3-story palace. The backyard comes standard with a yo-yo. There's also a piece of rockery. It's hard to live alone without feeling empty. It's too big after all. Cecilia has already prepared a meal. Then remove all the maids. At the table, Yang Yan ate with great relish. I heard the conversation just now. What if we do get into a fight? Bai Shishir had experienced war with Yang Yan, so she had the fear that war would happen. Although the martial kingdom isn't very strong right now, the ones that can pose a threat to the martial kingdom are actually those few. Like what? The Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the Heavenly Demon Race, and the Northern Cold Kingdom. The others are all small countries that pose little threat. And what if one of these 4 countries attacks? The chopsticks in Yang Yan's hands paused for a moment. These country lords should sell me face, after all, they are all old acquaintances. Shirado was shocked for a moment. I know about the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, but you know all the other country lords? It's also true that in the beginning, it was only Little Smoke Dreamland who came to the Martial Kingdom a little more often, and you didn't recognize any of the others. Who are the remaining 2? Needless to know, maybe you and I will never see each other again in our lives. Male or female? Why do you ask? I do wonder how many love debts you left behind in the first place. Asterisk 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 it's not my fault, one after the other is following me to death, what can I do? Yo, say that like it's condescending. Bai Shishir showed a look of disdain. White, I think you've really learned your lesson, and I'm going to teach you well tonight. Bai Shishir didn't say anything, but looked at Yang Yan's rear. Yang Yan felt a coldness in his back and looked back to see Qin Qianmeng looking at Yang Yan with a smile on her face. Good evening. Evening, a holy lord. This time Qin Qianmeng was wearing a plain purple dress. Although it's very common, it has a special flavor on Qin Qianmeng. Looks like I came at a bad time. Yang Yan saw a hint of crisis on Qin Qianmeng's face. No matter, the holy maiden talked nonsense. I wanted to teach her a lesson. You go out first, I have something to say to Shirado. Qin Qianmeng said faintly. Yang Yan squatted in the doorway after bidding farewell to his meal. Looking up at the moon already high in the sky, the Yoyogi sanctuary is very quiet and comforting, and there's a constant little breeze blowing. This is the second reason why Yang Yan chose to be the holy lord. Yang Yan guessed that Qin Qianmeng should be talking to Bai Shishir about removing the holy maiden. I don't think I can finish it in a while, so Yang Yan simply wandered around blindly. In order to avoid the children of the Yaoqi Holy Land, all kinds of detours were made, and they came to the back of the mountain by mistake. That's where Qin Menglan stayed. Seeing this familiar scene, Yang Yan also smiled. He came to the cabin and hesitated for a moment. I don't think she blames me. With his mouth still talking in his hand, already unconsciously pushing open the wooden door, a unique smoky fragrance entered Yang Yan's nostrils. I was in a hurry during the day and didn't get to see much. It's very sparsely decorated inside. There's only an arm's length table and a futon. There's not much else. Doesn't this look like she's bored? 20 years in a place like this. Every day, apart from practicing, I just look at the sky. Other than that, there's nothing else to enjoy here. Left the parlor and walked to the dormitory. There wasn't even a bed, just a quilt on the floor with a pillow. Asterisk 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 dry sleep, huh? It's a pretty hard board, isn't it? Yang Yan suddenly felt a bit sorry for Qin Qianmeng. Although people of Qin Qianmeng's cultivation level no longer need to sleep, but living here alone can get a little boring. People get sleepy easily when they're bored. She shouldn't be in this capacity of staying in the holy land of Yaoqi. Yang Yan tried to lie down. It's really hard, but the pillow and quilt smell like Qin Qianmeng's body. At this moment, Yang Yan is like a maniac. Before Yang Yan could lie down, there was a roar from behind him. Yang Yan. Chapter 40, Hate Me If You Wanna Hate Me. Yang Yan turned around violently. After seeing Qin Qianmeng's face, she suddenly had a feeling that she was dying. It's reasonable to say that this time he won't be able to escape death. But he's the one who's got the truth now. Yang Yan pretended to be calm. What is this? Give it back. Qin Qianmeng stepped forward and snatched. Although the lighting in the room was dim, Yang Yan could still see that Qin Qianmeng's face was already flushed red. Is this supposed to be? Yang Yan continued to ask questions. I'm a woman, isn't it normal to have needs in this area? Although Yang Yan had already guessed it, he still wanted Qin Qianmeng to say it herself, because he saw Su Meier use it more than 20 years ago. It couldn't be helped, Who let Yang Yan still have the side effects of the Yang God technique in his body. Still on your own after all this time. Sure, thanks to you. Yang Yan felt guilty about it. Actually, you don't have to take the words inside that letter I left back then too seriously. You mean I've worked hard for 20 years to comply with the letter as it was written, and now you're telling me that doesn't really matter? Qin Xianming's voice grew louder as she spoke. This position was supposed to be yours, and a lot of things happened here, so I'll tell you all about it slowly when I get a chance. What's the use of saying it now? It's been 20 years, and the title of Holy Lord or Holy Mother is no longer important to me. Be yourself again. Live for yourself. Yang Yan owed Qin Xianming too much over the past 20 years, but now he could only try his best to comfort her. I don't need your comfort, just treat Bai Shishir well. What about you? Are you just willing to stay here alone for the rest of your life? Yang Yan's tone gradually increased. Get out! Qin Xianming yelled. The sound was so loud and laced with spiritual energy that Yang Yan's coat corners were vibrated. Let's all calm down, this is not the time to discuss this. Yang Yan realized that he should have said the wrong thing, and it was the best choice to leave at this time. After Yang Yan left, she left Qin Xianming alone in the dormitory. I don't know when Qin Xianming's tears dripped on the wooden boards. My destiny died 20 years ago. Qin Xianming choked and said to herself. After walking out of the cabin, Yang Yan saw Bai Shishir sitting outside. Made the Holy Lord angry, I guess. Qin Xianming shouted so loudly just now, it's normal for Bai Shishir to hear her. What? Are you going to laugh at me? Why yes, just now the Holy Lord told me a lot of things about you. About me? What did she say about me? I don't think you need to know, it's better to think about how to coax the Holy Lord. It's been over 20 years, you have to give me time to explain to her. The Holy Lord has held fast to your request for 20 years, and you say you'll let her revert from returning to her daughter's body, and you say you'll let her be the Holy Lord, It seems like you're showing me to be unreasonable when you say that. Think for yourself, you elf who doesn't understand women. Bai Shishir got up and left after saying, leaving Yang Yan alone in the wind. And how could I not understand? Yang Yan's expression was a bit despondent, his hands behind his back as he walked slowly toward the other path. At the end of the path is a boulder. It looks like it's blocking the way, but the boulder is actually a doorway. Yang Yan placed his hand on top of the stone, his eyes tightly closed. Then strange patterns appeared around the boulder. Slowly the boulder dispersed like a cloud of smoke leaving a doorway of light. When you walk in, you see a tower. It's at least 7 stories high. Who's coming? An old voice rang out. Long time no see, old man. After a few minutes after Yang Yan's response, the door to the tower slowly opened. A scruffy old man walks out. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was disheveled, and his face was hidden by his hair. It's not too much of a stretch to call this a street beggar. And on crutches. That's right, he's limping on his right foot. You kids are still alive? Speaking of such, aren't you still dead too? Cut the crap, did you bring any booze? After the old man finished speaking, Yang Yan took out a pot of wine from his storage ring. A good time, Cloud, sheep. With wine the old man came to his senses. The jug flew into the old man's hand. Yang Yan is at least 10 meters away from him. A sword trick you used to rob me of my drink? The old man doesn't care what Yang Yan says. I opened the jug and took a whiff and drank. Ha! Sure is good wine. Okay, down to business. How long are you going to stay here? Don't you talk me down, kid, unless I'm dead. What about your daughter? I'm still getting yelled at. What's wrong with staying in the Holy Land? Che, old coot, give me 3 sticks of incense. Yang Yan then took the incense and walked into the high tower. The old man was right behind him. The tower is lit up with candles all around. There's a shrine in the center. Yang Yan slowly walked over. On the tablet is the name of Qin Tsungtian's beloved wife, Chung Frost. Yang Yan paid a few obeisances to the spirit tablet, then inserted the incense on top of the incense burner. Come on, go upstairs and sit down. After Qin Tsungtian finished speaking, he grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and leaped up. That's how you get to the top of the tower. The view is still so beautiful here. Yang Yan stared blankly out the window. So yeah, what's wrong with staying here? Stop it, I can't persuade you after so long. I don't care to say more. Yang Yan showed a helpless expression. Soon I'll be out of this place. Yang Yan's expression changed as soon as he heard it. Really? Boy, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Still coming? It was tiring enough to sit for you as the Holy Lord back then, and what you're about to ask for surely isn't good. Hey, you're not going to bother with a dying old man, are you? What do you mean? I have not long to live, in this life. In addition to Chung Frost, the most sorry is my daughter. I hope you can help me take care of her. Yang Yan didn't ask any questions. His name is not an empty claim, you can tell from Qin Tsungtian's appearance and his voice. He's just trying to talk to Yang Yan. I'm not much stronger than you now, my meridians are broken and I have no cultivation at all. How can I help you take care of your daughter? I have no one left to entrust me with, and it may be that heaven has a clear conscience that you are still alive and have come to me just when I am dying. Your daughter just cussed me out for 20 years, and she probably hates me for it. Then tell her the truth about that year, I'm sure she'll understand. Yang Yan was silent for a while. It's better that she doesn't know these things, hate me if you want. Chapter 41, The World's First Swordmaster. Qin Sengtian smiled and shook his head. You, with my temperament, are like my son. Asterisk 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 off. Do you have a son you? I don't have a son, I only have a daughter, can you please? How does she need me to take care of her, hasn't she been fine for over 20 years? Poof. Qin Sengtian laughed softly, you disappeared for 20 years, a lot of things are unclear to you. Fine, I'm not sure, you tell me. Red Ink Villa, remember? Qin Sengtian's face was serious, without the image of an old boy just now. What's he got to do with it if you don't crap out? He came to my daughter to propose marriage. That one I heard, for his daughter. No. Qin Sengtian shook his head, he knows that Qin'er is actually a daughter. Then why did he make such a move? Yang Yan pondered for a while, it couldn't be that he has something in mind for the Holy Land, right? Clever, Yaoqi Holy Land is famous for Yaoqi. After being soaked in Yaoqi water the body quality is greatly improved, able to cure diseases and detoxification, dredge the meridians, this you know well, but there is also one more effect. Able to prolong life, right? Yang Yan snatched the answer. That's right, in the Yaoqi Holy Land, in addition to the accidental violent death of people, even if they are refining their bodies, can live for 100 years. How tempting it is to those old things. Said the temptation is great, but Qin Sengtian himself has not soaked a few times, he was bent on death, but for Qin Shenmeng and meteoric survival. So you're afraid that the people from Red Ink Villa will come after your daughter if you die? Yang Yan's words caused Qin Sengtian's expression to be gloomy. Alas, that old thing knows that I'm still alive, that's why it doesn't dare to lay hands on the Holy Land. You also know the strength of Red Ink Villa, this matter is useless except for you to step in, who else has? Yang Yan incredulously pointed his finger at himself, you're asking me, a body refining realm, to negotiate with a Mahayana stage person? You don't think you want me to accompany you down there, do you? Hey, words can't be said like that old thing was still very afraid of you back then, since you disappeared the 5 powers fell out and almost didn't fight again back then. Yang Yan had thought about this consequence at that time, and world riots were the worst consequence too. But in the end, there was no fight, so Yang Yan went back home to recuperate. No, that old man is very grumpy, he can't be suppressed without some strength. Qin Sengtian didn't rush to continue persuading Yang Yan, but turned around and flew out the window. Standing at the tip of the tower, he carefully removed 10 stone bricks. And underneath the bricks is a sword case. Pick it up and go back to the tower. Yang Yan naturally recognizes what this is. Endless sword case, didn't you lose all your swords and still want to bribe me with this? Do you know why this thing is called the Endless Sword Box? Without waiting for Yang Yan to say anything, Qin Sengtian used his spiritual power to vibrate the sword box open. It's empty. Not a single sword in sight. Qin Sengtian then gestured, and slowly a black sword revealed itself from the center. The moment the sword came out, Yang Yan felt a remarkable aura. And it's even stronger than emotionless fire. This is. I don't know what the name of the sword is, I usually call it the Black Sword. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth trembled, you're being too hasty. I've looked up a lot of information, and there's an ancient book that records that this is an ancient divine weapon, but it's just a remnant, so it doesn't leave a name. Ancient divine weapon? Nice one. In addition to the 1st to the 9th grade, weapons are also divided into innate spiritual weapons, and above the 9th grade are immortal weapons. Yang Yan's emotionless fire is a half-immortal weapon. Above immortal artifacts are divine artifacts, and there's only 1 in a billion of them. Because immortal weapons and divine weapons are too rare, people have gradually forgotten that there are weapons of this quality above the 9th grade. Yang Yan was very curious and held the black sword in his hand. In an instant, a strange aura entered Yang Yan's body. The black sword seems to be trying to enter Yang Yan's body. Yang Yan saw this and hurriedly put down the black sword. What an overbearing weapon, but I can't be sure if it's a divine weapon or not. The aura within this sword is strange, holding it for a long time will give one the urge to kill. Oh, so you tried it? Back then, I tried it when my cultivation came to the Mahayana realm and realized that I still couldn't master the sword, and in the end, I sealed the acupoints of my right hand to make the sword stop. So evil? Yang Yan looked at the black sword on the ground with an incredulous face. After all, it's a divine artifact, not something people like us can handle. Even the Mahayana stage can't manage it, so it's even more so with the current Yang Yan. This thing won't work on me either. I suspect this has something to do with the ancient top 10 physiques. Yang Yan didn't think that way. Which means you can hold the black sword and then act like a nothing afterward. Qin Sengtian's words did remind Yang Yan. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to control something at the Mahayana stage. I should have gone berserk a long time ago if I picked it up at the refinement realm. That's why I said it's related to the ancient 10 physiques. I seem to remember you're a mixed body, right? Yang Yan nodded. How about it, is this deal a good deal, an ancient artifact? Yang Yan did have an interest in this black sword. I really owe you from a previous life. Qin Sengtian instantly smiled, then used his chi to control the sword and put the black sword back into the sword box. I'll leave this to you, oops, go to bed. Qin Sengtian jogged away after handing over the sword case to Yang Yan, fearing that Yang Yan would regret it. Yang Yan looked at Qin Sengtian's back and smiled. If that didn't happen back then, now your family would be living happily ever after. On this road, loneliness is a longtime friend, happiness only knocks on the door once in a while. When happiness knocks on the door after no avail, what remains to accompany you remains loneliness. Fortunately, Yang Yan had already come down from this path, and he hadn't missed out on his happiness. But not everyone is so lucky. Yang Yan put the sword box into his storage ring and left the tower. Qin Sengtian watched Yang Yan leave from the top of the tower. "Kid, my daughter is in your hands." After saying that, Qin Sengtian coughed heavily and even coughed out a mouthful of old blood. "Is it this bad already?" After Yang Yan left the tower, the stone changed back to its original form. But no sooner had he gone than a figure walked in after him. The first thing Yang Yan did, of course, was to return to Bai Shishir's residence. When he came back, he found Shiredo already waiting at the table. And the food is cold. Yang Yan hadn't even eaten a few bites of Qin Xianming's sudden visit. "Where have you been? It took so long to get back." Bai Shishir opened her mouth and asked, "To meet an old friend. You still have a deceased person in the Yaoqi Holy Land? Who is it? You don't recognize it." "I'm the Holy Maiden, alas. There's still someone I don't know in the Yaoan Holy Land? Has the world's first imperial sword master ever heard of?" Chapter 42, The Truth of the Year. Bai Shishir heard Shira, such a big name, who does not recognize Zhen Sengtian, but he is not already. Yang Yan listened to think about it is also right. Qin Sengtian, when walking in the Jianghu, has always used the sword Sengtian's title. He says it's cool. Now that I'm old, I realize how silly I was when I was young. Yang Yan knows this very well. Naming his sword Ruthless Fire, Yang Yan is already regretting it. Just recognize, that's who I just went to see. What? Senior Sword Sengtian is still alive? Still hiding in the Holy Land? How come I didn't know? Bai Shishir felt a little incredulous. After all, she's been living here for almost 40 years. The Holy Land has been traveled to all places, big and small. Not to mention hiding someone so powerful in the... I'm more familiar than you are about the Holy Land. Yang Yan looks proud of himself. Well, you're good. You've been waiting here for me? Or else, when Yang Yan got closer, Bai Shishir sniffed with her nose, "You've been drinking?" "No, it's all been drunk by the man, not so much, let's eat first." Just as Yang Yan sat down to eat, Qin Sengtian, who was still in the high tower, waited for the second person he had asked for an appointment today. "Qianer, long time no see." Qin Xianming looked around at the unfamiliar. It's as if she seems to have left the Holy Land of Yaoji. She looked at the old man in front of her. Tears welled up in my eyes in an instant. Qin Xianming was incredulous when she received the envelope. As far as she can remember, her parents died in the riots of that year. But she grew up following her father, and the handwriting on this envelope is her father's handwriting. She can't be wrong. When she really saw Qin Sengtian after everything is so dreamy. "I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask me, so first, burn some incense for your mother." Qin Xianming held back her tears and finished the process. While Qin Xianming was still kneeling, Qin Sengtian opened his mouth and spoke. "Your mother was a very strong woman. Why, after all these years, did you choose to meet with me at this time?" Qin Xianming began to choke on her words. "Because my days are numbered, and to atone for my sins I have stayed here, and after all these years it is time for me to do so." "Why did you leave me back then, and do you have me as a daughter in your heart or not?" Qin Xianming is very emotional. "I called you over tonight to tell you everything. It wasn't by chance that you came to the Yaoqi Holy Land in the first place, it was me who helped push you step by step behind the scenes to come to this place. Why are you doing this? Your mother was the last generation of the Holy Mother of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and after that it was already headed by the Holy Lord, and then all the way up to you." Qin Xianming was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by Qin Sengtian. "You listen to finish first. Back then I came to the Yaoqi Holy Land in order to chase after your mother, and after that I had you. You were brought up by me from a young age, and there are not many memories about your mother, and it was inevitable for you to become a holy maiden." Qin Xianming's heart seemed to stop beating for a moment after hearing this. Back then, she still foolishly thought she was gifted and practiced hard every day to become the holy maiden. Unbeknownst to her, her life has been set in motion for a long time. "You also worked very hard back then. These eye and your mother are in the eyes. No accident if the next generation of the Virgin Mother is also bound to be you. Just at this time there is a change. I accidentally messed with the Devil Clan. Your mother, in order to save me in the end, died in the hands of the Devil Clan. And this is the demon that Qin Sengtian has had for so many years. Staying here is to atone for his sins. If he hadn't accidentally killed a highly respected demon of the demon race for the sake of this false reputation of being the world's first imperial swordmaster, then Cheng Shuang wouldn't have died. My foot was chopped off by a demonic warrior when I was escaping back then, and if that man hadn't stepped in back then, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time escaping death." Qin Xianming's mind instantly conjured up the smelly man who had just pissed her off after hearing this. Qin Sengtian continued. "That man was Martial Emperor Yang Yan. Although I survived, I felt at the time that life had lost its meaning because your mother died in front of me and because of me, and in the end, you became my only hope to live." Qin Xianming looked at her mother's shrine, which she was not familiar with at all, and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. I was greatly injured after that battle and even broke a leg, so I begged Yang Yan back then to be the Holy Lord for 2 years for the sake of the Holy Land, and let him return the position to you when you are able to stand on your own. At this moment, it seems that a knife has been plunged into Qin Xianming's heart. For more than 20 years she thought Yang Yan was irresponsible. She's just going to walk away and leave her with a problem. I've loved and hated Yang Yan for 20 years. You liked him back in the day, didn't you? Qin Sengtian watched Qin Xianming's reaction had already helped her answer the question. That's why you're guarding the Yaoji Holy Land as the Holy Lord. Actually that letter was written by me asking the martial emperor to write it, using his name and then you acting as the Holy Land. The Holy Land will be safe. This man saved you, saved me, saved the whole Holy Land. Your father is the only one I admire in my life. Some greatness needs no words. Qin Xianming agrees with Qin Sengtian on this point. The unification of the world and the end of the struggle, just by virtue of this is enough to make many people feel admiration for Yang Yan. After Yang Yan's death, there are shrines dedicated to him in many places around the world. In the minds of some people, martial emperor Yang Yan has surpassed some gods. So don't you blame him, blame me. I don't blame anyone, you all have your own struggles, but why can't you just say them? In Qin Xianming's eyes men just like to take on some of their own cuteness. Here's a special mention for Yang Yan. I've said all that needs to be said, if you still like him now don't give up. He's a man worthy of a lifetime commitment. What she's heard tonight has already messed up Qin Xianming's brain. Can't think anymore. The word is out, go away and I'll stay with your mother. How long do you have? More than a month, less is hard to say. Can it be cured? It's not a disease, it's time. Qin Xianming contemplated for a moment then pulled Qin Sengtian's hand. You're going out with me, at least leave clean when you leave. Time has passed so long that Qin Xianming has forgotten what is a father's love, what is a mother's love, but now she has to do what a child should do. Qin Sengtian looked at Qin Xianming with wide eyes. I'm not a good enough father to deserve you anymore. It's a thank you for letting me know all this or I would have been in the dark for the rest of my life. Qin Sengtian laughed. Ha ha, well, that's not bad. For more than 20 years, this is the first time Qin Sengtian has left this place. The first thing Qin Xianming brought him out for was to eat. Of course, it's at Cecilia's place. Yang Yan, who was still burying his head in dry rice, looked up and felt the sky collapse when he saw these two people. Chapter 43, Trust means to trust for life. Qin Xianming looked at Yang Yan with a smile on her face. Good evening. This sudden greeting moved Yang Yan to shiver. Bai Shishir was looking dumbfounded from the sidelines. These two almost didn't fight in the first 2 hours. Now you're smiling again. It's hard for Shirado to imagine what kind of drama she just missed out on. When Qin Sengtian saw the food, he didn't hesitate to eat. Anyway, it's out of the way, so stop restraining yourself, sit down, pick up a chicken leg and nibble on it. Well, Xian, you still have to eat. How can you get enough by eating spiritual energy? Yang Yan secretly leaned towards Qin Sengtian's direction. Then he whispered, Hey, you didn't tell her about those things, did you? Now that the father and daughter have met, Yang Yan has already guessed the situation. Qin Sengtian just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing Qin Xianming staring at him, Yang Yan moved his body slowly away again. Qin Xianming specially found a stool and sat next to Yang Yan, and they're close together on purpose. Bai Shishir suddenly asked about a smell of gunpowder. She moved her stool and also leaned towards Yang Yan's side. Yang Yan, who was caught in the middle, felt something wrong. Could this be the eve of the coming storm? It was cold for a while. Bai Shishir opened her mouth to break the silence. Are you Senior Sword Sengtian? Bai Shishir looked at the scruffy old man in front of her, although the disheveled food was difficult to talk about. But you can't judge a book by its cover. Looks like he told you a little something. Just call me Qin Sengtian. Wait, Senior surname is Qin? Which Qin? Qin Sengtian had just picked up a mouthful of vegetables and stopped before he could put it in his mouth. It can't be a fowl's fowl, can it? As you guessed, I am Qin Xianming's father. Bai Shishir saw that Yang Yan and Qin Xianming had no expression on their faces after hearing that. She's the only one in the dark. Well, you Yang Yan, there are some things that you might as well not say if you say half of them. Yang Yan is lying in vain. Wasn't that what you were going to ask? You didn't let me finish. At this moment Bai Shishir's guard against Yang Yan was drawn full. God knows how many other things Yang Yan is hiding from her. Got any wine? This dry food isn't fun either. Qin Sengtian said as he ate. Yang Yan is not hiding anything in this situation. From his storage ring, he took out the drunken immortal wine that he had shunned at Su Meier restaurant. Taking out the wine pot and smelling the familiar aroma of wine, Yang Yan realized that he hadn't been back to Lokyang City for a long time. Also, as he said at the beginning, there seems to be no going back. What you can't go back to is not only the city of Lokyang. I want a drink too. Shirado shouted from the sidelines. It's already like this, wouldn't I be out of place if I don't drink? Qin Xianming looked at the wine in front of her. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan simply took out all the wine and said loudly, Drink, all of you, no one can leave without getting drunk. The atmosphere became warm. However, at this time, only Qin Sengtian was still concerned about the quality of the wine. He frowned and asked, Where's the Bailey turbine? This wine is good, but it's still that much worse. Yang Yan glared at him in dissatisfaction and growled, "Are you going to drink or not?" Qin Sangtian hemmed and hawed and quickly snatched the wine altar in one hand, muttering, "Drink, why not drink it if it's free?" Then he tilted his head and gulped it down. Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng picked up their wine glasses, while Yang Yan and Qin Sangtian poured directly into the wine jar. "Yang Yan, tell us how you and Senior Jin Sangtian met. You are at least a few decades apart in years, right?" Bai Shishir asked curiously. Yang Yan and Qin Sangtian smiled at each other. Heroes don't ask questions. Fellowship does not ask for years. The two of them sang in unison, and when they finished, they took a big sip of the drunken immortal wine. "I don't know how long I drank, but I drank until midnight. There are at least 10 wine jars on the floor." Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng are already lying on the table in a state of delirium, and every now and then he'll mutter some nonsense. Yang Yan and Qin Sangtian are still conscious. Seeing the two women have fallen, Yang Yan had the opportunity to ask Qin Sangtian, "Hey, tell me honestly, did you tell Qin Shenmeng everything that happened back then?" "Gee, I'm almost a dead man, and she's my daughter, so there's no harm in telling her." Yang Yan pointed his finger at himself. "What about me? I lied to her for 20 years, how do you expect me to face her in the future? As a father, I have to help my own daughter pursue happiness, and you know you're a father. Didn't you promise to take care of Qian'er for me? I'll just entrust her to you." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Yan was very emotional. "Dare you say the trust is a lifelong trust?" Qin Sangtian was astonished. "And what else? My daughter isn't that bad looking, and besides, she's not too young to be a few years older than you." It's the first time Yang Yan has heard of selling his daughter in such a fresh way. It's not for sale. It's a freebie. After more than 20 years of separation, the bond between you father and daughter has faded like water, not to mention me. "It's okay, I trust you, eat and drink and go back to bed." Yang Yan saw Qin Sangtian getting up and ready to escape and just wanted to go up and catch him, but he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the cripple is still running so fast. When Yang Yan turned around and was still wondering how these two drunken women could move back to the room when Qin Shenmeng had already lifted her head to look at Yang Yan. The face is very rosy, so it looks like something else. "Yang Yan, don't you like me?" Qin Shenmeng spoke up. "You're drunk, I'll help you back to bed." "I'm not drunk, I'm sober, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Me, is not the time. After 20 years, what's considered time? There's nothing Yang Yan can say now. Let me help you back first. Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, Qin Shenmeng suddenly stood up and walked to Yang Yan's side. Then he held Yang Yan's chin in his hand and tilted his hand up slightly. Qin Shenmeng kissed her regardless. Maybe it was the first time, Qin Shenmeng had forgotten how to breathe while kissing. After letting go of Yang Yan, he started breathing heavily. But it's still not over. I don't know how long it took before Yang Yan was released. Although he was used to this kind of thing, it was the first time for Qin Shenmeng. "How can you two kiss for so long? My hands are numb from lying down." Shirado raised her head as she spoke. "Holy, you're pretending to be drunk? It's okay, at least it stays awake. If both women are still awake." Then they all heard the conversation between Yang Yan and Qin Sangtian just now. "Sister Qian, it seems that my help is not needed." "What help? What have you two been secretly talking about behind my back?" "Just now Sister Qian wanted me to help her try out your current feelings for her. Yang Yan, you're really something." Qin Shenmeng didn't want to say anything more at this point. She just looked at Yang Yan quietly. "I'm drunk, help me back to bed." Chapter 44, he shouldn't have suffered so much. Yang Yan looked at Qin Shenmeng, who was more sober than him, and actually managed to say such words. But wouldn't he be looking for death if he dared to retort it this time? Although Yang Yan knew Qin Shenmeng's feelings, but with the 20 years of separation, Yang Yan didn't dare to act rashly. Just gently holding Qin Shenmeng's arm. "You don't really have to be so formal." Qin Shenmeng spoke to Yang Yan, her mouth kept spitting out dry, hot wine breath. "That's what I said, but Yang Yan doesn't dare to move." It was the first time Bai Shishir had seen such a fearful Yang Yan and found it a bit funny. Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to his room. Yang Yan also cheerfully looked around the room. "White, you haven't changed a bit here either." Looking at it, Yang Yan seemed to see something familiar. "It's just sitting there on the table." Yang Yan incredulously went up and picked it up to check. "White, why is my old wine glass here?" Yang Yan couldn't be mistaken, the chinks on the mouth of the cup were exactly the same as he remembered. When Yang Yan picked up his wine glass and still wanted to question Bai Shishir, Yang Yan turned his head back to see Qin Mengqian exuding a unique and charming feminine aura, an aura that seemed to push her charm to the extreme. When he still wanted to ask for help, he realized that Bai Shishir had already blocked the doorway. A trace of ominous premonition surged in Yang Yan's heart, but before he could react, Qin Shenmeng violently pounced on him. The defenseless Yang Yan was pounced on by Qin Shenmeng on the table behind him. At this moment, Qin Shenmeng's eyes became mesmerized, and her face was red from excitement. Her lips were slightly open, looking incomparably tantalizing. Qin Shenmeng is very close to Yang Yan, less than a finger's distance. Yang Yan inhaled a lot of alcohol-scented gas. Gradually, Yang Yan also blushed, not knowing that it was the wine breath that made him intoxicated. Or something. It all happened so suddenly that Yang Yan didn't have time to think. At this moment the air around us seems to have solidified. Yang Yan woke up early the next morning. Maybe it's because I drank last night. My head hurt when I woke up. Yang Yan carefully got out of bed and just got dressed when there was a knock on the door. Holy maiden, wake up. We are going to greet the Holy Lord today. This familiar voice is Ling. After fixing his image, Yang Yan pushed open the door of his room. Why you again? Didn't you escape? That. Last night the Virgin had an old attack, she sent me back. What? The Holy Maiden has had a relapse of her old illness? I'm going in to take a look. Yang Yan quickly made a move to stop. Wait, I already cured it last night. The Holy Maiden is healthy now. She needs to rest. Let's leave her alone. Spirit stood on tiptoe to see if the Virgin was still sleeping. Yang Yan pulled Xiao Ling and left. Where is your Holy Land cafeteria? Have a breakfast and talk about it. Little Spirit looked at Yang Yan with a contemptuous face. Do you really heal when you're dangling? More than that, I've also cured your family's Holy Lord. Just blow it off you. Have you seen my family's Holy Lord? Yo, so you've seen it? At the mention of this, Spirit suddenly became very proud of herself. That's for sure, my Holy Lord is the #1 most beautiful man in the Yaoqi Holy Land. How many female disciples want to obtain the Holy Lord's favor? Yang Yan quickly agreed. That good? Keep telling me about it. Yang Yan's support made Xiao Ling forget what she came here to do. Qin Xianmeng woke up just before Yang Yan left. As soon as she opened her eyes, Qin Xianmeng felt an unprecedented soreness. She stared blankly at the top of the bed. I can't stop blushing when I think about last night. Just then Shirado also woke up. So early. Shirado opened her mouth to greet. It's not early. How does it feel? Bai Shishir looked at Qin Xianmeng with a bad smile on her face. So amazing, just so tired. That's good enough for you. I didn't get out of bed for 2 days in the first place. Bai Shishir's words were like showing off. Don't you think it's strange? The two of us. Two? You'll find out later. Ha! I almost forgot that you weren't in the Martial Emperor dynasty back when Brother Yan was still a Martial Emperor. Qin Xianmeng has been guarding this place for more than 20 years for Yang Yan's request. Qin Xianmeng doesn't know what happened in Yuanwu City. It was only when the news of Yang Yan's death spread that Qin Xianmeng left the Yaoqi Holy Land for the first time. When I see Yang Yan again, it's already the end of the line. When she saw Yang Yan lying in the coffin, Qin Xianmeng felt as if she had lost something important. I don't know when the tears came out of my eyes. She kept reassuring herself that this man had nothing to do with her. It's just that I was wrong about that. By the time she saw the man she had once longed for in front of her again, Qin Xianmeng wondered if this was a dream. How can a dead man come back? But she confirmed now that it wasn't a dream. She has given the most important thing she has guarded for so many years to the person she loves the most. Were there many people pursuing Yang Yan in the beginning? Qin Xianmeng asked curiously. It's not a lot, it's very much. Who is Yan, the real no? One in the world, good-looking and handsome, with a lot of power and money. Who wouldn't like this kind of man? But now he has nothing? Bai Shishir slowly sat up after hearing this. It's the fact that he has nothing left that makes it all the more important for me to stay by his side. He's been on his own for 20 years. Tears fell from Pak Zz's eyes when she finished speaking. Why didn't I find him faster in the first place? He didn't deserve to suffer so much. Bai Shishir choked and lay in Qin Xianmeng's arms after she finished speaking. Has he been living on his own for over 20 years? Where did he live? Falling Sun City, a small, unassuming town. Why is it there? Because it's his old neighborhood. Chapter 45, Red Ink Villa, the visitors are not good. Qin Xianmeng thought about it. Never heard of it. Yes, I hadn't heard of it either, and I'd like to go back to that place with him when I get a chance, and see how he's lived for 20 years. Qin Xianmeng looks sad when she talks about this. It's so nice that you can follow him and I have to be the Holy Lord here. Not anymore yo, soon to be a Holy Mother, live in your own right in the Holy Land of Yogi. Bai Shishir comforted Qin Xianmeng. In some ways, Qin Xianmeng is indeed still a little girl. Where do you go with him after you leave the Holy Land? The North. Cecilia told me the truth. Qin Xianmeng was surprised for a moment. Why would you go to a place like that? Because of Yan's body, the spiritual energy in his body right now is very unstable. The two auras of the most yin and yang will be out of balance in his body at any time. I don't really know about that, but what does it have to do with the North? For the yin and yang raw bone flower. Hearing this herb, Qin Xianmeng also quickly thought of it. Could it be that he wants to repair his meridians? What is the effect of the yin-yang bone flower? Of course, Qin Xianmeng has heard about it. That's right, although he may not be able to regain his former state, he can at least live peacefully, as long as he can live. Seth White's wish is that simple. But the Northern Realm is dangerous, isn't it? Can Yang Yan with this body hold up? Qin Xianmeng's meaning is already obvious. She wants to come along too. No can yo Holy Mother Lord, Yaoi Holy Land can be without a Holy Maiden, but it can't be without you. Don't worry, Yang Yan and I will come back to see you. I know my own business, just asking, and it's about time I met those disciples of mine. Let's get dressed and go find Yan first. I expect he's gone for breakfast. Good. Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng woke up to organize themselves after the little spirit hurriedly broke in. Holy maiden, get up, it's bad. Bai Shishir saw how flustered little spirit was and quickly asked, what's going on? What happened? The person from the Red Ink Villa is here again. He is the one who wants to see our sacred lord this time no matter what. Go find the sacred lord quickly. Where's Yang Yan? Bai Shishir asked anxiously. Yang Yan? Who's that? It can't be that quack doctor you found. He's in the conference hall talking to the people from Red Ink Villa, as if they have some kind of old friendship? With Yang Yan on the scene, Bai Shishir won't be so worried. Okay, I get it. Next to this one? Xiao Ling looked at Qin Shenmeng and asked. She is our holy lord, but now she should change her name to the Holy Mother. Ha? Little spirit looked puzzled. I'll explain such things to you later. White, come back to the backyard with me first, I need to change my clothes. Bai Shishir looked at Qin Shenmeng and smiled. Good. Although Xiao Ling didn't know what was going on, but the holy maiden had said so, then she chose to follow the back. Yang Yan, on the other hand, took up the banner of the Holy Lord in the conference hall. In the conference hall, on the guest seat, there was an older man with burgundy hair, tan skin and a full set of tendons, plus a look of not to be messed with. Once you come, you know it's not easy to come from. Where is your sacred lord? Not coming out for so long, is it because you don't want to give face to my Red Ink Villa? Yang Yan sat aside and leisurely drank tea. Yang Yan was on his way to the dining room when he heard Xiao Ling say there was a show. Rushed over to find he'd been pushed out as a playwright. What can I do? We're here, so let's sit down and have a cup of tea. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land all recognized who this burgundy-haired uncle was. The second in command of the Red Ink Villa, Zhao Conglai. They don't dare to act rashly until the Holy Maiden and the Holy Lord come. Only Yang Yan calmly did the position next to Zhao Conglai and drank tea. Since I've promised Qin Sengqian to protect his daughter, then Yang Yan can't just sit back and do nothing about this holy place. Young man looks unfamiliar. Dare to sit here? It seems that your status in the Holy Land is not low. But you are still not worthy. Call your family's holy lord to come over. Zhao Conglai has spoken. His gruff voice combined with his appearance showed him to be a very strong and violent man. I am the Holy Lord. What do you want with me? By all accounts, Yang Yan is still the holy master of the Holy Land of Yaoqi. After all, Yang Yan asked Qin Shenmeng to act for him. Ha ha ha. Zhao Conglai laughed up to the sky. A kid at the 5th Jindan layer can also be the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land? Because of last night, Yang Yan's cultivation had returned to the Jindan realm. Qin Shenmeng was at least in the Mahayana realm. The amount of aura given here wasn't small anymore. The Jindan in Yang Yan's body has been shattered many times. It's just an empty shell anyway. It's okay to break the Jindan as many times as you want, even if it's a Yuaning. If a normal person's Jindan was shattered and his Yuaning was broken, he would have been worse than dead. Believe it or not is your business. What are you doing here looking for me? Yo, still got you loaded, acting up? Then why do you think I, a Jindan realm cultivator, would dare to sit next to you? You want to play hero? It's fine, I've met your sacred lord. She's a woman. I'm here today because I want to work with finding her to cooperate with the sacred ground. After all, we're considered to be the bottom 2 clans within the 5 major forces. Chiukon Li is right. Because the Yoyogi Sanctuary has a large number of girls, the overall strength can't keep up with it. But Akabano Hills is supposed to be a pure dish. Cooperation? How do you cooperate? You're the only kid here who dares to talk to me. Tell you it's okay. Your Holy Land takes out 70% of the resources for cultivation every year and we, Red Ink Villa, take out 30%. We'll all work together for a win-win situation. 7 for us and 3 for you. Reason. Zhao Conglai laughed again after hearing this. Ha ha ha, reason? Just because your Holy Land is weak, the 30% of resources we put out are enough for 70% of you, all? Yang Yan just smiled. Go on. It seems to me that the female disciples of your Holy Land are all weak. Our Red Ink Villa draws 100 female disciples from the Holy Land for free every year to train with us. Red Ink Villa is full of men, not a single woman in sight. Now he's telling Yang Yan that he'll take away 100 female disciples every year to help him cultivate for free. And you had to bring it to the Red Ink Villa's territory. Little cutie. We all know what Joe is thinking. And, hey, it's just refreshing to talk to you, kid. And there's also the fact that our banker is going to join your family's holy mother in marriage, pretending to do so that it looks like we're cooperating with deep emotions. If Yang Yan remembered correctly, the daughter of Red Ink Villa's villa master was almost 20 years old according to the age of ordinary people, not to mention the age of the owner of the house. It's a treaty no matter how you look at it. Any more? That's all for now. Let's sign a treaty first. I see that your status is not low. You should be able to represent the Holy Land, right? After saying that, Zhao Conglai took out a piece of paper from inside his storage ring. It's got content written all over it. The main thing is those 3 elements I mentioned. The others are minor treaties, not important. Let's sign them first. Did I say I agreed to your request? Yang Yan rested his head with one hand on his cheek and tilted his head with a look at a little cutie. He looked at Zhao Conglai. Chapter 46, taking Yang Yan away, a smart choice. Zhao Conglai stood up violently. Brat, how dare you fool me? Who would come to this poor place without the help of my red ink villa's resources in your holy land? Wait! A voice familiar to Yang Yan rang out. Nangong Wentian squeezed in from the crowd. I wonder if adding my family's resources can help the Holy Land. Nangong Wentian's arrival really startled Zhao Conlai. After all, he's the head of one of the 4 great families. How could he, as the second head of Red Ink Villa, not recognize it? The 4 families are no joke when it comes to financial power. Their income in 1 year is worth 2 years of Red Ink Villa's income. Nangong Wentian, why are you here? Zhao Conlai asked. If you can be here, why can't I? After saying that, Nangong Wentian sat next to Yang Yan. Anyone who isn't a cutie. You can tell these two are in cahoots. Zhao Conlai instantly felt that the scene was a bit delicate. Do you want to help the Holy Land? Don't you also want to cooperate with the Holy Land? It's the same for me, Nangong Wentian, so let's take what we need. Why? What good does it do you? Did they give you the yo-yo? That's not true, my daughter is practicing here, she should become a holy maiden soon. Do you think I'll help with this favor? Asterisk 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 you. I don't care about you. Today this treaty you have to sign even if you don't sign it. This is still me. If our banker comes and doesn't tear down this conference hall of yours, it's all good. Who wants to tear down my conference hall? A female voice with a majestic tone rang out. Qin Xianmeng wore the costume that she wore to show Yang Yan yesterday for the ceremonial appearance of the Holy Mother of God. In an instant, all the eyes in the room were directed toward Qin Xianmeng. Yang Yan smiled at this scene. It seems she has already accepted this identity. Sissy White is a close second. She was dressed in a clean white costume with a long trailing skirt, and in the eyes of the disciples of the Yaohu sacred ground, their holy maiden was just so noble and flawless. There's something about it that makes you afraid to get close. Zhao Conlai was dumbfounded. He only heard Master Zhuang say that the Holy Master of the Yaoqi Holy Land is actually a woman, but he's never seen the Holy Lord in real life. He didn't understand anything until he watched Qin Xianmeng sit in the center of the conference hall. Disciples pay homage to the Holy Mother. Bai Shishir took the lead and performed the exclusive etiquette of the Holy Land of Yaoqi to Qin Xianmeng. The disciples at the door in the back also finally understood everything. They all bowed to Qin Xianmeng. Yang Yan looked at this scene and shook his head. It seems that I still hate all these rules and regulations. I just heard someone say they were going to tear down my meeting room. Was it you? Qin Xianmeng looked at Zhao Conlai with a look of garbage. A pressure exclusively belonging to the Mahayana stage emanated out. No, the Holy Mother of God must have just heard it wrong. I want to come to talk about cooperation today. Calling your manor master to talk about cooperation. What are you? Do you have a lot of power? Yang Yan quietly looked at Qin Xianmeng. That's her normal state. Serious, dignified. It's only when you see Yang Yan that you turn into a little girl. She's a different person than she was in bed last night. Nangong Wentian, who had come to see his daughter, seemed to have seen something extraordinary. Did you know about the matter of the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land being a woman, Martial Emperor? Nangong Wentian whispered to Yang Yan and asked. No. Lord Martial Emperor is still strong. Yang Yan didn't respond. If he didn't know, then no one would know except for the Holy Lord himself. I'm here to talk about cooperation today. I don't want our two major powers to have such a frosty relationship. Even if you blew your own identity, then we, Red Ink Villa, are still stronger than you, Yaoi Sacred Land. And that's Zhao Conlia's strength. The Red Ink Villa gave him the courage to do so. We can still talk about the conditions above the treaty. My lord of the manor doesn't want me to return empty-handed, so I hope you'll give me face. Why should I give you face? Let your Zhuang master come and see if I give him face? It could be that Yang Yan is beside him, even if the Yaohi Holy Land is no match for Red Ink Villa. In this moment she was also full of energy. That's what Emperor Yang Yan gave her. Well, in that case there's no deal? I still say the same thing. Talk about cooperation and call your manor master. Good. In that case then can I have this brat to take away? I told you that Lord Zhuang doesn't want me to return empty-handed, and he just impersonated you to tease me, so it's okay for me to take this person back, right? Zhao Conlai looked at Yang Yan after he finished speaking, his face full of ill will. In response, Qin Xianmeng didn't even look at Zhao Conlai, but instead looked at Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded slightly. There are some things he has to do himself. It's good to see old friends. Yes, you can take him away. It's better to call your family's banker if you want to talk about cooperation. Good, then that's enough chit-chat for today. Kid, come with me. Yang Yan finished the tea in his hand in one gulp and then got up and followed Zhao Conlai to leave. Seeing this scene, Nangong Wentian found it very amusing. This Zhao Conlai has a really good eye for taking Martial Emperor away. Nangong family master, there are some things that should not be said in the open. Qin Xianmeng said with a warning tone. Our lady is offended. Since you chose him, then naturally you are a friend of our Holy Land. Xiao Bai, call the disciples over, I have something to announce. Yes. At this time, Yang Yan had already been taken out of the Yaoqi Holy Land by Zhao Conlai. Seeing no one around, Zhao Conlai has already gathered a flame in his hand. Kid, blame it on your love of showing off. Zhao Conlai was just about to strike when Yang Yan shouted to stop him. Wait. Take me back to the lodge, I still have use for you. Zhao Conglai was instantly energized by this. What use are you to me anymore? I have a handle on the Holy Mother of God. Haha, interesting. I've seen a lot of people like you, taking advantage of the Holy Mother's absence to come out with a hard-on, trying to gain the Holy Mother's favor to get better resources. Let's hear it. What kind of handle? The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled after listening to Zhao Conglia's reasoning. This little cutie. What's on his mind? Cough cough, of course I have to talk to your lord of the manor about such an important matter. Take me back to the manor. I'm a Jindan stage still able to run away in your hands? Zhao Conglai thought about what Yang Yan said and it made sense. At least it's not empty-handed. And a Jindan stage really can't make much of a difference. Fine, I'll let you live a little longer. Then Zhao Conglai grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and rose up into the air. A figure in a tree not far away disappeared after seeing Yang Yan being taken away. And Qin Xianmeng made her identity known to the public. And she also said that Bai Shishir will be disqualified from being a saint. Let's all work hard for this position. And Sissy White can step aside in peace. After the show, Qin Xianmeng began to worry about Yang Yan's safety. Is it really okay for him to go forward alone like that? Brother Yan, he has his own ideas, at least in the martial kingdom no one can kill him yet. So this is what it feels like to keep hanging on to someone in your heart. Chapter 47, The Three Brothers. Red Ink Villa is still a bit far from the sacred land of Yaoqi. It was still morning when we first left, and it was almost afternoon when we arrived. The sun is burning hot this time of year. The reddish houses of Chimo Hills look even more fiery under the passionate sun. The guards at the gate were also dressed in a crimson uniform. With Zhao Conglai as his second in command, Yang Yan will naturally have no obstacles. Until Zhao Conglai brought Yang Yan to a house that looked like an alchemy furnace. It's shaped like a gourd, and when you get close to it, you feel all hot and bothered. There's also a lot of flames on the walls. The entrance consists of a large iron gate. It's supposed to keep the heat from escaping. A heat wave hit Zhao Conglai after he pushed open the door. It's not like an alchemist's furnace. It's an alchemy furnace. There's nothing around but flames. Master Zhuang, I went to the Yaoqi Holy Land and brought someone back. Zhao Conglai shouted. Then the flames around us slowly dissipated. But it's still hot. Until Yang Yan saw a figure sitting on the ground not far away. Half naked, he just sat in the fire and practiced. Yang Yan actually admires this kind of person. I'll do anything to be strong. Where is the man? Bring them up. Zhao Conglai then pushed Yang Yan forward. Master Zhuang, this brat's status in the Yaoqi Holy Land isn't low, and he also knows that Holy Lord's handle, so I brought him here. Hearing Zhao Conglia's words, he did become interested. After standing up and putting on a black dress, he had short hair and burn marks all over his face. The clothes he's wearing are the origin of the name of Red Ink Villa. This is the martial arts genius Xia Mingyuan. From the time Yang Yan knew Xia Mingyuan, he had stayed in this ghostly place that resembled an alchemy furnace. He left his wife and daughter in order to become stronger. Maybe he's dying before he remembers his daughter's life. But he still hasn't forgotten to practice. After putting on her clothes, Xia Mingyue took a closer look at Yang Yan. Kid looks familiar, haven't we met somewhere? Upon hearing this, Zhao Conglai really thought that he had brought back the main figure of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Even the boss feels familiar with him, so this kid must be something special. Anyway, that's what Zhou Kong Yeol thinks. Xia Mingyuan then turned his back and began to straighten up his clothes. Tell me what you have on that Holy Lord. This is a secret, I don't want a third person to know. Yang Yan was imploring Zhao Conglai to leave. Why can't I listen to this? Ha! Xia Mingyuan's eyes signaled, and Zhao Conglai had no choice but to leave. Yang Yan spoke only after watching Zhao Conglai leave. We have indeed met, third elder. Xia Mingyuan turned around when he heard this name. There's not more than 5 people in the world who know him by that name. Even his wife and daughter don't know the name. Come on, I didn't find you to catch up, your boss is dying, you know that right? Xia Mingyuan didn't answer Yang Yan. He kind of doubted his eyes. That man is dead. But not many people know him as San Lao. Aren't you dead? It's not dead. No, he's dead. I watched him get buried. It's also the first time Yang Yan met a normal person. It's not like Sissy and Su Mayer who said he's not dead. You can say you're alive even when you're dead. Of course, we're naming Su Hongyan, who opened the coffin. This one is even more treacherous. Xiao Qianfeng, Jin Sangtian, Xia Mingyuan, you 3 brothers are the most vegetable, that's why it's called the 3 old men. When you 3 big me one didn't win, then you went your separate ways. Do you want me to continue? What Yang Yan knows is not Qin Xianmeng's handle, but Xia Mingyuan's. Okay, no need to say anymore, no one knows about this except the 4 of us. You can't be one of the 2 of them pretending to be you. Told you I didn't make it. It's not right, your body. There's always a small price to pay for surviving in that environment. Xia Mingyuan still finds it unbelievable. So what did you come to see me about? Why are you going to trouble the Yaoqi Holy Land? Yang Yan opened the door and asked. Why did I go to the Yaoqi Holy Land to look for trouble? I only went to see Jin Sangtian once. He told me at the time that he was dying. And then what? Then he tried to get my daughter to propose to the Holy Lord, saying it was to preserve the Holy Land. Yang Yan seemed to smell a hint of conspiracy. And then what? and then I did as I was told. I can't even deny a dying man that much, can I? It makes sense to Yang Yan. That's the same way he forced Qin Shinming on Yang Yan. So what's the deal with Cho Cho Kong Li? I told her to go and make it clear to the Holy Lord that it was a fake marriage, in fact, in order to preserve the Yaoqi Holy Land. You know that the Holy Lord of Yaoqi is female? And it's also Qin Sengtian's daughter. I know, I knew it the first day she took the throne, for you boy. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so that old man knows everything and is thinking of coming to trap me? I even blew my own identity to come over and help him out. What kind of trouble? Xia Mingyuan couldn't understand what Yang Yan was saying anymore. I told you that you were at least brothers who had worshipped each other in the beginning. How come you've suddenly turned against each other now? Did I hit you guys that hard back then? Xia Mingyuan nodded. Back then, I was called the Yen King, Xiao Qianfeng was the world's fastest, and Qin Sengtian was still the world's #1 imperial swordmaster. Can the blow not be too big when you defeated us in our best area? Xia Mingyuan has been practicing hard to surpass Yang Yan one day. His title of King of Yen was not wasted, but in the end, he still couldn't beat someone with Yen in his name. 20 years ago, after the news of Yang Yan's death spread, he felt as if his life had lost its meaning. The rest of life is just mindless practicing and losing purpose. It's pointless to keep cultivating. You have to know what you're cultivating for, to become the strongest, or to be able to have the strength to protect your family? Yang Yan has people he really wants to protect, so he can only protect them by becoming the strongest. But the result is that you failed to protect yourself and got yourself almost killed. In that case, let's compete again. I'm only at the Jindan realm now, and you really have the face to compare yourself to me. Then fire control, not spiritual power. Yang Yan thought about it. Control fire line. Don't wait to lose the Dao heart and broken. Don't worry, what can I let go of after all these years? Xia Mingyuan then took out 2 alchemy furnaces inside his storage ring, and 2 black stones. This is what I once experienced by chance. With the fire burning, words will finally become yellow, purple, red, gold. Rely on my own at most to the red, gold as I use this bottom of the 1,000 years of ground fire to reach the realm. Yang Yan was quite amused. Come on. Chapter 48, a winning and unwinnable competition. Xia Mingyuan put the 2 black stones into the alchemy furnace. Then one person at a time began to manipulate the flames. Perhaps because the target of the competition was Yang Yan, Xia Mingyuan was extra serious and focused. After manipulating the flames to burn the stone, Yang Yan could see that the stone had really turned yellow. Then Yang Yan also tried. It didn't take long for the stone in the alchemy furnace to turn yellow. Yang Yan found it more and more interesting. And at this time Xia Mingyuan's stone has reached the purple color. His hands were already covered in flames, but he didn't feel a single dry heat. Then it went to red, and the whole furnace glowed bright red. Xia Mingyuan knew that this was not enough to defeat Yang Yan, because the man he was facing was not some cat or dog. Until finally Xia Mingyuan tried his best and ended up not relying on the 1,000-year-old earth fire to burn the stone into a golden color. Golden light shone in Xia Mingyuan's eyes. It's done. I've finally burned it to a golden color all by myself. Xia Mingyuan's eyes were filled with joy, as if he had returned to his young self when he had just broken through to the Jindan realm. Look at Yang Yan again, the stone of the alchemy furnace is still black. There's not the slightest change. It's a bit of a win, but it's a win, ha ha ha. So happy that it made Xia Mingyuan smile. This thing is really hard to maneuver. What's the principle? I can't tell you about this. I call it purification. This stone was originally a beautiful gemstone. It's just full of impurities. As long as you use the flame to melt away the excess impurities, it will end up being a different color, and then after a step of purification from that it will become purple. Xia Mingyuan shared his findings with relish. Xia Mingyuan then took the golden stone out of the furnace. The black stone that was just the size of a palm ended up being a golden stone the size of a thumb. After the impurities are melted away, there's only a little bit left. I have to say it's really pretty. I think Cecilia would be happy to give it to them. I'll give it to you, as a gift for when it's been a long time. Good, then I'll take it. Yang Yan grabbed it and put it in his pocket. He's still trying to figure out how to get it. Since I've come all the way here today, then you should cooperate with the Yaohe Holy Land for mutual benefit, so that you won't be bullied by those 3 major forces above you. Yang Yan faintly said. I usually don't pay attention to these, but if it's you who asks, I'll go to the Holy Land tomorrow to talk to Qin Sengtian's daughter. That's fine, it's not a waste of time. I'm going back to find Qin Sengtian to settle the score. By the way, that person called Zhao Konglai is not a good thing. Drive away or kill as you please. If even you say that, then I will definitely investigate and then give you an explanation. Yang Yan nodded. That's fine, see you when you leave. Yang Yan really didn't want to stay in this place for a second. It's so hot, my underwear's soaking wet. After Yang Yan left, Xia Mingyuan started to clean up, pack up the stove that Yang Yan just used, took the black stone out of it. When I reached out to touch the black stone, I got dust on Xia Mingyuan's hand. At this time, Xia Mingyuan felt that something was wrong. This black stone was just an illusion that existed on the outside. After he had removed all the dust, a colorful gem-emitting dazzling light entered Xia Mingyuan's eyes. This one is smaller than the gold one, but it's also more brilliant. Xia Mingyuan laughed at this scene. In the end I still lose? Xia Mingyuan then carefully put away the 7-colored gemstone. Someone, call Zhao Konglai in. Zhao Konglai, who was still waiting at the door, hurriedly asked Yang Yan when he saw him come out. How's your boy talking? I've told your lord of the manor word for word what I can, and soon you'll be able to collect your reward. Yo! You can still collect the reward, you kid knows quite a bit. Soon a disciple of the Red Ink Villa found Zhao Konglai. Second master, the banker is asking you to go to him. Zhao Konglai instantly smiled upon hearing that. Good boy, I suddenly don't want to kill you. Hey, you arrange for someone to send this boy back. Yes. Yang Yan was then taken away by the disciples of Red Ink Villa. Thinking back to the scene just now, when he refined the 7 colors, it was not good to disturb Xia Mingyuan when he saw him being so serious. A gift for a long time, consider it a return gift. So much so that Yang Yan didn't care what happened to Zhao Konglai. It was after 7 p.m. When we got back to the sanctuary. The first thing he did was to go to the back of Yaoqi, the place where Qin Sangtian stayed. Through the familiar boulders, Yang Yan directly broke into a yell. Damn old man, you come out. Hearing the commotion, Qin Sangtian walked out from inside the tower while pulling out his earwax. What's up yelling? Are you punking me? What Red Ink Villa is plotting against the Yaoqi Holy Land? I think you're the one plotting against the Holy Land, aren't you? You went to see the oldest? Yang Yan nodded. Oops, that was my original plan, to have him pretend a marriage with the Yaoqi Holy Land to protect the Holy Land. Who knew you showed up? Yang Yan pointed his finger at himself. So I shouldn't show up? You can't say that. I don't know if Red Ink Villa can preserve the Holy Land, but you definitely can, and by the way, I'll betroth my daughter to you. How nice. Qin Sangtian wanted to laugh at the thought of such a perfect plan for himself. Have you ever sold your daughter like that? In a word, take it or leave it. What do you want or don't want? It's already in your pants pocket. It's too late not to want it now. Say, why did you go to see the oldest? Red Ink Villa people came to my door to talk to me about a series of overbearing terms, and then I went to the third elder, wanting to know what kind of disciple he taught. Oops, you know, that guy of his doesn't listen to anything outside the window, he cultivates all day long. Did he ever look for you for a match? Yang Yan nodded. Looking for it. So did he win? The pack lost, but I didn't tell him, so count him as a winner. Lost decades ago, still losing now. Yang Yan, have you ever lost? Yang Yan thought back. If you had known me a decade or so earlier, you would have realized that I never won at all. Good thing too, at least you're not really invincible, you still have some opponents when you first come out. I also saw Shao Qianfeng. Lao Air? Interesting, our 3 brothers haven't met together for so long, but it's finished for you. It's probably fate. Yang Yan faintly said. So, is he okay? Does it look like you've had a good time, and you've even taken on a disciple, and I promised him that I'd have a chance to compete with him again in the future. Fine, you can win this one without worrying, the penis doesn't have such a strong ego. Say, aren't you guys going to reunite? After all these years. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Qin Sangtian turned his back and looked at the tower in front of him. Let's get together again in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 49, The Late Hero. Yang Yan looked at Qin Sangtian vicissitudes of the back of the air filled with regret. Yang Yan recalled how energetic the 3 brothers were. At their age, they should be drinking every day. Mouthfuls of stories from his youth. Memories of a youth that belonged only to the 3 of them. Yang Yan doesn't know what's between these 3 brothers. It's definitely not a matter of Yang Yan winning over the 3 of them in the first place. If you want to be the middleman, you need to know what happened back in the day. Yang Yan thought about it. Qin Shenmeng didn't know the Qin Sangtian of that year. And Shao Qianfeng has no children. I'm sure none of these 3 old mules will talk. Then it's only Xia Mingyuan's daughter or wife. If these 2 people don't know, then only these 3 stubborn donkeys under the sky know what happened back then to cause them to become like this now. While Yang Yan was still thinking, Qin Sangtian had already returned to the tower and closed the door. Yang Yan had to leave first. It was late when I got back to Shiraito's room. Pushing open the door of the room to find Bai Shishir walking from side to side, worry written all over her face. Hearing the voice, Bai Shishir breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Yang Yan. He ran all the way to Yang Yan and finally hugged him. What's taking so long? Yang Yan touched Bai Shishir's hair. Come on, what could possibly go wrong? You must be worried about a Jindan realm cultivator going to the enemy's lair. Yang Yan subconsciously touched his nose after hearing this. Ahem, that you know the King of Inferno? I've heard of him, he seems to have a good relationship with Senior Qin Sangtian, but that was a long time ago. Yang Yan nodded. He and Qin Sangtian used to be sworn brothers. Shiraito was shocked for a moment. Ha? So they're so close, what are you doing talking about this? The owner of Red Ink Villa is the Yen King of that year. After hearing that, Bai felt like the sky had fallen. You're saying that it's the brother who worshipped with Senior Sword Sangtian back then who's actually going to wipe out the Holy Land now? Stop, you've misunderstood. It's all a plot by that old thing. Conspiracy? Where's the conspiracy? A conspiracy to buy and sell. Pak ZZ was listening to the clouds. Anyway, this is all a misunderstanding. The Yen King has no interest in the Holy Land, and even wanted to preserve it. It's just that there was a small mistake halfway through. And then this little mistake was the appearance of Yang Yan. It made Qin Shengtian come up with a more perfect plan. That's good. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, wouldn't the Holy Mother not have to worry about the threat of the Red Ink Villa? Yang Yan nodded. At least now we know that the Red Ink Hills are already allies to us. What puzzled Yang Yan was what exactly Qin Shengtian was afraid of. Since the Red Ink Villa was one of their own, who would be thinking about the Yaoqi Holy Land? If Qin Shengtian doesn't want to talk to Yang Yan, then the other party was most likely a character that even Yang Yan would have trouble resolving. But that's what Qin Shengtian thought. Yang Yan has been alive for so long, he's not afraid of anything except those women. Has anyone other than Red Ink Villa come to the Holy Land? Yang Yan asked. There's also the Moon Shadow sect and the Shenqi sect. These two sects are the ones that came the most. A voice came from a distance. Qin Shenmeng walked slowly in a plain long dress. She's slowly coming to terms with the Virgin Mary. As far as dress is concerned, there are no more restrictions. Still, women's clothes suit you better. Yang Yan faintly said. You can see me back in men's clothes if you want, just for you. Yang Yan's body suddenly trembled after hearing this. Ahem, let's not talk about that. What's the deal with the Moon Shadow sect and the Shenqi sect that you just mentioned? Yang Yan of the Moon Shadow sect doesn't know. But Yang Yan and Su Meier from the Shenqi sect had encountered it on their way back to the Hahuan sect. If Yang Yan remembers correctly, the Shenqi sect had already been destroyed by Lei Wusheng at that time. The Moon Shadow sect has come to propose marriage to the Holy Maiden, but there are rules in the Holy Land that the Holy Maiden shall not marry easily. What about the Shenqi sect? Qin Shenmeng thought back. I wouldn't have much of an impression of this clan. It's been a long time since I've been here. I used to come at least 3 times a month. What are they here for? For the sake of cooperation, they want to acquire our Yaoqi sacred water and sell it to the outside world, and the split is 30 to 70%, 70% for us. Yang Yan heard it. It's really for money. If that's the case, the benefits of selling the sacred water of the Yaoqi can't be solved by gambling. The Shenqi sect may have a bigger plan. At that time, Yang Yan didn't go to Shenqi sect to take a look. As for whether or not the sect was really exterminated by Lei Wusheng, Yang Yan has no way of knowing now. Do you promise? Yang Yan continued to ask. Of course not. Yaoqi sacred water is a clan fundamental to our Yaoqi sacred ground, who would still come to Yaoqi sacred ground by selling it at will. Yang Yan nodded. Qin Shenmeng's words make sense. Yang Yan fell into deep thought. Is an unorthodox sect really worth my attention? Maybe Qin Shengtian knows something. He's hiding a lot of things from Yang Yan. If we count the time, the Moon Shadow sect will be here again tomorrow. When Yang Yan heard that, he said, I can't believe he comes every month at the right time. Baici spread her hands with an indifferent look on her face. Every time you come, you bring a lot of goodies, so why not have the money? That would indeed be possible, and there is money to be made in another way. Ahem. Qin Shenmeng tactically coughed twice. What's wrong? Young Smoke asked. Tomorrow, not only the Moon Shadow sect will come, there's also the Red Ink Villa with the Phaseless Sword sect and quite a few other sects. It's to tell those people that the leader of the Yaoji Holy Land is actually a woman, right? Yang Yan guessed. That's right, it's a rebirth of sorts, and from now on I'm going to live for myself, not to hold this position for some negative person. Qin Shenmeng suddenly nudged Yang Yan. No, wasn't the truth told to you? It wasn't my fault back then. I don't care, you're a negative person if you don't see anyone for over 20 years. Yeah, negative. Bai Shishir was furious at the thought of Yang Yan disappearing for 20 years. Wait, how did the topic change? Let's talk about the Shenqi sect. Don't want to talk, I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy too. I'll go to bed early and have to get up early tomorrow. Qin Shenmeng yawned when she finished speaking. If they all say they're sleepy, then it's time for Yang Yan to go to bed. When Yang Yan woke up early the next morning, he found that he was the only one left in the room. It just so happens that people from Red Ink Villa are coming today. Yang Yan guessed that Xia Mingyuan would bring his wife and daughter over. Then we can find a chance to ask the 3 brothers what happened back then. It's a reward for the late hero. Chapter 50 Parchment, a familiar deceased person. After walking out of the room, Yang Yan could feel that everyone in the Holy Land was busy. Except for people like him, who are guests in the Holy Land, who have nothing to do. And of course, Nangong Wentian. After saying that, Yang Yan saw Nangong Wentian, who was loitering not far away. He also looks very relaxed. The way he's walking, he's obviously looking for Yang Yan. Yang Yan also directly opened his mouth and asked, Yo, haven't left yet? Nangong Wentian smiled after hearing this. That's true, my daughter is the future Holy Maiden, there's no harm in staying a few more days. Freeloading makes you talk quite rightfully. Has the seal on your daughter been lifted yet? Don't worry, she's so safe now. What am I doing sealing her? Yang Yan nodded slightly also. What is that seal of yours called? Why haven't I seen it before? After saying that, Nangong Wentian took out a parchment scroll from his storage ring. After unfolding it, it was full of symbols and fonts that Yang Yan couldn't understand. This is my family juniors go out to practice by chance. After the translation of one of the above is written, how to seal want my daughter this kind of physique of the secret method. Yang Yan heard this is a bit interesting. Where's the rest of it? Nangong Wendian raised his head slightly and smiled. Hey, I didn't translate the rest. Yang Yan looked at Nangong Wendian's face. Why didn't he realize that Nangong Wendian was such an old boy? But since this can seal the 9 heavenly Linglong body, which is one of the top 10 physiques in the ancient times, then wouldn't the 2 physiques in Yang Yan's body also be sealed? That way you don't have to worry about the spiritual energy in your body getting out of balance. But if it was in the past, Yang Yan might even let Nangong Wendian cast the seal. But now there was no going back. The news that Yang Yan was still alive was undoubtedly a layer of paper on the window that would be broken as soon as it was stabbed. From the moment Su Meier found him, Yang Yan knew that his life was about to change dramatically. And now it's just as Yang Yan thought at first. Even the Shirato guys used it. If you want to say who is 100% sure of Yang Yan's death, it's probably only Su Hongyan. Although I didn't translate it, I was able to extrapolate the rest from the chapter on sealing the physique, and this parchment is most likely something left over from the ancient times. Yang Yan reached out and took the parchment. It's rough to the touch, and you can really tell that the parchment is very historic when you look at it. At that moment, Yang Yan suddenly thought of something. Can I borrow this parchment? If the martial Emperor Sama has said so, how could I refuse? That said, do you want to translate the rest of it? Yang Yan nodded. It was meant to be translated, but not by me. I thought someone would understand. Who? Nangong Wendian asked curiously. Not you, anyway. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell not far away, there was a disciple of the Yaohe Holy Land who hurriedly walked over. Your honored guests, my holy mother invites you to dine in the main hall. Yang Yan looked at the sun that was not yet high in the sky. This early? The food is for breakfast, and those clans will not arrive until lunch. Have an early lunch and go to the main hall? Well, Our Lady has invited some important people over in advance. That's fine. Yang Yan finished glancing at Nangong Wendian. Go on. What are you waiting for? Afterwards, Yang Yan and Nangong Wendian had just taken the first step when Yang Yan was stopped by a disciple of the Holy Land with his hand. You can't go yet. The Virgin told me to take you to the Virgin. Yang Yan didn't ask much about it. Lead the way. After walking for a while, Yang Yan was brought to the pavilion in the middle of the water of the Yao Chi Lake. Bai Shishir had already brewed tea and waited for a long time, and there was a rectangular wooden box next to the stone table. Why are you up so late? Yang Yan heard you guys got up and didn't call me and said I got up late? We were trying to let you rest a little more. Who knew you'd be up so late? Never mind, do the business. After Bai Shishir finished speaking, she got up and pulled Yang Yan to sit down. Do what? Bai Shishir didn't answer Yang Yan but opened the rectangular wooden box. It's full of common girls' cosmetics. Who did Qin Xian Meng invite? I actually had to disguise myself. Just go to the main hall in a minute and you'll see, you should recognize it. I recognize? Then Qin Xian Meng did it on purpose, right? Why don't you just give me that position? So you want it? Bai Shishir asked with a serious face. Yang Yan was shocked. Actually, don't really want it. Pak ZZ gave a light laugh. Then he picked up a small bottle and began to help Yang Yan disguise himself. By the way, Su Meier just arrived at the Holy Land this morning. She should be sitting in the main hall now. It looks like things have been settled on her end, so we should get going once you've removed the title of Holy Maiden. Good. Neither of them spoke for the next 10 minutes. I'll be quiet until I finish helping Yang Yan with his disguise. Through the bronze mirror, Yang Yan looked at himself inside the mirror, really cannot recognize it. An additional painted mole at the corner of the left eye, faintly scratched by black dye around the eye. It makes your eyes look smaller. With all the details, Yang Yan is really reformed. Finally Baisi took out a dress. Today you are one of the handymen of our Yao Chi Holy Land Law. Yang Yan looked at the clothes in Bai Shishir's hands. I knew it wasn't that simple, but is there a handyman as handsome as me? Oops, hurry up and put it on. Under Bai Shishir's strong-armed operation, Yang Yan put on the uniform worn by the sweeper at the entrance. If you don't look at her face, she's kind of like a sweeper and a waitress. Bai Shishir also almost laughed out loud after reading it. Circumstances dictate that you endure. Can I not go to the main hall? Of course not, let's go. After saying that, Bai Shishir took Yang Yan's hand and left the pavilion in the lake. It was only when she walked to a crowded place that she let go of Yang Yan. Walked into the main hall. Yang Yan looked around. Qin Xianmeng was sitting in the very center of the room. Next to the Holy Maiden, Yang Yan knows it well. But there was a woman on the right, who looked like a noble woman. Beside him was an unfathomable guard, whose hands, neck, clothes, and headdress were all luxurious and precious stones. Little cute. You can also tell that the woman is rich. Nangong Wendian had already taken his seat. They shouldn't recognize Yang Yan in his current state. Bai Shishir whispered from the side. Don't forget who you are now, go get the water. Yang Yan felt like the sky was falling when he heard that. After Bai Shishir finished speaking, she pulled out a teapot from somewhere and handed it to Yang Yan. Yang Yan first went to pour a pot of tea for the position of the elder of the Holy Land. Of course the elders didn't fail to recognize him. Then he arrived next to the woman who was all noble, and after getting closer Yang Yan realized that this woman is not only rich and good-looking, but more importantly, Yang Yan is familiar with her. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Chapter 51 Lin Wanqing of the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures. Maybe it's Yang Yan's illusion. The woman in front of him seemed to be staring at him after pouring the tea. Seeing the situation is not good, Yang Yan left quickly. After pouring a round of tea, Yang Yan walked next to Bai Shishir. Hey, who's that woman in gold? What's all this yakking about? Go and serve the food. Yang Yan looked at Bai Shishir with wide eyes. Yang Yan had no choice but to swallow his anger and go to the kitchen. Yang Yan can still carry some food. But when I got to the kitchen, I saw the array of dishes. Yang Yan then silently vowed in his heart that he would make Bai Shishir pay. New here, right? Come here and take these 38 plates of food to the main hall. Yang Yan? This day Yang Yan had forgotten when he had stopped to take a rest. All Yang Yan knew was that the sun was so strong that it made him lose himself in it. Yang Yan wasn't the only one serving food. These miscellaneous disciples seem to have gotten used to this kind of work. They don't seem to be able to find exhaustion on their faces. Only Yang Yan is sitting in front of the kitchen. Now he was no longer curious as to who the woman in gold was. Soon a boy with a face full of freckles came toward Yang Yan with a glass of water in his hand. You mean new to the game, and tired of drinking? The boy had a smile on his face, and the freckles on his face seemed to bring out a hint of cuteness in his. Yang Yan deduced that this boy was no more than 18 years old according to the age of ordinary people. At this Yang Yan did not refuse and took the water given by the boy. Thanks. You're also really unlucky, you just came in and ran into this big feast, and you're still a bit busy at noon. Aren't you guys tired? Yang Yan asked curiously. Of course you won't be tired if you have money to earn. Today it's 5 times the wages, and the guys are full of strength. Yang Yan's eyes widened when he heard that there was 5 times the wages, so only Yang Yan worked for nothing. In the little book Paisley made another note. So why did you come to work here? Yang Yan continued to ask. Back then, I thought I had the highest cultivation talent in the village and came to the Holy Land with a high heart, but I didn't even pass the preliminary exams, but in the end, the Holy Land left me behind and found me a job. Yang Yan looked at the little boy in front of him. Like him when he was young, he was also high-minded, but after going out and practicing for a long time he realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. That little boy full of blood is slowly being killed by the world. This continent is never short of geniuses. Until Yang Yan met his master. He saw Yang Yan's hybrid body at a glance. From then on, Yang Yan's cultivation journey was out of control. There were many geniuses and demons back then, but they all called Yang Yan a genius. What about you? Why did you come here to do odd jobs? Hearing the boy's question, Yang Yan didn't know how to answer. I'm a temp and I came here when I heard there was a shortage. The boy nodded. We do have a shortage of people today, so what happens when it's over? Where do you go? I don't know, wherever there's work. Huh? Well, why don't you let the Holy Land keep you? The Holy Mother is very nice. I have my own plans. What about you? So young, don't you consider continuing your training to break into the world? The boy hesitated. I'm having a pretty good time too. Everyone has everyone's way of living, just as well. What are those 2 boys out there yakking about? Come here and carry the fruit to the main hall. There's a noise coming from inside the kitchen. The 2 of them smiled at each other. Come on, get to work. Until the after-dinner fruit is served. Yang Yan glanced at the sun. It's estimated to be only 9 to 10 o'clock now. By the time he got back to the main hall they were almost done eating. Come to CC Beck's side. It's still the same problem. Come on, tell me who that woman is. Lin Wanqing. Ah, you can even forget this. After many difficulties, Yang Yan finally got the answer he wanted. Who did you say she was? The daughter of the president of the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures, Lin Wanqing. I remember, didn't she chase after you back then? Yang Yan instantly became agitated when he heard that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How old was she then? Wouldn't I be an animal with her? You would have been. What a mess. This is not the time to talk about this. What did Qin Qianmeng pull her over for? Didn't you say that the Holy Land is in danger now? Of course it's pulling allies. Yang Yan knows very well how much power the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures has in the Martial Kingdom. No clan is willing to offend them. If you're a little upset, everything in Manpower House has nothing to do with you. Even if you're rich, you won't do your business. Many of the first-class sect masters have spiritual weapons from the House of 10,000 Treasures. Because of honesty, fair prices eventually came to this position. The president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is a monopoly, and the Chamber of Commerce is actually under his control. This was something Yang Yan had already noticed when he was still a martial emperor. If we can get an alliance with the Chamber of Commerce, not to mention the 5 major powers, even if Chen Yunshan wants to think about the Holy Land, he'll have to weigh his options. But unfortunately, the only time the Chamber of Commerce made an alliance was with Yang Yan, the martial emperor 20 years ago. Since then no one has been able to pull in the Manpower Chamber of Commerce. How could Qin Qianmeng pull her over? What does the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce see in you? Yao Qi water, huh? Shirado shook her head. I don't know, Our Lady probably has her own way. So how did the negotiations go? Of course it was rejected. So what's she doing here? Dabbling in food, huh? Qin Xianmeng opened her mouth without waiting for Bai Shishir to answer. Is it true that your chamber is no longer considering it? Lin Wanqing's face was expressionless. No need, I'm only here because you guys had a bit of a relationship with that man in the first place and gave him face. You guys are the first of the year to be able to make our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce go to the banquet. Yang Yin heard, so pretentious? Then I'll be bothering your chamber today, and I hope we can work together the next time we meet. As soon as Qin Xianmeng's words left her mouth, Lin Wanqing got up and prepared to leave. Bai Shishir then tugged on Yang Yan's coat corner. Get after it. Yang Yan was dumbfounded. What am I going after? Cootie. All heard the man she just mouthed was you. Come on, the safety of the Holy Land is in your hands. Yang Yan followed with a reluctant face. When Lin Wanqing liked her it was when she was young. Wouldn't you be taken for a pervert if you went over there now? Yang Yan didn't think too much. Soon he will be going to the north, leaving Qin Xianmeng alone to guard the Holy Land is indeed a bit wrong. Yang Yan then followed. Qin Xianmeng saw this and felt that something was wrong, glanced at Bai Shishir. Yang Yan him? Don't worry, with him out there, the other party will help you even if the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce comes. Chapter 52, Trailing a Demented Man. Yang Yan quickly stepped out of the main hall and looked at Lin Wanqing's walking route, not the direction of leaving the Holy Land. This made Yang Yan curious, and then he followed the woman to see where she was going. After following for a while, Yang Yan realized that this road leads to the kitchen. He knows this road so well, he's made over 30 round trips in one morning. What is she doing here? With doubts, Yang Yan continued to follow. And Lin Wanqing realized Yang Yan's presence long ago. Miss, do you want me to get rid of that guy following behind? Lin Wanqing hesitated, thinking back to the way Yang Yan poured tea for her in the morning. For a moment she thought that the handyman pouring the water before her resembled a human being. But I can't remember for a second. But she's been raised in a greenhouse since she was born. Everyone I know is rich and powerful. Why would you have a memory of a handyman? Lin Wan thought she might have been thinking too much and then didn't pay much attention to it. Now this man's actions once again caught Lin Wanqing's attention. Forget about him for now, he probably has his eye on me. The guard next to him thought it made perfect sense when he heard it. After all, Lin Wanqing is not bad looking. A seemingly young face hides a great deal of energy. Not that trailing demented man anymore. Is the intel information from my dad's side accurate? The guards nodded with great certainty. It can't be wrong, we've already inquired again and again, and there just happens to be someone in the Yaohe Holy Land whose age and time of arrival at the Holy Land and gender all match. After hearing what the guard said, Lin Wanqing revealed a hint of joy. 5 years, is it finally time to find you? Oh my stupid brother. In addition to the joy, Lin Wanqing's face is more apologetic. Then Lin Wanqing and the two of them moved on. Yang Yan continues to follow, until they actually got to the kitchen. Just as Yang Yan thought. Why don't you wait outside, and I'll go in and ask around? Lin Wanqing said faintly to the guards. Yes. Lin Wanqing then glanced at the kitchen door and lifted her foot to walk in. Just in time for the workers to eat. 7 or 8 people, all gathered around a big table. The food on the counter wasn't that great. It can even be described as very vegetarian. The only meat dish is still a soup made from leftover chicken claws and chicken heads. But still, everyone's face is happy. At least everyone was laughing and not saddened by the plain dishes. As soon as Lin Wanqing came in, she saw the little boy sitting in the corner. He didn't say a word, listening to the adults next to him as they told stories of their younger days. I hear some jokes and I smile. Lin Wanqing saw the freckled boy hiding in the corner with tears running down his cheeks. It was only then that everyone noticed a woman standing in the doorway. What can I do for you, young lady? An older man in a white scarf stood up. He's obviously the most powerful person here. At this time the little boy locked eyes with Lin Wanqing. The first thing the boy thought of when he looked at the all too familiar woman in front of him was to run away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the little boy got up and just wanted to leave. At this time Lin Wanqing had already come to his side. The little boy looked at Lin Wanqing with a silly smile on his face. Hey, sis, long time no see. And then the familiar ear pulling. It hurts, sis, so many people are there. You still know I'm your sister? You didn't come home for 5 years. You really think you can't be found, don't you? I don't want to go back and have to read those useless books every day. I want to cultivate. When Lin Wanqing heard that, she tugged even harder. You still want to cultivate? What can you cultivate by doing odd jobs here? This is the Holy Land of Yaoqi, one of the 5 great powers. I can cultivate sooner or later. You follow me home and I'll feed you pills all the way to the Yuaning realm. I don't want it. My master said that realms piled up by eating pills are weak. Lin Wanqing tugged again. You still have a master? It hurts, let go of me first. The white apron man next to me couldn't stand it. And this young lady, may I ask who you are? The daughter of the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Lin Shengshan, Lin Wanqing, and in front of me is my own brother, Lin Shi. Any more questions? Jussi doesn't look like he's joking when he looks at Lin Wanqing's outfit. Even the children in the village have heard of the name of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course he knew, so he didn't do anything. You guys carry on, we'll head out. Lin Shi felt like the sky was falling as she watched her former co-workers run away one by one. Say who your master is? Lin Wanqing mentioned this. Lin Shi suddenly looked proud of herself. Then of course it's Martial Emperor Yang Yan. It's an egg. Martial Emperor Yang Yan died over 20 years ago. You weren't even an egg back then. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's elegant upbringing had all been thrown out of her mind. Because there's no need to be too restrained when talking to your loved ones. Then I don't care, he's my master, he didn't read when he was young, and in the end, he's still the strongest martial emperor. He told you in a dream? That's not true, I'm guessing. Listening to his story, I don't think the martial emperor looks like he's read a lot of books. Then Yang Yan, who was stopped by the guards outside the door at the moment, was in a hurry to go left and right. The ones in the kitchen just ran out in droves. But he didn't see the little boy he talked to this morning. Lin Wanqing came to look for that little boy? It can't be. Yang Yan made a random guess. I didn't realize he was mentioned more than once. Who's telling you this nonsense? Come home with me. I don't want it. I won't go back until I reach Foundation establishment. 5 years? What realm are you in now? Still refining the body, ha ha ha. Then you'd better come back with me. This time did not wait for Lin Shi to refuse. Lin Wanqing pulled Lin Shi's hand and walked out the door. Yang Yan was really looking for that little boy outside the door. Lin Shi also saw Yang Yan hiding behind the tree. Sis, I know that guy, can I have a word with him? Lin Wanqing took a look at the man who had just tailed her. Could it be that he had followed her here just because he was afraid that Lin Shi was in danger? If that's the case, then Lin Wanqing was completely wrong about Yang Yan. He called Yang Yan a stalker. Lin Shi broke away from Lin Wanqing's hand and trotted over to Yang Yan. I may have to leave the Holy Land, why don't I leave this position to you? When Yang Yan heard it, he thought it was something and quickly waved his hand. No need. I thought you didn't have a steady job. I may not return to the Holy Land, this position is just right for you, the pay is still good, and the Holy Mother is very nice. It's really not necessary. Then it's a deal, I'll go and tell the Holy Mother when I leave the Holy Land, goodbye. Yang Yan. Chapter 53, if it's him, I'll do it. Lin Shi turned around and left after saying, do you know him well? Lin Wanqing faintly asked. Not familiar, just met today. Just met. You're so nice to him? I think he's a lot like me right now, having aspirations and ambitions but not being able to do anything, but I'm still young and I have a chance. Lin Wanqing looked at the little boy in front of her. Maybe he's really grown up. And did you tell him who you are? Lin Shi shook her head. If I tell him then we'll never be friends. It's a fact that Lin Shi is a handyman at the Yao Qi Sanctuary, but he's also the son of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. That's a fact. And Yang Yan is just a handyman. At least that's how Lin He feels. Also, if you talk to him it's hard to avoid the disconnect. So my identity wasn't mentioned to anyone and I ended up becoming very good friends with them. Lin Shi's face was full of joy. At least he made real friends here. Not those hypocrites who come near him because they see the power of Lin Shi's family. Yang Yan stood still and looked at Lin Wanqing who was walking away, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. No. What was I following along for? Thinking of the important thing, Yang Yan followed up again. Miss, that guy is. Again. Lin Wanqing stretched out her palm to indicate that the guards didn't need to say anything else. It seems like he really has something for me, so you can take Lin Shi away first. This. Well. Lin Shi looked at Yang Yan, who had arrived in the distance. Sis, don't mess around, he's miserable. I know. Yang Yan took a look at the path and saw that only Lin Wanqing was left waiting for. Say, what do you want with me? Ahem, I came to talk to you about working with the Holy Land. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment when she heard. So your Holy Land let a handyman boy who pours tea come to me to talk about cooperation? After listening to Yang Yan, he remembered his face. A quick look around revealed a well just around the corner. After fetching some water, Yang Yan washed his face. Just ruffled my hair. Lin Wanqing looked at the familiar man in front of her and her whole body fell into a state of emptiness. That's right, this face is exactly the same as the man she saw in Yuanwu City's 10,000 Treasures building. Yang Yan looked at Lin Wanqing's eyes as if they were devoid of light. Hey, are you okay? Yang Yan stepped forward and shook Lin Wanqing before she came back to her senses. Are you Yang Yan? Yang Yan touched his cheeks after hearing this. I should. Probably. Sort of. Ouch. Lin Wanqing had already hugged Yang Yan before he finished. Yang Yan's hands instantly did not know where to put. It's really you, I knew it was you that day at the Manpower House. I'm exposed this early? Yang Yan didn't realize it. I knew you weren't dead. I find that you won and all, the corpse have seen the bias that I did not die, in the end what I do not do well let you find a break? At the moment, Lin Wanqing didn't want to say anything. She was still testing the waters at Manpower House. I wanted to see him face to face, but I couldn't figure out Yang Yan's whereabouts. It wasn't until Ghostface Shura re-emerged that she became even more convinced. Plus Yang Yan's unique physique, it must be right. The man in front of me is Emperor Yang Yan. Yang Yan also did not say anything more, letting Lin Wanqing just keep holding the. I don't know how long it took for Lin Wanqing's tears to dry up before she let go of Yang Yan. This must be the lucky day, finding my brother and finding you. Yang Yan was shocked for a moment. That guy is your brother? Yeah, he just told me that your identities are different and that he's afraid you'll be alienated from him, so it seems as if someone's identity is even more frightening. Yang Yan smiled bitterly. I wonder how Lin Shi will look when she finds out. It's better to hide this kind of thing. Getting down to business, the Holy Land is in danger right now, though I don't know where, and I need the shelter of your 10,000 treasures house anyway. Okay, go. Yang Yan, where to? Go back and tell Our Lady, isn't it pulling allies? The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled and he didn't say anything more. Lin Wanqing didn't say anything on the way to the main hall. Maybe there's just too much to say. Without realizing it, we've reached the main hall. The only people left in the main hall were Bai Shishir, Qin Shenmeng, and Nangong Wentian, who was drinking tea. Bai Shishir watched Yang Yan bring Lin Wanqing back and smiled. I told you, there he is. The disguise is all removed, it's hard not to succeed. I almost didn't see it coming. Su Meier said from the sidelines. This is a sense of security that no one but Yang Yan can give Bai Shishir. Qin Shenmeng looked at the proud-looking Bai Shishir. Maybe that's why she's following Yang Yan with all her heart. So is she. Holy Mother Yaoqi, I think we can talk again. If it's this man's request, then I'm willing to cooperate with your Holy Land. Yang Yan is now Qin Shenmeng's man. For Yang Yan's sake is for her sake. Then let's continue to sit and talk. Someone, serve tea. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, Yang Yan had at least completed his mission. After a busy day, Yang Yan could finally enjoy himself. Yang Yan, who had just sat down and wanted to eat some leftovers, was picked up by Bai Shishir again. Let's go, the rest is between the Holy Mother and the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. Without waiting for Yang Yan to resist, Bai Shishir opened her mouth to Lin Wanqing again and said, I'll take Yang Yan away first. You guys take your time to chat. Okay. Yang Yan stood humbly. How come no one asked my opinion? I haven't eaten yet. Nangong Wentian could only sneer as he watched the scene from the sidelines. At least there was respect for the martial emperor, but not much. Yang Yan was thus pulled away from the main hall by Bai Shishir. There's still an hour before those guys get here, and you still have to put on your makeup. Yang Yan's eyes widened after hearing. Again? Is it okay if I hide in my room and don't come out? No, you're too much of a wanderer for our comfort. Once the people from Red Ink Villa come here, it's Yang Yan's proper business. It might be easier to ask with a different face. Okay. Then it was back to the familiar pavilion in the lake. While putting on her makeup, Shirado couldn't help but speak. What was Lin Wanqing's expression when she recognized you? Well, she seemed to recognize me early on, but didn't have the guts to identify me on the spot. This woman isn't easy either. The competition is getting tougher. Don't you know a few women who are a little more ordinary? Yang Yan thought about it. Is my neighbor in Falling Sun City, Auntie Zhang, considered an ordinary person? Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Su Meier should be arriving soon. I'll be busy once those clans come, let her accompany you. Yang Yan quickly shook his head. Forget it, I don't even know how to face Lin Wanqing. I have business. You have business? Aha. Yang Yan's tone suddenly became serious. Is it important? Count it as important. Not many people want to die with regrets. Chapter 54, Jade Pendant, Future Very Good Father. Bai Shishir heard the meaning in Yang Yan's words. Are you talking about Senior Jin Sungtian? Yang Yan nodded. That old man may have been stubborn for a bit, but back then I also made a mark when I pacified the world. Are you saying that Senior Sword Sungtian even helped you back then? Of course, or else you'll rely on me to fight the world alone? Going to my northern realm, what if the southern wasteland also riots? It's not like I'm going to be able to split up. Back then these stories Yang Yan never mentioned to Su Meier and Bai Shishir, except Su Hongyan, because she's the first one who can get Yang Yan drunk. Then that day, after drinking, Yang Yan said whatever Su Hongyan asked him. Of course, when I woke up the next day, I had to take a beating. A strong woman is not scary. What's scary is that she still has something on you. So what does this have to do with Senior Sword Sungtian? Because the three of them don't know what happened to the three brothers resulted in the three of them now have not seen each other for many years. Worshipped the feelings of I'm curious about what happened in the first place. Right-o, the people from Red Ink Villa are coming today, so do you want to ask Yan Wang directly? Well, pretty much, it's asking about his wife or daughter. Do you think they'll tell you? Yang Yan clapped his hands. That's what I was thinking, by the way, how to get them to talk. You don't have a plan? Of course not. Bai Shishir smiled bitterly. What the hell, randomize what I am. Bai Shishir cupped Yang Yan's face after hearing this, and then kissed him on the lips like this. I believe you. Yang Yan saw this and pulled Bai Shishir over to him. Helping her to sit on his lap like this, he wrapped his arms around Baixi's waist. Just melt it. The two were so close together that they could already hear breathing. Bai Shishir's face instantly flushed red. Good. I don't know how long it took Bai Shishir to help Yang Yan finish his makeup. As soon as she was done, Bai Shishir broke away from Yang Yan's embrace. Seeing Bai Shishir, who had already walked away, Yang Yan smiled. I can't believe you're still shy. Yang Yan was just about to get up when he saw what looked like a figure in the center of the lake. Yang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance to find more than one. And there's something familiar about it. It's only when he reached Yang Yan that he finally got a good look at him. It's Lin Shi and the guard. Finally. Why are you back again? Yang Yan was shocked for a moment. I don't feel comfortable with that. My sister is very mean and I'm afraid she'll threaten you. Yang Yan thought, this is too much of a coincidence, he just changed his face and found me. If it's not easy, Lin Shi will never find him again. Brother PQ, go first, I have some things I want to say to him. The guard next to him nodded and turned away. Are you okay? Lin Shi asked with concern. It's fine, but what did you come back to me for? I was a little worried when I just went to the main hall to look around and realized that only my sister was talking to the Holy Mother and you weren't there. Yang Yan looked at the innocent child in front of him. It's so nice to have a heart that hasn't been tainted by the world. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Big brother, I don't even know what your name is yet. My name is Lin. Lin Shi. At the mention of her name Lin Shi hesitated for a moment. He couldn't guarantee that the man in front of him wouldn't grow apart because of his background. My name is Jansen. Amazing, actually sharing the same surname as the previous martial emperor. What is your relationship with martial emperor Yang Yan? Speaking of which, Lin Shi instantly became interested. I should only have the same gender as that martial emperor Yang Yan. So, that's when Lin Shi felt strange. Don't you know my sister? Count on knowing. Why? Lin Shi felt even more out of place when she heard it. Knowing my sister, are you actually not surprised to hear my name? Yang Yan was confused. Why should I be surprised? Because I'm the son of the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Those words in the morning were a lie to you, but it's true that I want to cultivate. Everyone has a little secret, it's normal, but why tell me now? Because I think you're a lot like me, someone who wants to cultivate and go out into the world, but just doesn't have the talent. Yang Yan nodded slightly. At least now Yang Yan doesn't have any talent for cultivation. Yang, do you have a family? Yang Yan froze. It took a while to answer Lin Shi. Not before, but now. When Lin Shi heard that, she said, huh? Then how did you live your life before? It's lonely being on your own, isn't it? Wild dogs have no relatives, just keep running until they rot. Yang is not a wild dog, you have me as a friend now, I will cover you. Yang Yan let out a laugh after hearing. Thank you, what are you going to do when you and your sister get back? Speaking of which, Lin Shi's expression was a bit frustrated. I don't know, I want to go out and be a chivalrous swordsman, I don't want to go back and inherit the Chamber of Commerce, it's too boring to talk to those old uncles and old men all day. Doesn't your father approve of you going out? Lin Shi nodded. I've been sneaking out for 5 years now, and up until now I haven't built a foundation, so I'm afraid that this time I'll go back and never have anything to do with the path of cultivation again. Yang Yan knew Lin Xingshan's nature, 10 donkeys couldn't pull him back to do what he wanted to do with his choices. Yang Yan then took out a broken jade pendant from inside his storage ring. There is a dragon carved on it, but this half only has the head of the dragon. Take this to your father and say what you think, I think he'll understand. Lin Shi took the jade pendant in Yang Yan's hand. Does this really work? This jade doesn't look like much, I have a lot of jade much better than this in my house. Lin Shi, do you trust me? Lin Shi looked at Yang Yan's determined eyes. I believe you, when I go back I'll give it to my father. By the way Yang, do you know my father? I used to know them, but I haven't seen them since I came out into the world. Brother Yang, I think you're quite something now. What's a kid to know so much? I'm going to work on my calendar, so go away. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he pushed Lin Shi and left the pavilion in the lake. Lin Xia is a little reluctant to leave. He thinks he and Yang Yan are very compatible. I'm off then. Go go go. Yang Yan watched Lin Shi being taken away by the guards before he breathed a sigh of relief. Come on out after looking so long. Yang Yan spoke into the air. It was only then that Shirado slowly came out from behind the tree. Is it really okay for you to lie to this little kid like that? Knowing too much won't do him any good. Say, what kind of jade pendant is that one? When the Lin Chang foot of the mountain gave me, is considered to be my payment for saving his life, said as long as you take this half of the jade pendant in the future, no matter what things on the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire he also went to do. So you gave it to his son like that so you could train him to go out into the world? Don't kill a little kid's dream, even if it's ridiculous. Bai Shishir smiled after hearing this. It looks like you're going to be a very good father in the future. Chapter 55, Your danger my danger seems different. Does that go so far? Hard to say if it was before, but now. Then Bai Shishir looked at Yang Yan with a meaningful look. In fact, Lin Xingshan is nothing more than worried about the dangers of the Jianghu and afraid that Lin Shi is in danger. After all, he only has this one son, and in the future he will have to hand over the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to him. But what do you think of doing that, Lin Shiroyama? Yang Yan pondered for a while. I'm not sure, I only help Lin Shi find an opportunity, but his cultivation and safety is something that Lin Xingshan should be worried about, and I have a responsibility if I do the math. You're not going to sit around and do nothing, are you? Yang Yan smiled. It's still no problem to teach him a couple moves, let's go, it should be over there as well. Bai Shishir looked at Yang Yan. After 20 years, nothing seems to have changed about the man in front of me. The two walked back to the main hall. Negotiations and cooperation here are just about over. Yang Yan bumped right into Lin Wanqing shaking hands with Qin Shenmeng. Looks like things are going well. Lin Wanqing said to Qin Shenming directly after seeing Yang Yan come back. Can you let me talk to Yang Yan alone? Sure, go ahead. After saying that, Qin Shenming went over and pulled Bai Shishir out of the main hall. Yang Yan turned his hands behind his back and quietly looked at Lin Wanqing who was walking towards him. After 20 years, there's so much I want to say to you. I know, but now is not the time. Your brother is still waiting for you outside. Yeah, my brother's still waiting for me outside, or I'd love to sit down with you and say lots and lots of things. Don't worry about me, I won't mess with the disappearance this time. Really? Then why didn't you mention that you were going to the north? Yang Yan almost forgot about this when he heard it. I said how could that old gentleman recognize me? I'm afraid you didn't tell him. Of course, it was only by accident that I realized you have two types of physiques, and I'm going to the northern realm. No, what is the north when you're traveling? I don't care, what if you do another disappearance, what if you? Yang Yan firmly looked at Lin Wanqing. Don't worry, I'll be back alive. Your current physical condition, no, I'll ask my father to help you buy back the yin yang born bone flower. Do you think this level of medicine can be measured in money? I should never have told you the news. Lin Wanqing had thought that after telling Yang Yan this news she could test Yang Yan's strength. That day she thought Yang Yan was hiding his cultivation. Now it seems that Yang Yan really needs that yin yang bone flower. And I have to thank you for that. It kind of gives me a little bit of hope, whether he works or not. What happens if you don't go? Then I'll be in danger, not just me, but you, Xiao Bai, and Su Meier will be in danger. Lin Wanqing naturally knows who Su Meier and Xiao Bai are. I can have my father protect you, and as you know, my father is very powerful in the martial kingdom. You also said that it is in the martial arts country. The people who want to kill me are all over the world. How many countries and how many people are there in the four fields of the North Realm, the South Wasteland, the West Long, the East Kwai, and the Demon Country, the Devil's Domain? Lin Wanqing felt sorry for Yang Yan after hearing that. Obviously, 20 years ago, all the places Yang Yan talked about were under his control. And now these places are Yang Yan's biggest threat. Slowly, a seed to become strong was planted in Lin Wanqing's heart. In the past, because Yang Yan was there, it made her forget how scary the world was. Although there are many enemies, I do have a few friends outside, so don't worry, be good and wait for me to come back in Wugua. Yang Yan's words were like a calming soup that slowly put Lin Wanqing at ease. When do we leave? Unsurprisingly, it's one of these days. Good, be sure to come back safely. Sure. One more question, who else knows you're alive now? Xiao Bai, the patriarch of the Nangong family, and the head of the Red Ink Villa, and what I need to know is female. Female, huh? Just Xiao Bai and Su Meier and the Holy Mother. No? Lin Wanqing's tone was a bit surprised. How many more do you want otherwise? I remember when you used to have a lot of them. Ahem, let's not talk about the past, so hurry up and send your old brother back. Oh, I'll go then. Yang Yan looked at Lin Wanqing's reluctant back and muttered in his mouth. I think it was 3. Ghost-faced Shura reappeared. Whether Martial Emperor Yang Yan was dead or alive had become a mystery in many people's hearts. I'm afraid that people like Su Meier and Bai Shishir, who never believed in Yang Yan's death, are now on their way to the Wu Kingdom. Just thinking about it made Yang Yan's back go cold. As long as it's not those 3 women. At least Su Hongyan believed it. Yang Yan smiled to himself when he thought of the identities of the remaining 2 women. Almost forgot I'm a wreck. What am I making of myself again? Lin Wanqing had just left when Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng walked in. Yang Yan, you're really good, one more. Qin Shenmeng's tone was obviously a bit off. Yang Yan looks innocent. I didn't do anything. Why don't you let Lin Wanqing follow? It should be much safer for you to go to the Northern Realm with the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. It's hard for Yang Yan to explain. The danger they spoke of was completely different from the danger Yang Yan thought of. She's Lin Qingshan's daughter, I'm taking her to a place like that, don't I want to die? Bai Shishir nodded slightly. Also, alright, let's talk about these things at night, in another hour those clan people will be here, go back and get ready. Then Sissy took Yang Yan away. Why are you pulling me? I have to eat. You'll see in a minute. Bai Shishir dragged Yang Yan all the way. Back at the Virgin's exclusive residence. Pushing open the door of the room, Su Meier has been sitting on the bed for a long time. How did you get here so fast? Su Meier didn't answer Yang Yan, but slowly walked over. She cupped Yang Yan's face with her hands and her eyes were very charming. I'm hungry, kiss me. A few minutes later, Yang Yan's neck and the corner of his mouth were attacked. You can suck essence if you want, what are you doing biting me? After sucking the essence, Su Meier was revived. I smell another woman on you. Asterisk 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 have such a good nose? Come on, who is it? Facing Su Meier's questioning, Bai Shishir replied on the sidelines. Our Holy Mother, and the daughter of the President of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wanqing. After hearing this, Su Meier smiled and looked at Yang Yan. Wait, listen to my explanation, that Lin Wanqing I don't have anything with her at all. Good for you, it's only been 2 days since I've seen you and I can't believe so much has happened. You'll be sleeping by yourself tonight. Yang Yan then looked at Bai Shishir. Ahem, there aren't enough beds for this, so you'll be bunking yourself tonight. When Yang Yan heard, there's such a good thing? Chapter 56, you're the one who gave me one. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since Yang Yan tried a bed by himself. After more than 20 years of this, it's all a bit uncomfortable nowadays. You really want to, don't you? Something was obviously wrong with Su Mei's tone. Overwhelmed Yang Yan is a bit overwhelmed. Su Mei's eyes seem to be hiding killing intent. It's hard to escape Yang Yan. I did see the Holy Mother, but where did Lin Wanqing go? She actually didn't stay? Su Mei asked in surprise. Her? She's probably on her way home by now. Lin Wanqing, who had already walked to the door of the Yaoqi Holy Land, questioned Lin Shi all the way. Finally, I learned that Lin Shi is doing well here. This Holy Mother is also a person with a heart, processing money and letting you live in such a nice place. Lin Wanqing said faintly from the side. Yeah, actually, it was only the day before yesterday that I realized that the boss of the Holy Land was a woman after being here for so long. Lin Shi responded. I also just heard today that it's been hidden for more than 20 years, is it for him? Lin Wanqing guessed. I think Our Lady is just as expressionless and intimidating as Daddy was in his meetings, but Our Lady has qualities that Daddy didn't have. What? Dignified and elegant, I took a peek when I went to deliver the groceries today. Our Lady is very beautiful, sister. Do you think such a beautiful virgin has someone she likes? Lin Wanqing stopped and contemplated for a moment. Whoever it is will have someone they like, and so will you in the future. But the Blessed Mother is really beautiful. Who could be good enough for her? Born into such a wealthy family since she was a child, Lin Shi was taught the concept of a good match. The rich, the powerful, and the powerful. The actual Yang Yan, no money, no power, and no strength. Lin Shi's head instantly thought of someone after hearing this. Isn't that my master? As soon as Lin Wanqing heard that the man's face came to mind, Lin Shi was right. By the way, I just went back and found the man and asked him his name, and he said his name was Jansen. Lin Wanqing bared her teeth and laughed out loud. Sister, what's wrong with you? No. Nothing. Jansen, how dare he think of that? He also gave me this and told me to go back and give it to my father so that he would agree to me practicing. After saying that, Lin Shi took out half of the jade pendant that Yang Yan had given him from inside his pocket. Lin Wanqing's eyes instantly widened. Wyvern jade? Lin Wanqing then took out the other half of the jade pendant from inside the storage ring. When I took it out, the jade pendant began to emit a bright golden yellow light. Sister, why do you have a piece too? Lin Shi's expression was very surprised. He was surprised that the man was no ordinary man, I'm afraid. Lin Wanqing did not rush to close the. Instead, she put the half she had taken out for herself back into her storage ring. You take it and go back and give it to Daddy. Sister, does this stuff really work? Lin Wanqing nodded. If that's the case, then what exactly is Jansen? Lin Wanqing touched Lin Shi's head. That's a mystery you'll have to unravel on your own later. Yes. Watching his brother admiring the half-jade pendant over and over again, Lin Wanqing could no longer guess what that man was going to do. For the sake of my brother even took out the wyvern jade. Yang Yan, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Wanqing murmured in a low voice. We'll have to wait until our next meeting to find out. Lin Wanqing has just left the Holy Land in less than 10 miles. Various airships and the familiar koan appeared in the clouds. It's too far away. I think it's a koan. Yang Yan, who was still being interrogated in his room, suddenly looked at the sky outside the window. Here they come. Only after hearing Yang Yan's words did Su Mei let Yang Yan go. I'm going to leave now. I'll see you in the main hall. And you're pretty cool to disguise yourself like that, so you can give us a change of pace later. After Su Mei finished speaking, a wry smile appeared on her face before she gently brought her head closer to Yang Yan's neck. She opened her pink lips slightly and pressed them tenderly against his skin. As she gently sucked and kissed, a warm feeling spread throughout Yang Yan's body. He could feel Su Mei's breath, gentle and with a hint of heat. This kind of intimate contact made Yang Yan didn't react. In the end, Yang Yan's neck was once again planted with a brand. Su Mei looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction before turning to leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how am I going to meet people like this? After saying that, Yang Yan wiped his neck with his hand. Looking back, Bai Shirshi's expression was very wrong. Yan, come on, all of you, it's already like this anyway. No, you're the one who gave me a. That's fine, that way neither of us have to go see anyone. After saying that, Yang Yan leaned up, repeated what Su Mei did to him just now. Mouth too. It was only after a few minutes that Yang Yan pulled Bai Shirshi out of the room. Both of their necks were covered with the cream and powder that Baisi usually puts on her makeup. It's barely a trace. You said you had nothing to do. Why should only Su Mei take advantage? I wanted to. But why did you end up giving me one on the right side of my neck too? Oops, there's no time for that, people are arriving, and what's decent for the Holy Maiden not to be there? After saying that, Bai Shirshi accelerated her pace and left. And you know you're a saint. Yang Yan spat out and then followed unhurriedly afterward. When we arrived at the entrance of the main hall, Bai Shirshi, who was one step ahead, had already taken her seat. There's a lot more tables and chairs than just now. The disguised Yang Yan didn't attract much attention, even though that old guy from the Sphereless Sword sect is also in. Afterwards, Yang Yan found a very back seat and sat down. This is a place for these clans to bring some disciples to see what's going on. It was just enough for Yang Yan to rub it in, so naturally no one was surprised. Watching the clans invited by Qin Xianmeng enter one by one, Yang Yan finally waited for Xia Mingyuan, and the woman in the black ink-colored dress following on Xia Mingyuan's left must be his wife, and on the right, the young woman in the crimson dress is his daughter. This woman clasps her hands to her chest, her face is expressionless, it's hard to do at first sight. The next step is to find a way to get some time alone before you ask. Following them was the Lunar Shadow Sect, which Yang Yan had met before. Yang Yan could sense that the man at the head of the Moon Shadow Sect was staring at Bai Shishir as soon as he entered the door. Wait. I don't think I invited your clan, did I? Qin Xianmeng snapped. The one being questioned is the Moon Shadow Sect. It was only when Qin Xianmeng spoke that Li Xiangfeng noticed that next to the Holy Virgin there was actually a woman who made him feel even more stunning. The thoughts in Li Xiangfeng's heart have been written all over his face. Chapter 57, Her Lover? Me. Looking at Qin Xianmeng's appearance froze for a while before coming back to his senses. The Holy Mother of God is really sorry for her sudden visit without saying hello in advance, and with such a huge banquet today, I'm sure it's not too bad for the few of us, right? There are too many distinguished guests today, so Qin Xianmeng can't be angry. Can only hold it in. Then go sit in the back, there's no room for you at the VIP table. Thank you, Holy Mother. Finally, Li Xiangfeng sat next to Yang Yan. I just sat down, and that respectful look disappeared in an instant. Yang Yan could feel a sense of resentment in him, though it wasn't written on his face. Li Xiangfeng's dark circles under his eyes were heavy, and with his dark purple clothes, he's all disheveled and gloomy. With a little work, she might be a bit of a looker, but it's definitely not the type that Bai Shishir and Qin Xianmeng like. She just came in and stared at Bai Shishir, but now she's changed to Qin Xianmeng. Her eyes kept looking up and down at Qin Xianmeng, who was just on the, slowly revealing a hint of evil. Yang Yan could use his knees to think of the picture in this bid's head. Kid, which clan are you from? Li Xiangfeng suddenly spoke up. Yang Yan is the only one around here. No clan, no sect. I see you have amazing bones, wanna come to my clan? Yang Yan froze for a moment. Skeletal amazement? Thank you. Yang Yan heard his master say this a long time ago. What do you think? Ask what you want to ask. Cough cough, I am the patriarch of the Moon Shadow Sect, a first-class sect, I'm sure you've heard of it. Yang Yan nodded perfunctorily. As long as you help me with a little bit of prying, I can directly allow you to join the Moon Shadow Sect, and it's still not a low position. Oh, prying into what's going on? Help me to find out if the Holy Mother of Yao Qi has anyone she desires, or if there are any men who pursue her. That's it? Li Xiangfeng nodded. It's that simple. Then would the Holy Maiden like to stop by and poke around for you? No, I already know that woman like the back of my hand. Ha! Yang Yan marveled, even he didn't dare to say such words. This also made Yang Yan seriously doubt the gold content of the Moon Shadow Sect. It might have been too long to pay attention to this, it was completely different from the first-class sect Yang Yan had known for 20 years. The sense of oppression brought about by a first-class clan sect was not as great as that Xianqi sect's. So far, Yang Yan still doesn't understand what Xianqi sect is trying to do. On the contrary, this Li Xiangfeng's idea is very good to guess. Then it's a deal, I'm going out for a bit in an internal emergency. Li Xiangfeng turned around and left after saying that. Qin Xianmeng thought that Yang Yan had said something to him. But in reality, Li Xiangfeng is only out to find his spy in the Yao Qi Holy Land today. At the door of the unknown attic a guard with a halberd and heavy armor is holding his post. There's nothing strange about it from the outside. But he's the spy Li Sangbang planted today. We need a lot of manpower at the Yoyogi Sanctuary today. That's what gave Li Xiangfeng's men the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And the soldier couldn't hold back after seeing Li Xiangfeng. Shoo, talk somewhere else. Yes. When he came to the woods behind the attic, Li Xiangfeng anxiously asked, what did you find out? Reporting to Patriarch, I heard that the former Holy Lord of Yao Qi is the current Holy Mother, and she has been using a man's identity for more than 20 years. This news caused Li Xiangfeng to have only a hint of doubt. After all, it's been more than 20 years since the Holy Master of Yaohe has been seen by anyone. There's no way to know if it's a man or a woman, old or young. But there's a mysterious force that's been helping to establish the Holy Land. This power is the power of Qin Suntian. I've been waiting behind the shrine for so long. This was felt from the moment Yang Yan walked into the Holy Land, this familiar power. That's why he went back to the mountains to look for this man who silently atoned for his sins and silently paid for them. Damn, hide so good. I told you that the Virgin Mother is so charming, I still chase what virgin? No, I want both of them. Patriarch is wise. I'm liking this place more and more now. Then Li Xiangfeng revealed a sinister smile. The invited clans have all entered the main hall. People from the Invisible Sword Sect, the Acacia Sect, the Red Devil Villa, the Imperial Beast Sect, and even the Pill King Valley are all here. These are all clans that Yang Yan was familiar with 20 years ago. From a strength standpoint, they all seem to be doing well today. Pill King Valley is also one of the 5 major powers. The Chamber of Commerce relies on the Medicine King Valley for many of its herbs. Even so, they're not a partnership. It was just a normal transaction between the two parties. It's just that the number of transactions is a billion times greater than the value. The beast sect is the only sect in the martial kingdom that honors beasts. Because it's hard to control a beast, it requires talent. That's why the beasts aren't popular. Besides, it's a great disrespect to the sacred demon kingdom. When Yang Yan was a martial emperor, he forbade the use of violence to tame demonic beasts. Both parties must agree to sign a contract to be considered getting a demonic beast. Otherwise, they would have been dragged out and beaten to death by the demons of the sacred demon kingdom. Now 20 years have passed. There's no way to know if this rule still exists and how many people follow it. They've even released the Broken Spider and Harmony Spider. Without Yang Yan, those rules are no longer as majestic as they were in the beginning. Except for the Sword Sect and the Acacia Sect, they're all new faces. In addition, the leader of the Acacia Sect is already the Grand Elder Su Qing. Su Meier is just following behind and pretending. Silly women. Yang Yan saw this scene with a smile on his face and muttered. A woman gave up her nobility for him. This sacrifice is enough to make Yang Yan feel good. And Sissy White, it's all silly though. All these people came in with one thing in mind. That was to be very curious about Qin Qianming's identity. I don't know how long it took, but all these reserved seats around Yang Yan were already full. The hall was already full before Qin Qianming stood up and shouted. I think all of you have already arrived, so allow me to briefly introduce myself next. I am the Holy Mother of the Yaoqi Holy Land. My surname is Qin Qianming, and I am also the daughter of Qin Sengtian. If Qin Sengtian heard the latter words, wouldn't it make him die of joy? As soon as Qin Qianming's words fell, the following suddenly boiled up, especially on Yang Yan's side. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen Holy Mother Yaoqi. Who says it isn't? It's actually such a beautiful woman. Do you think she has a family? Look at that toad of yours. It's not your turn without a family. Didn't you guys hear that back there? She's also Qin Sengtian's daughter. Qin Sengtian, he was once the world's #1 imperial sword master. Yang Yan listened to it but was secretly happy on the side. If you tell them that Qin Qianming lover is still a martial emperor, Yang Yan will be how the expression. What are you giggling about, this brother? Yang Yan didn't come back to his senses until he was reminded by the person next to him. It's okay, you guys keep talking. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell, Qin Qianming opened her mouth again. The Holy Land has been quiet for too long because of me, and today I invite you all because I want to bring the Holy Land back to its original glory. Chapter 58, Constant Heat in the Face. Can you be more specific? The men of the beast sect stood up, and an eagle on his shoulder. Trained beasts give off a different aura and eyes. According to my investigation, none of you here have joined any of the forces to reach an alliance. I thought about whether the conditions offered by the Holy Land would satisfy you all. After Qin Qianming finished speaking, the following was quiet for a long time. Then someone from the Medicine King Valley broke the silence. He wore a moonlight white satin silk tunic with a cloud and water pattern embroidered on the lapel, adding a bit of ethereality to him. The scent of the medicine was enlightening. You don't have to take any medication, just one whiff is enough to refresh your body. Pilking Valley Luo Suyuan meets the Holy Mother. To talk about cooperation hand in hand with the alliance thing, please allow my valley to refuse. My valley is bent on healing the sick to save the people, never have any interest in fighting for the throne. Today much disturbance, farewell. Luo Suyuan made a bow before leaving with the people from Medicine King Valley. What a bent on healing the sick and saving lives. This was Yang Yan's original intention when he first went to the Medicine King Valley. Let them know why the Valley of the Medicine King exists. Yang Yan's words that day were engraved on the stone monument at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley. The original saying is, saving a man's life with a white hand is better than knocking on 1,000 gods. Presumably, saving someone's life is more useful than being worshipped by thousands of devotees. There was also a lot of discontent among the believers. Later, Yang Yan asked these believers to submit what the gods had done for them. Slowly these people are disappearing. The Pilking Valley did do what Yang Yan told them to do. Before the reforms, every consultation fee and every medicinal herb was enough to cost a family's life savings. Qin Qianming thought it was harmless after the Pilking's Valley left. After all, the Holy Land has already received help from the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. With the help of these forces it would be like a tiger with wings, but it doesn't matter if you don't have them. No sooner had the people from Medicine King Valley left than the people from the Imperial Beast sect stepped forward. The way they're dressed is similar to those in the southern wasteland. He was wearing a tiger skin topcoat, and everywhere on his body there was something from various beasts of prey. Tiger skin, wolf tooth necklace, bearskin pants. I don't care what your Holy Land is going to do, as long as we provide our Imperial Beast sect with a demonic beast technique, we will cooperate with you. Demonic beast techniques refer to techniques that can only be learned by demonic beasts. Each demonic beast has different specialties, which is why they have derived techniques that are specific to demonic beasts. But there are very few demonic beasts that have the spirit to transform into human form, let alone the kind of demons that create demonic beast techniques. Every demonic beast technique is a treasure in the sacred demon kingdom. This is something I can try to help you find. Qin Qianming can't do anything about it. Then I'll wait for your good news. The people from the Imperial Beast sect also left after a brief salute. So what are the conditions of the remaining 3 of your clans? My condition is simple, help my daughter find a suitable husband. Xia Mingyuan spoke up. Yang Yan heard, again? And what kind of man would be considered suitable? Ahem, first of all that man has to be stronger than me, either smarter than me or more powerful than my family, otherwise what makes him conquer me? Just as Xia Mingyuan was about to speak, his daughter behind him stood up and interrupted him. Ahem, that's about the extent of the offer. Listening to Xia Mingyuan's tactical coughing twice, Yang Yan realized that it was not easy to be a father. This woman is not bad looking either, her nature seems to be a bit strong, I like it. Hey, do you guys think I have a chance? What is your cultivation level? Are you stronger than that girl? I'm at the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage, and the Peerless Heartflow sword has even been cultivated to the 3rd level. What do you think? The people around Yang Yan were once again talking. The 6th level of the spirit transformation stage was indeed considered the best among this group, and the Peerless Heartflow sword was a technique developed by the Peerless Sword sect itself. The rating has come to Xian class. Yang Yan had taken a look at it before, and it helped a lot in the perception of sword intent, but at that time, Yang Yan had comprehended the 2nd layer after taking a look at it. The guy next to me doesn't seem to be very good. In addition, if Yang Yan was right, Xia Mingyuan's daughter was now at the Yuanza cave body realm. This realm is a clear watershed from the divine transformation stage. There's a world of difference between those who have opened their bodies and those who haven't. Having one's own cave body phantom is considered to have reached the realm of the Yuanza cave body. Some untalented cultivators could only reach transformation spirit in their entire lives. Xia Mingyuan's daughter looks about Lin Wanqing's age. To be able to reach this level at this age, one can only imagine the talent. Compared to the royal beast sex conditions, this one is already considered simple. Yes, I will help your daughter find the most suitable husband for her. I'll be waiting for the good news then. Xia Mingyuan then sat down, not choosing to leave. Any thoughts from the rest of you two who have been listening for so long? Su Qing didn't open her mouth, she came here purely because of Su Meier. Just going through the motions, cooperation is something that has long been taken as a default in some people's minds, isn't it? And the rest of the sword sect is different from the others. Only a few people showed up. Compared to the Chen Wanfeng he saw that day at Longyan Mountain, he was even more haggard now. The phaseless sword sect isn't under my control right now, and those people are so high-minded that they can only let me, my old bones, come over with some outer disciples to support the scene. It's enough that Senior has this heart, and I don't expect anything when things happen suddenly. I was a bit surprised when you said your father was Qin Sengtian. This guy almost destroyed my phaseless sword sect back then with the Book of Imperial Swords. Of course Qin Shenming doesn't know about this kind of thing. I'm sorry, I don't know the specifics, I'll apologize to Senior for my father. Chen Wanfeng smiled and waved his hand. Just kidding, heroes sympathize with each other, that guy is kind of interesting. About cooperation I'm afraid it's a disappointment to the Holy Mother. The old man came today as a rubbing. Senior, please go ahead. After saying that Chen Wanfeng finished the drink in front of him in one go. Ha! Good wine. You all have come a long way. After you have eaten your fill you can go to the Yaoqi in the back and take a dip. I'm sure you've heard a little about the holy water of the Yaoqi, right? Qin Shenming's words did make the rest of the people here interested. Especially in Yan Yan's area. Except for a few people from the Phaseless Sword sect and the Red Ink Villa, I'm afraid the rest are from the Moon Shadow sect. After all but them are pretty much gone now. And Yang Yan finally waited for the time when he could be alone to ask questions. Xia Mingyuan's daughter has a big heart. If she does know something, then asking her is definitely the way to go. All that's left is to wait. After everyone had eaten and drank their fill, only Yang Yan and Qin Shenmeng were left in the main hall under the leadership of the disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bai Shishir told me that Yaoqi is divided into men and women, so you should have the chance to do your business now. Yang Yan was just thinking about how to find a chance to be alone, but this was out of Yang Yan's expectation. The delighted Yang Yan walked up and lifted Qin Shenming's chin and gently kissed her. Thanks, I'll give you a whack tonight. Yang Yan left behind Qin Shenming whose face continued to heat up after he left. Chapter 59, Xia Bing, a completely opposite name. Who rare. Qin Shenming stammered out her words. But Yang Yan has already left. She said she didn't care, but the smile she wore on her face didn't lie. Yang Yan said, take the. Yang Yan managed to keep up with the group. When we were about to arrive at the Yaoqi, the men and women really split into two groups to enter. The entrance to the women's pool is guarded by a number of female guards. Yang Yan could still vaguely sense the presence of a formation. Looking further to the male pool there was only one disciple of the Holy Land leading the way. Yang Yan waited at the back for all of them to enter and then went to follow them. Of course, Sissy is at the entrance to meet Yang Yan. Yang Yan quickly went up to Bai Shishir before he changed his clothes and rounded with her. Go. I told Su Meier that she would help us delay Xia Mingyuan's wife and daughter when she gets inside. Not for nothing I'm usually so nice to you guys, let's go. Bai Shishir looked around and made sure that there were only female guards before leading Yang Yan into the female Yaoji pool. But Li Xianfeng, who was far away behind the tree, almost gritted his back teeth. Damn it B, what gives that kid the right to enter the female Yaoqi? It was only then that Li Xiangfeng realized that the kid he had just talked to was not that simple. But it's impossible to ask for the truth now. Entering the female Yaoji, the place is filled with smoke. It's all the visualized aura emanating from the water of the Yaoqi. Just one puff and you'll feel your whole body relax. Crouching down slightly, he crossed the thin layer of smoke, and as far as the eye could see, a pool of crystal clear water unfolded before him. This pool of water was like a mirror, calm and transparent, without a single ripple. Only when the breeze gently brushes by does it ripple slightly, but it quickly returns to calm. Compared to the copper mirror, the pool of water had a higher degree of clarity, as if it could reflect a person's face more realistically and delicately. There are at least a dozen Yaoji of all sizes here. The facilities are very well equipped and prepared. There are specialized cabins for changing clothes, which can only provide access for one person. Outside, there are silk scarves and some wooden pots. Baici led Yang Yan around the trees next to the pool to the back of the changing cabin. Because of the help of the smoke, Yang Yan was not detected. I'm afraid this isn't a bit exciting. Now Yang Yan's behavior is undoubtedly like a pervert. If they find out, they'll be beaten to death with a stick. The back of the cabin is safe. At least no one will come here. Su Mei lured Xiaming Yuan's daughter here to wait for Yang Yan. When Xiaming Yuan's daughter saw Yang Yan, she just wanted to make a sound but was covered by Su Mei next to her. She's wide-eyed. Don't yell, he means no harm. Xiaming Yuan's daughter saw the holy maiden next to Yang Yan. She believed the words. You guys go keep a lookout and let me talk to her alone. Bai Shishir nodded with Su Mei. In the end, only Yang Yan and Xiaming Yuan's daughter were left. Hello, first time meeting, my name is Yang Yan. I've never heard of you, who exactly are you that even the holy maiden treats you with respect? It doesn't matter, shouldn't you tell me your name first? My name is Xia Bing, what do you want from me? Yang Yan smiled after hearing this. A guy who practiced the flame technique named his daughter Xia Bing. Ahem, I wanted to ask about your father. My father? Did you know my father well? I've met a few times before and I know each other. Then Xia Bing laughed out loud. Haha, my father is the lord of the 5 great forces Red Ink Villa. How could he know you, a Jin Dan stage fellow? Now Yang Yan also do not know what to say. After all, the strength is here, there is no excuse. There's nothing more to say. You're not trying to get to know my father by getting to know him and then trying to rip me off, are you? I just said I want a man who is either stronger than me or more powerful than my family, and I don't like wimpy men. Xia Bing's temperament is fierce, just as hot as Xiaming Yuan's kung fu. But just overthinking. How do you not know that my family has no power? The way you're dressed and the aura you're wearing, it's not like a rich kid at all. Yang Yan has never paid attention to this. Focus on dressing for either attending an important event. Either that or it's a courtship tactic. For Yang Yan, he doesn't need either of them. If I'm not mistaken, you cultivate the beacon fire shocking Xian transformation. There is also the bone condensation cold fire sword on you, and this sword was given to you by your father. Xia Bing froze, because what Yang Yan said is true. How did you know that my father gave me his sword? The bone condensation cold fire sword is an amazing weapon. If I remember correctly, it's an 8th grade, with a blue flame wrapped around the blade, and what's special about this flame is that it's ice. Che, this kind of thing can be known with a little bit of poking around, right? My father was very powerful back then, right? Then how do you explain the beacon fire shocking Xian transformation? I took a look and you've only just started. If I'm not mistaken, you're still secretly practicing this technique. How do you know everything? Slowly, Xia Bing's defense began to be breached by Yang Yan. Your name is Xia Bing, and your father even gave you his sword, which happened to be cold fire as well, indicating that your father didn't want you to become like him, but you still secretly cultivated the beacon flame shocking Xian transformation, but without your father's guidance it always stayed at the introductory stage. Xia Bing is speechless. This beacon fire shocking Xian transformation was really taken out from the fireplace room where Xia Mingyuan practiced. However, after a few glances, Xia Mingyuan noticed it, but still remembered a little bit of it, but the result was that he could only reach the introductory realm. I can teach you the beacon flame shocking Xian transformation, provided you tell me what I want to know. What is it? Having already reached this point, Xia Bing didn't need to doubt whether Yang Yan would or would not beacon flame shock Xian transformation. Do you recognize Shao Qianfeng and Qin Suntian? Xia Bing instantly went into a state of reminiscence. I heard my father mention it, but I don't remember much. When was it brought up? It was about 2 years ago. My father drunkenly said it himself, saying that he was sorry for Shao Qianfeng and Qin Suntian, and that he didn't mean it. If that's the case, the problem is Xia Mingyuan. By the way, isn't Qin Suntian the Sacred Mother's father? What exactly are you asking this for? Do you know any more details? Afterwards, Xia Bing recalled for a long time but couldn't squeeze out a bit of news about these two people anymore. I know. An unfamiliar voice entered Yang Yan's ears. Turning back to see that it was Xia Mingyuan's wife, Bai Shishir and Su Mei are standing next to each other. It's obvious that Xia Mingyuan's wife has heard everything. Mother, what brings you here? Xia Bing trotted over and hugged her mother-in-law. Good boy, you go out with the holy maiden first, I have something to say to this man. Xia Bing also nodded wisely. Good. In the end, only Yang Yan and Xia Mingyuan's wife were left here. Chapter 60, Old Stories. Hello, first time meeting, my name is Yang Yan. My name is Luo Xiulan, I know you. That would be nice. What are you asking this for? Well, do you know how these three of them are related? Luo Xiulan nodded. I met Xia Mingyuan back then when he was spirited, how could I not know such things? They've drifted apart now for some reason, and you and I both know how close they were back then, and I want to know what caused them to become this way. Luo Xiulan was sluggish for a moment. Why do you need to know these things? Since you know me, then you must know that when I unified the world back then, these three people helped me a lot. The Southern Wasteland quelled the war because of them, and now that Qin Sengtian's life is not long to go, back then, they refused my reward, now I want to re-gift them a gift. First of all, I have to thank you for bringing peace to this world in the first place. Without you I wouldn't have met Xia Mingyuan. It's too old to mention, and isn't it all changed now? Xia Mingyuan did tell me about what happened back then, and at that time, the war in the Southern Wasteland had basically calmed down, and my husband Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng plus his sister were a total of 4 people who went to patrol the battlefield to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. Xiao Qianfeng has a sister? Sure enough, you don't. Yang Yan had basically guessed that the reason for what happened was most likely because of Xiao Qianfeng's sister. Years ago the Southern Wasteland was filled with yellow soil everywhere because of the hot weather, so that place became the best but holy place for my husband to cultivate. Yang Yan does know this. Later, it was him who found someone from the Medicine King Valley and asked for a bunch of seeds of plants and trees with strong survival ability to bring them to the Southern Wasteland, and only then did he make today's Southern Wasteland where people live have the existence of plants. In the old days, some towns in the southern wilderness were filled with sand and loess, and lack of water was the #1 problem there. Besides that, there is another reason, because there is a volcano in the Southern Wasteland. Didn't I move another big mountain to block that volcano? Yang Yan can still remember this. That's right, but those magma-bred fire spirit beads are a treasure. Some people want money but not life. Made an opening near the magma to take out the fire spirit beads inside. Coincidentally, back then when my husband and they went to the battlefield to patrol, there was another lingering Southern Wasteland warrior with one on him. That's indeed a coincidence. Wait, Xia Mingyuan wouldn't have eaten the fire spirit pearl, right? Luo Xiulan nodded. That's right, that Southern Wasteland warrior handed over the fire spirit pearl in order to live. My husband was so spirited at the time that he was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng reminded him again and again that eventually he swallowed it. Speaking of which, Yang Yan admired Xia Mingyuan a bit. The fire spirit bead is at least a treasure of the 8th grade, not diluted inside the power of the flame pounded into a potion in addition to Yang Yan's special physique, or else no one can carry the fire spirit bead on the body to bring the instantaneous high temperatures. The result is that my husband made a breakthrough on the spot. At that moment his beacon fire surprising Xian transformation finally reached the consummate 3rd transformation, but the power of the fire spirit bead was too overbearing. Xiao Qianfeng's sister could see that something was wrong, and hurriedly sat down to help him channel the remaining power, followed by Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng, who also sat down to help my husband. But the battlefield was very close to the city gate, and a trace of residual leakage of the fire spirit aura touched the city gate led to an instant fire. When she said this, Luo Xiulan's eyes glistened with tears, but she still choked on her words. Xiao Qianfeng's sister instantly perceived bad. See, my husband stabilized after going to put out the fire. Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng naturally followed up, leaving my husband in place slowly to the fire spirit bead aura dispersal. Wait until my husband opened his eyes in front of the sea of fire, and ultimately he also rushed into the Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng saved. But the fire spirit bead of the flames of which is so easy to extinguish, Xiao Qianfeng's sister eventually stayed inside the sea of fire forever. So this is the truth? Luo Xiulan was already in tears. That fire only Xiao Qianfeng's sister sacrificed. The soldiers stationed on the city wall were saved, and my husband his entire back caused permanent burns, anger attacked inside, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels permanent damage, and from then on the realm forever stayed in the Yuanzhou whole body. Do Qin Sengtian and Xiao Qianfeng know about this? Luo Xiulan shook her head while wiping her tears. Yesterday, when Yang Yan went to Red Ink Villa and saw Xia Mingyuan, he thought he was hiding his realm on purpose. I didn't realize that was the best he could do. Then Yang Yan felt strange. I've comprehended the 3rd variation of the beacon fire surprising Xian transformation, so how could I be permanently burned by the residual aura of a fire spirit bead? To be precise, it was 2. Listening to my husband's portrayal at that time had already saved Qin Sengtian and Xiao Fengfeng. Just when my husband still wanted to go back to save Xiao Qianfeng's sister, a huge aura seemed to explode. My husband felt bad and still wanted to escape. Despite having the beacon flame shocking Xian transformation in place, his back was still not able to hold it. 2. Yes, listen to my husband said that kind of power can only have a 2nd fire spirit bead in. So many years after my husband's investigation is likely to be someone intentionally for it. Things just keep getting more and more magical. And then what was finally found out? At that time, there were a total of 3 fire spirit beads, one had already been made into an 8th grade elixir, the dragon flame pill, one had been swallowed by my husband, and one was in the possession of Chao Shan, who is also the current lord of the southern wasteland. Are you sure there are only 3? I investigated with my husband again and again. When such a thing happened after my husband went to put that volcano under the formation, when we went there was no sign of the formation being destroyed, so there were only 3 fire spirit beads. Thank you for informing me of this. Luo Xiaolan looked at Yang Yan with pleading eyes. Will you go too? Sure. Then with a snap Luo Xiaolan kneeled down. My husband doesn't have the strength he had in the beginning, even if Chao Shan is the real culprit my husband doesn't have the means to solve it, only you can help us. Get up, I can't afford this kneeling, don't worry, I'll find the truth. Yang Yan then helped Luo Xiaolan up. At this time, Yang Yan also understood Xia Mingyuan's intentions for his daughter. Xia Bing. Bone condensation cold fire sword. Xia Mingyuan has already paid a huge price for his stupid move in the first place. He didn't want his daughter to act on impulse and then do something she would regret for the rest of her life. Southern Wasteland, Chao Shan, right. Chapter 61, we'll raise you even if you don't say so. My husband and I also investigated that the odds are that Chao Shan's fire spirit pearl is no longer in his possession. Find anything else, like if the fire spirit pearls have appeared on the market since that incident? Luo Xiaolan shook her head. No, that volcano's formation is a forbidden technique that requires the use of longevity, which is one of the reasons that caused my husband's strength to plummet. The other party would have to be at least an 8th grade or higher formation master to break it. There were too many uncertainties here. Yang Yan couldn't guarantee if the fire spirit pearls would circulate from other places to the southern wasteland. After sealing that one volcano there are countless more volcanoes in this world, then there will be more fire spirit pearls. Regardless of the truth, thank you for being willing to help my husband. Although he was a bit impulsive back then, it wasn't him who caused that kind of result. I know. There was also a violent explosion that occurred at that time was also my husband forcibly inhaled those fire auras into his body. He said that it was so similar to the spirit power of the fire spirit bead that all of the fire auras from back then are still left in his body. Xia Mingyuan was hiding very deeply, and Yang Yan didn't see that he had a fire in his heart. I've already said everything I know. Mr. Luo hereby thanks Emperor Wu for my husband. After saying that, Luo Xiaolan made a bow. I'll go first, then. Alright, don't tell Xia Mingyuan about you and I meeting today. I will. Then Luo Xiaolan left, leaving Yang Yan to slowly think about the details of what he just said. Yang Yan fought with Xia Mingyuan and Qin Sengtian shortly before they left for the southern wilderness. At that time, Xia Mingyuan's cultivation level had already reached the 5th level of Cave Void, and the Beacon Flame Shocking Xian transformation had reached the 2nd transformation. An 8th grade fire spirit bead with violent attributes would indeed hurt Xia Mingyuan. But for others, it's devastating. Not everyone is a fire kung fu master. Yang Yan didn't even know about the great things that happened in the southern wasteland back then. At that time, Yang Yan was still negotiating in the sacred demon kingdom in Shilong. When I returned, I only knew that Qin Sengtian and his men had returned victorious. Not one of them received the reward Yang Yan gave them. Besides, it was just the beginning of the world's settlement, so Yang Yan didn't have time to look for the reasons. Not long after learning that the 3 brothers had gone their separate ways, Yang Yan had a life-changing thunderbolt. Yang Yan was still in distress when Bai Shishir and Su Meier approached him. Su Meier made the first move and hugged Yang Yan from behind. His head dropped on Yang Yan's shoulder. What's the matter? You look so sad. Didn't you ask what you wanted to know? With the benefit of hindsight, Baici could only watch from the sidelines. Asked, but things are more complicated than I thought with a trip to the southern wasteland. Southern wasteland? Southern wasteland? Su Meier and Bai Shishir both showed a surprised expression at the same time. Su Meier let go of Yang Yan as soon as she walked in front of him. The southern wasteland is no better than the northern realm, right? Yeah, what did Senior Xia Mingyuan's maiden tell you? Gee, don't worry, I've got company. Who? Su Meier and Bai Shishir were once again at odds, and both of them were very wary looking. I'm afraid you two aren't related, being so synchronized. Yeah, we're all your wives. Su Meier suddenly said that Yang Yan wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, let's not talk about this. The one who went with me is male. Shao Qianfeng. Su Meier, do you still have any impression? Su Meier listened and recalled. One of the 3 war gods of the southern wasteland, huh? Asterisk. They still have such a dangling name in the southern wasteland? Yang Yan doesn't know that. I've heard a little about that one too. Bai Shishir said faintly from the side. Even Xiaobai knows that I'm too much of a failure as a martial emperor. Su Meier went forward and took Yang Yan into her arms, putting her head on her chest, her hand stroking Yang Yan's hair. Alright, you're a nobleman with a lot of trivia, it's normal that you don't know. Can we go to this southern wasteland? Yang Yan is now being baptized by the cleansing milk, how can he talk? I don't recommend you guys go. Yang Yan managed to break free. I'll be back as soon as I figure out the truth, and it's only right to prepare my clothes and get well enough to go to the north. The north realm is too cold, although it is said to be protected by aura, it can't be opened for such a long time. That's why it's crucial to prepare good clothes and get well. Anyway, this is what Yang Yin means. Now what can I use to reach the southern wasteland the fastest? A full-power airship will be there in about 2 days. Baici replied. Is there a faster one? A full-power airship is already fast. The spirit stones consumed are all 10 times the usual amount, and they have to be added every incense burner. Baici continued to answer. There is another way. The Chamber of 10,000 Treasures has an airship that is claimed to be the fastest in the entire continent. The entire body is made of cloud immortal iron, and there are various defense formations to add to it. I heard that it takes 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones to activate it once, and the amount of spirit stones consumed at full power is 50 times that of the usual amount. How? Much more? Yang Yan looked at Su Meier in surprise. Of course, the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures hasn't been turned on at full power for a long time, and at that speed it should be there in half a day. It was the first time Yang Yan felt the power of money so intuitively. How many spirit stones would that be? I only have the consistent copper coins you gave me the day you found me on me. I have money. Yang Yan almost forgot that Su Meier has a lot of restaurants. I also have a bit of spirit stones. I had everything in the Holy Land and didn't even use them much. Fusan, you guys raise me. We'll raise you even if you don't. After Su Meier finished speaking, Bai Shirshir nodded along with her at the side. Yang Yan then smiled and looked at Su Meier. It's nice not to have to work at it. Actually, without us, I think Lin Wanqing should help you. There's something in Su Mei's words. This is not good. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and to see each other again is to ask for hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. It's faster than robbery. It's okay to be sorry. I made the money in the first place just to give it to you, but the airship has to be borrowed by you. How can I have such a big face with Xiao Bai? Cloud Immortal Iron is a man-made forging of the 6th grade treasure, which requires a piece of basalt plus the 4th grade wind light stone, the 4th grade bloodstone and the 5th grade rootless water fusion forging in order to come out with a piece of. Getting a spaceship can be imagined how horrific the cost of the inside really is. The Cloud Immortal Iron forged in this way is hard, and at the same time he is also very light. Reducing the weight is the same as reducing the consumption of spirit stones. I'll have to see you in advance at Mount Rinzheng. It just so happened that he went to teach Lin Shi some feats, and since he had helped Lin Shi go down this path, then naturally Yang Yan wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I thought I'd have to go to the Northern Realm and come back before we could meet, but I didn't realize I'd have to go to the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures so soon. It's okay, there's no rush. Come and take a dip in the Yo-Yo water. Su Mei's eyes were a bit off. Yang Yan's hands were no longer under his control at some point. Wait, this is a female Yaoji. Chapter 62. Be good. I'll beat him up for you. Eventually Yang Yan was brought to the Yao Qi, which was specially provided for the Holy Maiden. Safe and hidden. It was only after an hour that Yang Yan came out from inside the Yao Qi. After all, I've got business to attend to. Before going to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Yan must find Xiao Qianfeng. If that's what happened back then, he'll be needed as a witness. Xia Mingyuan had already paid for his impulsiveness and couldn't afford to be so wrong anymore. Time was short. After bidding farewell to Bai Shirshir and Su Meier, Yang Yan left the Holy Land without stopping. Li Xiangfeng stopped me at the door. Kid, stop. Yang Yan turned around when he heard the voice and saw Li Xiangfeng, who was full of displeasure. Why, something's wrong? Who on earth are you, and why would the Holy Maiden get so close to you? Li Xiangfeng feels very unhappy that he was cheated. Why don't you go ask the Holy Maiden what she wants with me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare touch you? After saying this, Li Xiangfeng was ready to strike, and 2 hammers appeared in his hand at an unknown time, with spikes on the outside. It's your honor to die under my Iron Mountain hammer. Li Xiangfeng then raised both hammers high in the air. The Holy Maiden is here. Yang Yan pointed to the blind spot behind Li Xiangfeng. This little trick is still trying to fool me? That's right, it's deceived you. It's the Holy Mother who came. Not waiting for Li Xiangfeng to turn back, a powerful sense of oppression made him instantly breathless. Are you trying to make a move on my turf? This voice is undoubtedly Qin Shenmeng's voice. Li Xiangfeng turned around with difficulty, only to see Qin Shenmeng floating in mid-air, towering over him. Holy Mother, I don't mean that. Qin Shenmeng had no intention of stopping, and was still releasing pressure against Li Xiangfeng. That kid is a waste of space. Why is the Holy Mother siding with him so much? Yang Yan immediately showed a pitiful look and walked to Qin Shenmeng's side and buried into her arms. Ooh, he bullied me. Okay, good husband, I'll beat him for you. When Li Xiangfeng saw this scene, he no longer needed Qin Shenmeng to make a move. He spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. You kid. Actually, wait for me. Li Xiangfeng fled in a mess after throwing down the gauntlet. Seeing the plan succeeded, Yang Yan looked at Li Xiangfeng with a sly smile. Fight me. The smile hung on Yang Yan's face for less than a minute before he turned around and saw Qin Shenmeng's expression that was ready to ask for punishment. Leaving the Holy Land without telling me, you can be patient. It's not like time is of the essence. I've asked White to pass it on to you. No one in the Holy Land has ever escaped me. Your father didn't hide in the Holy Land for so many years and still didn't know. Yang Yan whispered. What did you say? No. Nothing. Gee, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Come here. Qin Shenmeng stretched out a finger to make a seductive gesture. Yang Yan carefully approached, and Qin Qianmeng suddenly kissed up. Yang Yan has no chance to react. Come back early, I've got a leg to pound for me. Good. Wait, what's that on your neck? Something's come up and I'm leaving. Yang Yan turned his head and ran, using the shadowless steps, and disappeared from Qin Qianmeng's field of vision in an instant. Qin Qianmeng's face suddenly turned red after Yang Yan left. I just called him my husband, right? He didn't seem to refuse. Oops, what was I thinking? Qin Qianmeng's brain was confused and walked back to the Holy Land. Yang Yan saw Qin Qianmeng did not seem to want to catch up with the meaning of the speed slowed down. It's too dangerous to talk to women like that. Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to go to Yuanwu City to find Xiao Qianfeng. Time is running out. Yang Yan has just reached the peak of Jindan. Enough to turn on Shadowless Step at full speed for a while. Wherever they go, the leaves are scattered. Based on Bai Shirshir's hints, Yang Yan found the place where Xiao Yun usually lives. Although it can transform into human form, it's after all a demonic beast. They have their own way of surviving. For example, Xiao Yun likes to catch fish by the river and eat them by himself. Yang Yan came to a place where there is a small river. Little Cloud sat on the ground and ate the fish he caught and made himself a fire. There's a lot of happiness written all over my face. Little Cloud, take me to Yuanwu City. On what grounds? Yang Yan then took out the Holy Maiden token that Bai Shirshir had given him. Okay. In less than a minute, Xiao Yun changed back to his demonic beast form. Yang Yan walked to the river and washed his face, washing off his makeup. Aren't you the guy from the other day? Xiao Yun was shocked for a moment. Saying a whole lot about how you're as good as not saying anything. You're the one who helped me get rid of that Kanai over there, aren't you? I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. No need to say thank you, just fly by the seat of your pants later. Yes. Yang Yan then smiled and sat on Xiao Yun's back. The little cloud then spread its wings and soared above the clouds before long. What's your name? I don't know yours yet. Xiao Yun opened his mouth and asked. Call me Yang Yan. Yang Yan? I think I've heard that name before. The Holy Maiden seems to have a lot of respect for you. I saved the life of your holy daughter a long time ago. Wow, wouldn't that be awesome? But you're now. Like I said, it was a long time ago. So do you recognize the phoenix? Yang Yan pondered for a while. I should count it as an acquaintance. You're awesome, you know all the divine beasts. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth trembled after hearing. Do you think there's a chance I'll turn into a divine beast? Xiao Yun's words made Yang Yan a little unsure of how to reply. Divine beasts are divine beasts from birth, which cannot be changed by acquired efforts. Why would you want to become a divine beast? Becoming a divine beast won't be suppressed to the point where you can't even maintain your basic demonic beast form like that day. As far as I know, this world hasn't given birth to a divine beast for a long time. Yeah, I know this one too. Dreams are just very distant fantasies. Xiao Yun's words made Yang Yan feel that it was a human at this time, without the appearance of a demonic beast. The knowledge of human emotions is beyond Yang Yan's imagination. A level 3 king beast has to listen to a divine beast as well. This is an insurmountable gap between demonic beasts and their racial bloodlines. But why would the phoenix submit to a human? It's a divine beast. That's what puzzles Yun. The kingdom of Heavenly Phoenix is called Heavenly Phoenix because of the phoenix. But how should Yang Yan explain to Xiao Yun that the phoenix was willingly guarding the Heavenly Phoenix kingdom only because it was subdued by him? I'm afraid Yun won't believe me even if I tell him. Before the phoenix was subdued, the phoenix kingdom was called the Pangyan kingdom. Yang Yan also recognized Su Hongyan at that time, and is also the most talented seedling Yang Yan has ever seen, in addition to himself. In the end, she simply let the phoenix follow her, eventually becoming the current empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Maybe the phoenix has something to suffer from. Chapter 63 Heroes Can't Take the Blame. Do divine beasts have troubles too? Xiao Yun's words Yang Yan did not pick up again. A divine beast that was once above all beasts, but in the end, he was beaten by a human to the point of admitting defeat. It wouldn't be easy for anyone. Seeing that Yang Yan didn't answer, Xiao Yun also had the good sense not to say anything again. Yang Yan simply began to meditate, closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. Now there's another aura in Yang Yan's body. This aura belongs to Qin Qianmeng, and she cultivates the sacred sunflower unspeakable technique. Qin Qianmeng's aura was even thicker in the yang attribute, but the good thing was that she could use her gongfu to drain the aura away. That day was purely to take advantage of Sissy. Of course the bad idea worked. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Yan almost fell asleep before Xiao Yun's voice was heard. Arrived. Yang Yan slowly opened his eyes. The sun hadn't set yet, the time was still early. Looking down there, there's a lot of people everywhere. Go find a clearing outside the city and let me down, and meet me where I am at 7 o'clock at night. Xiao Yun was a bit excited after hearing that. Really? What the hell are you excited about? They usually go out and don't let me go play, and you're the first one to let me go play. Yang Yan felt a little sad when he heard what Yun said. Just stay out of trouble and remember to come back and meet me. Yes. After saying that, Koyumo swooped down to the ground with all his might. Yang Yan almost didn't get blown away, but finally landed without any danger. Little Cloud had just landed on the ground and transformed into a human form and couldn't wait to enter the city. Wait, you follow me. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he took out the clothes of the male disciples of the Holy Land that Bai Shirshir had helped him prepare from his storage ring. He then walked to the city gates holding Yan's hand. Two soldiers blocked Yang Yan's way with their halberds. Kid, pass out the ultimatum. Since when do disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land need a clearance ultimatum to enter the city? Yang Yan's aura was sufficient and instantly bluffed the two soldiers. There were countless people coming and going in Yuanwu City every day, so as long as they recalled a little bit, they all knew that what Yang Yan was wearing was exactly the disciples' uniform of the Yaohe Holy Land. And no one dares to pretend to be a disciple of the five powers. This immortal master is I have someone who doesn't know Tai, so I'll let you through. Afterwards, Yang Yan just pulled Xiao Yun into Yuanwu City openly and honestly. Yang Yan let go of Xiao Yun only after he was far away from the field of view of the soldiers at the city gates. Well, go have fun on your own, I'm going to get busy with business. Yes, big brother. At the moment, Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with curiosity about the unknown. Looking at Xiao Yun, who had already run away, Yang Yan realized it only afterward. There shouldn't be any surprises. Time is running out and Yang Yan can't think about it anymore, so he ran to the location of listening to the rain building without stopping. After a few minutes of jogging, Yang Yan saw the signboard of listening to the rain tower. But the place is jammed with people. What's going on? So many people. Yang Yan's words were overheard by the grandfather next to him. Agi, you don't know the grandson of the Duke of Lu wanted to charter the Listening Rain House to accompany his beauties, but the owner of the Listening Rain House just didn't agree to give as much money as he could. It's not a fight. Yang Yan heard, grandson of Duke Lu? Lu Zhanqing, right? This point Yang Yan still has an impression. After all, when the Yuanwu Dao conference he was also one of the hands to hurt people. Then Yang Yan managed to squeeze into the front row, and the front seat was able to see what was going on inside through the door. There were a few strong men blocking the doorway, and their strength had all come to the Jindan stage of cultivation. There's also a man dressed in black closest to the door. Yang Yan immediately recognized that this was the man who had brought Yang Yan to meet Mo Wu that day, and the man recognized Yang Yan. Yang Yan then confidently walked forward and spoke. Take me in. Without saying a word, the man in black pushed open the door and let Yang Yan in. Behind them came all sorts of gangly noises. Who is that guy and what makes him get in? I've never seen this guy. What's his status? It looks to me like he's wearing the clothes of the Yaohe Holy Land. What? I just stomped on him, I won't hold a grudge. Yang Yan of course ignored these words. The man in black closed the door after he came in. The table in the middle of the hall is sitting on the roadstar next to a woman who has a slight appearance of a very charming expression. But compared to Su Mayer, it's still too lame. The one sitting across the street should be the apparent owner of listening to the rain. No matter what, I'll take care of the rain house today. Master Lu, I just said that listening to Rain House never accepts packages. I don't care, I'm the grandson of the Duke of Lu. If you dare to offend me, I can close your store tomorrow. Do you believe me? Just after Lu Zhanqing finished speaking, the atmosphere around him changed completely. An aura of danger covered the entire listening to rain building. Lu Zhanqing felt something was wrong. The female companion next to him hurriedly hugged Lu Zhanqing. Brother Star, I'm afraid. Lu Zhanqing quickly looked around and saw Yang Yan who had just come in. You kid pretending to be a god? Yang Yan said he was innocent. The whole room fell silent, and then footsteps were soon heard. Mo Wu walked slowly down from the second floor with a grim look on his face. Clear out. At Mo Wu's command, all the big men outside the door walked in. I knew you guys would get wise to. Wait, pulling me for what? Isn't it clearing up? Then there was Lu Warstar being thrown out the door in full view of everyone. The eating public can look on with pleasure. At this moment, only Mo Wu and Yang Yan are left in the rain tower. This is what Mo Wu calls a cleanup. Why is Sect Master free to come to such a small place? It's not easy for you to do business. I'm looking for you on a serious matter. Wash your ears. I want to know what happened back then when Xiao Qianfeng, Qin Sengtian and Xie Mingyuan were in the southern wasteland. This isn't hard to find, they're all famous heroes from back in the day. Follow me. Yang Yan then followed Mo Wu through the layers of secret rooms and finally arrived at the familiar headquarters of Tianji Dao. Why is Sect Master suddenly interested in these three? Because of the various reasons that caused these three to fall apart back then, one of them is now dying as a reward for helping me unify the world in the first place. Who's that guy? Qin Sengtian. Mo Wu also froze for a moment after hearing. Interesting, this is still information that the Tianji Dao doesn't have. He hid in the Yaohe Holy Land silently guarding his daughter for 20 years without leaving. It's only normal that you guys don't know. Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, someone came over with a scroll and handed it to Mo Wu. Sect Master, please take a look. So fast. Yang Yan took the scroll and opened it to read it carefully. True calendar 775 years South Wasteland Earth split border breaking inflammation disaster. Xiao Rui, the sister of Xiao Qianfeng, one of the three gods of war in the South Wasteland, died in a sea of fire. The true culprit, Inflammation King Xie Mingyuan. What a mess, can you write nonsense even if you're not sure? Yang Yan was a bit agitated. Before this matter was finalized, Xie Mingyuan was still the hero of the martial kingdom. And heroes can't take the blame. Chapter 64 Fear of not being able to face it. Mo Wu was full of apologies. It was we who were undisciplined, but it's been too long ago for the truth to be known. Yang Yan calmed down. It's not your fault, even I'm not sure what happened then, they were hiding too deep. So Sect Master, are you going to make a trip to the southern wasteland yourself? Yang Yan basically answered in seconds. That's right, go find me all the news about the Fire Spirit Pearl from that time. Yes. Mo Wu didn't ask any questions, just did as he was told. The Fire Spirit Pearl is an 8th grade treasure, which is rare to find. If it's valuable and rare, Tianji Dao must have recorded it. So information about the Fire Spirit bead isn't too hard to find. And Mo Wu could see the urgency in Yang Yan's eyes. So this time he personally led people to find it. Yang Yan was just about to go and enjoy the calligraphy and paintings collected by Mo Wu. He came back with a scroll in his hand. That fast? This is all the sources, whereabouts, and results of the 3 Fire Spirit Pearls at that time. This matched with Luo Xiulan's words. There were really only 3 Fire Spirit Pearls at that time. The conditions for the birth of Fire Spirit Pearls are harsh, requiring very powerful and pure Fire Spirit power to be birthed, so basically only the southern wasteland will produce Fire Spirit Pearls. Yang Yan opened the scroll while listening to Mo Wu's words. Jinwu 4814 March, the southern wasteland broken Inferno Mountain surprisingly appeared 3 8th grade Fire Spirit beads. The first was obtained by the Black Rock General Zhang Hong, lost in 4814 July, so far the whereabouts of unknown. The Black Rock Army was the southern wasteland army that Qin Sengtian and the others were facing at that time. According to Luo Xiulan, at that time, Xia Mingyuan got the information from a soldier who was still alive on the battlefield. Yang Yan guessed that Zhang Heng's lost Fire Spirit Pearl was obtained by this soldier by some means. But if this scroll's last description of the Fire Pearl is that its whereabouts are unknown, then why did the Southern Wasteland War Scroll say that Xia Mingyuan was the real killer? Luo Xiulan's description was clearly because Xia Mingyuan had absorbed the Fire Spirit Pearl and the refinement was incomplete, which eventually led to the fire. With doubts, Yang Yan continued to look. The second Fire Spirit Pearl was obtained by Chao Shan, the president of the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce. And what is this Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce? I'm afraid this requires the sect master to find out for himself. Yang Yan hadn't heard of this Chamber of Commerce. It's probably just a small local Chamber of Commerce over in the southern wasteland, but this Chao Shan's name is right up there with what Luo Xiulan said. Yang Yan continued to look. The third was obtained by Qiyu, a native of the Martial State, who entered the southern wasteland in April of Jinwu 48814, and left the southern wasteland in the month of May after obtaining the Fire Spirit bead, and his whereabouts are unknown to this day. Yang Yan slowly put down the scroll in his hand. If this Qiyu left the southern wasteland with the Fire Spirit Pearls, then only 2 Fire Spirit Pearls were still in the southern wasteland. Luo Xiulan's claim is valid. Besides these 3 Fire Spirit Pearls, when was the next Fire Spirit Pearl born? Yang Yan asked Mo Wu. I knew you'd ask. I just glanced at the information on the other Fire Spirit beads, and a new Fire Spirit bead won't be released until 3 years from now in the southern wasteland. Still, you know me. After saying that, Yang Yan closed the scroll. Okay, that's about it. I should go. Do you need me to go with you? You may not know the southern wasteland now? Yang Yan shook his head. No need, just take good care of Tianji Dao. By the way, what are you going to do about that Lu Zhansheng? Soldiers come and go. Tianji Dao can do more than just gather intelligence now. I almost forgot. You're not weak. Let's go. Greetings, Sect Master. Mo Wu bowed slightly and saluted. Yang Yan slowly left with his hands behind his back. Someone came to the door to show Yang Yan out. Otherwise, this layer of secret room protection Yang Yan will probably not be able to go around tomorrow. By the time we got out it was getting dark. With apprehension Yang Yan traveled to the place where he met Xiao Qianfeng for the first time. I've been heading towards Longyun Mountain. Yang Yan used his shadowless steps after leaving Yuanwu City. It's completely dark by now. This will help Yang Yan find Xiao Qianfeng. Just as Yang Yan thought, he soon saw a bright light not far away. It was only when they were less than 100 meters away that they could see the source of the light. It's a very ordinary farmhouse. A roof made of thatch and walls made of wood. There's a wooden fence around it. It's commonplace any way you look at it. It's like a place for a reclusive monk to live off the grid. Before Yang Yan arrived, he saw a man standing at the door. And that person is Xiao Qianfeng. After all, Xiao Qianfeng was a ranked powerhouse in the Martial Kingdom, so it wasn't surprising that he could detect Yang Yan's arrival. That's why I'm waiting at the door. Yang Yan slowed down his pace. Hello again. Yes, hello again. I thought it was going to be a long time. You can't have come to see me for a match this late at night, can you? Indeed not. I came to you to find out what happened back then. I'm old, and I don't remember a lot of things from back then. No, there's something you must remember. Xiao Qianfeng looked at Yang Yan's eyes. Come in and talk. Yang Yan naturally did not refuse. Inside the house was very simple. Except for 2 beds and a table, there was nothing much to live on. Where is your disciple? How come I don't see anyone else? It's time for him to go back to visit his loved ones, after being out for a few months. That's a good one, indeed. You didn't come over here in the middle of the night to discuss my apprentice, did you? Indeed, I want you to come with me to the southern wasteland. After saying that, Yang Yan found a stool and sat down, quietly watching Xiao Qianfeng's reaction. 4. Why would you want to go there? I don't need to tell you the rest for the sake of the truth, do I? Xiao Qianfeng sighed. Or did you know, it's been so long. It is true that a long time has passed. I am afraid that you yourself have already found out that back then that kind of situation Xia Mingyuan could not possibly not be able to save your sister, unless it's someone in the dark. We had a big fight at that time, and even pretended to be on good terms in order to hide the fact that you were facing the Holy Spirit, and after we left harmful Yuanwu City we went our separate ways without saying much of anything. You guys hid it so well, I really didn't see it at the time. I'm wondering why you're investigating this now. It's been so long ago. Qin Songtian is going to die. Yang Yan blandly stated the brutal facts. Often, it has a powerful effect on some people. Xiao Qianfeng's heart seems to have stopped a beat after hearing this news. After all, it was Xia Mingyuan he hated at the time. Qin Songtian is still the same as he was when he was a sworn brother. But too much time has passed, and Xiao Qianfeng is not sure if his feelings are deep or shallow. Time can be magical. In the blink of an eye the three of us have lived so long again. So go find the truth with me. Chapter 65. Long time no see, Martial Emperor. Xiao Qianfeng looked out the window. We're dying men, does the truth matter? Do you know how the records about this incident were described back then? It says that the real culprit was Xia Mingyuan, but if it wasn't him, then what was the southern wasteland that you paid such a great price to bring down in the first place? Why do you need to be so obsessive, Martial Emperor? A person who is about to die has no desire. You guys are heroes. Xia Mingyuan can't carry this kind of stain for 1,000 years. Xiao Qianfeng thought for a long time. Yang Yan did not say anything at the side, quietly waiting for his choice. What do you think the truth will be? After a long time Xia Mingyuan finally spoke. Well, we'll have to go and find out. Then how should you decide if the one who caused the tragedy of things was Xia Mingyuan? At least your sister can't die like this for no reason, not even knowing who the real culprit is. Do you really think it doesn't matter? After all these years, I've let it go. All three of us have gone our separate ways, so what's the point of doing this now? Then what was the point of you guys fighting the southern wasteland for me in the first place and quelling the war? Xiao Qianfeng was silent. Even if the one who caused the tragedy was Xia Mingyuan, you should go see him. He paid a price for it. At what cost? His back and internal organs have caused irreversible burns. You can't say it's not ridiculous. A person who is known as the King of Inferno is burned by the flames in the end. I'm afraid he won't have long to live. If Luo Xiulan didn't say anything, I'm afraid only Xia Mingyuan and her would know about it. Xiao Qianfeng still didn't speak. He needed time to digest the news. And Yang Yan continued. Are you afraid that it's really Xia Mingyuan, or are you afraid that you don't know how to face the innocent Xia Mingyuan? If it's not him, then I'm the real sinner. Xiao Qianfeng sighed again. Your feelings won't be so fragile. Come with me, even for your sister's sake. This time Xiao Qianfeng did not hesitate for too long. Wait for me. After saying that, Xiao Qianfeng took out a paper and pen and sat down to start writing. Yang Yan glanced at it. It should all be instructions to his disciple. This means Xiao Qianfeng is willing to go with him to the southern wasteland. A few minutes later Xiao Qianfeng put down the pen in his hand and picked up a bowl and pressed it against the paper. Let's go, Martial Emperor. Yang Yan smiled. Then the two of them moved to leave the hut. How do you plan to get to the southern wastes? Xiao Qianfeng asked. Take the airship, go back to Yuanwu City first, find someone to borrow it. Borrow from who? Lin Changshan, let's go, carry me back. Xiao Qianfeng. Because Xiao Qianfeng is also very fast. And there was no need to worry about the consumption of aura, so he quickly returned to Yuanwu City. He still relied on Yang Yan's Yaoqi Holy Land disciples' clothes to safely enter Yuanwu City. When I came to the location I had agreed with Yun, I found Yun already squatting next to me, seemingly waiting for a long time. When he saw Yang Yan, he showed a happy face. You're finally back. Well, how was the stroll? It's not interesting at all. You need spirit stones to go anywhere. When Yang Yan heard, why did I forget about this? I'll take you shopping next time. Really? Great. Yun was a bit ecstatic. Who's that old grandpa back there, so strong? Xiao Qianfeng smiled. 7th rank demonic beast immortal cloud crane, the bloodline is very pure. You're good, old grandpa, you can still tell when I'm like this. Haha, you can't hide the aura on your body. It's dangerous to hang around in the human race's territory like this. I'll teach you how to estrange your demonic aura later. Really? You're such a good man, old grandpa. Yang Yan couldn't help but interject. You still know that trick? My disciple is a demonic beast, a 7th ranked black water Jiao. Funny, I said how you only let people go back to visit their families for a few months, combined with the fact that it's because it's too far away. Okay, I'll talk to you slowly later, get down to business. Yeah, whoops, come on, follow me. Wan Baolu's headquarters was in Yuanwu City, so naturally Lin Changshan lived in Yuanwu City as well. It's been a long time since I found my long-lost son, so I'm sure he's having a reunion dinner right now. So Yang Yan simply went to Lin Qingshan's house to look for him himself. Lin Qingshan's home is not much less well known in Yuanwu City than the Imperial Palace. It's easy to find the Lin residence by asking a random passerby. So grand. Xiao Yun was already marveling at the gate of the Lin residence just by looking at it. The first thing that strikes anyone who comes here is the big. That's right. It's huge. There's a 2-mile radius around here that's all Forest City Mountain. And it's less than 2 walls away from the Imperial City, commonly known as the Little Imperial City. Even Chen Yunmo wouldn't dare to mess with Lin Changshan. After all, he was a character from Yang Yan's era. At that time, Chen Yunmo was still a rookie. The gate of the Lin mansion also has 2 lions carved out of jade. Moreover, the 2 guards standing at the entrance were strong at the goddess of transformation realm. Don't go through the front door, it's too much trouble, just take us in. Yang Yan said to Xiao Qianfeng. Is that really good? Don't worry, Lin Changshan is very nice. Xiao Qianfeng hesitated for a moment and just wanted to bring Yang Yan and Xiao Yun up when the door suddenly opened. It's a kindly-faced grandmother. Looks like a butler. Come in. Yang Yan and Xiao Qianfeng looked at each other in dismay. It should have been detected, or good, save yourself a lot of trouble. Yang Yan walked through the door with confidence after saying, Xiao Qianfeng and Xiao Yun are right behind them. After entering the mansion, the sight in front of her directly stunned Xiao Yun. The roof in front of me was carved with dragons in gold lacquer and phoenixes in glaze, which was imposing. Surrounded by green trees, you can vaguely see the white jade tables and chairs dotted between the trees. There are also small waterfalls on the surrounding wigwams slowly descending with the sound of water gurgling. Pavilions and pavilions are like clouds, and wigwams and strange stones are listed. When you come in, you can stroll among the green and flowery paths, listen to the clear spring gurgling, and among the exotic trees there is a burst of warblers' cry, and the insects among the flowers and grasses chirping in response to each other, one after another, intoxicating the mind and soul. Wow! That's more than holy ground. Xiao Yun marveled. Both of you please wait a moment, you will be shown your evening meal, the one next to you follow me. The grandmother is referring to Yang Yan. You guys go ahead, it should be Lin Changshan who wants to see me alone. Okay. After that, Yang Yan followed the old granny to the other way. After walking for a while, the grandmother led Yang Yan to a small attic. Please, my lord, my master is already waiting for you inside. Okay. After that, the grandmother left the place. Yang Yan went forward and pushed open the door. Inside stood an older man in white clothes. I'm watching with a book in my hand. There are books everywhere. The smell of books is intoxicating. The smell of tea is still in the air. It's been a long time. Yang Yan was the first to speak. It's been a long time, Martial Emperor. Chapter 66, A Bride Price. Lin Changshan put down the book in his hand. Sit down and pour the tea. Yang Yan naturally sat down in the empty seat opposite Lin Changshan. I couldn't believe it when my daughter came back and told me. I actually didn't think it was true. Really, you don't believe I'm alive, and some people still don't believe I'm dead. What does that mean? Nothing, I'm looking for you on business. When have you ever come to me for anything other than business? Listening to Lin Chang, it seems to be true. Lend me your allegedly fastest airship. Could be. Yang Yan froze for a moment. So cool? Do you have any spirit stones? Hey, not really. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Lin Changshan took out a storage ring. There are roughly 500,000 top-grade spirit stones inside, which should be enough for you. Yang Yan's heart was instantly a bit uneasy. No, you could have at least asked. I'm so vain to just take so much from you for no reason. Gee, how's that for nothing? An impish smile appeared on Lin Changshan's face. The tone of his voice became very kind. Wait, I'm not a martial emperor now, don't drag me into anything. This is something that only you can do, and this spirit stone will be taken as a bride price. Oh, bride price ah. Bride price? Lin Changshan laughed. Don't get excited, you know, my daughter is dead set on you. She couldn't sleep for a day herself after she came back that day and told me the news. No, that can't be so casual. Besides, how old is your daughter? Hey, you can't say that. The last thing you cultivators are concerned about is your age. My daughter doesn't even dislike you. What are you worrying about? Yang Yan's brain is a little confused right now. No, aren't you rich and powerful people concerned about being in the right family? Who do you think compares to my family? Yang Yan really didn't. There was none compared to money. If it was power, then it was probably just the 5 major powers and the current martial emperor. You're marrying down. I don't have anything now. It's fine, my family is rich as long as I have money, and isn't door-to-door a way for both families to be stronger? I'm enough on my own. After listening to Lin Changshan's words, Yang Yan felt that there was some truth to it. No, I think you just want to be my dad. Are you married? No. Should count as no. What do you mean it should count as no? As long as it's not a marriage, then no. Okay, you said it, and the wyvern jade you gave my son a few meanings. Didn't Lin she tell you why? Having said that, I don't want him to go down this road. Can you give me a reason why? There's no reason, because it's the way he wants to go. Lin Changshan was silent. Did your family approve of you going into business in the first place? Yang Yan's words instantly brought Lin Changshan back to the memory of the day he chose to go into business. There's really no support for yet. Do you remember what your father told you? Lin Changshan thought back. He said at the time that going to be a merchant in this era where the strongest are honored would not end well, and told me to cultivate. Yang Yan snapped his fingers. Isn't that right? Look at you now, the #1 merchant in the Marshall Kingdom, with mountains of gold and silver and a family of $10,000. What would have happened if you had chosen to cultivate immortality in the first place? I'm not sure. I don't think it's as good as being a businessman. So feel free to go to Lindsay. Alas. Lin Changshan sighed deeply. This may be the helplessness of a father who wants Lin Shi to spend her life in peace. Everyone thinks differently. He has no right to take away Lin Shi's right to choose. Do you think he has a talent for cultivation? Lin Changshan is moved. Talent won't give him the power to move mountains, it's all up to him. Good. Since Lord Marshall Emperor has said so. Don't put a label on me, I came to you to borrow the airship. By the way, where is Lin Shi? I'll go teach him a couple moves. Yo, the Marshall Emperor himself instructed, that's Daredevil, I'll take you there. After talking a lot, Yang Yan was thirsty and drank the tea in front of him. Yummy, is there any more? I'll make some to drink on the way. Come on, I'll send you a case later. Yang Yan was then pushed out of the study by Lin Changshan. I took Yang Yan to Lin Shi's house. At this time, Lin Shi is still reading in her room. Lin Changshan told Yang Yan to wait outside and went in. Ahem. Lim Chang-san tactically coughed twice. Hearing the sound, Lin Shi panicked and hid the book in her hand under the table, and then slowly turned back. Father, what is it you came to see me about in the middle of the night? I've come to talk to you. Do you really want to be a monk? That's what got Lin Shi all worked up. Of course, I want to be a chivalrous warrior. How cool it is to help someone on the road. Okay, I promise you, as long as you finish your cultivation and reach the Jindan stage, I'll let you go out and practice. Lin Shi's expression was somewhat pleased. Really? That's great. Is it because of that jade pendant? No, it's your dad. I figured out that I don't recognize that jade pendant at all. So, it's okay, the results haven't changed. After Lin Shi finished speaking, she took out the book she had just hidden under the table. This is a technique called Broken Boom Fist, and I've already comprehended a little bit of it. Lin Changshan took a look at it. It was a yellow level technique. Good, it's worthy of being my son. Tomorrow I'll find someone to take you to start your formal cultivation. Have a good rest. Yes. Lin Changshan looked at Lin Shi's smile. Perhaps this was the right choice. Then Lin Changshan left the room. Go outside and meet Yang Yan. At this time, Yang Yan's hand did not know when there was an extra technique in his hand. Celestial grade technique, Heavenly Desolate 8 Gates record. Give it to Lin Shi to see his creation. A heavenly grade technique? I'll take that as a return gift. Lin Changshan accepted it without hesitation. A heavenly level technique is something that can't be bought even with money. As long as you have a copy of this book, you can start a clan, and it's still a first-class clan. Even some of the first-class sects have only top-grade techniques. Take me to the airship. Won't you go in and take a look? I wasn't this face when we met then, long story. You're saying it's my son who doesn't even know who you really are? Yang Yan nodded. Knowing too much might not be good for him. Let's go, I have some catching up to do. Lin Changshan didn't ask much. Yang Yan had his own ideas. So you're not going to see my daughter? That's what interests Lin Changshan. Next time, just tell her I came by. Geez, let's go. Lin Changshan wanted to say something else, but he was being pushed and shoved by Yang Yan all the time, so he stopped. Lin Changshan and Yang Yan were already far away, and Lin Wanqing slowly walked out from behind the rockery next to them. Look at my brother and don't come to see me. You wait for me. Chapter 67, Yang Yan's third purpose. Yang Yan suddenly felt a coldness in his back as he was walking, and he couldn't help but shudder. It's not very cold tonight, is it? Are you so weak now? I don't know, probably trying to read me. In the midst of small talk, Lin Changshan brought Yang Yan to the reception room. Yun is eating it. Xiao Qianfeng saw Lin Changshan and directly stood up to show his respect. You are? Xiao Qianfeng. So it's the 3 war gods of the southern wasteland. Nice to meet you. Looks like the place you're going to is the southern wasteland. Asterisk 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 asterisk, can you even guess that? Yang Yan was shocked for a moment. Lin Changshan did not answer Yang Yan but pulled out another storage ring. There are 2 million top-grade spirit stones in here. Help me bring back some specialties from the southern wasteland, and I'll count the rest as a gift to you. Yang Yan is a bit wary. This isn't supposed to be part of the bride price again, is it? Am I the kind of guy who buys from force? Yang Yan nodded silently. Take it, it's going to cost a lot of spirit stones for the airship to go full speed. I haven't tried going this far, just to be on the safe side. All right. Yang Yan took the storage ring. Where's the spaceship? Yang Yan asked. Follow me. Yang Yan then picked up Xiao Yun, who was still eating, and walked outside. Lin Changshan stopped before he could take 2 steps. Don't tell me your house is a spaceship. It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but you can't guess what rich people do. I only saw Lin Changshan pointing to the sky with one hand. Now Yang Yan and Xiao Qianfeng understand. Oh yeah, and this thing. After saying that, Lin Changshan took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Yang Yan. Yang Yan reached out and caught it and felt the weight of the token in an instant. That heavy? It's the starter key for the ship. It's guarded up there, you'll understand if you show it to them. Yang Yan weighed the token a few times. Thanks. Then he looked back at Yun. Because Lin Changshan's home was big enough, it wasn't a problem for Little Cloud to change back to his demonic beast form. Remember to have a few drinks with me when you get back. Will do. After a brief goodbye, Cloudy spread his wings and flew upward, pushing through the clouds and eventually seeing the ship lying in the clouds. So high up, no wonder I didn't see it just now, Yang Yan faintly said. Lin Changshan on the ground couldn't help but smile as he watched Yang Yan flying away. You're really alive. What other surprises do you have in store for me? Father, has he gone far? Lin Wanqing's voice came into Lin Qingshan's ears from the back. Yeah, go far. It seems like he no longer has any cultivation because of the lightning tribulation back then. He'll be fine if he goes to the southern wasteland, right? Lin Wanqing showed a worried look on her face. No, the one next to him is one of the 3 war gods that took down the southern wasteland in the first place. He can run even if he can't beat them. Can you send this more powerful person to follow him? Silly daughter, who is he? Even without his cultivation he is still a martial emperor in my heart. The first person under the immortals. It's cold outside, go back to the house. Lin Wanqing looked up at the night sky, and there was a bright flash of light. Maybe it's a falling star, or maybe Yang Yan started the ship. At this moment, Yang Yan is still moved by the flesh pain. The ship barely started after throwing 1,000 top-grade spirit stones at it. There are only 7 or 8 people on the big airship mountain. Just after getting on the airship, Yang Yan sensed that there were many formations here. That's why it consumes spirit stones so much. The formation needs aura to maintain. Yang Yan brainlessly threw the spirit stones into the furnace specializing in converting spiritual chi. Then the whole ship glowed brightly, which meant that the ship was activated. When I came to the cockpit, the pilot of the ship was an older man who looked like he should be very experienced. How long does it take to get to the southern wastes from here? Yang Yan opened his mouth and asked. We'll be there tomorrow morning if we go full speed, but it costs spirit stones. Yang Yan handed over the storage ring to the older man. Since he's from Mount Forestry, he's trustworthy. There are still more than 400,000 top-grade spirit stones in there. The airship is in your hands, the faster the better. Okay, I'll take care of it. After the explanation, Yang Yan turned around and left to go back to the top of the deck. Yun was lying on top of the guardrail with a look of anticipation. It's like a child who's been exposed to something new. Everyone hold on, the start was very erratic. Uncle's voice came from the cockpit. Then the ship moved slowly. I'd like to see how fast it can be. The airship suddenly powered up, and all the formations were activated. Luckily, I was able to pull on Yun's pants, or else I would have fallen asleep. Ouch, what are you doing? Xiao Yun let out a scream. That's too soon. Yang Yan looked at his surroundings after standing firmly. You can see the clouds moving backward at a rapid rate. Very fast indeed, that's awesome. Xiao Qianfeng sighed from the side. The concept of speed is not as well understood by Yang Yan as it is by Xiao Qianfeng. He's just practiced the shadowless steps to the extreme. Have you gotten anything on this matter of my sister? Xiao Qianfeng looked at the moon and faintly asked. When Yang Yan heard it, he sent Xiao Yun away before answering Xiao Qianfeng. Yes. Do you know Chao Shan? Xiao Qianfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. There were only 3 fire spirit pearls that appeared at that time, and one of them was obtained by him, and the real culprit is most likely the second fire spirit pearl. What is this Chao Shan? Today's lord of the southern wasteland. According to my intelligence back then he was just a president of the Chamber of Commerce back then. In just 20 years this class jump is also too powerful. Lord of the southern wasteland, wouldn't that be a bit difficult? Don't worry, if it's really him I'll make him pay. It seems that Lord Martial Emperor still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Isn't that with you? Xiao Qianfeng laughed out loud after hearing this. Haha, I'll risk my old life to keep you safe. No need, I have a friend in the southern wasteland, he's strong too. Who? Xiao Qianfeng's expression suddenly became serious. My right-hand man back then, Qi Longfei. Qi Longfei? Is he in the southern wasteland? That's his old neighborhood. What if he doesn't help you? Yang Yan smiled. We were brothers who worshipped each other back in the day, and our bond is much better than yours. Yang Yan's words were somewhat sarcastic. Qi Longfei is in the southern wasteland, then the lord of the southern wasteland shouldn't be the turn of that Chao Shan. He's the guy known as the god of death. Yang Yan nodded. He did act a bit like a madman when he went out with me to reclaim the world. He's usually quite naive, but he's completely different once he goes into battle. This is the first time I've heard of this, and I really want to meet this guy. You will meet, and coming to see him is my other purpose. And then nothing? What have you got? I've heard that the women chasing you at the time covered all the 5 lakes in the world, and I thought that there were some of your old lovers in the southern wasteland as well. Xiao Qianfeng asked about the gossip. How to talk nonsense? Yang Yan turned his head to the side. I don't think she's in the southern wasteland anymore. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Chapter 68, a secret that Xiao Yun himself doesn't know. Yang Yan's voice was very small, Xiao Qianfeng didn't hear it clearly. But looking at Yang Yan's depressed expression, I can guess what's going on. The ship is pretty stable, go get some rest, I hear we'll be there at dawn. Yang Yan opened his mouth to make a suggestion. Fine, my old bones are in need of rest now. After Xiao Qianfeng finished speaking he left the deck with his hands behind his back. It was only then that Jun dared to come over and speak. What did you guys just say? You seem to be in a bad mood. It's nothing, it's probably the scenery that brings back bad memories. Do you have a lot of bad memories? Why yes, it's all in the past, you go rest too. Okay. Yan Yan is the only one left on the deck, watching the moon recede in the distance. It's like you're running away from something. Afterwards, Yan Yan laughed softly and returned to the cabin. Nothing special happened after one night. The airship designed and built by Lin Changshan is still very stable. Yan Yan was tired after running around all day yesterday. After a good night's rest last night, Yan Yan was up just as the sun was rising. How is it suddenly a little uncomfortable when there's no one around? Yang Yan said to himself, stretched and got up and walked out of the cabin. The sunlight was so bright that it was necessary for Yan Yan to hold out his hand to shield himself from it. Only after his eyes became familiar with the bright light did Yang Yan see clearly the beautiful scenery in front of him. This is the first time Yang Yan has seen the sunrise from such a high place. It's beautiful, you can't see anything when you're dead. Yang Yan is glad he's still alive. He's slowly coming to terms with the drastic changes in his life. He's already not surprised by who came to him. It's like he never died. Yo, Gonzi is up so early? There should be half an incense stick left. I'll go rest first. The older man in the cockpit stepped out. It is indeed almost here, and I feel the heat already. Ah, that's how it is in the southern wasteland. Take your time, I'm going in. Okay. Yan Yan walked to the bow of the boat and looked at the yellow soil on the ground. We should have entered the southern wilderness by now. Yan Yan is going to the biggest country in the southern wasteland, the Nanyue country. The lord of the southern wilderness is equivalent to a martial emperor. It's a continent that's made up of several countries, and Wu is the strongest country in Zhongguang, but it's hard to say now. At least when Yang Yan was in power, he was the strongest of the Chinese gods. The neighboring country is Tianfeng. The world is falling apart. That's what Yan Yan doesn't want to see, but at least the currency in circulation hasn't changed. In the old days, you had to have the currency of the country you were traveling to. Spirit stones are only available to cultivators. It's just a piece of waste rock for ordinary people. That's why we need another currency. The ship has slowed down. Xiao Qianfeng is also up. Seeing Yang Yan at the bow of the boat slowly walked over to him. Almost there? Yeah, almost there. That's really fast. I think back in those years when the three of us brothers still came over with our imperial swords, it took us 5 days. It's obvious that you have a spaceship and don't take it. Xiao Qianfeng laughed after Yang Yan finished speaking. How can I appreciate the local flavor of each place in an airship, when it's not as interesting as riding a sword? Fair enough. What do you do when you land? You're going to the Guanyin border, and there are some things you still have to face on your own. The border of Guanyin is the place where Xiao Qianfeng's sister died. This is undoubtedly a robbery in Xiao Qianfeng's heart. I know, I came with you figuring out what I'd have to deal with. Very well, take me to see your sister when things are settled. Xiao Qianfeng was silent. What's wrong? She's right on the border at Sekiyama. What do you mean? When I didn't find her body that year, I took 2 pieces of clothing and buried them under a tree in Guanyin village. So is it possible? There is no possibility. Xiao Qianfeng's answer discouraged Yang Yan from thinking that his sister was still alive. Yang Yan couldn't imagine the scene Xiao Qianfeng saw at that time. Despair is often inextricably linked to death. Even if it wasn't the fire spirit bead, the explosion of any 8th grade treasure wasn't something they could withstand at that time. Why would you not be able to find it? At that time the fire was too big. Xia Mingyuan went to the Sea of Fire to save people. We are those Xia Mingyuan brought out of the people continue to bring to a safe place, until I came back for the last time when I only saw the blood-covered Xia Mingyuan. Wait until the fire is dispersed inside. In addition to the ashes there will be nothing. If it wasn't for saving others, maybe there wouldn't be such a tragedy. No, if the others aren't out of the fire, even if I go, my sister won't come out with me. She really is a very kind person. Good people have short lives, don't they? Yang Yan froze for a moment after hearing. Yeah, good people have short lives. What about you? What do you go do after you land? Go and find out if Chao Shan has any fire spirit pearls on him, as well as find out what the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce is. Good, then let's split up. The 2 men finished and looked into the distance in unison. The clouds were slowly lifted and the town on the ground was finally seen. No longer a piece of yellow earth. I know the rest of the way, so I'll go ahead. Xiao Qianfeng jumped down after saying, I'd play like that if I still had my old training, but reality is cruel. Yang Yan could only wait until the ship slowly landed. The ship is still traveling. Until Yang Yan saw a palace. This palace is very familiar to Yang Yan. Haven't changed a bit after all this time. The sight of this palace means that we've arrived at the sky above the Nanyue kingdom. It just so happened that the uncle who was driving the airship also woke up. He briefly glanced down below and said to Yang Yan, Prepare yourself, my lord, it's here. Okay, how much more of that spirit stone is there? Just about used up, about what I expected. Yang Yan suddenly felt a pain in his flesh. Although this spirit stone is white whoring, this consumption is also too fast. Yang Yan's body trembled, then returned to the cabin to wake up Xiao Yun. Cloudy, get up and hold it steady. A dumbfounded Xiao Yun pulled Yang Yan's coat corner. Then she felt as if her entire demon was going to fly. It's exactly the same feeling she had when she swooped down. It took a while for the feeling to go away. My lord, we're at ground level, uncle shouted from the door. Go. Yang Yan was just about to take Xiao Yun's hand when he was shaken off. Last night's was a night of thinking. Why did you bring me to the southern wastes? I thought you said you wanted to be a phoenix. Is it really okay? Yun was a little flattered. How do you know if you don't try? Too good. Xiao Yun was so happy that he jumped straight up. Next I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you're going to answer them truthfully. Yes. Have you met your parents? Sayumi shook her head. How old are you remember? Remember, 304 years old. Very well, go. Yang Yan looked at Xiao Yun's tender face. 300 years of 7th order demonic beasts, in addition to the bloodline enhancement. Yang Yan cannot think of any reasons. And the normal age of a 7th order demonic beast has basically reached 1,000 years old. Chapter 69 Yellow Wolf Gang, Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce. We may have to ask Qin Shinmeng about Xiao Yun's life, but Yang Yan can still do a bloodline test. Yang Yan took Xiao Yun's hand again. This time Yun didn't resist. When we stepped out of the cabin, Uncle and the rest of the ship's crew had been waiting outside for a long time. We have to guard the airship so we won't be accompanying the gentleman forward. This is what my master asked me to give you. Yang Yan looked at the another storage ring. Is this thing rotten already? Yang Yan took the ring and the uncle continued to speak. Inside is water that can be consumed directly in the TUS-4. Remember, don't reveal to any in the southern wasteland that you are carrying a water source on you. Uncle has a serious look on his face. Yang Yan nodded. I know. After stabilizing the airship, Xiao Yun dared to open his mouth and asked, why did that older man say that, huh? Is water important here? I suppose so. After all, it's very hot here, and when it's like this all year round there's a shortage of water. Yang Yan is talking about the former southern wasteland. He's been working hard on the southern wilderness since he unified the world. It doesn't make sense to be dehydrated. With doubts Yang Yan pulled Xiao Yun and continued to move forward. The huge wall made of yellow earth in front of us is the center of Nanyue Kingdom, Baisha City. This is the equivalent of Yuanwu City. You can get to that palace before you even walk into the city. From a distance, it looks like a huge piece of gold. Especially in the sunlight, it looks even more glorious. It's very different from the design of Yuanwu City's Imperial City. It has a rounded top instead of an Eve design. And there is a special race here, barbarians. Strong men everywhere. They're tall and powerful, and they don't compete on the level of their cultivation, but on their strength. It also opens up a whole new path of cultivation. The Lord of the Southern Wasteland, who was defeated by Yang Yan in the year of the World War, was a barbarian. He had cultivated his physical body to the extreme. Even without any aura on his body he could break mountains and rivers with one punch. Yang Yan has learned a lot about their tactics. Yang Yan doesn't want to mess with these people unless he has to. When we got to the gates, we found no guards standing. That means anyone can get in and out of Center City. But Yang Yan knew it couldn't be that simple. Xiao Yun subconsciously grasped Yang Yan tightly. Big brother, I see how there seems to be something wrong here. Even you can tell something's wrong. That's something really wrong. Get out of my way. A thick voice rang out. Yang Yan turned around and saw that an 8-foot-tall strong man was looking down at him. A scent of blood hit my nose, but it wasn't human. It's some kind of animal. This kind looks like barbarians who hunt for a living. That's why they have such a strong smell of blood on their body. Yang Yan pulled Xiao Yun to speed up his pace. In the end, we also entered the White Sand City without any problems. Once inside, there are all kinds of beggars with disheveled clothes and messy hair kneeling on the ground begging. Apart from that, they all have one thing in common: their lips are about to dry out and crack. It looks like there's a real shortage of water here. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Give some water, good people. Yang Yan turned a blind eye and continued to go deeper into White Sand City with Xiao Yun. There are a lot of meat sellers around the street, but there's no water source. The ground is also almost drying out, creating cracks. Yang Yan hasn't seen a single green plant since he came in. It's supposed to be tree-lined. In the midst of wandering around, Yang Yan saw a sign that read Flying Sand Restaurant. There's a tavern where there's no water? It just so happens that a place like this is a good place to get information. Yang Yan simply took Xiao Yun and walked inside. Of course it's empty. But judging by these people, they probably can't afford to consume any alcohol. The shopkeeper is a very young man. He's sleeping on the table. He also raised his head instantly when he heard the commotion. After looking up and down and then lying down again. Asterisk 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 asterisk? How many meanings? Yang Yan is not happy. It looks like you're from out of town. Get out of here. This is no place for the likes of you. Yang Yan took out a lower-grade spirit stone. He thought it would be enough for a place like this. This is the pocket money Su Mei gave him. Ahem. Yang Yan tactically coughed twice. This person was instantly motivated when he looked up and saw the spirit stones. What does this gentleman want to know? Do you have any wine here? No. So you open a tavern of eggs? There's no wine without water. The water sources in this area are all controlled by the Yellow Wolf Gang, Who dares to mess with them? The Yellow Wolf Gang? Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce? Yo, you're an outsider who still knows about the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce? That was how many years ago? Where is the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce now? The young man laughed when Yang Yan finished speaking. Where is it? It's long gone. Back then, the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce had two great presidents, and in the end, it was disbanded because the spoils were not evenly divided, and the Yellow Wolf Gang was one of the presidents of the Yellow Wolf Chamber of Commerce. Who? The guy held out his hand, and his index finger rubbed against his thumb directly and continuously. Yang Yan took out a lower-grade spirit stone. Understood, now the Yellow Wolf Gang master is called Zhang Huaid. The name is quite nice, the most unethical is him. So the other one is Chao Shan? The boy nodded. I didn't realize you'd done a little homework. That's not going to work for Yang Yan. The two people who worked together at the beginning, after separating, one became the leader of the ruffians and the other became the lord of the southern wasteland. That's a lot of grade difference. What did you just say about the water being controlled? The boy again made the same gesture he had just made. Yang Yan took out another lower-grade spirit stone. Ahem, Zhang Huaid relies on this to make money. Things are rare. Here water is a rare thing. Many former rich and noble people are now his dogs. Chao Shan doesn't care? Why should he care? He was the one who took the lead in the first place, bringing a group of barbarians to clean up all the plants and trees, and White Sand City changed back to the way it was more than 30 years ago. Alas. The boy shook his head. The expression of helplessness. Why didn't anyone resist? Resistance? There is money to earn, why should we resist? Those cultivators also need money. Who pays attention to ordinary people like us? Only the martial emperor at the time was willing to look at us squarely. How did such a good one die? The corner of Yang Yan's mouth trembled. Is that a compliment or a curse? What if I said I had a little water on me? The boy hastily stretched out his hand and blocked Yang Yan's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die as a Jindan saying such things here? How do you know I'm a Jindan? The guy froze. Aya, hurry up and go. Take advantage of the fact that the Yellow Wolf Gang's people don't know about you now. This has long since ceased to be the White Sand City it was in the beginning. Chapter 70 Bodhi Tree, Guardian. That's the next question I want to ask. Why don't those people leave White Sand City? It's death to stay here. It's just right to say you're from out of town. White Sand City is never just in and out. There's no guards when you come in, so you'll know when you go out. So you're still telling me to run away? I'm only letting you give it a try because you have Jindan stage cultivation, otherwise I would have left the others alone. So that's how it is. Say, where's your boss? I'm the boss. Just you? It's something my father left me. Where's your dad? The boy fell silent, and his expression became very ugly. Dead. Thirsty. I'm sorry, can you tell me your name? Call me Chang'an. I'm not kidding you, just get out of here. Chang'an, right? Where's the Yellow Wolf Gang? Yang Yan didn't listen to Chang'an's reminder. Instead, they talk about their problems to themselves. Go all the way down this street and you'll see a big tree with a yellow wolf head flag pattern hanging next to it is the Yellow Wolf Gang. What are you asking for? Okay, thanks a lot. After saying that, Yang Yan pulled Xiao Yun and left the tavern. I'm afraid this one isn't a cutie, right? Chang'an murmured in a low voice. As we walked down the street, Xiao Yun looked worried. Big brother, it's so dangerous here. It's fine, if there's danger you can't just change back to your original form and fly me away? Yeah, I can fly. Yang Yan's words made Xiao Yun let go of her heart. The next thing Yang Yan did was fall into deep thought. The ordinary people here lead such a hard life, where did Qi Longfei go? It's not in his nature to let that happen. After conquering the world, Qi Longfei told Yang Yan he wanted to visit his hometown. It wasn't long after that Yang Yan met the Thunderbolt. By all rights, Qi Longfei should still be in the southern wasteland. Yang Yan remembers Qi Longfei telling him about his hometown. It's the most remote village in Nanyue. He loved the people there, all of them so simple and kind. Yang Yan tried to recall what Qi Longfei had told him at first. That village is called Sangguan Village. You should be able to find this village if you ask around. If it's not absolutely necessary, Yang Yan would like to go back to him after the matter is resolved. Following Chang'an's hints, Yang Yan kept going along the street. There's a real tree not too far away. The tree is not too big or small, but it has a lot of foliage. It stands out in the yellow earth. If Yang Yan is not wrong, there are still formations around this tree. Big brother, there really are trees, but why? Xiao Yun looked puzzled. Looks like someone did it on purpose. Yang Yan continues to move forward. You don't see many people around here anymore. Only the breeze keeps picking at the dust. And Yang Yan finally saw that wolf head flag. Before Yang Yan could get closer to the house with the flag, a strong man came out. And this strong man is the barbarian Yang Yan just encountered at the city gate. Boy, how come it's you again? Yo, looks like the two of us are pretty much meant for each other. Kid, I'll give you two choices, either die here or get the hell out of White Sand City. Yang Yan was dumbfounded. He thought he'd come here to be questioned and then have a fight. He also planned to let Little Cloud make a move. The strength of a 7th-order demonic beast in such a small outlying place was already enough for them to eat a pot of water. I didn't expect the other party to persuade Yang Yan to leave. I came to ask your big brother something. Kid, are you leaving or not? The other man clenched his fists and began to threaten. I'm looking for Zhang Huaid. Xiao Yun looked at the other party's fierce expression and pulled Yang Yan's coat corner. Big brother, why don't we just go? The corner of Yang Yan's mouth trembled. It's the first time he's seen such a timid 7th-order demonic beast. Yang Yan guessed that Xiao Yun had grown up in the Holy Land. I've never seen anything like it. There may be no concept of your own power at all. Before the barbarians could continue speaking, the tree behind them suddenly glowed with green light. The dazzling green light directly turns the entire surrounding area green. In an instant, flowers and grass grew on what had been a barren field. And the tree is still growing. Eventually it even blocked out a large portion of the sunlight and imparted a coolness. The barbarians in front of them had never seen this kind of scene before. They were directly dumbfounded. And the yellow wolves are walking out. Look at the spectacle in front of you. Only Yang Yan has a calm expression. So it's the Bodhi tree, I said. How can just it still survive? Eventually the tree grew 10 feet tall before it stopped growing. The surrounding area was instantly filled with the rich scent of life. This Bodhi tree is a treasure that Yang Yan brought back then. This was the national treasure of the sacred demon kingdom. It's got a lot of life in it. Yang Yan used it to save the southern wasteland. Yang Yan thought the sacred demon kingdom had taken it back. No, boy, what did you do? The barbarians looked back at Yang Yan in surprise. Do you see me moving? Yang Yan looked at the surrounding refugees who were so thirsty that they had lost their minds and pulled up the grass on the ground and nibbled on it. The sap of the grass barely quenches the thirst, even though this stuff is bitter. All of you get these guys out of here. A majestic voice rang out. The yellow wolves were out almost at the same time. Throw the refugees out. Far from where the linden tree shines. You, come in with me. An older man came out from inside the yellow wolf gang's house. And looking at Yang Yan, he said. Yang Yan guessed that this should be Zhang Huaid. The yellow wolves are different from Yang Yan's imagination. They don't seem to be a very bloodthirsty club. The people who are trespassing on our turf are just being chased away. Yang Yan led Xiao Yun inside the house, and everywhere you looked there were tiger and wolf skins. There's still meat on the table. It looks like they should have been eating just now. It's a bit Spartan. Make yourself at home. You're Zhang Huaid? That's right. You made that commotion just now, didn't you? How so? I'm here to guard this tree. Do you think I wouldn't know what kind of tree it is? How do you know it's me and not her? Yang Yan pointed at Xiao Yun and said. She must be a demonic beast. I can see through her, but I can't see through you. It's not what Yang Yan had in mind at all. This why it smells of blood, but it also belongs to those beasts of prey. You don't look like the kind of person who's evil. Can you make the linden tree stop if you're the one messing with it? I'll tell you the rest slowly. Take me there. Yang Yan faintly said. Zhang Huaid then led Yang Yan to the backyard of the house. The linden tree almost grew on this side of the house. Jade, take back the power for a moment. After Yang Yan finished speaking, the life scent that filled the air around him faded away. Then a bright green spirit flew out of the trunk of the linden tree. It flew directly into Yang Yan's face. Brother Yan, there are actually real elves. Zhang Huaid looked at the scene in front of him with some incredulity. Chapter 71, because of you, she's gone mad. You've been asleep for a long time too, eh? How long has it been since you came to see me, big brother Yan? Yang Yan didn't rush to answer Xiao Chui but looked at Zhang Huaid. Who told you this secret? The Bodhi tree is a spiritual tree. It's even got its own consciousness. And finally, it became the current spirit incarnation. Other than the one from the Holy Demon Kingdom, this Bodhi tree spirit only recognizes Yang Yan. Qi Longfei, the strongest man in the southern wasteland, he told me at the time that if a woman could awaken the tree then let her take it away, and if it was a man let me tell him. Now what? By now my men should be on their way, and I'm sure it won't take long for you to meet the man. He didn't tell you the specifics? Zhang Huaid shook his head. Our barbarian race honors the strongest, and we all lost to him, so we'll go ahead and accept whatever he says, and won't ask more questions. And kind of a hombre, what's up with those refugees? Those are the ones who had committed sins in the first place and were kicked out. Those really ordinary people are doing just fine in the middle ring of White Sand City, which belongs to the outermost ring. Yang Yan suddenly realized, but what the young man called Chang'an said became another mystery. Isn't there a water shortage there in Central? Now the southern wilderness lacks not water, but plants, no vitality tenacious plants. That the southern wilderness will always be a piece of yellow earth, Qi Longfei said. Only this tree woke up, the southern wilderness will be saved. Never tried to move a green mountain directly over here? This is what Yang Yan did back then, and the effect was quite remarkable. Together with the rich life force emanating from the Bodhi tree, an oasis soon appeared in the southern wasteland. It took countless repetitions of this maneuver to finally turn the southern wilderness around. It's useless, someone in the southern wasteland is sucking the life force out of these plants. Only Qi Longfei knows the specifics. We've solved the case. Someone was behind it. In the past, no one dared to plant trees and plants because the Lord of the southern wilderness was in control. Now that we've lost the rule of the Lord of the southern wasteland, everyone can unite. Even if it's hard to survive, it shouldn't be so deserted. If it's a deliberate trick, then that's a good explanation. Who is Chao Shan to you? Yang Yan suspected him. We used to be great partners, but we got separated for some reason, but this has absolutely nothing to do with him. So sure? Every month, he's the one who spends spirit stones to acquire water sources to come back, otherwise those people in Central would have died of thirst hundreds of times already, and the rivers would dry up in less than a month of excavation, so they could only spend money to buy water. Xiao Shan is a good man, if you ask me. Being the lord of the southern wasteland may not be entirely due to strength, but this information has yet to be confirmed. Yang Yan continued to ask, do you know that Xiao Shan has possessed the fire spirit pearl? That was ages ago, what are you asking for? It's important to me. Zhang Huaid looked at Yang Yan's serious expression before continuing. That was more than 20 years ago, at that time we even had a big fight over this fire spirit bead. After all, it was too expensive, almost costing us more than 10 years of effort, but in the end we still bought it. Then is the fire spirit pearl still on Xiao Shan now? Of course, it's his baby. I haven't seen it leave his side since he got it. If the first two are ruled out, then even if the last is outrageous, it's still the answer. Qi Yu, where did you guys get the fire spirit beads in the first place? Auction, I remember there were 3 of them, I think. The first one was gotten by the BlackRock General Zhang Han. He was very popular at that time, I know him. The last one was bought by an unknown guy. Looking at the shape of his face, he should be a Chinese god. This range is too big. Yang Yan lost the clue for a while. Before Yang Yan could finish digesting the news, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. This scent is very familiar to Yang Yan. He's coming, Zhang Huaid said lightly. In addition, there is a familiar aura that Yang Yan is very familiar with. That's Xiao Qianfeng's breath. Yang Yan greeted Qi Longfei with a smile on his face. A skinny-looking man came to Yang Yan. He's almost the same height as Yang Yan. Narrowing his eyes and smiling, he looked very amiable. It's been a long time. Qi Longfei's tone was very calm. Yeah, it's been a while. Does it feel good to cheat after all these years? Qi Longfei is still wearing a smile and squinting his eyes. It's okay, I guess. Lucky I didn't die. Qi Longfei didn't say anything, still with a smile on his face. It made Yang Yan feel all tingly. Ahem, to get down to business, Xiao Qianfeng, how did you meet him? Oh, he was in the village of Guanyan, and I recognized him, and then someone came and said something to him and brought me along. What about the information you were told to spy on? No need to ask him, I know all about it. Qi Longfei interrupted Xiao Qianfeng. Going to help me is also a favor to the southern wasteland. This matter can only be solved by you, and after it is solved I will tell you what happened at the Guanyan border back then. You know? What is it that requires my presence? Do you know why there are no plants in the southern wilderness now? I know, someone's sucking the life force out of the plants. By the way, why don't you go fix it? I told you that this matter can only be resolved by you. I can't go and kill my sister-in-law, can I? Yang Yan was dumbfounded. Your sister-in-law? Who is it? Lu Yuehan. Who are you talking about? Yang Yan's emotions instantly became agitated. Lu Yuehan, you're my big brother, isn't she my sister-in-law? No. What happened to her? Went off the deep end, and is now suppressed by me on Broken Inferno Mountain, but I can't resist her sucking the life force out of the plants, but luckily there's still a little bit of consciousness, not to the point of sucking the life force out of people. Why did it go off the rails? Because of you. When the news of your death first reached here overnight, all the flowers and trees in the southern wasteland withered. Yang Yan felt a blackness in front of his eyes after hearing this. Lu Yuehan had been baptized by the Mother Earth and was very sensitive to all the living things around her, but Yang Yan didn't know that she could also suck the life force of plants. I'm not going to go over there now without her getting killed, am I? Anyway, you're the only one who can fix this, and it's a good thing you're still alive, or I'd be a big fan of justice. You know I'm alive? I don't know. Guess. Come on. It was only when Yang Yan was pulled away by Qi Longfei that Zhang Huai dared to take a big breath. That man shouldn't be. Yes, it's what you think it is, and please don't say anything about today. Xiao Qianfeng replied from the side. Let's go, birdie. I'm not a little bird, I'm a fairy cloud crane. Little Cloud shouted. Finally, only Zhang Huaid was left in the room. Did I just sound okay? Chapter 72, The Woman in the Sea of Flowers. Outside, Xiaoyan changed back to his demonic beast form and carried Yang Yan and the 3 of them to the Broken Inferno Mountain according to Qi Longfei's instructions. Tell me what happened that day. Qi Longfei opened his mouth and asked. It was just struck by lightning, and luckily it didn't die, it was just the body. Qi Longfei can see that. The Yang Yan in front of me no longer has that oppressive feeling that belonged to the strongest person at first. On the contrary, it's weaker. Is there salvation? There is, with very little hope. What way? Yin and Yang Boneflower, remodeling the meridians. When Qi Longfei heard this name, he immediately remembered that the Yin Yang Boneflower seemed to be ripening, and it happens to be inside the Broken Inferno Mountain. The power emitted before maturity is already enough to breed 3 fire spirit pearls. That's the difference between the 8th and 9th grade. And the 9th piece is also known as something that has recently taken over the immortal world. This plant is extremely yang. In Yang Yan's current physical condition he needs the extremely yin attribute of the yin and yang boneflower in the North Realm. But it would be nice to have both. Now with Qi Longfei, the difficulty of obtaining this plant in the southern wilderness should be quite a bit easier. It seems to be ripening just next month. Do you need me to grab it for you? What is your current cultivation level? Transitioning to the 9th level. Xiao Qianfeng beside him widened his eyes when he heard it. You know, he spent his whole life cultivating to the Mahayana stage. Although he also knew that Qi Longfei was strong, he didn't expect the gap between the two of them to be so great. Then let's rob it. What's there to be afraid of at the 9th level of the transition? I have no interest in such things, but I'm 90% sure I'll get my hands on it if it's something you need. I can't believe it's not 10% sure. That's not like you. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Back then I thought that I had already fought all over the world, but as a result, I met you, and I have encountered all kinds of strong people in my conquest of the world, so it's better to be conservative. Yang Yan smiled after hearing this. You could even kill me with one finger right now. You could have killed me with one finger back then too. Yang Yan didn't take the words with a smile on his face. Everyone in the world knows Yang Yan is strong, but only Qi Longfei knows how strong this man really is. Remember the sea where we competed? Yang Yan thought back a little. Remember, why? The sword energy left behind by your sword has caused the surrounding waters to remain closed to this day, and is now being used as an attraction. Ha ha ha, yeah. Since that sword, Qi Longfei has clearly felt the difference in strength between the two of them. Since then he has never mentioned to Yang Yan that he wants to compete. That's all in the past, let's talk about the present. Yang Yan quickly changed the topic. If we were to tell stories about those days, we'd have 3 days and 3 nights to tell them all. You know sister-in-law's strength isn't weak, and after absorbing so many years of life force how strong she is now I'm not sure. I don't dare to approach easily. Even you don't dare to go near it, won't I be dead if I go? No, my sister-in-law is still conscious, at least she can recognize you. Yang Yan looked at Qi Longfei's squinty eyes and was half believing. How do you know she'll recognize me? I guessed. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled after hearing. Yang Yan wanted to continue to say something. A dark and deadly aura greeted him. In the distance, a black mountain entered Yang Yan's field of vision. At this moment, Xiao Qianfeng's expression was the same as Yang Yan's, a little dumbfounded, and he couldn't take his eyes off the. What is that place? Yang Yan quickly came back to his senses. Broken Flame Mountain. If I remember correctly, Broken Flame Mountain seems to be a volcano, right? Do you see this right? Isn't this all thanks to your sister-in-law? You'll know when you go inside. No, how come there's no array? Yang Yan remembered what Luo Xiulan told him. Xia Mingyuan came to the southern wilderness and sacrificed his life for the formation. It's blocking off Broken Inferno Mountain. Yang Yan suddenly thought of Luo Xiulan's words about putting his life on the line. This is ridiculous. In the past, Senior Xie of the Southern Wasteland's 3 war gods did come here to set up a formation, but of course it was cracked by my sister-in-law at once. So it's because of this that no fire spirit bead was born for so many years. Xiao Qianfeng on the side couldn't hold it down. You're saying it was Xia Mingyuan who came back here? That's right. He wanted to seal the Broken Inferno Mountain with his own power to inhibit the fire spirit pearls from appearing on the market again, and this matter is not just about you, this is a big blow to him as well, that's why he's doing this. Yang Yan's words silenced Xiao Qianfeng. Yang Yan hoped this would help with their years of separation. Indeed, that's why I was wondering why Senior Xia Mingyuan did this, and only later did I find out what happened at the Guanyin border back then, and if I can get my sister-in-law to come to her senses I think all the answers will come out. This matter has something to do with Lu Yuehan as well? Not very relevant, but somewhat relevant. Yang Yan laughed. That's as good as nothing. At this time, Xiaoyun had already flown to a distance of less than 100 meters from the Broken Yin Mountain. Big brother, it's so dark ahead I'm scared. Just stop down here, I'll take you in. Qi Longfei shouted. Yang Yan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as he looked at the deadly mountain in front of him. Yang Yan could no longer feel any temperature, and it was estimated that all the magma inside had disappeared. The boulder Yang Yan used to block the mountain pass has become one with the mountain. Qi Longfei grabbed Yang Yan and rose into the air without waiting for Xiaoyun to land. He brought Yang Yan to the entrance of a cave. It's not too big, not too small, enough for 3 people to enter together. This is the entrance I specifically made, other than that there is no other place that can enter the interior of Broken Flame Mountain. Okay. You go in, and I'll wait for your good news. No, you're not coming in with me? What if something happens to me? What if she doesn't recognize me? It won't be, don't worry, enter inside and you'll know why Broken Flame Mountain looks like this. You better be. Yang Yan then looked at the dim and deep hole in front of him. Half-heartedly, he moved his feet. Walked in with trepidation. It's even darker than Yang Yan imagined. Where am I going to find someone? Yang Yan had to grope his way down. I don't know how long I've been walking, but Yang Yan finally saw a glimmer of light. A very strong scent of life greeted us. It's no different than the breath of life emanating from the Bodhi tree. Following the bright light, Yang Yan went over. With every step the scent of life in the air grows stronger, until Yang Yan saw behind the bright light. This is a whole other place. The ground is covered with flowers and trees. Yang Yan felt as if he had entered a paradise outside the world. In front of us is a sea of red flowers with a hut in the middle of it. There was a man who was sitting by the hut with a little flower in his hand, muttering about something else. He's dead. He's alive. He's dead. He's alive. Every time she said it she broke off a petal and finally came up with the result that he was alive. Chapter 73, Planting Flowers. When I think of you until it becomes a sea of flowers. Perhaps she was too enthralled to realize that someone was trespassing on her property. What man? With a swoosh a petal was thrown out like a sword. Yang Yan barely dodged a sideways move. Lu Yuehan stood up and took a serious look at the. She froze. Tears welled up instantly. She's still as beautiful as ever in Yang Yan's eyes. Probably because it hadn't been taken care of for so long. The hair had grown so long that it was close to the ground, like fireworks falling apart. The body was covered with a long dress made of flowers, and the absurd hemline fit her long hair perfectly. Her look was bleak, her shine dull and slightly disheveled. The bangs on the forehead are slightly pinned with a small pink flower. Her face was very dark, but her eyes were as soulful as water. No, he's dead. You're not him. You're not him. Lu Yuehan is very emotional. The aura that erupted almost forced Yang Yan back. And Yang Yan was in tears after listening to Lu Yuehan's words. After all this time, someone finally believes he's dead. After Lu Yuehan finished speaking, there was a purple long sword in her hand, and in a flash, the sword was already on Yang Yan's neck. Get out of here or don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Yuehan threatened. Yang Yan, observing Lu Yuehan's state, also didn't look like he had gone off the deep end. But it was true that the aura in her body was very prosperous. Yang Yan could feel it. Are you really kicking me out? Yang Yan replied calmly. Because he couldn't feel any killing aura from Lu Yuehan. Get out of here. After Lu Yuehan finished speaking, a strange aura suddenly emanated out. Lu Yuehan suddenly fell to the ground with a hard look on his face. Yang Yan hurriedly crouched down to check. It's really gone off the rails. Lu Yuehan used her strong will to keep herself from falling into a state of insanity. But the damage to the body is irreversible. For example, just now, Lu Yuehan was holding herself together to talk to Yang Yan. Yang Yan then helped Lu Yuehan up, removed the armor and put his hands on Lu Yuehan's back. What are you denizens going to do to me? Yang Yan didn't respond. Instead, he silently channeled the messy aura within Lu Yuehan's body. Lu Yuehan felt a warm current enter her body. It made her feel better than she'd ever felt before. But she couldn't see Yang Yan's veins rippling all over his body. Both arms were darkening from palm to shoulder at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the chaotic aura that has been concentrated in Lu Yuehan's body for many years. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Yuehan had already entered dreamland. Yang Yan finally channeled the aura in her body. Yang Yan's back is soaked with sweat. But it's not over. Yang Yan sat in meditation and temporarily suppressed this chaotic aura within his body. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed in a paralyzed sleep into the sea of flowers. Unconsciously Yang Yan also went to sleep, probably because he was too tired. For a person with a broken meridian, such a move is undoubtedly pouring poison into his own body. But if Yang Yan doesn't do it, Lu Yuehan can't be saved by the gods. And because of him Yang Yan felt the need to bear all this. When he woke up and just opened his eyes was Lu Yuehan's peach blossom face. Lu Yuehan knelt on the ground and placed Yang Yan's head on her thigh as a pillow. You only look good now. Yang Yan said with a smile. Lu Yuehan instantly shed tears dripping onto Yang Yan's face. Don't cry, it doesn't look good when you cry. Yang Yan reached out and helped Lu Yuehan wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. I miss you so much. Lu Yuehan choked on her words. Yang Yan sat up. I'm still alive, so don't go on like this, okay? Lu Yuehan's tears could no longer be stopped. Slightly opened her hands and hugged Yang Yan. I really miss you. Miss you. Yang Yan could only gently stroke Lu Yuehan's hair with his hand and said comfortingly. Sorry I'm late. Neither of them spoke for the rest of the day. Yang Yan let Lu Yuehan hold him like this. I don't know how long it took for Lu Yuehan's tears to dry up before she could let go of Yang Yan. Look at you, your eyes are red from crying. Yang Yan finished wiping the tear tracks on Lu Yuehan's face with his hand. Where have you been all these years? Recovering from injuries in the old country. Are you hurt? It's not bad if you didn't die after being struck by that thunderbolt. Your meridians are broken, and you don't have much of your cultivation left. But you just helped me channel my chaotic aura. You. It's okay, what am I? I'm surprised it's okay. Did Shi Longfei tell you I was here? Yang Yan nodded. Have you stayed here all these years? Lu Yuehan didn't answer Yang Yan's directly but stood up. Kans looked at the sea of flowers in front of him. You know, every time I think of you I plant a small flower, and gradually this place has become a sea of flowers. Really? And how many flowers are here? 51,422. I named these red flowers acacia. How about that? Isn't that nice? Indeed. I thought you'd never know the name of the flower. Then I should be glad I'm still alive, or I wouldn't have heard the name of this flower. No, I'm glad you're alive. Lu Yuehan finished, revealing a hint of a smile. Yang Yan continued to ask. Are you absorbing life aura just to suppress the chaos aura in your body? Yes, planting these flowers, plants and trees is actually considered a means of retention. If the southern wasteland is devoid of a single breath of plant life, these flowers can still help me hold on for a bit. It doesn't look like it's going to be used now. Use it, I'll get someone to secure the place. I'm going to get married here later. Oh, married to whom? Yang Yan asked me a question. It must be a man I love very, very much. Yang Yan smiled. Let's go out and see the outside world. Qi Longfei has been waiting outside for a long time. Yang Yan extended his hand. Good. Lu Yuehan smiled and held Yang Yan's hand. Walking through the dark path finally saw Qi Longfei, who had been waiting at the entrance of the cave for a long time. Seeing Lu Yuehan holding Yang Yan's hand, Qi Longfei also smiled. See, I told you that you were the only one who could fix this. Lu Yuehan felt a little guilty looking at what was originally a green, yellow field. Sorry. Don't be sorry, as long as you're back to your senses, I'll leave the rest to Jade. 2A? Is 2A awake? And don't even look at who that man next to you is. Next to business, what is that Chao Shan? Yang Yan interrupted the two of them. I support one of the people who went up to help me steward. That's it? Sure. Yang Yan then looked at Lu Yuehan. What did you know about the Quan Yin border back then? Coincidentally, Lu Yuehan was still in the southern wasteland. Back then, I rushed over after hearing the news of a big explosion at the Guanyin border, and ended up saving a woman inside the fire. Woman? Yeah, she told me a lot and then died right in front of me. What has she told you? Chapter 74, The Book of Blood. She told me to find someone in the Sea of Fire. That means there was another person inside the Sea of Fire at that time? Lu Yuehan nodded. I looked back into the fire after I rescued the woman and indeed there was a man standing in the midst of the flames, and he was laughing like a madman at the time. What are the features on him? I was still trying to save him, but he suddenly shouted up to the sky, saying that you're all going to die, and that the Xianqi sect will live forever and blah blah blah. Xianqi sect? Yang Yan showed a surprised expression. Yeah, and then the next second he exploded with whatever he was holding in his hand, and it took me almost everything I had to counteract the force of the explosion. Yang Yan was suddenly worried that the Xianqi sect hadn't been destroyed by Lei Wusheng at all. They seemed to be up to something bigger. Is that a fire spirit pearl? Yang Yan continued to ask. It's hard to see, the flames are blocking my view. Listening to you guys, at that time when the 3 fire spirit pearls circulated to the market shortly after Senior Xia Mingyuan came over to seal the broken Inferno Mountain, the magma inside the mountain had already disappeared. Qi Longfei interjected. Yang Yan fell into deep thought after listening. I'm afraid it wasn't moved away by the Xianqi sect's people. What do they want the magma for? Is the Xianqi sect a great sect of Zhonghuang? Lu Yuehan asked curiously. No, it's even an unorthodox clan. What happened to it? What happened to the woman you rescued? By the time I went back to see her, she was dead. Her chest had been pierced by something and I couldn't save her. I used my spiritual power to protect the body before finding a coffin and burying her close by under a nearby tree. That's what caused Xiao Qianfeng's sister's death. And that means it's not Xia Mingyuan's fault. Only then did Xiao Qianfeng, who was leaning against the wall outside the cave entrance, stand out. Kneel down facing Yang Yan. Thank you. Get up. I'm just helping someone who helped me before. Yang Yan went forward and helped Xiao Qianfeng up. This matter is not over. The Xianqi sect must have a bigger plot. We'll have to go back to Chengwang to find out. Seen your sister? Yang Yan asked. No, come alone. Good. Afterwards, Yang Yan pulled Lu Yuehan and was ready to follow him. Lu Yuehan reluctantly glanced behind her. What? Can't give it up? Aha. This place is still useful. It's needed to save the southern wasteland yet. Let's go. Yes. Lu Yuehan revealed a hint of a smile after hearing this. Back on the ground, Yun is squatting on the ground playing with sand. Go away, little cloud. Xiaoyun looked at Yang Yan with a happy face. Big brother, you finally came out here. It's so boring. Take us somewhere first. Good. Little cloud then changed back to his demonic beast form and rose up into the air. The Sekiwa border isn't very far from here. It didn't take long before Xiao Qianfeng pointed to a city wall below and said, that's the Sekiwa border there. Okay, little cloud, go down. After landing, Xiao Qianfeng led the way. Yang Yan is pulling Xiaoyun and Lu Yuehan behind him. Qi Longfei next to him was expressionless. This road seems a bit familiar. Lu Yuehan suddenly spoke. How? No, I seem to have buried the woman not far ahead. No way? Not sure, keep following for now. Finally Xiao Qianfeng stopped at a place filled with yellow sand. There's nothing around here. Suddenly Xiao Qianfeng accelerated his pace away from Yang Yan. Then he crouched down and started digging for something. Yang Yan saw this and hurriedly followed. Not long after, Xiao Qianfeng dug out a tattered and torn piece of clothing. It's covered in yellow sand. Are these the clothes you buried here in the first place? Yang Yan opened his mouth and asked. Exactly. It looks like it's impossible to find it because the sands have changed so much here. Qi Longfei said from the sidelines. This also seems to be where I buried that woman. Lu Yuehan's words caused Xiao Qianfeng to stand up instantly. Hold out your hands and the yellow sand surges around you instantly. With Xiao Qianfeng as the center, the surrounding yellow sand revolved around him continuously. until it turned into a huge sandstorm. The sand on the ground is slowly being blown up by the wind. A coffin came into everyone's eyes. This is the coffin I used to bury that woman in the first place, Lu Yuehan shouted. Xiao Qianfeng exerted his power to disperse the sandstorm to the side. He then walked over to the coffin and gently pushed the panel open. Inside lies a woman, and this person Xiao Qianfeng is more than familiar with it. Xiao Qianfeng instantly fell into tears and cried out while lying on top of the coffin board. Yan Yan and Qi Longfei are smart enough not to get close. Is this a marvelous destiny? After a while Xiao Qianfeng, who had calmed down, noticed the ring on his sister's hand. It's still emitting aura. This is the birthday gift Xiao Qianfeng gave to his sister back then. Not only can it store things, but also emit spiritual energy to moisturize the body. And that's what kept the body from rotting for so long. Xiao Qianfeng opened the ring. I found nothing left inside but a rag. He then took the rags out. The cloth was stained with blood, and the cloth looked like the fabric of a dress. After spreading it out, Xiao Qianfeng realized that the words on it were written in blood. After reading it, Xiao Qianfeng's hands began to tremble. At this point, tears could no longer express the sadness in his heart. Xiao Qianfeng now no longer even has the strength to pick up this cloth. He looked at the woman in the coffin as if he'd lost his mind. Seeing that the situation is not right, Yan Yan hastily went forward and picked up the cloth on the ground and spread it out to see it. I'm going to die, don't blame Xia Mingyuan. There's another man in the Sea of Fire. He carries a fire spirit bead. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to trigger the explosion. I used my body to fend it off. It's not Xia Mingyuan's fault. You guys have to live well. Yang Yan watched the whole person silent. This is the reason why Xiao Qianfeng's sister died. Chest was pierced. He looked at Xiao Qianfeng. He could not imagine what Xiao Qianfeng's heart would look like at this time. You guys go ahead and let me talk to my sister. Xiao Qianfeng held back his tears as he uttered these words. Good. Afterwards, Yan Yan put down the bloody cloth and left Xiao Qianfeng to return to Lu Yuehan's side. What happened? What's written on the cloth is what happened inside the Sea of Fire at that time. Xiao Qianfeng's sister should have wanted to give it to you, but she was already dead when you came back. Lu Yuehan felt a little guilty after hearing this. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. It's okay, it's not your fault, go let him alone. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Lu Yuehan looked at Xiao Qianfeng, who was lying on the edge of the coffin. She knows what it's like to lose the person who matters most to you. He must be in a bad way right now. Lu Yuehan murmured in a low voice. Separation in life and death is something one spends one's entire life with. Chapter 75, Taking on Love. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he took Lu Yuehan and Xiao Yun and left. Let Qi Longfei stay at the Guanyin border, because he has more important things to do. After flying back to White Sand City, he once again came to the familiar backyard of the Yellow Wolf Gang. Lu Yuehan looked at the green tree in front of him that was emitting a constant stream of vitality and couldn't help but ask, is this the Bodhi tree? Xiao Chui, this inside. Jade. Yang Yan shouted. The cute emerald green elf once again flew out from inside the Bodhi tree. Brother Yin. Ready after such a long break? Of course, Brother Yin. Qi Longfei, who was far away from the border of Guanyin, returned to Broken Inferno Mountain. Walking into the interior of Broken Yen Mountain, he met the sea of flowers that Lu Yuehan had cultivated for Yang Yan. Looking up at the other mountain that Yang Yan had moved over to block the crater in the first place, the southern wilderness is coming back. After talking to himself, Qi Longfei rose into the air, put one hand under the huge mountain blocking the entrance, and then lightly lifted it up like this. There's no expression on his face. The life energy inside the broken flame mountain emanated in an instant. Lu Yuehan and Xiao Chui, who were far away from White Sand City, soon felt the power. That direction is Broken Inferno Mountain. The life energy inside is being released. Lu Yuehan shouted with some surprise. I was the one who told Qi Yunfei to do it. How long would it take to change the southern wasteland back to its original form just by relying on Xiao Chui's life energy? Your efforts were not in vain. After Yang Yan finished speaking, the green light on Xiao Chui's body became more and more dazzling, so much so that it made her body change. Slowly she stopped being small and became an elf as tall as Lu Yuehan. The 2 pairs of wings on his back also became 6 pairs at this time. The power of the Bodhi tree behind us spreads out again. Jade, over to you. After Yang Yan finished his explanation, Xiao Chui closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Her body slowly rose up. When she reached the sky, Xiao Chui burst out the life energy she had contained for so many years. The dazzling green light is enough to illuminate the entire White Sand City. Yang Yan, Lu Yuehan, Xiao Yun, Zhang Huai, the Yellow Wolf Gang, and all the people in White Sand City all looked toward the sky. It's spectacular. Yang Yan couldn't help but sigh. By now, Xiao Chui's power has spread to Broken Flame Mountain, and it successfully connected with the life force of Broken Inferno Mountain that had contained the same 20 years as it did. And in this moment the power exploded. A green bud has sprouted from the mountain pass of Broken Inferno. Gradually, the green spots spread to the entire Broken Flame Mountain. The green shoots eventually become flowers, accompanied by green grass. Just now it was a big dead mountain, now it's a green mountain. Yang Yan's side is full of flowers and plants from the Bodhi tree. Consider this a return gift for that sea of flowers. Yang Yan said to Lu Yuehan. Thank you. When you don't know what to do after making a mistake and getting into trouble, and you look back to find your man cleaning up all her messes, it's not Yang Yan's responsibility, but he's willing to share it with you. At this moment, Lu Yuehan's love for Yang Yan returned to that time when she loved him the most more than 20 years ago. She placed her small, white, delicate hands gently behind her back. Then he slowly adjusted his body posture so that his body slightly tilted over towards Yang Yan. As this action proceeded, her body gradually moved closer to Yang Yan, while her eyes became more and more mesmerized and tender. In the end, when her lips gently touched Yang Yan's lips, her heart was instantly overwhelmed by an intense emotion. The feeling was both strange and familiar, and it overwhelmed her. She closed her eyes tightly, enjoying the moment. A small red flower grew and blossomed just under Lu Yuehan's feet. Only when Lu Yuehan was satisfied did she let go of Yang Yan. It felt different this time, probably because I spent too much time in the sea of flowers. Yang Yan realized that there was also a faint scent of flowers. Let's go home, and this time say I won't leave you halfway. Lu Yuehan looked at Yang Yan with affection. Good. Then Lu Yuehan fell into Yang Yan's arms with satisfaction. Am I the first woman I find? Yang Yan heard it at once. The question was fatal. Su Meier and Bai Shishi are both here to see him. As for Qin Shenmeng, Yang Yan didn't expect it to end up like that. Although the result was good, but now Yang Yan didn't know how to answer Lu Yuehan. Why don't you say something? I can't believe I wasn't the first. Ahem, that Su Meier was the first to find me, and then there was Xiao Bai. Too, that's not bad. I thought they were all behind the top 10. Yang Yan smiled bitterly, thinking that it was better not to tell her about Qin Shenmeng and Lin Wanqing right now. There's also Su Hongyan, the woman that Yang Yan both fears and loves. At that moment, Lu Yuehan suddenly thought of something. Wait, your cultivation is gone, so your body? The body is okay. Who asked you that? I said, are the side effects of that gungfu still there? Not anymore. Lu Yuehan's face was full of surprise after hearing it. Really? What's with that look on your face? Wait a minute. If that's the case, then Su Meier and Xiao Bai? Yang Yan did not answer and turned his face to the side, which was undoubtedly a sign of weakness. Could I, Yang Yan, such an important matter just didn't tell me, actually want to keep me in the dark? What do you expect me to say? I'll foolishly tell you that my body has returned to being as normal, that there are no more restraints, and then invite you to try it out? Or what? Only then did Yang Yan realize that his master had asked him to practice the Yang technique to protect his body. How can I say this? I don't care, when we get back you're dead. As soon as Lu Yuehan's words fell, the dazzling green light slowly dimmed down. Xiao Chui, things are done, first go to see Xiao Chui, this kind of thing to go back to say. Yang Yan knew that he could not escape death, but definitely not now. At this moment, Xiao Chui is slowly landing. The life energy in his body is no longer as strong as it was just now. It's back to being an elf. Yang Yan reached out and caught Xiao Chui. Hard work. How is Big Brother Yan? Is Xiao Chui great? Of course it's awesome, get some rest and leave the rest to us. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Xiao Chui turned into a green light and returned to the Bodhi tree. Is Tue okay like this? Lu Yuehan was a little worried. It's the first time she's seen Xiao Chui like this. No, as long as the life aura is there, it will never die, the rest is up to Qi Longfei. Is there anything left to finish? Qi Longfei should have gone to divert the water by now, the river gorge should still be there when I split it out with my sword back then, it's just that there's no more water. So what am I going to do now? Come with me to meet a guy named Chahan. Chapter 76. I don't think my husband would approve. Chahan? Who is it? Male or female? Male. I'm curious why he lied to me, let's go. Yang Yan then pulled Lu Yuehan away from the Yellow Wolf Gang. At this moment, Xiao Yun was still immersed in the spectacle he had just witnessed. And all those people on the street are lying on the ground and nibbling on the freshly grown flowers and plants. What's going on with them? They're all people who have committed sins, Qi Longfei will take care of it, don't worry. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell, a dozen people flew in the air. They wore pale yellow uniforms and hovered in perfect order. The man at the head of the group had a scroll in his hand. After spreading it out, he opened his mouth and shouted, by order of the Lord of the Southern Wasteland, all the peripheral sinners are to be taken away for a new trial, exiled for minor offenses and killed for major ones. After saying that, everyone around Yang Yan looked panicked and ran away with their legs pulled out. So there's not a single sane person here, huh? Yang Yan sighed. The dozen or so people flying in the sky above are no slouches, either. When they saw this, they all came down to arrest them. And you don't have to worry about arresting the wrong person. Because these men had a brand planted on their right arm. All it takes is a little tugging on the shirt to see it. The man in the lead just took one look at Yang Yan and left. It's the disheveled ones that are his main target. Let's go, wait a minute, I'm afraid the boy's been taken. After saying that, Yang Yan stepped forward to the tavern. Lu Yuehan followed closely behind. Come to the tavern, where the door is closed. Yang Yan knocked on the door and waited in vain, so he kicked it open. Chanan was inside sipping his drink when he was startled. Hey, can't you see it's closed? No. Manners. Chang'an glanced at the doorway and was stunned by Lu Yuehan's appearance. It's the first time in his life he's seen such a beautiful woman. Because his hair is too long, Yang Yan has put it up. If she were to spread out, Chang'an would have to wonder if this woman in front of him was a fairy from the sky. So much so that it made him stumble over his words. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Chang'an didn't answer, but continued to stare at Lu Yuehan's features. This beautiful lady, may I share a drink with you? Yang Yan was just about to say something when he was stopped by Lu Yuehan. Yes, but you have to answer his questions first. Only then did Chang'an look at Yang Yan with some contempt in his eyes. Say, what is it? Even Yang Yan can't hold out for 2 rounds. I asked why you lied to me. What did I lie to you about? Chang'an gave a look of ignorance. Zheng Huai doesn't seem to be what you say he is. This place is full of sinners who were thrown out from the inner circle for their crimes, and I now suspect that you are too. Don't accuse me falsely. I haven't done anything wrong. Then answer me. Chang'an glanced at Lu Yuehan before speaking. This store was really left to me by my father. My father didn't die. I don't know if he did or not anyway. He hasn't come back for more than 10 years, so I've been waiting here for him to come back. Then why did you glance at her before you spoke? Yang Yan looked puzzled. Won't I look useless if I say it? How can I attract girls to me? Every day I'm faced with yellow sand and unkempt people on the street. Now suddenly appeared Lu Yuehan. Such a fairy-level woman child is really hungry. Okay, so what happened when you said that Zheng Huai was the one with the least virtue? The supplies I live on every day are handed out by the Yellow Wolf Gang, so I don't have much stuff to begin with, but won't it be even less when you come? That's why I wanted to scare you away. Yang Yan was silent. He thought Chang'an had some kind of plot and trickery. The result was so simple that it left Yang Yan a little speechless. You're an interesting kid. I still don't know your last name. Oh, my last name is Qi Chang'an. Hearing this surname, Yang Yan instantly became excited. Your last name is Qi? And what is your father's name? Qi Yu. Why? You know my father? It's all right. It's all right. When did your father leave? Qi Chang'an thought back. I think it was Xinwu who left in 485 years. It's been so long since then that I can't remember. You're not from the southern wasteland, are you? No, my father and I are both from central China, and I don't know why he thought of coming here to open a tavern. Is your father a cultivator? Yang Yan asked with a serious face. How do you know? He used to be an elder of the clan, then he suddenly came here and opened this tavern. Xianqi sect. Holy, how do you know everything? Do you know my dad? I don't know. Did your father say anything to you? No, he doesn't like to talk. Well, thanks for the news. Can you take me to my father? Yang Yan shook his head. I've only heard the name. I didn't know your father. Qi Chang'an's expression was a bit disappointed. Well, Yang Yan then took out a small bag. There are 10 medium-grade spirit stones in there. Consider it as an intelligence fee. Let's go. Yang Yan handed the bag to Qi Chang'an and then turned around, ready to leave. Wait a minute. Will this beautiful lady share a drink with me now? Nagin has renewed his invitation. Lu Yuehan turned her head to look into Yang Yan's eyes and held Yang Yan's hand and said with a smile. I don't think my husband would approve. Goodbye. Afterwards, Lu Yuehan pulled Yang Yan and left like this. Qi Chang'an looked at the back of the two people's heart. Is not a good feeling. Why is my heart so hard? Yang Yan has just returned to the street and Qi Longfei has just settled everything and landed on the ground. Such a coincidence? Yang Yan opened his mouth. It's a bit of a coincidence. They should be catching those prisoners now. The southern wasteland still looks good with a bit of greenery. Yang Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, has the water been diverted? Of course, the river you split with your sword in the first place is still there. Looks like it's time to go back, too. So soon? Not staying longer? If I don't get back, your other sister-in-laws should come looking for me. Qi Longfei laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you have your day. What about you? Don't you want to go back to Nakagami for a visit? Back, but not now. Let's help you get the Yin Yang-born boneflower first. It's okay. Have you seen that nerd yet? Not yet. I've just been pried out by your sister-in-law Sue's digging not long ago. Who let you pull this fake death stunt? You'll suffer later. Watching me being buried makes me think I'm not dead. What can I do? Ha ha ha. Qi Longfei laughed out loud again. What about you? Have you considered going back to being a martial emperor? This world is in chaos again. You think I can still be a martial emperor like this? I can't even beat Little Cloud. That's fine, I'll just keep my southern wilderness, and if you change your mind, come find me. Okay. Let's go. I'll bring Xiaochui back to the palace to feed her well before I do. Farewell. Chapter 77, You Carry Me In. After saying goodbye to Qi Longfei, Yang Yan returned to the Yellow Wolf Gang. Come here and take Yun away. At this moment, Xiao Yun was still in the backyard, staring blankly at the linden tree. When he saw Yang Yan arrive, he quickly asked questions. Big brother, why is this tree sprouting elves? You're talking about this tree is very spiritual, just like being able to transform into a human form after reaching the 7th rank for the same reason. Oh, then why did you make me turn into a divine beast, big brother? Yang Yan instantly froze. Originally, I wanted Little Cloud to go to the lava of Broken Inferno Mountain to harden his body. Try to see if you have a chance at nirvana. After all, it's one of the few purest fire powers left in the world. But now that the magma was gone, it wasn't what Yang Yan had expected. This is something that can only be dealt with in the long run. Wait for next time. Becoming a divine beast is a very hard and long process. Wait for a chance later to take you to meet the phoenix and let a real divine beast teach you. Really? Great. Xiao Yun's face showed joy. Is it really good for you to lie to children like this? Little Cloud looks like he's not even an adult in the demon beast realm, right? Lu Yuehan couldn't help but ask from the side. When you deal with those divine beasts more, you'll realize that they're actually not as holy as people say they are, and there's even some pity. So you're still lying to Yun? Don't kill a child's dream. Looks like you're pretty good at teaching kids. Wait, you don't have a kid already, do you? Yang Yin froze. What are you thinking about? You think you're laying eggs? After 20 years of not seeing anyone, who knows if you'll find a woman to sneak into a small town and already have a family? Yang Yin grunted and laughed. I wish I had, but that's how I've lived alone for over 20 years, just like you. 20 years isn't a long time for a cultivator, but it's a long time to spend by yourself. In terms of loneliness, Yang Yan can't beat Lu Yuehan. This incident has definitely made Yang Yan feel very guilty. Lu Yuehan saw the guilt in Yang Yan's eyes, then reached out and cupped Yang Yan's face with her hands. Well, I'm not losing out after 20 years of loneliness to get you back. I'll wait for you even if it's 40, 60, 100, 1,000 years. Come on, the more you talk the guiltier I feel. So you'll make it up to me? Yang Yan's eyes widened for a moment. What compensation? Let's have a baby. Yang Yan twisted his body to the side after hearing this. Yun, let's go. Lu Yuehan's expression instantly turned ugly. Hey, don't you like kids? Aren't you physically healed? Hey, Yang Yan, stop right there. Do you hear me, Yang Yan? Yang Yan could only pretend he didn't hear it and ran away with Yun. Yang Yan couldn't figure out why everyone wanted a child. This kind of thing will wait until I actually recover my body. Yang Yan shouted from the front. Hey, so you agree, right? Have you thought of a name for the baby? Lu Yuehan said while trotting to follow. Back to the ship. Those flowers and plants have spread over here. So much so that it made everyone on top of the ship look dumbfounded. One by one, they're all on the fence looking at the spectacle before them. When he saw Yang Yan, the man who drove the airship was also happy. The prince is back? Well, did the other one come back? Back, staying inside the cabin. Okay, just get ready and go back. Okay, sir, who is this next to you? The one next to her is Lu Yuehan. She is. I'm her wife, and I came here because the two of us had a fight. Yang Yan was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Lu Yuehan. Oh, hey, I get it. All young couples have fights, so that's why Gongzi came to the southern wasteland. The uncle's heart of gossip was satisfied at this moment. Yang Yan could only laugh bitterly. Oh, yeah. Seeing the plan succeed, Lu Yuehan was also snickering at the side. Since we have returned successfully, then let's go home. After saying that, he held out his right hand. What's wrong? Yang Yan asked suspiciously. Spirit stones, please. Only then did Yang Yan remember to hand over the storage ring containing 2 million top-grade spirit stones to the older man. Keep an eye on Xiao Yun, I'll go and have a word with Xiao Qianfeng. Yang Yan said to Lu Yuehan. Good. Yang Yan then turned around and walked inside Xiao Qianfeng's cabin. When I came in, I saw Xiao Qianfeng sitting on the bed, not knowing what he was thinking. How's it going? Are you okay? Yang Yan's voice brought Xiao Qianfeng back to his senses. It's you, I'm okay. Old age has a lot of things figured out at once. Just think about it. Do you still plan to bury her in the southern wasteland? No, I'll take it back. Good thing too, you won't have to travel so far if you miss her. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Xiao Qianfeng still felt a little disappointed. Is it because you don't know how to go back and face Xia Mingyuan? The martial emperor is really still powerful, after so many years, and having misjudged him for so many years, what do you think I should do? How long has it been since you've been worshipping? 600 years or so. So how could a relationship of so long be defeated by just 20 years of separation? Xia Mingyuan is also a clear-eyed person. Is it really going to be okay? Don't question your relationship for so long. Isn't there a middleman, Qin Zhengtian then? The ship shook after Yang Yan finished speaking. The ship should be up and running by now. Don't worry too much. Go out and see the setting sun of the southern wasteland. Yang Yan continued. Yes. The sky had already been dyed golden yellow after they stepped out of the cabin. The ship has reached a high altitude and broken through the clouds. Lu Yuehan and Xiao Yun are lying on the fence watching with rapt attention. Yang Yan walked to Lu Yuehan's side and wrapped his arms around her waist. Was it good? It's beautiful. I haven't seen a view like this in a long time. It's okay. In the future you want to see it every day with you. Watch with me every day? Just me? There's something wrong with Lu Yuehan's expression. Then you'll have to ask White if they agree. Shay, I knew it. Lu Yuehan showed a look of contempt, but her body was honest and her head slightly leaned on Yang Yan's shoulder. A happy smile spreads across his face. The two didn't talk much until the sun set and the sky darkened down. Lu Yuehan got off Yang Yan's shoulder. Finished enjoying the sunset? It's time to move forward with full force next. Uncle shouted again. Hold me tight. Yang Yan faintly said. Lu Yuehan didn't ask much and instantly hugged Yang Yan tightly. She tilted her head slightly against Yang Yan's chest. What's wrong? The ship then jerked into motion and Lu Yuehan felt a sense of withdrawal. This is a much tighter hug. It took a while for the ship to stabilize. Now you know, don't you? What kind of ship is this, and it's too fast? Lu Yuehan is in a state of shock. Okay, it's stabilized, let me go first. Don't, what if it wobbles again later? You carry me in. Okay, carry you in. Yang Yan squatted down and put one hand on Lu Yuehan's calf and one hand on Lu Yuehan's back. Instantaneous force to carry Lu Yuehan up back inside the cabin. Chapter 78. It's good to open my eyes to you. Yang Yan then gently put Lu Yuehan on the bed. Well, how long is it going to take to get back to Middle God? It's probably early tomorrow morning. Do you want to sleep? Lu Yuehan nodded. After so many years of going off the deep end, if I sleep the chaotic spiritual energy in me will explode. I squint for a while when I'm too tired, and I have nightmares. Yang Yan heard the heartache in Lu Yuehan's words. Every day in this kind of mental tension, no matter what realm of cultivators, will feel tired and sleepy, right? It's okay, I'm here now, get some sleep. Good. Lu Yuehan smiled. Then his hands held Yang Yan's palms and slowly closed his eyes. After so many years of mental strain, Lu Yuehan is really tired. Maybe it was because Yang Yan's presence beside her made her feel very secure and she went to sleep in a short time. Yang Yan pulled his hand out and gently stroked Lu Yuehan's hair. Then he slightly got up and lightly kissed Lu Yuehan's forehead. Good night. After saying that, Yang Yan was ready to turn around and leave. I didn't realize there was a voice behind me. Don't go. You don't go, husband, you don't go. Yang Yan turned around sharply after hearing the voice. Finding out that Lu Yuehan wasn't awake and was just talking in her sleep, Yang Yan went back and squatted down to re-grasp Lu Yuehan's hand. Okay, I'm not leaving, sleep in peace. I didn't expect to be squatting all night. In the end, Yang Yan sat on the ground and fell asleep. Until the sun rises, Lu Yuehan wakes up from his beautiful dream. When I woke up, I felt my hands were very hot. Then he noticed Yang Yan sitting on the ground, asleep. Lu Yuehan couldn't help but laugh at Yang Yan's appearance. But I didn't laugh out loud for fear of disturbing Yang Yan. Then carefully pulling his hand away. After getting out of bed, he carried Yang Yan to the bed with great difficulty. It's a good thing I'm not awake. Lu Yuehan turned around and was about to leave the cabin when Yang Yan pulled her back. It's still early, sleep some more. Lu Yuehan was instantly at a loss for words. So you woke up a long time ago. It's so rude, it's hard not to wake up. You sat up all last night like that, huh? Or else what? Last night someone was talking in their sleep telling me not to go away, not to go away. Nonsense, how could people? Lu Yuehan pouted and refused to admit it. Lay down and sleep some more. Aha! Lu Yuehan was very obedient and lay down. Then Yang Yan took her into his arms. Yang Yan's chin was pressed against the top of Lu Yuehan's head. His nose was constantly sniffing the smell emanating from Lu Yuehan's hair. You smell good. Of course, these are all the gifts those little flowers left for me. Only you can smell them, cheap. Yang Yan did not continue to speak, his eyes tightly closed. Seeing this, Lu Yuehan also did not say anything more, looked at Yang Yan's face and giggled foolishly, teasing the tip of Yang Yan's nose with her fingers. In the end, he also stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Yang Yan. This wonderful feeling made Lu Yuehan fall into sleep again. I don't know how long it took until someone kept knocking on the door. Yang Yan woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yuehan, who was looking at him stupidly. Why don't you answer the door when someone knocks? How am I going to get up with you holding me and wake you up again later? It should be here, get up. Yang Yan withdrew his hand when he finished speaking. Lu Yuehan stretched her neck and gently touched Yang Yan's forehead with those peachy pink lips. It's just that for the first time since I woke up from so many dreams it's really you around. Then you'll get to see the real me every day when you wake up from now on, get up. Yang Yan lifted the quilt and got out of bed to open the door. But it's only open a tiny bit. The man who knocked on the door was the same man who opened the airship. Gonzi, you're finally up, we're here. Okay, I'll pack up and come out. Okay. Then the old man turned around and left. With a smile on his face. Young people nowadays are just monkeys in a hurry, and they've only just gotten their daughter-in-law back. Yang Yan closed the door and looked back to see Lu Yuehan already sitting on the bed. The slender hair had spread to the floor. Aren't you going to get this hair cut? Cut it. I want my favorite man to cut it for me. Fine, I'll cut it for you when we get back to the Holy Land. The next thing is what Yang Yan did every day when he woke up more than 20 years ago. Help them with their hair. Lu Yuehan turned his back with a sense of humor. Yang Yan's skillful coiffure technique is heartbreaking to watch. It took less than 3 minutes to put up Lu Yuehan's long and slender hair. It ended with a ruby-encrusted hairpin that Lu Yuehan handed to Yang Yan. Yang Yan looked at the hairpin in his hand and thought it looked familiar. I think I still gave you this hairpin. Yeah, this is still a gift from when you first met me, when you were still just an ordinary cultivator. Yes, this hairpin is still a ground floor product. I was so poor. I like whatever you send me. Yang Yan looked at Lu Yuehan and smiled after hearing this. Come on, go home. Pushing the door open, a fresh air entered Yang Yan's nostrils. It's still good air in Chungwon. Yang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Probably came back early, it's still nighttime. On the deck Xiao Yun and Xiao Qianfeng had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Yang Yan come out, he hurriedly came over. My lord, we are now over my master's residence, do you think you want to go down? There's no need, you can return that storage ring to Lin Changshan, just say that I didn't buy anything. Xiao Yun, let's go back. Yang Yan shouted. Yes, big brother. Little Cloud then changed back to his demonic beast form. Xiao Qianfeng, Yang Yan and Lu Yuehan jumped onto Xiao Yun's back one after another. The little cloud spread its wings and took off, flying in the direction of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Uncle couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at Yang Yan who was walking away. Would the person in this world who can make the head of the family give so much face be you, Martial Emperor Sama? This question may have already been answered in Uncle's mind, but the reality is that the man died 20 years ago. It's a matter of common knowledge. Then the old man dismissed the idea. Yang Yan, who is still on his way back to the Holy Land, is persuading Xiao Qianfeng to make a trip to the Holy Land. I won't go this late, I'll wait until tomorrow and then I'll go by myself. Xiao Qianfeng is trying his best to shrug it off. Xia Mingyuan and Qin Sengtian are both in the Holy Land at this time, when else do you want to wait? Xiao Qianfeng is a bit hesitant. Do you think I should bring a gift or something? Harm, why talk about this between brothers? It's fine when your people arrive. You said. Me. There's no need to say more, we've left Yuanwu City now. Xiao Qianfeng looked at the Yuanwu City underneath, which was getting farther and farther away from him, and had to accept the reality. Of course, if Xiao Qianfeng really wants to escape, Yang Yan can't stop him. This is all Yang Yan's good intentions. Xiao Qianfeng will not say anything more. At this time the Yaoyogi Sanctuary inexplicably opened the meeting. Su Meier, Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng are all sitting in the main hall. Yang Yan is back, I can feel Xiao Yun's breath. Qin Shenmeng opened her mouth and said. On top of that there are two very powerful scents, I think we're about to add new friends. Chapter 79, 4 people working together, Yuanjia Cave Body Peak. Qin Shenmeng had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. But this is something Bai Shishir and Su Meier are used to. They'd be surprised if Yang Yan didn't come back with someone. Go, and welcome him back. After Qin Shenmeng finished speaking the three of them walked outside and stared at the sky, looking forward to the arrival of a fairy cloud crane. Up in the sky Xiao Yun finally saw the familiar holy place after plucking the clouds and fog. Yang Yan noticed 3 figures on the ground. I don't have to guess, it's Su Meier and the others. Lu Yuehan also realized something was wrong. I can recognize Xiao Bai and Su Meier, who's the one standing in the middle? Holy Mother Yaoqi, you and Xiao Yun go down first, I'm going to take Xiao Qianfeng to another place. Lu Yuehan looked at Yang Yan's serious expression and didn't ask any more questions. Good. Yang Yan then looked at Xiao Qianfeng. Let's go and meet with Qin Sengtian. Xiao Qianfeng paused for a moment before answering Yang Yan. Yes. Xiao Qianfeng stood up and grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and jumped down. According to Yang Yan's instructions, he flew directly towards the back mountain of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The 3 women underneath Qin Shenmeng watched Yang Yan fly away. Where's he going? It's not likely that he's running away, is it? Su Meier shouted as an afterthought. No, the person next to him should be Senior Xiao Qianfeng. He should have gone to the back of the mountain to meet my father, which is why Yang Yan went to the southern wasteland. Qin Shenmeng replied faintly. At that moment, Xiao Yun just landed on the ground as well. Lu Yuehan slowly floated down from Little Cloud's back. The ones with skirts look like they're lined with fairies. Su Meier also recognized it at once. Lu Yuehan? I didn't think it would be you. Long time no see, Sister Yuehan. Bai Shishir was a bit surprised and then jogged up and hugged Lu Yuehan. Yeah, White, it's been a while, you've gotten better looking, yeah. That's also good to see, but Sister Yuehan. Qin Shenmeng couldn't help but look back and forth from the side and said, so you all know each other? All 3 nodded in unison. We've all spent some time in the Martial Emperor Hall's harem, so naturally we know each other. Su Meier opened her mouth and replied. Qin Shenmeng has been guarding the Yaoqi Holy Land, she doesn't know anything about this. Greetings, Holy Mother. Lu Yuehan slightly lowered her body and performed a salute. Let's dispense with this kind of thing. I see that you're not a simple character either. Since you're all Yang Yan's people there's no need for these manners. Qin Shenmeng said very politely. Sister Yuehan, let's go inside, it's cold outside. After Bai Shishir finished speaking, she pulled Lu Yuehan and headed inside the Holy Land. Good. And Qin Shenmeng looked at the Xianyun crane behind her. Come on Little Cloud, let's go home together. Afterwards, Xiao Yun changed back to his humanoid form and approached Qin Shenmeng's position with a hop and a skip. At this moment, Xiao Qianfeng stood in front of the boulder and did mental struggle. It will be dawn before you reconsider. Yang Yan urged. What am I supposed to say when I see him when I get in? What if he tells me to leave later? How can a big man be a mother-in-law? What's there to pull at this age? After saying that, Yang Yan opened the mechanism of the boulder and pulled Xiao Qianfeng to go inside. After seeing the familiar tower, Yang Yan shouted from the bottom. Qin Sengtian, come out. Soon the door was pushed. What's going on? At night? Qin Sengtian looked up and saw Xiao Qianfeng standing next to Yang Yan. The whole thing froze. Penis? Xiao Qianfeng instantly burst into tears after hearing these two words. Big brother, long time no see. Yang Yan, who was on the side, laughed. I told you that there's no such thing as so many things between brothers. Wouldn't it be better to see each other? Maybe it's because Xia Mingyuan and Xiao Qianfeng were the only victims. As the middleman of the boss Qin Sangtian, how to comfort the two sides is not a. And that's what finally led to drifting apart. Yang Yan then took out a few jars of wine inside his storage ring. This was the wine he would rather spend money on drinking those cheap wines in Lokyang City than to drink it. After putting it on the ground, he took out the tea leaves Lin Shunshan gave him. I'll leave the stuff, take your time catching up, I'm going back to my battlefield. Xiao Qianfeng and Qin Sangtian looked at Yang Yan almost synchronously. Battlefield? What battlefield? Yang Yan didn't answer but just whisked his clothes away and hid his body in name. After leaving the secret realm with his hands behind his back, Yang Yan looked up at the night color. I'm afraid it's going to be a rough night. Yang Yan then shook his head and continued on. After walking back to the main hall, Yang Yan sensed that the atmosphere inside was very wrong before he even went in. Yang Yan went in with a bang. All four women sat in their seats and waited for Yang Yan to walk in. Qin Shenmeng was sitting in the center with her legs crossed, her skirt was parted. Yang Yan saw the snow-white scenery from the doorway. Qin Shenmeng propped up her face with her hands and looked at Yang Yan expressionlessly. Su Meier, on the other hand, pretended not to care and shook the teacup in front of her. Only Xiao Bai is looking at Yang Yan with a smile on his face. Lu Yuehan's face was full of anticipation, and she didn't know what she was expecting. Yo, all there? It's a beautiful day tonight. Yang Yan's words went unheeded. Four pairs of eyes looked at Yang Yan in unison. In an instant, Yang Yan will not be able to get goosebumps. Are you hungry? Qin Shenmeng spoke up. Hungry? Not so much. Yang Yan stammered his reply. So are you tired? Su Meier then asked. Not really tired, just took a nap on the way back from the ship. Do you still have aura in your body after a trip to the southern wasteland? It's Cecilia's turn to ask a question. The third layer of foundation building, with almost. You guys should not discuss it, right? The four nodded together. Lu Yuehan, how you also? I was ready a long time ago. Lu Yuehan's reply left Yang Yan speechless. Alright, in that case, report your respective cultivations. Third level of the Mahayana stage. Qin Shenmeng was the first to reply. The sixth level of the Genza cave body. Su Meier took over. Cave layer. Hearing Bai Shishir's answer, Yang Yan was a bit surprised. Cave in so soon? Shirato nodded her head. What about you, Lu Yuehan? Qian Kuan fifth level. Yo, pretty impressive. What a lot of crap. Qin Shenmeng couldn't wait any longer and walked forward to carry Yang Yan up. It's still early, so it's okay to chat a little more, Holy Mother. Qin Shenmeng. Dreamer. Qin Shenmeng walked forward as if she didn't hear me. Bai Shishir and Su Meier followed with Lu Yuehan. Xiao Bai, you remember to take care of Lu Yuehan. By the looks of her, she hasn't experienced any big waves. Good. Lu Yuehan coyly dared not speak, because she indeed had not experienced these big waves in big waves. In the end, Yang Yan was thrown directly onto the bed in the Virgin's residence. Long night. Yang Yan woke up at noon the next day, and he was the only one who did. The first thing he did after carefully getting out of bed was to go outside to the water tank and wipe off his face and neck with water. What kind of rouge is one wearing? It's so hard to wash. Yang Yan looked at his own reflection in the water tank and felt a bit unbelievable. Yuanza Cave Body Peak. Chapter 80, Don't Mess Around. Yang Yan began to think that he was blessed by the disaster. Because the meridians are destroyed, there's no more spirit sea. So the aura can enter his body at will. And with the existence of the mixed body and the heavenly demon body, he was able to keep the aura in his body for a while. This cultivation came to the Yuanza cave body all of a sudden, making Yang Yan feel a little surprised. He thought it would be good enough to reach the god of transformation. As long as there are enough people, won't I be able to directly transmigrate to perfection? An evil thought was born in Yang Yan's mind, but that thought was quickly dispelled. After all, the prerequisite for this is that the other party's strength must not be low either. While Yang Yan was still checking out the changes in his body, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Has the chaotic aura actually gotten stronger? With the heavenly demon body, Yang Yan didn't have to worry about going crazy due to the excessive amount of chaotic aura. On the contrary, with the chaotic spiritual power, Yang Yan can use it to make some forbidden arts. The chaotic aura loved the heavenly demon body. It probably won't dissipate for a while. It's not like those ordinary auras, it will slowly dissipate in Yang Yan's body over time. Yang Yan seemed to have discovered a new path of cultivation. What's the use of repairing the meridians, as long as Bai Shishir and Qin Shenmeng become stronger, isn't it good? If you need it, you can borrow it sometime. You'll be a good man again in a day. Thinking about it, Yang Yan revealed a bad smile on his face. I just wanted to go back to my room and turn my head to see Qin Shenmeng standing in the doorway. So early. Yang Yan, what have you done to me? Yang Yan was dumbfounded. How did my cultivation level fall to cave void? What? Yang Yan, with an unbelievable face, stepped forward and placed his hand on Qin Xianming's chest to feel the aura in her body. It's really a Yuanza cave body. Then wouldn't Xiao Bai and the girls? Feeling bad, Yang Yan walked into the room. I had to walk around all the obstacles to get to the bed. After getting close to Bai Shishir and examining her carefully, he discovered that Bai Shishir's strength had also fallen from cave void to Yuanza cave body. And Su Meier was even worse, falling to the realm of the transformation spirit. Lu Yuehan also fell down to cave void. Only Qin Xianming's realm has fallen hard. Everything else is just a big drop. In order not to disturb their sleep, Yang Yan carefully walked out of the room. It's so strange, they've both fallen off the realm. Yang Yan said to Qin Xianming, could it have something to do with your physique? Yang Yan nodded slightly. Most likely, I don't know anything about the heavenly demon body, this cultivation seems to be sort of borrowed from you guys. It was only when Yang Yan said this that Qin Xianming noticed Yang Yan's cultivation level. When did you reach the peak of your Yuanza cave body? I thought I borrowed this from you, but why was it okay before? Qin Xianming heard Yang Yan's words and then remembered that. Yeah, it used to seem like we'd all grow more or less a smidge of cultivation afterward. Now how come we've all fallen off the realm? Guess I'll have to ask that nerd about it before I do. Qin Xianming revealed a puzzled look. Nerd? Who? Divine Calculator, Zhuge Yunma. Is that the Divine Calculator who can project 5,000 years into the future? Yang Yan nodded. That's right, he used to be one of my right-hand men and my military advisor. Why haven't I seen him before? He stays inside his room every day to deduce and tell fortunes, so how would you have the chance to meet him? Oh, and meeting him will tell you why this is happening? Maybe, after all, what even he doesn't know in this world, then you'll have to find out for yourself. It's time to meet him after all this time. Where is he now? Kunlun Immortal Mountain. Qin Xianming was a bit surprised to hear the name. That place really exists, huh? Of course, or you'd think it was empty. Qin Xianming nodded dumbly. The place is hidden from him, of course you can't find it. You have a way to find out? After Qin Xianming finished speaking, Yang Yan took out an emerald green token from inside his pocket. It also has the word koan printed on it. This thing will lead us to it. What about the Yin Yang born bone flower? I didn't say to go now, let's wait until we get the Yin Yang born bone flower and come back. But wouldn't it be better to go and find Zhuge Yunma now so that he can help you figure out whether this trip is bad or good? Yang Yan shook his head. It doesn't work. Huh? Why? Doesn't he claim to have counted all 5,000 years? There's no such thing as God. If you really count like that, he'll be punished by heaven and die from the repercussions. That means he can really count like that, right? Yang Yan nodded. That's awesome. I'm pretty good at it too, alright. Qin Xianming smiled and touched Yang Yan's head. Okay, you're the best. You still haven't answered why I'm useless? Because I'm the only one besides himself who can't count. If he could have counted my fate back, then I wouldn't have been struck by a thunderbolt to the point where I lost all my cultivation. That's right, so can he figure out my destiny? Yang Yan nodded. That should do it. What are you counting? Do the math on what my future with you will look like. That won't work, not as long as I'm involved in the math. Ha? It's no fun. How do you know him? Qin Xianming suddenly became curious. He was the one who found me in the first place, because he couldn't project my destiny, and then he came to find me. Kinda want to meet him then. There will be a chance. Where's Xia Mingyuan? At your command, he's been placed in the guest room with his wife and daughter. Alright, let the three brothers catch up today. After saying that, Yang Yan looked back at the situation inside the room. Without looking, he was shocked. They're all awake and sitting on the bed. You all heard that, huh? Bai Shishir nodded her head with Su Meier and Lu Yuehan. Come in and help us with our hair. Su Meier shouted. For a moment Yang Yan felt as if he had returned to 20 years ago. Waking up at that time was the busiest time of the day for him, combing their hair, grooming them, and getting slimed from time to time. Now 4 people Yang Yan can still accept, just do not know what will happen in the future. Coming. After Yang Yan responded, Qin Xianming pushed Yang Yan back into the room, and closed the door in the process. Lu Yuehan, come here first, your hair is too long. Oh. Then Lu Yuehan stepped out of bed and walked over to the dresser and sat down next to it. Yang Yan began his flowing operation. One after the other, it was soon time to fix their hair as well as their makeup. Yang Yan is stretching. Qin Xianming, Bai Shishir, Su Meier and Lu Yuehan leaned over. Yang Yan could see through the bronze mirror that each of them had an unkind look in their eyes. What are you trying to do? Don't do anything. Finally, Qin Xianming and the others walked out of the room satisfied. Yang Yan looked at himself inside the bronze mirror. The forehead, lips, and both cheeks were left with varying shades of lip marks. I just washed my face. Chapter 81. Even if you're not a martial emperor, you're still important. Yang Yan had to wash his face again. After carefully looking in the bronze mirror a few times to make sure there were no more traces on his face, he dared to go to Xia Mingyuan. The location of the guest room hasn't changed in years. Yang Yan quickly arrived at the place where Xia Mingyuan lived according to his memory. I happened to see Xia Mingyuan practicing in the courtyard. After listening to Luo Shoulan's words last time, Yang Yan used his purple gold magic pupil to carefully check the situation inside Xia Mingyuan's body. The violet gold devil pupil is the eye that the king of the underworld forced on Yang Yan. It sounds like something from the demon race, but in fact it is indeed something from the demon race as well. To be able to see through the essence of all things in the world, to look at their origins, and to glimpse their ways. But one bad thing is that it is very consuming spiritual energy. After all, it is also the king of the underworld heart to Yang Yan. It's not something Yang Yan was born with, so the price is to spend more aura. Now that the cultivation has come to the Yuanza cave body, Yang Yan dares to open the purple gold magic pupil in the true sense of the word. Only to see Yang Yan's left eye slowly exudes a purple aura. The pupil has also changed into a vertical pupil. It looks terrible. The aura moving around in Xia Mingyuan's body really surprised Yang Yan a bit. At this moment, the aura in Xia Mingyuan's body seemed to have gathered together, and at the position of the dantian Yang Yan could see a blazing fire inside through his body. Without this fire to support Xia Mingyuan, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be in the realm of Yuanza cave body. The meridians were damaged, but not broken like Yang Yan's, so it was quite simple to treat the situation. Yang Yan remembered that Xia Mingyuan stayed inside the furnace all day long in the red ink villa, so he should maintain the fire in his dantian. There was a trace of fire aura emanating from the back, and even after so long there was still the aura of the fire spirit bead left behind. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the fire spirit bead's explosion was at that time. Although Yang Yan didn't know what realm Shao Qianfeng's sister was in, the pain of blocking the power of that one fire spirit bead with his flesh was unimaginable. Xia Mingyuan also noticed Yang Yan's arrival at this time, stopping the operation of the aura. After the last glance of the purple gold magic pupil, Yang Yan's eyes returned to the normal state just now. Martial Emperor? I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been? Went to run a little errand. Why, are you comfortable staying here? It's quite nice. What did you specifically ask me to stay for a few days for? Yang Yan's face instantly became serious. I want to ask you about that year. Xia Mingyuan had a smiling face just now, but now he put it back in a flash. What is it? Back in the day, the Sekiwa border thing. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Xia Mingyuan had an unimpressed expression. Oh, you said that matter. It's been so long ago that I've forgotten about it. I still have to cultivate. Lord Martial Emperor, please return. No, you can't forget that back then, when you three brothers went to the southern wasteland to make a mark for the unification of the world, I naturally had a share of the responsibility as the one who instructed you to go there at that time. After hearing Yang Yan's words, Xia Mingyuan slowly let go. It's only logical that you wouldn't know about that incident back then. Who told you about it? This is not important. The important thing is that Shao Qianfeng's sister's death has nothing to do with you at all. Didn't you investigate so much in the first place? Xia Mingyuan's expression suddenly became very despondent. Alas, what's the use of investigating it? Who would believe me? I shouldn't have been so impulsive back then. I still underestimated the power of an 8th grade treasure. But you also paid the price for your impulsiveness at that time, didn't you? What has become of your body and your cultivation? Xia Mingyuan's pupils trembled slightly. How do you even know all this? I'm still old. I almost forgot your identity in the twinkling of an eye. What in the world can be hidden from the Martial Emperor? No, you still hid it from me for more than 30 years. Why didn't you tell Shao Qianfeng after you paid such a big price? Xia Mingyuan hummed and laughed, a laugh that seemed to be a mockery of himself. I paid so much for this? Will that price get a human life back? If I take you to see Shao Qianfeng today, do you dare to tell me all the amends you made at that time? Xia Mingyuan switched to laughing this time, and it was up to the sky. Why wouldn't I dare? Xia Mingyuan, walk upright. Come with me. Yang Yan turned around and left after saying. Only then did Xia Mingyuan realize who he was talking to and that his big words didn't work with Yang Yan. For the sake of face, Xia Mingyuan followed him. Yang Yan brought Xia Mingyuan to the familiar boulder at the back of the mountain. What kind of land is this? Xia Mingyuan looked around and raised a question. Yang Yan ignored it and opened the mechanism of the boulder to walk inside the portal. Xia Mingyuan didn't think twice and followed him. As soon as I came in, I saw Qin Sangtian and Shao Qianfeng standing at the entrance of the tower. Qin Sangtian clasped his hands to his chest, while Shao Qianfeng put his hands behind his back. The expressions on both men's faces were undoubtedly in anticipation of something. Xia Mingyuan directly froze as he looked at Yang Yan incredulously. A martial emperor is still a martial emperor. Is there anything under the sky that you can't do? Speak to him properly, and this will be your reward for recovering the southern wasteland for me back then. Yang Yan left the secret realm after patting Xia Mingyuan's shoulder. Xia Mingyuan looked squarely at Shao Qianfeng. He had a lot of things he wanted to say clearly, but he didn't know where to begin. Penis. I'm sorry. Xia Mingyuan stammered. Lao San, it's me who is sorry for you all. Wrongly blaming you for so many years. Qin Sangtian didn't interrupt but handed the bloody book to Xia Mingyuan. Xia Mingyuan couldn't stop his tears after reading it, and the tears carried a hint of sadness and a hint of gratitude. Xia Mingyuan held the bloody book in his arms and looked at the sky. Thank you, Sister Ruoyu. Thank you. This is the word that Xiao Ruoyu, the sister of Shao Qianfeng, wrote with her last life, the word that was written for Xie Mingyuan. The three of them then hugged each other, and Qin Xingtian kept patting the two of them on their backs. In fact, there are a lot of things that don't need to be said. In fact, there are a lot of things that you understand and he also understands. If someone dares to step forward, then the impasse will be broken. Soon the three of them separated and looked at the entrance of the organ boulder unanimously. In addition to that, they have someone to thank. But none of them said it, they just buried it silently in the bottom of their hearts. Yang Yan is still like this, he's gone, hiding his body and name. This is the reward Yang Yan owes to the three brothers, and this reward is more precious than any gold or silver treasures. After Yang Yan came out of the secret world, Qin Shenmeng had been waiting at the door for a long time. I knew you were coming here. Yang Yan smiled. Yo, know me so well? Come on, let's go to lunch, we wouldn't dare move our chopsticks if you didn't come. Yang Yan stretched out his hands and kept swinging. Don't, I can't afford it. Yang Yan walked to the front after saying. Qin Shenmeng looked at Yang Yan's back. She couldn't imagine if Yang Yan really died that year, then what would happen to her at this time. What about her father? The three brothers were at loggerheads until they died. You're important even if you're not a martial emperor. Qin Shenmeng followed after she finished talking to herself. Chapter 82, Opening Up the Immortal River. Qin Shenmeng brought Yang Yan to the place where the meal was served. It's not as formal as the main hall. The food wasn't as plentiful as the other day. You could even say it's ordinary. Su Meier, Bai Shishir, and Lu Yuehan sat obediently without moving their chopsticks. There's no one else but the five of them. It looks so cozy. They've been looking forward to this for 20 years. The center position is naturally Yang Yan's. And Yang Yan also sat down very sensibly. Eat, all waiting for me to do something. After saying that, Yang Yan picked up the chopsticks. The remaining four women dared to pick up their chopsticks. When do you plan to go to the north? Qin Shenmeng spoke as she gave Yang Yan some food. How long before the yin yang-born bone flower matures? I've counted the time, and there are 12 days left at the slowest. After hearing Su Meier's reply, Yang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Only Lu Yuehan is still out of the picture. What are you guys talking about? What happened to the yin yang-born bone flower? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yang Yan remembered at this time I'm going to take a trip to the northern realm to get the yin yang-born bone flower to repair my meridians. Lu Yuehan pouted after hearing that. Yeah, just me. I don't know when I'm going yet, so I forgot to tell you. What Yang Yan was worried about in his heart wasn't the yin yang bio bone flower, but the Xianqi sect. What are they trying to do? Have they really been exterminated by Lei Wushang? Yang Yan doubted that the man inside the Sea of Fire mentioned in Xiao Qinfeng's sister's blood book was Qiyu. Where did he get the second fire pearl, or was that accident premeditated? Alas, not practicing properly to engage in these crooked ways all day. Yang Yan spat softly. What are you talking about? Qin Shenmeng looked at Yang Yan. Nothing, thought of some troublesome headaches to deal with. Then there may be something more troublesome waiting for you next. Qin Shenmeng's words caused Yang Yan to panic a bit. What trouble? More trouble? Do you recognize all five powers? Of course, Yaoqi Holy Land, Pill King Valley, Red Ink Villa, Phaseless Sword Sect, and Taiyi Academy. That's true, but it's 6 powers now. 6 powers? Yang Yan looked at Su Meier and Bai Shishir's eyes. Do you all know? Su Meier and Bai Shishir nodded in unison. Lu Yuehan had spent so much time on Broken Flame Mountain and naturally didn't know about the Martial Kingdom's affairs. And this new power has a lot to do with you. Yang Yan pointed his finger at himself. None of my business again? This power is called the Dragon Yan sect, and the entire sect was founded under the name of Martial Emperor Yang Yan. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled after hearing Qin Shenmeng's words. What do those guys want? It's just that you want to carry on your will, and it's in your name that no one dares to mess with Middle God. Qin Shenmeng said faintly. When she mentioned this, Su Meier remembered that she had encountered people pretending to be Yang Yan in the past 20 years. Wasn't there a man who impersonated you when I first found you? There are actually a lot of such people, and there is someone who advertises to the public that he is a descendant of yours. Yang Yan was dumbfounded after hearing this. How come I don't know when I have a son? Geez, we all knew about your physical condition back then, let alone reproducing offspring. You didn't even know what it was like yet. Su Meier's words caused Bai Shishir and Lu Yuehan to stifle their laughter. It's so bullying, there's a sense of powerlessness like a widow who's had a yellow rumor made about her. None of this is the most important thing. The important thing is that there are still people who believe. Qin Shenmeng's face suddenly became serious. There's so much more involved than just impersonation. What's the point of pretending to be me? Anyone with eyes can recognize me, right? Yang Yan didn't think so. No, those ordinary people, those who haven't seen your real face won't recognize it, and that could lead to them being tricked for money. After hearing Qin Shenmeng's words, Yang Yan felt that the sky had collapsed. So I still have to be in charge of this kind of thing? It's a simple solution too. Wouldn't it be better if you were back on top? Lu Yuehan came up with an idea from the sidelines. Fine, so your purpose today is to make me go back to being a martial emperor? Once again, the four nodded in unison. Baici held out 3 fingers. Look, if you get back on the throne then these rumors will go away and then no one will believe the people pretending to be you. After saying that, Bai Shirsher withdrew a finger. And I won't tell you how many people in the world want you back. Bai Shirsher then withdrew another finger. Yang Yan was just about to say something when Qin Xianmeng, who was next to him, stretched out her hand and covered her mouth. Let's hear Pak ZZ out. Yang Yan had to keep his mouth shut. Bai Shirsher continued. Finally, if you are still willing, then we will help you to make the world unified again. As soon as Bai Shirsher's words fell, the Su mayor next to her applauded. Lu Yuehan raised his hand. I'm fine with that. Qin Xianmeng is also involved. I'm okay with that. I have an opinion. Yang Yan stood up. This world is already balanced. If no one breaks it, there is no need for me to unite the world again. The path I used to believe in is finished. Then what if the demon race and the devil race start a war against us again? Qin Xianmeng finished with a hint of worry in her eyes. It's not too late to make a move when the time comes. Besides, isn't there still Chen Yunma? Just him? Su Mayor revealed a look of disdain on his first day in office. He transformed the rules you worked so hard to make into a mess. What use can he be? Everyone has a different idea. Everyone has a different Tao. The Tao I used to hold fast to I have finished. The only thought I have now is you guys. Su Mayor pointed at herself. Do you remember what you were practicing for in the first place? The result was invariably that Qin Xianmeng and the others shook their heads. Immortal cultivation, first cultivation, then to immortal. Becoming immortal is the original purpose of your cultivation, and that includes me. It's only because I kept my cultivation at the peak of the ferrying in order to unify the world in the first place. So your purpose of going to the northern realm this time to snatch the yin-yang-born boneflower to repair your meridians is to become an immortal? Qin Xianmeng was a bit surprised, and when these words came out, Su Mayor and Lu Yuehan both revealed a look of surprise. It's true that you were the cultivator with the best chance of attaining ascension in the 4,000 years of the true martial year in the first place, but what about us? Su Mayor's words woke up Bai Shirsher next to her. Yeah, what are we going to do when you ascend? Do you know why there hasn't been a single ascender in Jinwu for over 4,000 years? Yang Yan's words put them in deep thought. Because ascension doesn't exist at all. Even if the peak of the transitional junction ascends in a realm, it's only the realm of the land immortals. And does it achieve ascension? How do you know? Su Mayor looked incredulous. Because the lightning tribulation 20 years ago wasn't as simple as splitting me twice. My real purpose now is to open up the immortal river. Chapter 83. It's what you think. Opening up the immortal river? The four cried out in unison, and the news undoubtedly made them excited enough to stand up. That's right, the true martial year has been over 4,000 years, yet no one has attained ascension. But how many ascended beings have appeared in the Hangu year's total history of over 10,000 years? The last ascended one in the year of the eternal era was called the true martial immortal. Eventually it was renamed the year of true martial arts, and after the year of constant ancient was the period of the ancient age. Records of this period are now scarce. No one really knew what had happened in the ancient times, only that the 10 great physiques of the ancient times had been inherited. Qin Xianmeng fell into thought after listening. As far as I know, there seems to have been more than 20 ascended ones in the Hangu years. The book depository should have a record of it, but it's not comprehensive. No harm done, it's not like we're here to investigate them. The problem now is that the path of ascension is closed for some reason. Yang Yan braced his hands on the table and his face became very serious. Closed? Is it true that no matter what we do we won't be able to attain ascension? Bai Shirsher had a worried look on her face. That's right. Yang Yan nodded with great certainty. That's why someone needs to open up the immortal river and open the path to the immortal realm. What does that entail? Lu Yuehan couldn't help but ask. I don't know, and no one knows. It's undoubtedly something that no one has done even from ancient times until now. Yang Yan's words made the four of them fall into surprise once again. Wouldn't that be unprecedented? Su Mayor was surprised. The sword splits the sky and opens up the river of immortality. The sword points to the heavenly duke, and against all odds, he becomes an immortal. Yang Yan finished looking at the four people's faces. If you can please get ready, this time don't want the world, go against the grain. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell, Su Mayor stood up. I'm relying on you anyway. Me too. Me too. I'd love to. The three remaining women stood up. The tone is very firm. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's eat first. Yang Yan sat down and talked a lot without eating 2 bites of rice. While eating, he fell into a deep thought. Now this miraculous body made Yang Yan develop this idea. According to Yang Yan's cultivation level, ascension was inevitable. The thunderbolt was a punishment from the higher realms for refusing to allow mortals to ascend. Yang Yan just happens to be the one who dares to try to ascend after so long in the true martial year. That's why it's an example to be made. The news of Yang Yan's failure to cross the threshold and fall was undoubtedly a very heavy blow to those cultivators. If even Yang Yan, the strongest martial emperor in the world, fails to cross the threshold and dies, then who else would dare to continue prying into the immortal world? Yang Yan doesn't know his own body. Even in the ancient times, no one with 2 types of physique has ever appeared. Yang Yan only knew that this way of acquiring spiritual energy must have something to do with his 2 physiques. In a sense, these 2 types of physiques were in a symbiotic state within Yang Yan's body. One extreme yin and one extreme yang. These 2 attributes have summarized all the attributes of the world. Yang Yan wanted to know where the limit of this aura acquisition was. That's going to take more effort to find out later on. Yang Yan was eating deliciously after pondering. There's a man at the door. Yang Yan fixed his eyes and realized that it was Xiaming Yuan's wife, Luo Xiaolan. There's something else in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Yan put down his chopsticks and walked out. It didn't disturb your meal, did it? Luo Xiaolan's tone had a hint of apology in it. No harm done, what can I do for you? Luo Xiaolan then handed Yang Yan the item in her hand. This is something my husband and I found unintentionally when we went inside the broken Inferno Mountain back in the day. The item was wrapped by Luo Xiaolan in an exquisite small wooden box. Yang Yan took it and opened the box. Inside is a blackened shard. It looks like a piece of some kind of treasure that fell off. Yang Yan couldn't see anything fishy about this black fragment even with his violet gold pupils. This thing we have studied and found that this thing absorbs spiritual energy and then transforms it into a force which is very powerful. After listening to Luo Xiaolan's introduction, Yang Yan was interested. Yang Yan picked up the fragment and looked at it carefully. It didn't seem to be very black in the sun's light, or a colorful black. Yang Yan can't tell you exactly. I know you're not short of money or treasure, so consider this strange thing your gift for helping my husband write his name. Yang Yan put the pieces back inside the box after hearing that, and then put the box into his pocket. I'll take it then. Yang Yan did not have the slightest bit of politeness. Wait for a refusal is inevitable, a burst of pushing and shoving. You might as well just put it in your pocket. By the way, someone was already inside the broken Inferno Mountain when we were there, seemingly looking for something. I think it was this shard, and when he saw us coming he left in a hurry. The word Xianqi sect appeared in Yang Yan's mind after hearing it. If this fragment was something that the Xianqi sect wanted to obtain, then detonating the fire spirit bead would most likely just destroy the evidence that they had been to the southern wasteland. Looks like we have to go back to Xianqi's sect to have a look. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing, just thought of something. Alright then, I'll leave you to your meal then. I'd like to express my gratitude to you once again on behalf of my husband. Thank you, Lord Martial Emperor. You're welcome. After saying that, Luo Xiaolan made a bow and then turned to leave. Yang Yan put the wooden box into his storage ring and returned to the house. Isn't that Xiaming Yuan's wife? What does she want with you? Qin Qianming couldn't help but ask. Came to thank me and brought a little gift along. What gift? I don't know, I'm going to make a trip to the Xianqi sect after dinner. Su Meier couldn't help but open her mouth when she heard this very familiar clan and asked, Xianqi sect? That unimpressive little sect in Green Bamboo Town? Yang Yan nodded. I suspect that what happened at the Guanyin border back then had something to do with the Xianqi sect. So do you need us to go with you? Bai Shishir opened her mouth to make a suggestion. I'm at the peak of the Yuanza cave body now, don't worry. With these words, the four of them were able to relax a little. Yang Yan lapped up the rice in his bowl before asking Qin Qianming where is Xiao Yun. The usual place, by the river outside the sanctuary. Good. When he got the answer, Yang Yan left in a hurry. The four women looked at Yang Yan's back with an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Lu Yuehan broke the silence. He's always been like that, he doesn't want to involve us in anything he does. Su Mei's words made Qin Qianming feel it deeply. Although I haven't lived with you guys before, I still want to ask Yang Yan's current body, you all know, right? Qin Qianming finished, the three nodded. Although it's strange, Yang Yan can indeed obtain the cultivation on us through this method. Hearing Bai Shishir's reply, Qin Qianming continued. And who was the strongest among you back then? Before, words is difficult to say. For the time being, words is Su Hongi, I and Xiao Bai in the Yuan Wadeo conference that day met aside. You should not be wanting? Yes, it's what you think. Chapter 84, arranged clearly. Lu Yuehan was shocked to hear the name Su Hongyan. Sister Su Hongyan? She was ridiculously strong back then, how terrifying must she be now? We can try, but we can't guarantee if she will help Yang Yan. She's a very arrogant person, both before and now. Su Meier opened her mouth. Is Su Hongyan like the Empress of the Phoenix Kingdom today? Qin Qianming asked tentatively. Exactly. Hearing Su Meier's reply, Qin Qianming was also a bit unsure of herself. The head of a country, which is not even on the same level as us. Are you guys affectionate? Su Meier, Bai Shishir, and Lu Yuehan were all silent after hearing that last sentence. What's wrong? Is it a bad relationship? Qin Qianming looked at the three women's faces and felt something was wrong. It's not bad, it's just that she's too strict with us. Lu Yuehan's words made Qin Qianming lose her head. Strictly? I still remember what she said to us at that time. All for Martial Emperor Yang Yan's woman's strength is so weak, also have the nerve to go out with Yang Yan to meet people? Su Meier even mimicked Su Hongyan's demeanor as she reprimanded them at that time. Qin Qianming completely froze. Sister Hongyan forced us to go cultivate every day at that time, and since we all had Yang Yan to protect us at that time, we weren't too attached to the matter of cultivation. The more Lu Yuehan spoke, the more she felt guilty. Our daily priority at the time was how we could gain favor with Yan. So just. Bai Shishir became even more vain when she finished, blushing and lowering her head. Now you know the importance of cultivation, don't you? This time it's Qin Shenmeng who's reprimanding them. Got it. Got it. Got it. Qin Shenmeng looked at the three of them with some envy. She was a little curious as to what kind of life they used to have between them. What does Yang Yan do every day? It's fun to think about. Alright, things have come to this point. First think about how to say to the Phoenix Empress. Wait, Phoenix Empress, no, Yang Yan is still alive? Qin Shenmeng finished by Shirshir suddenly shook a bit. Shirado, do you know something? It was only under Qin Shenmeng's pressure that Bai Shirshir slowly opened her mouth. Sister Red Smoke doesn't know that Yang Yan is still alive. Since you've all been together for a while before, then it's up to you guys to talk to the Phoenix Empress. Tell her the news that Yang Yan is still alive. Don't say the real purpose for now. The rest is up to Yang Yan himself. Good. Good. Bai Shirshir stammered and replied in her heart. She had begun to constantly apologize. Yan brother, don't blame me. We are also doing it for your own good. Yang Yan, who was about to leave the Holy Land, suddenly felt a trace of coolness coming from his back, causing him to shiver. With a puzzled face, Yang Yan looked up at the sun that was basking in the sun and muttered in his heart, strange, how can I still feel cold when this big sun is basking in the sun? However, Yang Yan did not know that at this time he has been Qin Shenmeng. They arranged clearly. Yang Yan didn't think much about it and went to look for Yun. When he came to the familiar river again, Xiao Yun's expression was obviously more joyful than the last time. Big brother, did you come to see me? Xiao Yun was a little pleased. Sure, come on, let's go, let's take you out. Long live Big brother. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled after hearing this. Would it not be too good to lie to children like this? Yang Yan didn't care about it even after he lied. After sitting on Ayumu's back, he instructed Ayumu to go in the direction of Green Bamboo Town. Big brother, where are we going this time? Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask. To a small town. A small town? Is there anything interesting there? Well, the older men and women there blowing awesome are pretty fun. What? Nothing, we'll talk when we get there. Oh, Cloud didn't ask many questions along the way. Green Bamboo Town is not far after Yuanwu City. However, Yang Yan looked at the black shadow in front of him and it seemed that it wasn't so easy to pass this time. Big brother, there seems to be a very strong demonic beast up ahead. Well, I feel it. Yang Yan simply told Xiao Yun to stop. The direction of the demonic beast in front of us is obviously towards Yang Yan. A 6th-ranked 4-winged white tiger? 6th-ranked demonic beasts are already rare existences in the Martial Kingdom. A 7th-ranked little cloud would be enough to serve as a front for the Yaoan Holy Land. And that Koan from the sword sect of the No-Phase sect. The 4-winged white tiger came in front of Yang Yan before he saw the person who was driving it clearly. Yang Yan felt a little familiar. It was a very young lad, but the smell of blood emanating from him made Yang Yan feel very uncomfortable. It's not the smell of beast blood like the barbarians, this time it's the actual smell of human blood. Hey kid, I've got my eye on this big bird of yours, let me have him. In response, Yang Yan just lightly grunted. What do you mean? I'm the grandson of Duke Lu's grandson, Lu Zhanxing, you can still live if you give it to me now. Yang Yan heard before finally remembered this kid in front of him. At that time an Mo was listening to the rain building to see a sight of the. From what I've seen so far, Mo Wu doesn't seem to have made this kid pay for anything. You think I'd be afraid of your ass Lu Boy if I could ride this big bird? Yang Yan responded. After hearing this, Lu Zhanxing's face was fierce. I haven't been afraid of anyone in the Martial Kingdom, even the people from the 5 major powers have to give me a few points of face when they see me. How dare you kid talk to me like that? Yang Yan shook his head with a disappointed face. No wonder Wushu is in shambles. How can we get back to the peak of Wushu with such assholes around? Hey, do you know how Fang Hu died? Lu Zhanxing was a bit flustered after hearing this. Of course he knew how Fang Hu died. The heads of a family were hung above the city gates. He had never seen such a big scene. You. Don't scare me, either give me the big bird or I will tell my grandfather to give me the big bird after scrapping you. Alas. Yang Yan sighed and then instantly disappeared inside the field of vision of Lu Battlestar. Lu Zhanxing didn't even see how Yang Yan disappeared. And with it came a scream. Ah ha ha ha. Only to see Lu Zhanxing's right arm directly cut off. The arm fell right off. Yang Yan's hand was holding a feather plucked from Xiao Yun's body, which was now covered with blood. Lu Zhanxing instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He covered his constantly bleeding broken arm, gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Yan with an unbelievable face. It's the first time he's met someone who's so ruthless. Kid, you crazy? I am the grandson of the Duke of the Martial Kingdom. A Duke of State who is only 1 rank lower than Emperor Wu. Lu Zhanxing couldn't believe it at all. This was the second time he met someone who didn't give his grandfather face. Because the first time was Mo Wu. Yang Yan slowly flew back to Little Cloud's back looking at Lu Zhanxing with a disdainful face. Call your grandfather here and see if I dare to break one of your grandfather's arms. Chapter 85, Xianqi Sect's Underground Chamber. After hearing this, Lu Zhanxing could only look at Yang Yan viciously. Don't leave if you have the guts, I'll call my grandfather. Okay, go ahead. Yang Yan replied with disdain. Then Lu Zhanxing rode the 4-winged white tiger to escape in a mess. Yun, let's go. Ha, big brother really does think differently from others hee hee. Xiao Yun first looked puzzled, then felt as if there was nothing wrong again. Yang Yan was too busy to play house with this asshole. Taking his arm would have been a mercy. Yang Yan is now at the peak of the Yuanjia cave body. Even if Lu Battlestar's grandfather comes, he's not to be feared. After all, Yang Yan's Yuanjia Dong body was different from other people's Yuanjia Dong bodies. Yang Yan is an existence that can release all the spiritual power of the Yuanjia cave body in an instant. And that's not counting the chaos aura. Even if you can't beat me, you can still use your forbidden magic to escape. But now Yang Yan has no time to play with them. Little Cloud fluttered his wings and had already left Yuanwu City by now. After flying for a while, Yang Yan felt the power of an aura bursting out from behind him. And it's very strong. No need to guess that it's the spiritual energy that erupted from the incompetent rage of Grandpa Lu Battlestar. Third level of Qiankuan? With this amount of strength, it's too inadequate. Yang Yan said with a disdainful face, his tone filled with mockery and contempt. Now Yang Yan was even more relieved to leave Yuanwu City. He came to Green Bamboo Town without a care in the world. Yang Yan asked Xiaoyun to find a place far away to land and transform into a human form. After all, Xingzhou Town is full of ordinary people, and seeing Xiaoyun's appearance might cause chaos. There's no need for a passport like in Wenmu Castle. As long as you're a human being, the gates of Green Bamboo Town will always be open for you. Yang Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath just after passing through the city gates. Ha, familiar flavor. It's still good to have this life. The streets are crowded with people. It's very noisy. And all this noise makes Green Bamboo look like a vibrant town. Yun is also attracted to this place. As soon as I came in, I saw a very conspicuous dragon displayed by a vendor to attract customers. This dragon is made of sugar and looks more dominant with its golden color appearance. Big brother, I want that. Xiaoyun pulled Yang Yan by the corner of his shirt and pointed at the dragon made of sugar and said, "Okay, go over there." When the vendor saw Yang Yan coming in his direction, he was also very smart. "What type of candy do you want this gentleman? Anything? Of course, you mustn't know a little bit of everything to live by your craft. Okay then, make me a crane out of it." Okay. After saying the conditions, the vendor immediately started his operation. Xiaoyun watched with rapt attention as a crane was slowly drawn in sugar on the iron plate. It made Yun applaud. Awesome. When the vendor was done, he waited for the sugar to solidify and then gave it directly to Xiaoyun. 3 coppers, thank you, sir. After using spirit stones for so long, suddenly switching back to copper plates made Yang Yan a bit uncomfortable. But Yang Yan still has a few coins. After paying, Yang Yan suddenly asked, "Boss, do you know where the Xianqi sect is?" The vendor became instantly wary upon hearing the name. "Gongzi, you can't be a disciple of the Xianqi sect who has returned from going out to practice, can you?" "Of course not, just heard that there is this clan, rode over to take a look, I have my own clan, won't mess around." The stall owner was relieved to hear Yang Yan's answer. "This clan is a bloodsucker, it might be retribution, it was exterminated by a strong man a month ago, now Xianqi sect should be in a desolate state, no one dares to go up to see it. Why do you call them bloodsuckers? You don't know from the field, those people rely on their own a bit of strength every day to find us to ask for protection money, who cares about their protection, but we just can't beat them, so we have to swallow our anger." Just as Yang Yan guessed, it's still about money. There's no way someone from the Xianqi sect would ask for so much money for the sake of gambling. Lei Wuxing seems to have some secret he didn't tell Yang Yan. Then where is the Xianqi sect? The stall owner extended his finger to point to a green hill in the distance. The Xianqi sect is up there, and I've heard that a lot of people have died, and every night people hear strange cries, so no one dares to go up and look. Yang Yan glanced at the green hills not far away after turning back and thanked the vendor boss before pulling Xiaoyun to leave. All the way there, Yun was looking at the cranes made of candy. "Big brother, it's painted like this. That's for sure, who would buy it if the painting doesn't look like it? Big brother, the smell on that mountain is awful." Xiaoyun showed a disgusted look on his face. "We're here to fix that, stay close to me and you'll be fine." "Good. A man and a demon are talking and walking. By now, we've arrived at the foot of that green mountain. It's very quiet around here. There's not even one. But the trash on the ground suggests that this place used to be very busy. A staircase with no end in sight. Right in the center of the Dragon Gate stand are the words Xianqi sect. The lettering has been partially obscured by dust, but it's still recognizable. From the extent of the outside, this was no longer the strength that an unorthodox sect could display. Perhaps it shouldn't be said that the Xianqi sect is not in the league, it should be said that they don't have much interest in these rankings. With doubts, Yang Yan tightly pulled Xiaoyun up the ladder. Many of the steps are cracked. It crunches when you step on it. It's surrounded by old trees. There's nothing strange about it. Until Yang Yan walked to the top of the mountain. Looking at the ramshackle building in front of us, which can only be described as a mess, Yang Yan continued to advance to the biggest tall building. Push open the cobweb-stained door and there's nothing inside. In other words, there's no sign of a fight at all. The strange smell peaked at this point as it left Sayomi's nostrils. "It smells so bad, my bloodline seems to be suppressed." Yang Yan was immediately on guard. Can suppress the small cloud bloodline? Yang Yan only know the phoenix can, if so then here once at least had a phoenix general existence. Yang Yan had to open his violet gold pupils. Only then did Yang Yan see the black aura filling the surroundings. And it looks like this aura is leading somewhere. Yang Yan followed, came to a seemingly plain piece of flooring. The black aura spread to the floor below. Yang Yan squatted down and knocked with his knuckles and found that the floor was empty underneath. There should be some kind of mechanism, but Yang Yan chose the simple and rough approach. Straight up punched the floor. Then a secret passage appeared. It was very dark down there, so deep that you could only look at the little staircase in front of you. Yang Yan didn't think so. Go on, get down there. Xiao Yun followed with an apprehensive look on his face. As soon as they came down, the fire lamps on the walls lit up by themselves. This is a psychic torch, it will automatically light up as long as there is psychic energy around it. And that means the black scent filling the air isn't an aura at all. Now Yang Yan feels more and more interesting. Chapter 86 Strange Demonic Beast, Gourd Immortal. This secret passage is very long. Yang Yan has walked for a long time but he hasn't seen the end yet. Big brother, are we standing still? Xiao Yun's words reminded Yang Yan. How long have we been gone? It's been a while. We should be in a formation. The person who laid this formation is so skillful that even I can detect it. Xiao Yun panicked when she heard that. Ha! Big brother, what are we going to do then? Head back. Small problem, wouldn't it be better to tear the place down? After saying that, Yang Yan's body suddenly sprouted a black aura. This is the Chaos Aura. For a moment, Yun felt a little suffocated. Xiao Yun only saw the black aura finally coalesce in Yang Yan's palm. Then Yang Yan put his hand on the ground. Rumbling sound. A huge purple slap mark went all the way down the line. Yang Yan opened his aura shield and pulled Xiao Yun, quietly waiting for the result. Xiao Yun watched in disbelief as the slap mark recklessly broke through the stairs. At the end there was a loud clanging sound. It should be the end, let's go. Xiao Yun was frozen by now. Big brother, what kind of move is this? The forbidden technique of the demon clan, the demon chakra palm, it uses essence blood as the price to release it. This is just a parody on my part. Forbidden arts are actually moves that can only be released when the aura is converted into a chaotic aura. But the cost of converting an aura into a chaotic aura is often very frightening. That's why Yang Yan classified these techniques as forbidden. And this magic break palm is less than a tenth of its true power, but just enough to get by. Xiao Yun was now certain that the man in front of it was very strong. Can't see where it's strong, but it's strong. Then Yang Yan slowly landed with Xiao Yun, all the way down to the ground, where it's much more luxurious than up there. There are aura torches all around. It's like daytime in here. The place where Yang Yan was standing was a stone platform, and it's sturdy. The devil's chakra palm actually didn't shatter, only leaving a palm print. And the view in front of us is a bit strange. Visible chains. Something terrible must have been imprisoned here. The chain is as thick as Yang Yan's thigh. The first thing to rule out is the imprisonment of human beings. Then the rest can't be the demon race or the devil race. There's a lot of bones next to the chain. I think it's a human bone by the size of it. The closer Xiao Yun gets, the harder his body gets. Finally, he couldn't hold on much longer and fell to his knees. Seeing this, Yang Yan covered Little Cloud with an aura shield. It made it impossible for these black unknown auras to get close to Little Cloud, which made Little Cloud feel a hint of comfort. Judging from Xiao Yun's reaction, Yang Yan is more inclined to think that this place used to hold a demonic beast. Could it be that the Shenqi sect needs money so badly just to feed this demonic beast? Yang Yan couldn't help but say to himself, extraordinary times, extraordinary means. Yang Yan closed his eyes and sat down and directly began to meditate, his body against the white bones on the ground over there. Xiao Yun only saw Yang Yan release an aura onto the white bones. Then a white mist appeared over the white bones. Images are slowly appearing in the fog. Let completely overturned the small cloud cognition. The image inside the white fog slowly became clearer as time went on. The image is of a creature with a pair of black wings. It's an animal that crawls on all fours, but despite that, it's at least 7 feet tall. There happen to be 4 chains here, each corresponding to a limb. The sharp fangs in his mouth were just bare. The head looks very similar to that of a tiger, with its white fur. It's a stark contrast to the black wings. I don't think that wing is even his original. Then the picture suddenly flew. The screen turns into a monster's bloody mouth. Then the white mist disappeared. Why is there no picture anymore? What kind of spell is this, big brother? Yun is watching with great interest. Divine traveling, walking alone, being able to see what another person sees. Xiao Yun looked surprised. Can you see it even when it turns white? Turning into white bones that would just show everything the person saw in life, just so I don't have to look for it. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded. It's not wrong to call him big brother. It's just a little spell. I'll teach you when you advance into a king beast. Really? Can I learn too? Sure, but you can't learn it if you become a divine beast, yo. Xiao Yun was instantly a little disappointed. Ha? Why? Because divine beasts are not allowed to learn human spells. Each divine beast has its own spells that it has mastered and cannot mess around with. Then I don't want to be a divine beast, I want to learn this spell. Alright, I'll teach you when you reach the king beast. Yang Yan was secretly happy when he finished speaking. Children are easy to fool. Thinking back to the picture just now, Yang Yan could be sure that it was just the demon race in the picture. But Yang Yan has never seen this kind of demon race before. That means the Genshi sect has been raising man-eating beasts. But what makes Yang Yan puzzled is how did Xianxi sect transfer such a big demonic beast? Then a person appeared in Yang Yan's mind. Thunder Noiseless, Thundergate. Thinking about this, Yang Yan began to suspect that the last demonic beast that met him on the airship was probably in his airship. But I was too low in cultivation at that time. If you can't open your purple gold pupils, you won't be able to see the hidden demonic breath. Green Bamboo Town is the way to Yuanwu City. And at that time so many cultivators were going to Yuanwu City to attend the Yuanwu Dao conference. But the day the Yuanwu Dao conference started, Yang Yan didn't see Thunder Sect's arrival. And what were Lei Wusheng's intentions in going to Green Bamboo Town? Yang Yan boldly guessed that Lei Wusheng had a lot to do with the demonic beast in the picture. But Yang Yan couldn't figure out why he had to play the role of destroying the clan. Why did Qiyu, as the former Grand Elder of the Xianxi sect, go to the southern wasteland to buy fire spirit pearls? Is the man inside the Sea of Fire mentioned in Xiao Qianfeng's sister's bloody book Qiyu? Is there any connection between the black shard given to him by Luo Xiaolan and these things? All of this points to the Xianxi sect. If you want to investigate clearly, you have to find Lei Wusheng and ask him what he really saw when he came to Xianxi sect. But now Yang Yan was even more curious if Qiyu is still alive. So the next step is to find Mo Wu. Yang Yan was just about to pull Xiao Yun away when a hollow voice came in. Kid, you want to leave after making my sleeping place look like this? Yang Yan only heard his voice but didn't see his face. It sounds like it's coming from far away. But Yang Yan won't accept that. I only saw Yang Yan open his hands and chanting something. Divine journey breaking delusion. In an instant, the surrounding area was wrapped in a mysterious power. The door hidden behind the chain opens automatically. Inside, there's only a table and a black gourd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That found me? The sound continued and the gourd shook with it. Gourd immortal? Didn't you ascend? Now the gourd was even more pressed, and shook violently. The gourd fell straight to the ground. No dude, how do you even know who I am? Chapter 87, The Man of Destiny. This gourd of yours I've seen before in the Hanggu Ascension record. Gourd immortal. Yang Yan walked over and picked up the gourd and shook it. There's nothing in there either. This is just a wisp of my residual soul, my main body is still in the immortal realm. Yang Yan instantly became interested. You're really immortal. That's natural, I see that your meridians are broken but you actually still have the cultivation of Yuanza cave body. Your kid is not simple Hey, that's natural, how long have you been staying here? It's been a long time, only just awakened by your aura. After hearing that, Yang Yan felt a little disappointed. This also means that the gourd immortal has no idea what ever happened here. So what are you leaving a remnant of your soul here for? Waiting for the person who has the destiny. My gourd is not simple, if it is not ascension nothing can be taken, I would have taken it away long ago. Did something happen in the fairy world? Yang Yan looked curious. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Not that I'm leaving, take your time and wait here for your destined one. Yang Yan turned around and was ready to leave. Wait, why are young people so fickle nowadays? In advance, I can only reveal a little. Wash your ears. You know that immortals can't come down to earth, don't you? Yang Yan nodded. I have indeed heard of such a thing. And yet the daughter of the Lord of the immortal world is the one who came down to earth. When Yang Yan heard this, it seemed like a big deal. True martial emperor descended to earth the year he ascended? No, 2,000 years back, the immortal lord was thunderstruck after learning of such a thing and the 12 true immortals worked together to block the passageway between the human and immortal worlds, and from then on, those in the lower realms could no longer ascend into immortality. Yang Yan is very aggrieved at this time. If it was not the daughter of the lord of this immortal realm back then he would have ascended long ago. But thinking about not being able to come down to earth to live with him, Su Mayer and the others after ascension, I suddenly feel that it's nothing. I see that your mixed body and heavenly demon body must have already tried transitional ascension a long time ago, right? The problems in your body are also left over from that time, right? Worthy of being an immortal, that's all guessed, so can you reveal a little more about why the daughter of the lord of that immortal realm is descending to the earth? This is interesting, we immortals are not six-rooted pure, we also need to get married and start a family, and the daughter of the lord of the immortal realm herself projected that her destined person was in the mortal world, and then this happened. Yang Yan listened with great interest. That means an immortal's fated person is in the mortal world? Does this sort of thing happen often? It's rare, but no one dares to come down to earth to violate this rule, but she's the daughter of the lord of the immortal realm, who dares to stop her? The more Yang Yan listened, the more interesting he felt. What happened after that? Does anyone know who the destined person is for the daughter of the lord of the immortal world? Hey, the immortal lord really looked for someone to project. I didn't expect that this mortal actually can't even project the fate of the immortal, and finally spent 10,000 years of immortal yuan before launching. That person's surname is Yang, and his destiny is to bring fire. Oh, last name Yang. What? Last name Yang? What the hell are you excited about, are you? Yang Yan's mind was instantly confused, as if he was wrapped in an invisible thread of toughness. Boy talk, what's your name? My name is Yang Yan. Surname Yang, fire in your life, it can't be you, ha. The gourd immortal suddenly burst out laughing. Luckily he had left a remnant of his soul back then, otherwise how could he have heard such interesting news? No way, there's no such thing as a coincidence. Yang Yan quickly waved his hand and said, "You're very famous in our immortal realm, those who have ascended from the mortal world to the immortal realm basically know you." Yang Yan pointed his finger at himself in confusion. All know me? Right, no one has unified this mortal realm for more than 10,000 years in the Hanggu years, and it was finally done by your kid, what a feat. Overpraise, luck is just not right since all know me that projected the surname Yan life with fire should not be suspected to me? Ha, now I kind of know why you have turned into such a body. The thunder tribulation back then should be the punishment sent down by the Lord of the Immortal Realm. I didn't expect you to survive. Yang Yan, so the culprit is the Lord of the Immortal World? He's not the one who's sick, is he, to strike me with lightning without even confirming it? I don't know about that, I'd rather kill than let go. Hoping that I would have been split into this even if I didn't transmigrate at that time? Quite possibly. Damn it be, when I ascend up there I'll be the first to him. Just the way you are now and you still want to ascend? The Immortal Realm passages are all closed off. Minor problem, splitting isn't. Immortal Gourd froze instantly after hearing this. If anyone else had said that, he might have laughed out loud. But this man in front of him had done something that no one had accomplished for more than 10,000 years in the 100 years. Since that's the case I'll play along with you. This gourd of mine is capable of instantly turning all kinds of herbs into pills. It should be helpful to you. So powerful? Can any herb do that? What about the 9th grade? Hey, I'm an immortal gourd, so don't compare me to these mortal things. What else does it do besides that? It can also convert treasures into aura, which can instantly raise you a few realms. That good? With that said, Yang Yan took out a 7th grade long sword. Come and try. Okay. It didn't take long for the gourd immortal to turn the long sword into a puddle of spiritual liquid. Drink it. Yang Yan raised his gourd and drank it. The body instantly became hot and dry. Just now it was still at the 5th level of the Yuanzha cave body, and now it was back to its peak. Great stuff. This marvelous feeling made Yang Yan couldn't help but sigh. This aura is disposable. When it runs out, it's gone. As long as you have enough treasures, the transition realm is just as easy. Is this an immortal weapon? Actually, this thing has side effects. But you have 2 ancient body types, the mixed body and the heavenly demon body, so the side effects have no effect on you. How long will this aura remain? Half an incense burner. It is also enough to use. By the way, you are immortal. This thing do you recognize? Yang Yan then took out the black fragment given by Luo Xiaolan. The gourd immortal looked for a long time before speaking. I can't tell, but I'm certain it's something from the immortal realm that came down to earth and became like this. It's the fairy world again. Yang Yan then took out the black sword given by Qin Suntian. What about this? No, where do you find all this weird stuff? Just look, I picked it up. Then Immortal Gourd took another half-hearted look. I don't recognize it, but I'm sure it's something from our immortal world as well. Asterisk 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 Q. I don't know anything. Chapter 88, The Tiger's Talisman. The Gourd Immortal was aggrieved, but he couldn't say it. He didn't know where Yang Yan had found so many strange and weird things. You doubt you've come down from the fairy world, so many things I've never seen before. I'd like to, but the Lord of the Immortal Realm won't let me go up. There's nothing good about the immortal world. It's not as good as the mortal world. By the way, this immortal cloud crane next to you doesn't seem simple. Yang Yan looked at Xiao Yun. Yun looks confused. It's something to talk about later, get out of here first. Afterwards, Yang Yan picked up the gourd and pulled Xiao Yun to leave the place. Back on the ground, the gourd immortal couldn't help but sigh. It's still beautiful in the mortal world. How long have you been ascending? The 5,472-year ascension of Hanggu. That's quite a long time. Let's talk about it on the way. Little Cloud, let's go back to Yuanwu City. When Little Cloud changed back to his demonic beast form, Immortal Gourd couldn't help but ask the question. Why don't you use void teleportation? Isn't that only in the transition realm that one can rip through space and teleport? Do I look like someone who can rip through space like this? I almost forgot. Okay, let's use the flying one, then. Yun suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Big brother, is it true that you won't need me after you reach the transition realm? The transition realm, it's still far away. I can take you with me to teleport. Right. After coaxing Xiao Yun, Yang Yan continued to talk to the Gourd Immortal. Say, what does the daughter of that immortal world lord look like? Is it good looking? You're not talking nonsense. The mother of the immortal world is recognized as the best looking woman in the entire immortal world. There's no one else. Do you think that the daughter she gave birth to would be bad? Wouldn't that be cheaper for that immortal world lord? Yang Yan suddenly felt very unhappy. He's the one who made him look like this and still married such a good-looking woman. That can't be helped. That's the Lord of the Immortal Realm. But I haven't seen the Mother of the Immortal Realm in over 1,000 years, and I heard that she's also descended to the earth. The immortal realm is quite interesting, all mortals want to ascend, and all immortals want to descend to the earth. I count myself among the group that ascended early, and I still have some status in the immortal realm before I learned of such news. Is it coming down to earth to find his daughter? Most likely, I'm not sure exactly. Big brother, we're here. Xiao Yun spoke up. Okay, you change back to your human form and hold my hand tight. Then Xiao Yun pulled Yang Yan and floated in the air, and soon Xiao Yun suddenly felt a mysterious power wrapping it up. Hold on tight. With a swish, little Cloud had reached the ground in the mere blink of an eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, what is this spell again? Still, I'll teach you when you become a king beast. The gourd immortal couldn't help but ask. Just now when I was underground I wanted to ask if this was a move recorded inside the divine journey? Yo, you know quite a bit. Isn't that an ancient technique? How come you kid has everything? That's out of your hands. I've heard there's an upper and a lower chapter. Which one does your boy possess? All of it. Inside, there are 10 kinds of spells recorded, each one is very difficult to learn. How many have you learned? Yang Yan is still the same. All of it. Alas, forget it, don't want to talk to a demon like you. If you were born in the ancient times the lord of the immortal realm would be you, I'm afraid. Thanks for the compliment, let's go. Xiao Yun was listening to the clouds and was puzzled. What's this about the lord of the immortal world? What's this about the next chapter? Xian Yun's brain was never that big in the first place. Suddenly so many things flooded into her brain, it almost made Xiao Yun stupid. Yang Yan is only doing this to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, he just messed with the road warrior. His grandpa's probably still mad at him. It'll be a pain in the ass if you run into it. What is this place? It looks pretty nice. The gourd immortal kept shaking up on Yang Yan's waist to show his excitement. Yuanwu City, the most prosperous place in Zhonghua. Is it still called Middle God after all these years? What about other places? It's all the same, how dare you change what you left behind? That's. While talking, Yang Yan unknowingly walked to the rain house. But at this time, the rain house has changed its look. This is no longer a place to drink and eat. Yang Yan knew what was going on when he looked at the signboard with the 3 big words Red Face Pavilion written on it. It's been converted into a greenhouse. 2 rows of heavily made-up women stood in the doorway, posing in skimpy outfits to attract male customers. Yo yo yo, you're too kind, we just met to bring me to a place like this. What can you do with a gourd? Yeah, I forgot. Yang Yan looked around and saw the familiar man in black standing in front of a rain gear store. Yang Yan took Xiao Yun and walked over. Lord Martial Emperor, follow me. Although the Listening to Rain building was remodeled, the secret room inside was not discovered. The man in black led Yang Yan to the headquarters of Tianji Dao again by taking the small paths. Xiao Yun stared at everything around him with wide eyes and open mouth in disbelief. Mo Wu came out to greet him with a smile on his face. Hello again, Martial Emperor. What's going on? Where's Listening to Rain House? Remember that kid who came to cause trouble that day? Duke Lu's grandson, Lu Zhanqing, who used his grandfather's identity to remodel my Listening Rain House. That's not like you, is it? No resistance? Mo Wu smiled and shook his head. Isn't resistance causing you trouble? It's not like we're only relying on Hearing Rain House to make money. I wouldn't be able to swallow that if I were. I know, that's why I'm waiting for you to arrive and for your instructions. Put these trivialities aside first, help me find information about a man named Qiyu, once an elder of the Xianqi sect. Afterwards Mo Wu gave a wink to the people from Tianji Dao behind him and went to follow Yang Yan's instructions to look for information. By the way, there's one more thing, someone's using the tiger's talisman. Mo Wu spoke faintly. A tiger talisman? Who uses it? I don't know, still investigating, heard rumors that it seems to be the patriarch of a certain clan, but the news is still to be confirmed. What did the man move the tiger symbol for? Starting a war. Mo Wu's voice suddenly became very small when he spoke these words, because he knows what Yang Yan hates most is war. As expected, Yang Yan's face suddenly darkened after hearing it. Where did he wage war? The kingdom of Heavenly Phoenix. Hearing these 3 words Yang Yan's face changed back. That's okay. Is it because the Empress is there? Aha. With the Empress' temper those soldiers might not survive. Hearing Mo Wu's words instantly woke Yang Yan up. 100,000 soldiers to wage war against Tianfeng. It's no different than getting killed. Whoever used the tiger symbol wanted these soldiers to die. Military orders, those soldiers were most likely taken advantage of. Mo Wu could see Yang Yan's meaning. Going to save it? Yang Yan was in deep thought. He's going to save the soldiers. Then who's going to save him? Can you still safely return to the martial state after meeting Su Hongyan? Chapter 89, Divine Calculation, Zhuge Yunma. As we speak, the person Mo Wu just sent to look for information has also returned. Only this time, I came back empty-handed. He shook his head toward Mo Wu. Yang Yan also knew what was going on. Yang Yan could understand, after all, it wasn't like Tianji Dao was really prying into the heavens. It's true that an unimpressive clan elder can't make Mo Wu bother to find out about him. I'm sorry, we only have news of him going to the southern wasteland to acquire fire spirit beads back then, and then he was nowhere to be found. After listening to Mo Wu's words, Yang Yan clasped his hands on his chest and began to think about it. From what I've seen, the Shenqi sect's reason for going to all this trouble is to feed the monster that's imprisoned beneath the sect's grounds. Yang Yan has never seen that monster before. Yang Yan knew it was no good when he recalled its hideous and horrible face. It's just that Yang Yan couldn't figure out, since that monster could be fed with human flesh, then why do they need spirit stones so much? Using spirit stones to buy people to feed that monster? That doesn't sound like something a villain would do. And where's all the lava from Broken Inferno Mountain? That was magma that had existed since eternal ages, and the natural fire spirit power contained within it couldn't be measured by anything. Back then, Yang Yan blocked the mountain rather than protecting the magma underneath the mountain. Such a huge layout, such an unsolved chessboard that Yang Yan thought of Zhuge Yunma. Except for the people of the Shenqi sect, perhaps he's the only one who knows something about what's going on. Thinking of this, Yang Yan pulled out the token with the word Kuan printed on it from inside his storage ring. I'm going to meet Zhuge Yunma. Mo Wu sent someone to take Xiao Yun for a stroll around Yuanwu City, and we'll talk about the money when we return. Yes. Xiao Yun looked worried after hearing this. Big brother, where are you going? Well, far, far away, but I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yang Yan injected spiritual energy into the token, and then the token was split into two halves. The distance separating them grew, and the tokens of the two steps became larger and larger, until the two halves of the token, which had just been the size of a palm, ended up as a doorframe. A light blue vortex formed in the center. It seems to be deep inside. Afterwards, Yang Yan took a big step and walked in. The token also returned to Yang Yan's hand after he entered. Xiao Yun's mind instantly went blank. Where's my big brother? Where is my such a big brother? This is the void teleportation formation. You'll know about it after you become a level 3 king beast. Mo Wu explained from the sidelines. At this moment, Yang Yan has been teleported to the Kunlun Immortal Mountain, which is 10,000 miles away from Zhongwang. When you come to this place, you will be greeted by a ray of green, where flowers and trees grow wild. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the air is very fresh. Inhaling a mouthful of fatigue seems to have disappeared. There's a cabin under a big tree in front of us, just underneath the lush branches of a large tree, shielded from the sun's rays. Soon the door of the cabin was pushed open. A good-looking man poked his head out. The body was dressed in black and white, even the hair was black and white. There's also a small yin-yang taiji mark in the center of his forehead. He exudes an aura that makes you think he's well-read, elegant and serious. My grand warlord, it's been a long time. Zhuge Yunmo remained expressionless after hearing this. It's been a long time. I did count on someone coming to see me today, but I didn't think it would be you. Yo, really? So did you figure out back then if I was going to die for real or fake it? You know, I can't figure out your destiny. Come in and sit down. Hearing Zhuge Yunma's invitation, Yang Yan naturally didn't welcome it. Hey, this guy has white lines all around him, is he okay? The gourd immortal couldn't help but ask. It's the karma he needs to bear after prying into the heavens, small problem. The gourd immortal immediately shut up. Karma was something that even the immortals were afraid of. When there is a cause, there is an effect, and even the immortals can't tell if it's a fruit of life or a fruit of death. People are afraid of the unknown. So do the immortals. When you walk into the house, it's very simple. There's only an unfinished chessboard on the table and a teapot with 2 teacups. There's nothing left. You're still living on a shoestring. Yang Yan faintly said. Money is nothing, so why should I live that extravagantly when I'm on my own? Okay, you know those big words yourself. I'm looking for you for something. Yang Yan hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt, because he knew that if he let Zhuge Yunma continue to talk like this, it would be dark before he could ask what he wanted to know. What do you want with me? Do you have paper and ink? Naturally. After saying that, Zhuge Yunma tore through the space next to him and took out paper and ink. It's still the transitional stage that's convenient. The storage ring isn't even needed anymore. Yang Yan sighed and then sat down and took away the chessboard on the table and then drew the picture he saw in Xianqi sect with Divine Journey, Solitary Journey from memory. After drawing the monster in the picture, he handed it to Zhuge Yunma. Do you recognize this creature? Zhuge Yunma took it in his hand and scrutinized it carefully. This should be a demonic beast from the ancient times, and according to this appearance you drew, it shouldn't be its full body yet. So you know what kind of demonic beast he'll be when he grows up? Looking at it, it should be a sacred fire beast, and when it's fully grown it will emit never-ending flames on its body, and its wings will turn crimson, and its strength will be comparable to that of a grade 3 king beast. Holy fire beast? Yang Yan revealed a puzzled expression. Haven't really heard of it. This kind of demonic beasts from the ancient times don't have spirituality, they only endlessly destroy and fight. No wonder they're imprisoned in chains, so that's why. What do they keep such monsters for? A third-grade king beast without spirituality is a great killing weapon anywhere. How old is it now? Yang Yan thought back. About 10 feet high. This size is estimated to have the strength of a grade 1 king beast, enough to destroy a country. Help me project where this demonic beast is now. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Zhuge Yunma suddenly snapped his fingers. The surroundings suddenly changed. Yang Yan felt as if he was outside of this world, and the stars in the sky flickered with a faint but bright light. These stars are like jewels set in the black canopy, radiating a mesmerizing light. They are either densely clustered together in spectacular nebulae, or they shine alone as the brightest presence in the night sky. This space was deep and mysterious, and the endless darkness contained countless mysteries and possibilities. You never get tired of this place no matter how many times you see it. How beautiful it is. Yang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Zhuge Yunma didn't respond, but closed his eyes slightly. The starlight in the sky began to run. The last dazzling starlight floated to Zhuge Yunma's face. Only then did Zhuge Yunma slowly open his eyes. This demonic beast is in the Thunder Sector. Chapter 90 Qianquan overturning the Sky Seal, Sirius up of the Martial Emperor. Yang Yan smiled faintly. I knew it. Do you need me to keep projecting for you? Zhuge Yunma looked at Yang Yan and said, it's better to use the astral manifestation technique sparingly, you're carrying too much on your back. No matter, this life of mine, Zhuge Yunma, is yours anyway. Yang Yan did not speak but quietly looked at Zhuge Yunma. It was a long time before Yang Yan spoke. Lives are your own, and I can't afford to take yours. It's not a problem to project such a small thing, it's projecting the future that will backfire. Want to know something else? Yang Yan thought for a while after listening. I'm kind of curious what's going on with this body of mine. Zhuge Yunma smiled. I knew you were going to ask this. Ancient physique is rare, but you accounted for two in one person, one extremely yin and one extremely yang. Basically all spiritual energy can be absorbed. I see that the aura in your body is very messy. How did it come about? Yang Yan turned his head to the side in embarrassment. Borrowed. Alright, I know all that. Anyway, after the aura enters your body your two physiques begin to function, absorbing and neutralizing and converting, and finally turning into the aura you can now use, then preserving it in your body. Yang Yan suddenly thought of something after hearing it. Then can I directly absorb the spirit stone, those auras, directly for my use? I'm afraid I can't. The conversion needs a medium. Male belongs to yang and female belongs to yin. You need to act as a conductor to finally absorb the yin aura into your body and neutralize the conversion before you can do it. Yang Yan seemed to have heard Zhuge Yunma's meaning. Isn't that? That's right, dual cultivation is a cultivation method that has existed since ancient times, and what has been passed down from the old ancestors is assured to be copied. So the Acacia sect used to be considered to be on a clear path, huh? Yang Yan shouted. In the past, the Acacia sect didn't leave any survivors. That kind of doesn't count as double cultivation, it can only be described as a devilish skill in this era. At this time, Yang Yan finally understood his master's good intentions. It's to keep him from going down the wrong path. I see that the aura in your body is very disorganized. It seems that a number of sister-in-laws have already found you, an enviable body. Yang Yan can only laugh bitterly at this, watching him buried still do not believe that he is dead. Yang Yan, what can be done, of course, is to choose to accept it. After tasting the sweetness, Yang Yan felt that this kind of life was quite good. By the way, just to remind you, the prerequisite for this matter is that the other party's realm is not lower than transformation spirit in order for it to work, which is considered a conservative realm. Yang Yan thought back. His cultivation level as a Yuanzha cave body was not even ranked among those women in the first place. This warning can be largely ignored. At this time, Yang Yan suddenly thought of something else. By the way, I can use the aura converted from this gourd. Nonsense, I'm an immortal prop, anyone can use it. The gourd immortal couldn't help but shout. An immortal product? Is this gourd something left behind by the gourd immortal? It seems that my lord's reputation in the mortal world is still very strong. The gourd immortal is secretly pleased with himself. Yang Yan ignored the gourd immortal and continued speaking. Can that yin-yang born bone flower really repair my meridians? If it can, wouldn't this spiritual energy stay inside me all the time? Theoretically, yes, but you'll have to try it out to know exactly. After all, I haven't used these treasures like the yin-yang born bone flower. Yin-yang born bone flower, huh? Two of them came out during the Hanggu years, and one of them was snatched away by the people of the ancient clan to repair their young master's meridians. After listening to the words of the gourd immortal, Yang Yan is even more assured. Do not come to the time to work for nothing. Then can you make a direct potion? Yang Yan asked tentatively. If it were before, it definitely wouldn't work, but now as long as it's a mortal herb, I don't care how many grades you have, just give it to me directly. Okay. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell, a star-emitting purple color floated in front of Zhuge Yunma. What's wrong? Yang Yan asked. Someone close to you could be in danger right now. Purple is a warning. I suggest you get back now. Yang Yan's heart is beating faster. Who? It's a demonic beast. This demonic beast doesn't seem to be simple. Continuing to project may backfire. Yang Yan instantly thought of Xiao Yun. I'll see you for tea some other time. Let's go. After saying that, Yang Yan injected his aura into the token. Without the slightest delay, he walked into the void teleportation formation and returned to Yuanwu City. Mo Wu has been waiting for Yang Yan to come back. Mo Wu looked at Yang Yan's flustered expression and couldn't help but ask a question. What's wrong? Where's Yun? I sent someone to take her out as you instructed. Xiao Yun seems to be in danger, follow me. After saying that, Yang Yan's left eye emitted a purple light. After coming outside, Yang Yan looked at the demonic breath around him that stretched all the way up to the sky. Yang Yan rose up in the air and continued to follow the demon's breath. He flew until he suddenly reached the clouds before he saw Little Cloud, who had already changed back to the form of a demonic beast at this time. The left wing seemed to have been injured and was dripping blood. Across the street was Lu Battlestar riding a four-winged white tiger. His arm had been restored as before. Next to him stood a white-haired old man, emanating the pressure of the Qianquan realm. I don't need to guess that this old man is Lu Zhanqing's grandfather, the current Duke of Wu. Lu Zhanqing was also very excited after seeing Yang Yan. "Ha, I knew you kid was there too. This time my grandpa is here, I'll see where else you can run to." The old man shouted at Yang Yan with a black face. "Knowing that I am the current Duke of the Kingdom and still daring to lay hands on my grandson, you have a lot of guts." He's still releasing pressure as he speaks. "I can see that you and your grandson are no good." Yang Yan faintly said. "What background do you have that dares you to take a shot at my grandson? Can't you take a shot at your grandson if you don't have a background? Can't I resist when he snatches my demonic beast?" Yang Yan couldn't understand what was going on in this old man's head. "I'm the current Duke of the country. Even if you're a dragon in the Martial Kingdom, you have to lie down for me. A status like yours doesn't deserve a 7th-ranked demonic beast." At that moment, Mo Wu arrived late. Seeing this Mo Wu's arrival, Lu Battlestar's grandfather laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, isn't this the boss behind the Hearing Rain House? Are you still satisfied with the greenhouse I helped you remodel? This is what happens when you bully my grandson. I call the shots in the Martial Kingdom." Mo Wu didn't pay any attention to the old man. Instead, he stood next to Yang Yan quietly waiting for Yang Yan's instructions. Yang Yan's face was expressionless at the moment, not a single ripple in his emotions could be seen. With this look only Mo Wu knew that the Martial Emperor was about to get serious. "Yun, come back." After Yang Yan finished speaking, Xiaoyan turned into human form and Mo Wu pulled Xiaoyan's hand. "Mo none. In. Find someone with a brain to sit in the position of the Duke of State." "Understood." As soon as Mo Wu's words fell, the atmosphere around him suddenly became unusually tense. The originally clear sky was quickly covered by dark clouds, a gloomy peace that made people feel depressed and uneasy. Immediately afterward, a streak of lightning cut through the sky, dancing wildly in the air like a silver snake, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, the winds were raging as if the end of the world was imminent. What followed was a breathless sense of oppression, making it a luxury for Lu Zhanqing and his grandfather to breathe. Then a dark shadow blocked the sun. Lu Zhanqing and his grandfather looked up. A huge slap appeared above their heads without warning. Lu Zhanqing's grandfather knew that with this kind of spiritual power, this kind of oppression, this kind of size, even if a martial emperor came, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Wait, it's my fault for not recognizing me. We can talk, I can pay you back." At this moment, Lu Zhanqing hugged his grandfather tightly, while his grandfather was still pleading for mercy. Yang Yan didn't pay the slightest attention as his right eye emitted a dazzling golden light. Then he slowly stretched out his right palm and mumbled something. Qianquan overturns the heavenly seal. Chapter 91, Just Luck. The huge palm slowly landed following Yang Yan's move. It seemed very slow, but the invisible oppression made it impossible to move. Lu Zhanqing's grandfather could only let go of his hand, and with his hands raised in the air, he decided to give it a try. Yang Yan smiled faintly. When the palm was about to hit the grandparents and grandchildren of Lu Zhanqing, Yang Yan suddenly clenched his fist. The huge palm followed Yang Yan's move and clenched into a fist. In the end, Lu Zhanqing's grandchildren turned into a puddle of blood in the palm of his hand. Yang Yan withdrew his spiritual power before the area returned to the way it was just now. "How come your kid's body is full of heaven-level techniques from the ancient times?" The Gordy mortal's words were obviously very surprising. "Luck." Mo Wu flew over slowly with Little Cloud in tow. "You're still as powerful as ever, Martial Emperor. Alas, it seems that it's not for no reason that the Martial Kingdom has become like this nowadays. If the Martial Emperor isn't you, it doesn't matter to me if this country prospers or not." Mo Wu's words touched something in Yang Yan's heart. Incoming. Yang Yan suddenly became alert. There was so much commotion just now that the arrival was expected. The person who came was the Martial Emperor Chen Yunma. Yang Yan and the two of them calmly watched Chen Yunma's arrival. "May I ask, where is Mr. Lu?" Chen Yunma opened his mouth, his tone still carrying a hint of threat. "Dead. I killed him. Something wrong?" Yang Yan responded indifferently. "You killed my countryman and you ask me for something?" Chen Yunma said while releasing his mighty pressure. Yang Yan spread his hands after hearing this. "It's not my fault he came to seek death." Seeing Yang Yan's cultivation level, Chen Yunma was very confident and wanted to make a move. As a result, Mo Wu stepped aside. "It looks like the Martial Emperor wants to make a move? And what are you?" Chen Yunma looks disdainful. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you please think hard before you consider taking a shot at this man next to me." As soon as Mo Wu's words fell, Chen Yunma burst out laughing. "Ha, this is the Martial Kingdom, I am the Martial Emperor, who can be higher than me here? Do you think I would be afraid? Is that so? Then do you dare to touch someone from Shirato?" Chen Yunma instantly lost the smiling face he had just worn. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Yunma looked at Yang Yan and asked tentatively. "My name is Yang Yan, and I once sat in your current position for a while as well. Chen Yunma's face showed horror. How can he be dead? I've said all that needs to be said, so if you still want to make a move, just come on. Yang Yan said the last sentence and left with Xiao Yun without looking back. After all, Xiao Yun is still injured. Treating the wound is the most important thing. Be glad, he has no interest in your position right now. Do your job as a martial emperor and don't know too much about some things. Mo Wu finished and followed Yang Yan, leaving Chen Yunma to slowly digest the information. I knew it. Suddenly realizing this, Chen Yunma could only look at Yang Yan's back but did not make any moves. Just now he had the illusion that the man in front of him was not the slightest threat to him, but now he thinks he's going to die if he strikes. After returning to the ground, Mo Wu couldn't help but ask. Just now was undoubtedly the best time to snatch back the position of martial emperor. What made you lose interest in this position? At one time I could afford the world, but I failed your sister-in-law and the others, so let me make it up to them now. Mo Wu had nothing to say after hearing Yang Yan's explanation. As Yang Yan said, the former martial emperor Yang Yan could afford the world. Good, no matter what you decide I will trust you unconditionally. Remember to send me a wedding invitation when you get married. Yang Yan just smiled at this and didn't answer Mo Wu, then squatted down to check Little Cloud's injuries. The body strength of a 7th-ranked demonic beast is still okay. It looks like it's just a superficial wound. But Yun's expression looks very hard to bear. Is there something else wrong? Yang Yan asked. I think I'm getting a little dizzy. It's so weird, it feels like my body is light. After listening to Yun's description, this should be poisoned. Yang Yan took out the 10,000 poison pearls and began to heal Xiao Yun's wounds. Asterisk 10,000 poison pearls. Just how many more treasures does your kid have? The Gordy mortal once again pressed on and cried out. Just lucky. With the help of the 10,000 poison pearls, Xiao Yun's face had obviously gotten a lot better. Yang Yan then took out a small jade bottle from inside his storage ring, pouring out the potion contained in it. The scent of the medicine instantly filled the air. It was an emerald green elixir with Dan lines on it. 6th grade lesser returning Dan? There's also an elixir pattern? You don't have any other healing elixirs? Immortal Gord was once again surprised by Yang Yan's actions. There really isn't any. The lowest I have inside my storage ring is a 6th product. Xiao Yun heard the words of the Gord Immortal and realized that this elixir seems to be very precious. Big brother, I only have a superficial wound. It will heal quickly. I don't need such a precious thing. You're a girl, it won't be good for you to get a scar later. I've got a ton of this stuff, eat it. Ha ha ha. There was a sudden burst of laughter from the side. Turning his head to look, it was a man in a light green robe. There was also a white fan in his hand, which looked very elegant when placed on his chest. It also has a distinctive medicinal scent. Dude, did you just say you have a ton of little redeemers? No kidding. Yang Yan knew what this man was with just a simple sweeping glance. With the smell of high-grade medicinal herbs emanating from his body, the only ones who could have this kind of strength were the disciples of the Pill King Valley. Looking at the man's demeanor, it seemed that his status in the Medicine King Valley was not low. Something wrong? Yang Yan faintly said. I'm an inner disciple of the Pill King Valley, Sui. I've been in the Pill King Valley for more than 20 years and have never seen a large pile of lesser reducing pills. Can this brother open my eyes? Mo Wu was just about to go up and say something when Yang Yan reached out and stopped him. A momentary slip of the tongue, no need to be concerned. Yang Yan finished. Sui laughed again. It seems that this elder brother turned out to be talking big. To say such words in order to establish an image of a strong man beside the little girl is too shameless. That's when Yun stepped forward. You're not allowed to talk about my big brother like that, he's awesome. At this time, Xiao Yun's injured arm had almost recovered. You look better and you can talk better than you did just now. Recovered well. Yang Yan said with a smile. With big brother's pills, that's natural. Xiao Yun said with great pride. The words were more like words to Sui. Sui shook his head after hearing. Alas, I didn't expect this child to be cheated by you. You're not a good person at first glance. This little girl is afraid that she wasn't trafficked by you, right? You sound like you want to be a hero? Yang Yan slowly walked forward after saying that, and directly walked to the position less than 1 meter in front of Sui. Chapter 92, Medicine King Valley, let her know. Seeing Yang Yan so strong, Sui is not willing to show weakness. You seem to have a lot of history, don't you? The Phaseless Sword Sect? Or the Yaohe Holy Land? Let me tell you, my family father knows the Holy Mother of the Yaohe Holy Land. What do you have that's good enough for me to play with? Yang Yan fell into thought after hearing this. Well, Qin Shenmeng, wait for me to go back to interrogate you properly. After thinking about it, Yang Yan continued to answer Sui's words. I have no clan. If you want to be a hero, feel free to give it a try and see if she goes with me or you. Then I still have to be the hero today. After saying that, Sui's fan suddenly emitted white light. This fan is at least 5 products, if it was before Yang Yan or where to play as a dart. Then Sui vigorously waved the fan in his hand, and an invisible wind blew toward Yang Yan. The wind blew around Yang Yan like a sword, but it didn't hurt Yang Yan one bit. Sui, what are you doing? A shrill voice reached the ears of both men. Looking toward the source of the sound, he realized that a jade-looking woman was trotting toward Sui. The clothes he's wearing are very similar to Su Wei's. With her long black hair flowing behind her, she looked very innocent. Although it's not as good as any of Su Mayer's girls, it's still considered good-looking. Su Wei instantly smiled after seeing this woman come over. Senior sister, I'm teaching this guy a lesson. He actually lied to that little girl next to him that he had a whole bunch of little redeeming pills to build up his powerful image. I just can't watch it anymore. Yang Yan instantly understood what it meant when he saw it. So I wanted to rely on him to pretend to be a hero in front of my favorite sister. I'm sure there's an antidote within 3 steps. The woman was a little shocked to hear. She looked at Yang Yan and opened her mouth to ask. I'm sorry, the senior brother of mine is just like this, but the little returning pill is our Pill King Valley's unspoken secret medicine, and for you to say something like that would cause a lot of trouble for our Pill King pill. Yang Yan thought to himself, finally, there's someone who can talk properly. Seeing that the woman in front of him was so polite, Yang Yan took out 2 large wooden boxes from inside his storage ring. Open it yourself and take a look. Each box has 50 jade vials, and each jade vial has a small return pill. Yang Yan then showed an expression of please make yourself at home. The woman froze. She was after all a person from the Medicine King Valley. How could she not smell the little redeeming dance scent emanating from inside the box? The woman opened the wooden box with the intention of testing it. The medicinal fragrance emanating from the wooden box in a flash was enough to send alchemists like them into a state of intoxication. There's no alcohol in this potion, but Su Wei is drunk as a dog on the sidelines. After the woman opened the jade bottle with a hard head, she was dumbfounded. She can vouch for her life that it's the Xiao Ruodan. What's more, there's the Dan lines. This is a pattern that can only appear when the fire reaches the perfect state when the herb is formed into a pill in the alchemy furnace. And it also means that not a single trace of the herb's medicinal power was burned by the flame, and it was perfectly practiced into an elixir. In the woman's memory, only the Pill King Valley's Valley Master and some elders have this kind of strength. Su couldn't believe it and squatted down to open the jade bottles one by one. There's no doubt that it's full of small reduction pills with patterns. Su Wei was paralyzed on the ground, his head having gone blank. Damn, you really have a whole bunch of them, don't you? The Gordy mortal cried out again in surprise. Picked it up. Where did you pick it up? How come I haven't seen it in over 1,000 years of living? Then maybe you're unlucky. At this time, the Pill King Valley woman came back to her senses and looked at Yang Yan with an apologetic face. I'm very sorry, I really didn't think you'd have so many little returning pills. Then will what I say cause any trouble for your Medicine King Valley? Do not cause, dare I ask the gentleman's name? Come to our Pill King Valley as a guest in the future. My name is Lu Cherry, I am the Pill King Valley's chief senior disciple. My name is Yang Sen. I have no clan or sect. At this time, Lu Sakura won't believe it even if she says there's no clan or sect. Alright, I hope that your honor will be generous in today's matter. I will definitely go back and give Su Wei a good lecture. After saying that, Lu Sakura pulled Su Wei, who hadn't regained his senses yet, to leave. Is it really okay for you to let them go like that? Don't you explain what's going on? Mo Wu's words made Yang Yan feel very puzzled. Account for what? If I remember correctly, the Pill King Valley's Valley Master was also my sister-in-law here before you faked your death. Weren't you guys quite affectionate? It's as good as done. Even if she doesn't come to me, I'll go to her when I have time later. Yeah? Isn't that what you told me back when you didn't care what you were? If her heart hasn't changed, then why should I let her continue to grieve like this? Yang Yan was afraid that the woman from the Medicine King Valley would be like Lu Yuehan, who was overly grieved and thus went crazy. Yang Yan realized how much his choice was at first. The one who really loves you won't change his mind about you just because you've lost everything. Instead, I want to protect you even more. How do you marry a general who's been in love with you since you were a soldier? Even if you turn back into a soldier, you'll never change your mind. He wants to wait until everything is ready before he goes to see Su Hongyan. It may be out of a man's honor to beat, scold, love, or hate him when the time comes to settle the score. If it's love that breeds hate, at least Yang Yan had the ability to defend himself at that time. Don't be dead by then. Yang Yan's idea is very long-term and beautiful, not knowing that Qin Xianmeng they have already begun to act. Go back and remodel your listening to the Rain Building back, and go to the Shirato people if you need to. I'm leaving. Since it's Lord Martial Emperor's order, then I will definitely do it. Yang Yan just laughed at this and casually collected the 2 wooden boxes on the ground back. Gone. Yang Yan then pulled Xiao Yun and left without looking back. It was nearing afternoon. Yang Yan's next target after leaving Yuanwu City was naturally the Thunder Sect. Yang Yan could have left it alone. After all, his purpose at that time was to let Qin Sangtian and his 3 brothers go back to the way they were when they first broke into the world. But as the investigation deepened, Yang Yan suspected that this matter would threaten Su Hongyan. It may not be a fool's errand to use the Tiger's Talisman to mobilize an army of 100,000 to wage war against Tianfeng. Yang Yan was also unable to know how harmful the sacred fire beast would be after it eventually grew up. Just now, Yang Yan looked at Chen Yunma's face. He didn't seem to be interested in this matter. The more anomalous it is, the more suspicious it is. Maybe he's planning something. No longer thinking too much, Yang Yan took out a longsword from his storage ring and started flying with his sword. I heard that guy just now say that the Pill King Valley's Valley Master seems to be your old flame? The gourd immortal suddenly got nosy. Used to be. How many redheads have you wreaked havoc on, kid? Yang Yan felt very aggrieved after hearing this. You wouldn't say that if you knew the old me. What happened to you before? I used to cultivate the pure young technique, I can't break my body. The gourd immortal was even more sour after hearing that. So you actually have so many old favorites? Chapter 93, Going to the Thunder Sect. At the mention of this, Yang Yan's expression became very melancholic, probably because of the charm. Yes, how do you plan to find that sacred flame beast after you go to the Thunder Sect? Yang Yan thought for a moment. Let's see what happens. If the other party cooperates, then make peace and find the sacred flame beast to find out the reason before considering whether or not to exterminate them. What if it doesn't cooperate? Then let's exterminate them before we go find the sacred fire beast. Yang Yan's tone was very calm. The gourd immortal knew that this guy was definitely not a joke. That sect called the Thunder Sect seems to have a great deal of hatred with you, huh? Pretty much. There was a guy who used to give me an aphrodisiac. Hulu Immortal heard it and instantly started gossiping again. Yo, it sounds like something extraordinary happened back there. And maybe thank him for taking the first step, but he just drugged me like that. I felt very offended to be counted. Counting? A small thing, that guy randomly puts this kind of drug on people, and if it's not addressed in time it can cause irreversible damage to the body. If that's the case, then it does seem a bit off. I'm kind of curious what that guy was thinking at the time. Yang Yan was very puzzled. At that time he obviously did nothing, was invited over to drink, thought the other party is hospitable. I didn't expect Louis to put aphrodisiacs in the wine. This kind of thing might be something Su Mayer would thank him for. Doesn't he know who you are? The gourd immortal was puzzled. He knew who I was and he had the nerve to drug me? Makes sense. If it weren't for the fact that my essence is in the immortal realm, I'd probably have to curtsy when I see you. Don't, you're an immortal, I can't afford it. Ha, I didn't contribute anything to this world in the first place, this is a thank you. After all, I was also a part of this world once. Yang Yan just laughed at this and didn't say anything more. Big brother, were you strong before? Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask. I've seen more new things in a few days with Yang Yan than in a few years in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Well, it's strong. So you're strong now too? Now I have strong people skills. Strong people? What do you mean? Xiao Yun showed a puzzled expression. You'll find out later. Xiao Yun didn't say anything after hearing this and slowly fell into thinking by himself. Yang Yan continued to concentrate on flying. Beforehand, he had looked for Mo Wu to inquire about the location of the Thunder Gate, and although a long time had passed, those buildings down there hadn't changed much. I heard Mo Wu say that Thunder Sect is at Eagle's Nest. As the name suggests, it looks like a hawk's beak from the outside. And the Thunder Sect is built on top of the mountain. Not long after, Yang Yan had seen a dark cloud in the distance. All around was a clear white cloud, except for a dark cloud not far away. It looks very abrupt. And with lightning. This is the Thunder Sect's exclusive cultivation method. Using lightning to build up one's strength, this self-inflicted behavior is dangerous but also very effective. The Thunder Sect was not weak. It's because of this cruel cultivation method that the Thunder Sect can't recruit disciples, though it was what caused the Thunder Sect to be placed in the second-rate sect's lineage category. Yang Yan still remembers when the Thunder Sect sectmaster was still able to fight with him for a few moves, but it's just a couple of moves. I can see the buildings on the ground right below the dark clouds. The whole thing is a purple design. It's got a nice ring to it. After a slow landing, we came to the gate. Just flew through the sky in an overly obvious move. There was someone waiting at the gate when I came down, wearing a dark purple dress. There are many wounds, more or less visible. This is the wound left behind by the body that was baptized by lightning. Hello, I'm a disciple of the Thunder Sect. May I ask what you're here for? The man with the face speaks very politely. I've come to look for Lei Wu Shang. You tell him that we met once on the Harmony Sect's airship. Seen your brother Lei Wu Shang? He's not in the sect, he's out practicing. Yang Yan froze for a moment after hearing. Went out to practice? Went in for how long? It's been half a month, I think, and I'm not sure I've seen your brother Lei Wu Shang's whereabouts. He's lying. The gourd immortal suddenly shouted. The man in front of him looked suddenly flustered. Then he suddenly took a defensive stance. Who the hell are you? Who was just talking? Yang Yan didn't talk much to the man in front of him. It was just a finger, with a bright golden yellow light coming out of it. Then Yang Yan chanted some kind of incantation in his mouth. God's journey, Shen Kuan, I'm fixed. As soon as the words fell, the golden light from Yang Yan's finger was fired out, hitting the man in front of him, and then the man suddenly became immobilized. You can't even talk. Looks like this is the first stance of the Divine Journey chapter. The gourd immortal suddenly said. That's right, it's not very lethal, but sometimes it's quite useful. Yang Yan finished patting the man's shoulder and walked into the Thunder Gate in such a bright manner. Inside were all Thunder Sect disciples sitting on futons and meditating. The only one standing was an older man with a full beard. It looks like he should be the teacher of these meditation disciples. What man? The standing uncle suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura coming from behind him and then turned back violently. First time, I'm here to find someone, Yang Yan said with a smile on his face. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Thunder Noiseless. What's the matter with him? Yang Yan's expression suddenly became dark after hearing these words. I came to him for the sacred fire beast. The man in front of him became instantly flustered. Her body unconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he took a flare out of his pocket. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the sky. The flare exploded instantly in the air, erupting in a burst of purple light. Yang Yan looked up calmly at the. It's kinda beautiful, but unfortunately, it's only for a moment. Not long after, people from the Thunder sect kept flying over from the sky. It looks like they're all coming from the inner sect. This is undoubtedly the place where the outer disciples train. The sky was soon filled with more than a dozen people from the Thunder sect floating in the sky. Looking at the aura emanating from the surroundings, none of the 10 or so people in the sky are easy to mess with. And there was also a man who looked very familiar to Yang Yan standing at the front. And that man is Lei Wusheng. Yang Yan was still standing calmly in the same place. And Xiao Yun was already hiding behind Yang Yan in fear. He grabbed the corner of Yang Yan's coat. The sky is falling. What's going on? What happened to make you ignite the maximum alert signal? The others are still asking what happened to the man who just fired the flare. Only Lei Wusheng had slowly walked to Yang Yan at this time. Yo, this brother looks familiar? Have we met somewhere before? I did meet, had a drink with you on the airship at the time, but alas, my drink was drugged by someone. After hearing Yang Yan's words, Lei Wusheng covered his face and laughed loudly. Looks like you're really a cauldron, ha. What Lei Wusheng said is actually right, only the identity of the stove tripod was switched. Su Meier is the one who is the stove tripod. Chapter 94, Thunder Sect Ancestor greeting Lord Martial Emperor. From what you're saying, that's when you drugged me to satisfy your bad taste? Yang Yan still said very calmly, but the Gourd Immortal had already sensed that Yang Yan's heart had already been stirred up. Patriarch Su is a good woman who hasn't looked for a hearth for more than 20 years. She's so attractive. If she doesn't look for you as a hearth, I might consider marrying her. Hearing Lei Wusheng's later words, Yang Yan almost didn't laugh out loud. What exactly made Lei Wusheng so confident? Yang Yan did not understand. Let's put the drugging me thing aside for now. I need to see you about something. Lei Wusheng looks disdainful. Just you? How dare a stovepipe come to me? Did Patriarch Su ask you to come? No, it's just that I'm looking for you. Lei Wusheng laughed again. Ha ha, what is it that you, a stovepipe, want from me? Still want an aphrodisiac? Is it because Patriarch Su has stopped favoring you recently? Yang Yan shook his head. No, I've come for the holy fire beast. As soon as Yang Yan's words fell, Lei Wusheng and the dozen or so people behind him all looked surprised. Only Lei Wusheng quickly came back to his senses, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Who told you about this? Patriarch Su? Or someone from the Xianqi sect? Would you believe me if I said I found it out myself? When Yang Yan finished speaking, Lei Wusheng transformed into a purple lightning bolt, and a large knife was placed on Yang Yan's neck like this. I advise you to tell the truth. Even if you were Patriarch Su's cauldron, I would still kill you. Lei Wusheng said threateningly. Seeing this, Yang Yan just slightly raised his hand and grabbed the blade of the big knife in Lei Wusheng's hand. The palm of his hand exerted force, only a bang could be heard. Lei Wusheng's great sword was crushed by Yang Yan so lightly. Pieces are scattered directly on the ground. Lei Wusheng looked at the bare hilt incredulously. What did you do? This is a 5th grade weapon. If you're afraid to fight, you'll have fewer of these weapons. Weapons are for fighting, not for threatening. Lei Wusheng heard the mocking meaning in Yang Yan's words, but he doesn't dare to make a move against Yang Yan. I'm going to crush a 5th grade weapon with my bare hands. Lei Wusheng wasn't a cutie pie either. Look at your expressions as if you all know about the existence of the sacred flame beast. Tell me about it. What are you raising this ancient demonic beast for? Yang Yan faced a dozen people and opened the door and said, Kid, I took a look at your breath. When did the first level of the Yuanza cave body dare to come alone to a second-rate sect to act recklessly? Although we don't know where you learned about the sacred flame beast, this is the Thunder sect, and there's no room for you to be reckless. Kid, I know that you don't have any help behind you, and bringing a 7th-ranked demonic beast over to our Thunder sect will make us afraid of you? A voice continued to enter Yang Yan's ears. Yang Yan pecked at his earwax impatiently. Have you guys finished? About the sacred fire beast, you all don't want to talk about it, do you? You don't think you'd have a good chance against a dozen of us with a Yuanza cave body, do you? Lei Wusheng said from the side, although he didn't dare to make a move against Yang Yan right now, but behind him were the 12 people who represented the strongest fighting force of the Thunder sect. With this kind of backbone, it's enough to deal with Yang Yan, at least that's what Lei Wusheng thought. I admired you greatly when we first met, but I didn't expect you to be a brainless fool, barging into my Thunder sect alone and wanting to ask our Thunder sect's secrets? You're full of crap, and that's not the news I want to hear. Yang Yan said with some impatience. Kid, I admire your courage. There's no harm in telling you, the holy fire beast can absorb the aura of the spirit stone to produce a constant stream of fire spirit beads. Fire spirit beads That's a treasure of the 8th grade. Together with our Thunder Sect's secret method fused together, it's a bomb whose power is comparable to the full force of a Hierophant's strike. Lei Wushang's expression became more and more frantic the more he spoke. What is your relationship with the Xianqi sect? Of course it's a partnership. The way they collected the spirit stones was too conspicuous, so I killed them all and brought the sacred flame beast back. Speaking of which, the sacred flame beast was on our airship at that time, but it's a pity, you're too weak to know about it. Lei Wushang explained without forgetting to taunt a couple of words at the same time. What are you trying to do by making such a bomb? I've said all that needs to be said, so the rest you can obediently watch our Thunder Sect's feet from the sky. Yang Yan applauded after listening. Very well, it seems you still have great goals. It's okay, I'll let you talk. Yang Yan picked up the gourd on his waist when he finished speaking. He then opened his storage ring and continuously threw in all the 6th and 7th grade weapon treasures. Wait, that's too much. The gourd immortal shouted. But Yang Yan has no intention of stopping. Until the gourd was filled to the brim and the spirit liquid inside leaked out. Yang Yan raised his gourd and finished it in one gulp. In the end, Yang Yan soared all the way from the first floor of the Yuanza cave body to the Qiankuan peak under the gazes of more than a dozen people from the Thunder Sect. Is that the maximum you can do? But it's enough. Yang Yan murmured in a low voice. Yang Yan then put his hands together again. He made the same preparatory movements that he did when he killed the grandchildren of Lu Zhanxing. Still holding out his palm slowly, the dark clouds above the sky were scattered by a huge palm. This time the palm was even more massive than the one used in Yuanwu City. Almost the entire Thunder Gate has been covered. Thunder Sect's people looked up at the sky in unison after seeing the sky suddenly become even darker. Everyone in the Thunder Sect was dumbfounded at the sight of the immense palm. Suddenly it seems to have forgotten what it is to bow down. Wait! An old voice came into the ears of everyone present. An old man with purple hair has arrived. He's got more wounds than he can count. It was surrounded by a hint of thunder and lightning, and it looked to be very old. After hearing this old voice, the entire Thunder Sect came back to their senses, and all of them bowed to the purple-haired old man. The purple-haired old man is at the front of the line, pulling Lei Wushang, who was kneeling next to Yang Yan, into the Thunder Sect's large group behind him. Although Lei Wushang was very puzzled, this person in front of him was the old ancestor of the Thunder Sect, but the one who founded this Thunder Sect, the most powerful man in the Thunder Sect. He is also the person that all the cultivators of the Thunder Sect admire the most. The Thunder Sect ancestor then retreated to a position 10 paces away from Yang Yan. His next move made everyone in the Thunder Sect's jaws drop, only to see that the Thunder Sect's old ancestor also slowly kneeled down on one knee and made a kneeling bow to Yang Yan. Thunder Sect, Thunder Mad Dragon pays homage to Lord Martial Emperor. Chapter 95, Chen Yunma's Plan. If we were to say who was the most surprised in the room, it would be Lei Wushang. Lei Wushang hurriedly got up and walked to Lei Maniac alongside. Tai Grandpa, what are you doing? Isn't the current Martial Emperor Chen Yunzhan? Lei Wushang was very puzzled by his great-grandfather's actions. Rubbish, kneel down. Lei Maniac Dragon roared at Lei Wushang. Alright, let's dispense with this kind of etiquette. I'm no longer a Martial Emperor a long time ago. I'm here today for something. Yang Yan waved his hand as he spoke. Lei Wushang was dumbfounded. If this person in front of him, who was called a Martial Emperor, was not Chen Yunma, then there was only one other person left. That's the Martial Emperor who once ruled the world, the strongest man in the world who only lives in the memories of their young generation. This situation was completely unexpected by Yang Yan. He didn't know that the Thunder Sect had another such ancestor. And it's obvious that Lei Maniac Long is the one who witnessed the period of unification of the world. But Yang Yan doesn't remember this kind of goods very well. Well, this way. Lei Maniac Long showed a respectful expression, and he held out his hand to make way. Thunder Sect's people consciously stood on both sides of the fence. This grand scene made Xiao Yun, who was standing behind Yang Yan, feel confident. Only then did Yang Yan collect the Qiankuan heavenly seal in the sky. The dark clouds in the sky are gathering again. With Thunder Dragon leading the way, it's a smooth ride, all the way to the conference hall in the main hall of Thundergate. Lord Martial Emperor, do you drink tea? Yang Yan waved his hand. Investigate and I'll leave, and avoid things like tea. May I ask the Martial Emperor to know something? Did you know about your Thunder Sect raising a sacred fire beast? Lei Maniac Long thought for a while, then shook his head. I've been cultivating in seclusion on the thunder clouds in the sky for so many years, and I'm not clear about what happened in the Thunder Sect. Yang Yan looked at Lei Maniac Long's face. It indeed looked like he didn't know what was going on. Get Ray Voiceless over here. After saying that, Yang Yan casually found a seat and sat down, one hand propped up on the table next to him, clenched his fists and held his face, slightly tilted his head and also crossed his legs. The whole thing looks cold and arrogant. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, sat down on the seat next to Yang Yan. Lei Wushang, come in. Lei Maniac Long shouted at the door. Soon Lei Wushang came in slowly, cowering in fear. Answer all of Lord Martial Emperor's questions. If there is the slightest concealment, you will go to the thundercloud to face the wall. Hearing the word thundercloud, Lei Wushang's heart trembled for a moment. It's no different than suicide for someone with his Yuaning cultivation to go face to face on a thundercloud. The lightning that accompanies the thunderclouds must be at least the cultivation level of a Yuanza cave body to be able to barely stay for half a day. The feeling of having your entire body baptized by heavenly thunder was undoubtedly a nightmare for everyone in the younger generation of the Thunder sect. Yes, I will report it truthfully. Yang Yan looked at Lei Wushang's current appearance and laughed lightly. Tell me, what's the point of keeping a sacred fire beast? Take the fire spirit beads to make Thunderbolt Thunderfire bombs, one of which can have the power of a full force level 1 of a transformation spirit stage cultivator. And then what? What do you do with it? Take it and attack the Tianfeng kingdom. Then annex it. After hearing that, Yang Yan lightly grunted. Good guts, whose plot is this? With the strength of a second-rate sect like yours, it's unlikely that you would dare to attack a country. Today's martial emperor Chen Yunma. This name is out of Yang Yan's expectation. So it was Chen Yunma who wanted to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom? Lei Wushang nodded his head in a hurry, trying to get away from the fact that this matter had nothing to do with him. Why would he do that? Yang Yan continued to ask. He wants to unify the world again, that's what he told us, and taking down the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom is the first step. Yang Yan listened to it. If he had thought, just with Chen Yunma's strength how could he dare to do such a thing? He is a little cute. Or is it just inexplicable self-confidence? There is another purpose. Not being able to figure it out, Yang Yan continued to ask, did he say when he was going to start this program? Yes, it's already started. It's estimated that we'll be able to reach the Heavenly Phoenix country in 3 days. The sacred flame beast is just kept for our Thunder sect to raise. Yang Yan instantly sat up straight. Why don't you guys have to go? I'm not sure. Chen Yunma didn't call on us, maybe someone helped him. How many thunderbolts in all? Fully 100,000, and the program started 5 years ago. This is equivalent to 100,000 cultivators of the spirit transformation realm attacking the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. And it's a deadly one at that. It's not that powerful, but there are too many of them. Even Su Hongyan, at the peak of her journey, would be hard to resist. This also means Su Hongyan is now in danger. Asterisk. Yang Yan shouted angrily, and then he pulled Xiao Yun away. When you get outside, you go straight up in the air. In just one look, Yang Yan had already entered the thundercloud. Lei Maniac Long and Lei Wushang followed them out. Looking at the faraway Yang Yan, Lei Wushang only breathed a sigh of relief. Tai Grandpa, am I considered okay like this? I don't know, and I can't bail you out, so do yourself a favor. After saying that, Lei Maniac Long slowly left with his hands behind his back. Preserving the Thunder sect or preserving his own descendants, Lei Maniac Long did not hesitate to choose the former. I can only say that it is fortunate to come quickly, in case it starts to move that his Thunder sect's 500 years of foundation will be destroyed. Lei Wushang could not know how scary Yang Yan was, but not Thunder Mad Dragon. At this moment, Yang Yan used all his strength to fly back to the Holy Land of Yaoqi as fast as he could, because Yang Yan felt the need to tell Su Meier and the girls about these things. If you take it on alone, you'll be scolded if you're caught. In the time it took to burn half an incense stick, Yang Yan returned to the Yaoqi Holy Land. It just lasted until the end of the duration of the gourd spirit liquid. The moment he arrived at the Holy Land of Yaoqi, Yang Yan felt that there was a powerful and familiar aura inside. However, the half-incense burning time of the spiritual liquid had already passed, and Yang Yan returned to the first floor of the Yuanzhou cave body again. I can't feel that breath anymore. Is it an illusion? Yang Yan said to himself. The sun is just setting when we get back to the sacred land of Yaoqi. Yang Yan hoofed it to Bai Shishir's residence and found no one there. Then I went to the main hall and didn't see any sign of Su Meier. Tired of walking, Yang Yan simply found a seat in the main hall. The main hall is very empty when you're not entertaining guests. The guards at the door have long remembered Yang Yan. A man who can be so close to the Holy Mother is definitely not ordinary, and they are smart enough not to come in and disturb Yang Yan. Not long after Yang Yan sat down, Qin Shenmeng sneaked in. This strange behavior caused Yang Yan to think about it. What are you sneaking around for? Just as Yang Yan opened his mouth, Qin Shenmeng's body trembled. No. Nothing, why are you back so soon? It happened suddenly. Where are the others? Went to the back of the mountain to practice. Cultivation? Why did you think of cultivation? Let's not talk about this. I'm going to make a trip to the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, Qin Shenmeng showed a great reaction. Ha! Chapter 96 Empress Su Hongyan. You're reacting a lot, aren't you? Is there something you're not telling me? Yang Yan's words made Qin Shenmeng even more vain. How come? What are you doing in Tianfeng Kingdom? Chen Yunma wants to occupy Tianfeng country, planned for a long time. Looks like it is imperative. Su Hongyan may be in danger. It is difficult to speak clearly with you. Call Su Meier and a few of them. Good. After saying that, Qin Shenmeng ran away. Run? What the hell? Do I look scary today? Yang Yan began to doubt himself. It didn't take long for Qin Shenmeng to bring Su Meier, Bai Shishir, and Lu Yuehan back. Yang Yan looks like they've improved a bit. Since they're all here, then I'll make it clear that Chen Yunma is going to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom and Su Hongyan might be in danger. Afterwards, the remaining 3 people in the room, except for Qin Xianmeng, were all in shock. Su Meier was even more unbelievable and became very emotional. What? Attacking the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom? Su Hongyan is a strong person at the peak of the transition, she should be fine, right? Yang Yan objects to this. He made at least 100,000 Thunderbolt Thunderfire bombs. The power of such a thing is equivalent to the full force of a spirit transformation stage cultivator's strike, and it's 100,000 of them, so you can imagine what kind of concept this is. Even if Qin Xianmeng wasn't clear about Su Hongyan's strength, after hearing Yang Yan's words, she could imagine just how terrifying it was. What then? Baici was already starting to get a little flustered. Are you going to help Sister Su Hongyan? L=Lu Yuehan also said in an aside. Yang Yan nodded. I don't know if Su Hongyan can solve this kind of trouble, so I have to go. What are you going to do? Qin Xianmeng calmed down and looked at Yang Yan seriously. It's probably on its way now, and I'm planning to intercept these 100,000 Thunderbolt bombs on the road that's bound for the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. After Yang Yan finished speaking, they all showed disapproving expressions. Are you crazy? With your current cultivation, what if you detonate on the spot? You'll die. Su Meier was the first to disagree. He stepped forward and hugged Yang Yan. I don't agree either. Bai Shishir also walked forward and hugged Yang Yan from behind. Yang Yan couldn't escape for a while. Although Lu Yuehan wanted to do the same, there was no more room around Yang Yan, so he had to stand in his place. Don't worry, I'll bring Zhuge Yunma. The name Zhuge Yunma is not unfamiliar to the remaining 3 except Qin Xianmeng. Is it that military strategist divine calculator Zhuge Yunma? Lu Yuehan asked. That's right, you all know how good he is, right? That's why there's no need to worry. Qin Xianmeng spoke only after careful consideration. We're going to. Yang Yan instantly opposed Qin Xianmeng's words. Absolutely not, that's not something you can fix. There's no way I can protect so many of you. But, Bai Shishir was about to say something when Yang Yan interrupted her before she could continue. That's not an order, that's an announcement, wait for my good news. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he took out the Kuan character token from inside his storage ring. After injecting the aura, he got rid of Bai Shishir to hug Su Meier. Without hesitation, he walked into the void teleportation formation. Once again, we went to the Kunlun Mortal Mountain. Only Qin Xianmeng was left in the main hall of the Yaoqi Holy Land. All 4 of them didn't say anything, but waited for something. That is, until a woman in a long, bright red dress slowly came out from behind Our Lady's seat. That slender waist was carefully restrained by a red belt. That red dress was like a burning flame, gently swaying in the breeze, as if it was going to set everything around it on fire. Between her hair, a hairpin with a golden phoenix tail was quietly inserted, as if the feathers of a phoenix were dancing. Her face was incomparably gorgeous, like a peerless flower blooming on top of the peak. Every inch of skin exuded a tantalizing aura. That pair of phoenix eyes was even more charming. At the corners of her slightly upturned eyes, there was still a faint touch of red, making her eyes even sharper, as if they could penetrate the hearts of people, so that people could not help but fall for them. The word dumping the country and the city has been most perfectly interpreted in her at this moment, which makes people intoxicated and obsessed. It was only after seeing this woman walk out that Lu Yuehan spoke. Hear that? Sister Su Hongyan, I told you that Yang Yan still has you in his heart. Su Hongyan nodded slightly. I know, but he lied to me, and he lied to me twice, and it's no use trying to persuade any of you. Lu Yuehan instantly closed her mouth after hearing this. Don't get yourself in trouble. Yan, I can only help you here. Lu Yuehan muttered. We'll talk about Yang Yan later, you heard what he said just now, right? Your country is in danger now. Qin Xianmeng stepped forward. Hear that, this guy named Chen Yunma showed me love 5 years ago and I rejected it, so it looks like he's trying to get me in a different way. So what are you going to do? Qin Xianmeng continued to ask. Su Hongyan just laughed softly as an evil plan was born in her mind. And then just like that, he tore through space and walked into the void. No one knows where Su Hongyan is going. All they know is to wait for Su Hongyan to bring Yang Yan back. Su Meier and the others might not dare to resist what Yang Yan said, but Su Hongyan must dare. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the rift closed. Do you think Yan will be alright? Lu Yuehan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, it's hard to say, after all, it's 100,000 bombs equivalent to the full force of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. Bai Shishir explained from the side in a serious manner. Who asked you about this? I said that Brother Yan will be fine after meeting Sister Su Hongyan, right? If you're asking about this then something happened to the bag. Yan cheated Su Hongyan twice. Twice. Pak ZZ is a bit emotional. When did you lie to her twice? Why don't I know? Su Meier interjected. Faking your death for 20 years counts as one time, and you cheated once when you went to Dragon Cloud Mountain. What did Yang Yan lie to her for? How nice to meet and recognize her. I'm just like I was when I first found Yang Yan. Mentioning this, Su Meier remembered how happy she was when she found Yang Yan in the city of Luoyang. At that time Su Meier felt that she was the luckiest person in the world. 20 years of hard work is not in vain. Then I guess I have to ask Brother Yin to know, Don't even know what's going on inside his head. Obviously Sister Su Hongyan also still loves him so much. Qin Qianming's expression of approval after hearing Bai Shirshi's words. After all, she's the one who went looking for Su Hongyan. When she was told that Yang Yan was still alive, her first reaction was not to be skeptical, but to let Qin Qian dream that she would go to see Yang Yan. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope hidden in Su Hongyan's heart. Even if you see a body, you don't want to accept the truth. When Qin Qian dreamed of Su Hongyan, she felt she resembled herself. Are very strong women, only in front of their loved ones the strong seems to become another way to love him. Chapter 97, The Unknown Moves Behind Chen Yunma, The Real Truth. At this time, Zhuge Yunma in the Kunlun Immortal Mountain did not feel much surprise when he saw Yang Yan's arrival again. Zhuge Yunma stood with his hands behind his back on the side of the mountain, looking down at the scenery below him. Still not tired of watching it after all this time, huh? Yang Yan walked over and stood next to Zhuge Yunma. The shape of these clouds is different every day. How can you get tired of looking at them? It seems like the martial emperor has investigated it clearly. Then Yang Yan also turned his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds drifting with the wind. Yeah, the current martial emperor wants to use the sacred flame beast to unify the world again, and the first step is to attack the heavenly phoenix kingdom. Zhuge Yunma just smiled after hearing this. Is that so? The emperor of the heavenly phoenix kingdom seems to be Su Hongyan, so you've come to find me because you should want to help her, right? It's convenient to talk to smart people. 100,000 Thunderbolt Thunderfire bombs made from fire spirit beads, each one is equivalent to the full force of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. How can Su Hongyan alone break the game? It does sound dangerous. 100,000 pills. Zhuge Yunma seemed to have thought of something but didn't go on. What does Lord Martial Emperor want me to do? Go now and stop them on top of the road that is bound for the heavenly phoenix kingdom. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Zhuge Yunma suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Yan. This is indeed a good idea. Do we need to let Su Hongyan know about this matter? Zhuge Yunma is testing Yang Yan's meaning. We'll let her know, but not now. So that's what the Martial Emperor Sama is thinking. Where are we going to go now? Will they go out at night? Yang Yan shook his head. No, go to the Martial Emperor Hall now. This fellow Chen Yunma should still be inside the Imperial City. Zhuge Yunma didn't say much next. Instead, it lightly scratched the space next to it. A crack has formed. Afterwards, he put on a layer of aura shield for Yang Yan and walked in. Teleportation through space with your bare hands is very different from a void teleportation array. The spatial and temporal turbulence inside the spatial teleportation ripped open by a powerhouse of the transition realm can only be resisted by the transition realm. The damage that spatial turbulence can do to a transitional master cannot be underestimated. But this kind of damage is completely negligible for a top powerhouse like Zhuge Yunma, who is at the peak of his journey. Yang Yan is used to the scene inside. The only downside is that if you don't have the exact location to randomly walk into a space rift, then there's a good chance you'll be transported to a place you don't recognize at all. Zhuge Yunma is naturally very familiar with the palace of the Martial Emperor, and there's been no mistakes. After coming out of the crack in the space, we came to the Hall of Bright Lights. That's where Emperor Wu usually rests and reads. However, before he could walk in, Zhuge Yunma opened his mouth and said, "He's not in there." Yang Yan naturally had no doubts about Zhuge Yunma's words. So where is he? Just after Yang Yan finished speaking, Zhuge Yunma closed his eyes and began to feel the surrounding aura in detail. After a while, Zhuge Yunma slowly opened his eyes. In the Palace of Eternal Peace. Yangon Palace is the harem. Yang Yan is too familiar with this place. According to his memory, Yang Yan quickly arrived in front of the entrance of Yangon Palace. It's kind of weird. Zhuge Yunma raised a question. As you can see, there doesn't seem to be a single guard here. Zhuge Yunma nodded. Without continuing to think about it, Yang Yan kicked open the door of Yangon Palace. Inside, only Chen Yunma is sitting and drinking tea. Now that you're here, have a seat. Chen Yunma opened his mouth to invite. Yang Yan didn't refuse. After sitting down, Yang Yan asked a question. Like you knew I was coming? Chen Yunma raised an eyebrow. That's natural. I actually didn't feel much surprise when I saw you that day. You're the only one who can make the ghost-faced cultivator. I just didn't quite believe it that day before I went to take a look at you. So you're not a cutie. Yang Yan mocked. Being looked down upon? No matter, my plan has already begun anyway. I think you came here tonight because of the holy fire beast, right? Right. After answering, Yang Yan picked up the teacup in front of him and gently sipped on it. He didn't have to worry about Chen Yunma drugging him. As long as it wasn't an aphrodisiac, Yang Yan wasn't scared. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have been able to kill Feng Hu. Hearing Chen Yunma's words, Yang Yan did not feel much surprise. And it's just like what Zhuge Yunma thought. Looks like you were the one who put the heads of Feng Hu's family on top of the city gate that day. Chen Yunma just smiled faintly. Because the only way to let the world know that Feng Hu is dead is for you to logically take away the Tiger Talisman to control the 100,000 troops. As Yang Yan continued to speak, Chen Yunma picked up his teacup. It's just comfortable to talk to smart people. Those 100,000 Thunderbolt Thunderfire bombs should now be distributed one each in the hands of Fang Hu's 100,000 troops, right? That's for sure, the amount that's just right. I guess those 100,000 soldiers didn't even know they had it on them. Zhuge Yunma interjected from the sidelines. If I'm not mistaken, you should have used some sort of secret method to control them. The Tiger Talisman is just a front. Zhuge Yunma is also a smart person, just a little bit of brain can guess it. Or else can I get those 100,000 soldiers to die for me just by relying on a Tiger Talisman? Am I stupid or are they? I'm afraid that the UN Wudao conference you at Fang Hu organized was just to find a reason to execute Fang Hu. In the face of Yang Yan's speculation, Chen Yunma couldn't help but applaud. I was thinking of letting that lunatic toy around for 2 more years, but I didn't expect you to show up and help me solve a big problem. Yang Yan let out a light laugh. Looks like I really helped you solve a lot of troubles. Chen Yunma extended his index finger and waved it from side to side. Not a lot, a very lot, and Lord Lu was a big problem for me, and he was killed by you too. Let me guess, you planned to use me after you knew I was still alive. That one was laid out the day Lu Battlestar went to Hearing Rainhouse to cause trouble, right? Chen Yunma had to laugh. No wonder you were able to become a martial emperor before. Do you think I wouldn't know that Listening Rainhouse was your previous power? As long as Lu Zhanqing goes to make trouble, your people definitely won't spoil him, then my Lu Guigon will come in handy, transforming Listening Rainhouse into a greenhouse. Would you just watch others bully you like this? Indeed not. The Duke of Lu is famous for protecting his calf. As long as you dare to take a shot at Lu Battlestar, the Duke of Lu will step in, and with you there then it will be hard for this grandparent and grandson to escape death. Sitting here so calmly, I can see you're confident. Because this is just a diversion, he himself should already be on his way to the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom at this time. Zhuge Yunma said from the side. Clever, you're very strong, the aura you give off is even stronger than this former martial emperor. I hope to meet you on the battlefield. After saying that, Chen Yunma's doppelganger turned into a cloud of smoke and dispersed with the wind. Chapter 98, Su Hongyan's sudden arrival. Yang Yan suddenly revealed an evil smile. So he doesn't know you exist. For the moment, yes, but he has seen that your cultivation is not as good as it used to be, and can, that's why he's confident? My cultivation is not as good as it used to be. Wouldn't it be better if you were still at your peak, just so I don't have to step in? Looks like you're still avoiding Su Hongyan. Nonsense, I'm not. Come on, let's go see a good show. Yang Yan turned around and left Yangon Palace after saying that. Zhuge Yunma looked at Yang Yan's confident back as if he already knew everything that was going on behind him. This time, Yang Yan didn't choose to let Zhuge Yunma use spatial teleportation. Instead, they flew slowly with Zhuge Yunma towards the location of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Look at your chest, like you don't even need me to go. During the flight, Zhuge Yunma couldn't help but ask. Hey, I can't beat Chen Yunma. I'll still need you to step in when the time comes. You already have a plan? Yang Yan just smiled at Zhuge Yunma's question. Go and you'll see. After that, Zhuge Yunma didn't say anything more. The two flew at a leisurely pace, not forgetting to check out the nighttime beauty of the road along the way. I don't know how long I flew, until Yang Yan and Zhuge Yunma saw a fire in the distance. This fire is going up into the sky. It's blocking the road. As we continue to look closer, the surrounding area is surrounded by a sea of fire, and it's full of people. A black armor, riding a black horse, with a tiger embroidered above the leading flag. Undoubtedly, this is Fang Hu's 100,000 strong army. Zhuge Yunma looked at the scene in front of him and laughed lightly, because he saw a familiar face. Directly across from Fang Hu's 100,000 strong army was a man in a horrible mask. Yang Yan landed slowly. He doesn't give a damn about the sea of fire around him. Zhuge Yunma is right behind him. After landing on the ground, Mo Wu walked out from the crowd of Ghostface Shura. Martial Emperor, these people are all under control. Hard work. After Yang Yan finished talking to Mo Wu, he walked to the front of Fang Hu's army of 100,000 people. Where's Chen Yunma? Come out for a chat. Yang Yan shouted at the army. Then one of the men in the cavalry regiment took off his helmet. This man is Chen Yunma. He blended in with the rest of the army just to make it hard to tell the difference. But now it seems all for naught. Chen Yunma dismounted and walked to Yang Yan with a calm face. I didn't expect it, but you actually prepared for it. That's thanks to you not destroying my Tianji Dao. How did you see it? Because of Mo Wu's words, Fang Hu's legion just happens to have 100,000 men and the Thunderbolt Thunderfire bombs just happen to be 100,000. He has already gotten the intelligence that someone is using the Tiger's Talisman to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Don't you think it's too stupid to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom with just 100,000 men? After listening to Yang Yan's narration, Chen Yunma laughed lightly. It does seem a bit silly, that's why you need Thunderbolts. At that time, I was wondering who else would know where the Tiger Talisman was besides Fang Hu. Fang Hu's death seems to be painless for the Wakoku, which means that Fang Hu was supposed to be a dispensable person, am I right? Chen Yunjiang didn't say anything. Yang Yan saw that he didn't answer, so he continued to speak. Fang Hu died, but there was no news at all about his 100,000 strong army, so someone had already retaken over Fang Hu's army from the very beginning, and those soldiers didn't care if their general was dead or not. Chen Yunma clapped his hands after hearing. You are indeed very good at coming up with so many things just from that. Your plan is very meticulous, but it's a good thing that I've already sent people to set up a formation here a few days ago to stop the path you must take to the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, and investigating the Thunderbolt bomb was completely accidental, but as long as you combine the two it's quite understandable. Chen Yunma couldn't help but look around after hearing this. Looking around the circle surrounded by a wall of fire that went straight up into the sky, his eyes were full of disbelief. What kind of formation is this? Chen Yunma couldn't help but ask. Inferno Emperor formation, my self-created heaven-grade formation, I just made it a little bigger. After hearing this, Chen Yunma was suddenly relieved. Create your own heaven-level formation. I have planned for so many years, and today it is ruined. I'm afraid you've been plotting for over 20 years now. Chen Yunma froze for a moment. Actually already thought this far ahead? Indeed 20 years ago I had already begun to plot, but at that time what I was plotting wasn't how to attack the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, but rather I was thinking about how to kill you. Yang Yan paused for a moment. Kill me? Why? The Empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, what a perfect woman, without any flaws, she was high above the world. I didn't expect that in the end it would be cheaper for a guy like you. After you died she still didn't want to be with me. After I became the Martial Emperor she still didn't want to be with me. I can't figure out why this is. So you attacked the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom to make Su Hongyan submit to you? Yang Yan said the words out with an incredulous face. That's right, I'm going to get her no matter what. And you're my biggest stumbling block. After more than 20 years now you're telling me you're still alive, ha? Chen Yunma laughed up at the sky. Looks a little delirious already. Was it you who detonated the fire spirit pearl at the Guanyin border back then? Yang Yan's expression suddenly became serious. That's not a fire spirit bead, that's a Thunderbolt Thunderfire bomb, my first Thunderfire bomb, can you understand that? How beautiful it was after it exploded. Do you realize that you've taken an innocent life by setting off this bomb? Yang Yan's tone gradually increased. Innocent lives? Who cares? 10 Thunderbolts exploding at the same time. Even if the Yuan block moves it will have to hemorrhage. 10? Yang Yan roared. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain Xiao Qianfeng's sister had endured at that time. How can we see the effect without a few more explosions? Good, anything else to say? Yang Yan's tone was very calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. There's nothing to say about becoming a king or losing a bandit. Let's die together. After saying that Chen Yunma snapped his fingers. The 100,000 troops behind us neatly took out Thunderbolt and lightning bombs. This thing is at least the size of a palm. 100,000 of them are enough to level a 10-mile radius. Seeing this situation, Zhuge Yunma stood out from the back. The aura pressure that only belongs to the peak of transitional succession is continuously released. Chen Yunma's mind instantly became blank. The full force of 100,000 transformation god cultivators at the peak of the transitional apparition. Even if you are in the transitional apparition realm, so what? What if you add me? A majestic voice suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, a phoenix covered in fire soared in the sky. Su Hongyan leaped down and finally landed in front of Yang Yan. I'm afraid you can't take this guy's life. Chapter 99, he is who he is, and no one can replace him. Seeing Su Hongyan's arrival, Yang Yan's body couldn't help but tremble a bit. Zhuge Yunma couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yang Yan's reaction. And across the way, Chen Yunma was elated. What brings you here? Did you come to see me? Didn't you say you like strong people? Look at me now, I have an army of 100,000 behind me, and I broke through to the 9th level of the Mahayana stage a few days ago. Chen Yunjian continuously elaborated on his situation and spoke very quickly, itching to tell all of his current strengths in one breath. Su Hongyan didn't have the slightest expression after listening to this. Finished? Su Hongyan's tone of voice gave people a feeling of suffocation. Yang Yan body once again could not help but tremble. She is not changed at all. When Chen Yunma heard Su Hongyan's reply, he put back the smile on his face. 20 years and you still like this guy? Chen Yunma suddenly pointed at Yang Yan. What's it to you if I like him or not? Su Hongyan still responded coldly, her face still devoid of any expression. Chen Yunma was no cutie pie. The answer was the answer. Then he covered his face and laughed loudly. Ha, it's been more than 20 years, didn't you say you like strong men? Look at him now, where is there even a hint of the strong man he was back then? The strength of the Yuan Seat Cave body is a dime a dozen out there. What on earth is so good about him? The more Chen Yunma talks, the more emotional he gets. Because he is who he is. Su Hongyan finished. Chen Yunma still waiting for something. That's gone? Nope. Why? What the hell is so good about him? If I wasn't the Empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, and I didn't have such a powerful cultivation, and was just an ordinary woman on the side of the road, would you still like me this much? Chen Yunjian's answer to Su Hongyan's words was almost a second answer. Yes, I will. But Su Hongyan doesn't recognize it. No, you wouldn't, and judging by the fact that you changed the law, you don't look down on any ordinary person at all, but he doesn't. Su Hongyan looked back at Yang Yan when she finished speaking, a smile still on her face. This smile touched Yang Yan's heartstrings, causing Yang Yan to fall into intoxication. If Su Hongyan is usually as gentle as Xiaobai, then Yang Yan thinks it's still very good. Isn't it just about treating everyone equally? I can do that too. After listening to Su Hongyan lightly hummed, she knew very well that Chen Yunma couldn't do such a thing, and she was once really just an ordinary woman on the side of the road, or not even an ordinary woman at all. It's just a soulless shell of a man who begs for a living on the street. At that time Su Hongyan couldn't imagine that someone would help such a her. Unkempt and unkempt, she was still in her youthful stage at that time. Luckily she didn't meet any hooligans at that time, or even the hooligans disliked her like that. But it was she who welcomed her savior. Yang Yan lent her a helping hand, provided food, offered shelter. At the end of the day, he just left his name and went on his way. This tragic experience as a young girl has turned her into this high-strung look, unwilling to talk to strangers. But if it's Yang Yan, that's another story. Is there anything else you'd like to recount? I have things. Su Hongyan was already a bit impatient. Well, you didn't see all the efforts I made for you. You still like this guy who has disappeared for more than 20 years. In that case all of you will die here for me today. Chen Yunma stretched out his palm and then clenched it into a fist with a confident look on his face. The next second Chen Yunma revealed an incredulous expression. What's going on? How come it didn't explode? While Chen Yunma was still in shock, Zhuge Yunma had already flown into midair. In his hand was a chessboard, which glowed with a bright white light. Just saw Zhuge Yunma slightly raised his hand. Chen Yunmesh behind the 100,000 troops carrying the Thunderbolt firebomb all floating in the air. Then Yang Yan slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Su Hongyan. Allow me to introduce Zhuge Yunma, also known as the Divine Calculator, once the second in the world, now the first in the world. Compared to Qi Longfei, who fights like a madman, Zhuge Yunma, who has a brain, is better. Chen Yunma couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Impossible, there's simply no such person inside the world's expert list. Nonsense, because he set this list. Yang Yan is still very clear about Zhuge Yunma's strength. He just doesn't like to make a move. Zhuge Yunma used to say this, if you can get others to make a move for you, try not to make a move yourself. Yang Yan now has a deep understanding of this saying. And Zhuge Yunma himself became that other person inside the words. Chen Yunma had it all figured out at this moment. He lost, and he lost big time. You win. Chen Yunma kneeled down and uttered these 3 words in despair. His plan was snuffed out before it even got off the ground. He had originally thought of letting the 100,000 troops disperse into the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom, then detonate the Thunderbolt and Lightning Fire, thus triggering chaos. Finally, as a country of the Lord, Su Hongyan had to step in. If you do not want to let the Tianfeng country so chaotic down, that must listen to his conditions. From the beginning, he never intended to confront Su Hongyan head-on. Now it seemed that Chen Yunma realized how naive he had been in his thinking. If we're blocked, we'll lose everything we've planned. Maybe Chen Yunma's plan was good, but he was unlucky to meet Yang Yan. Mo Wu. Yang Yan shouted, and Mo Wu walked from the back to Yang Yan. What are your orders, Martial Emperor? Bring all of Shura Dao's people and Fang Hu's army out of the Inferno Emperor formation. Yes. Chen Yunma didn't make any resistance, he just watched as his hard-earned army was taken away one by ghost-faced Shura's men. In the end, only Zhuge Yunma, Yang Yan, Su Hongyan and Chen Yuanma were left inside the huge Yanhuang formation. Any last words? Yang Yan faintly asked. Yes, can you let Su Hongyan kill me with her own hands? Madman, enjoy your own masterpiece, so you too can experience what it was like back in the day. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he turned back to look at Su Hongyan. Good. Long time no see. Yes, my Lord Martial Emperor, it's been a long time, go back, you're dead. Then Su Hongyan stepped forward and pulled Yang Yan's ear and left. Ouch, pain, Smokey, let me explain. After seeing this scene, Chen Yunma suddenly felt that death wasn't such a terrible thing anymore, because his heart died a long time ago. It was only after Su Hongyan pulled Yang Yan away from the Yanhuang formation that Zhuge Yunma began to make his move. You're smart, but unfortunately the Empress is not a woman you can mess with. After Zhuge Yunma finished speaking, 100,000 thunderbolts of lightning instantly wrapped Chen Yunma. Then the fire shot out in all directions. Seeing this, Zhuge Yunma left without looking back, only to hear the explosions that resounded through the sky from behind. Chapter 100, The solution is to marry me tomorrow. After Zhuge Yunma left the Yanhuang formation began to shrink rapidly, until all the explosive power of the thunderbolt is gathered. Letting Chen Yunma enjoy himself alone, he finally turned into a pile of ashes. Zhuge Yunma came out and looked at Yang Yan's being suppressed by Su Hongyan's appearance as not dare to laugh ah. Su Hongyan let go of Yang Yan only after seeing Zhuge Yunma. Yang Yan then tactically coughed twice. Ahem, you've worked hard this time, let me handle the aftermath. Zhuge Yunma sees through it, but doesn't say anything. Okay, keep yourself safe. In the end, Zhuge Yunma revealed a meaningful smile and left through the space portal. Yang Yan and Su Hongyan are the only two left in this huge area. Yang Yan looked at the sky awkwardly. Ha, nice night today. Su Hongyan clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Yang Yan without saying a word. The moon is pretty full tonight too. Seeing Su Hongyan still did not speak, Yang Yan put the gourd immortal into the storage ring. What's it to me? Yang Yan did not pay the slightest attention to the words of the gourd immortal. just quietly looking at Su Hongyan. I was wrong. And you know you're wrong, where are you wrong? Su Hongyan finally spoke. That was all an accident, I was going to. Accident? Disappearing for 20 years is also an accident? Who was the person I saw that day at Longyun Mountain? A ghost? That's actually me. You can tolerate Yang Yan, and you even went to Longyun Mountain to pretend to be a corpse to trick me. It was a misunderstanding. Yang Yan is now at a loss for words. If a different person Yang Yan can still muddle through, but in the face of Su Hongyan is really not. Why did you lie to me? Yang Yan's expression became very sad at the mention of this. I lost everything after I failed to cross the tribulation. I'm no longer a martial emperor and you're still the empress of the heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. I think that our identities are already worlds apart. I want to wait until everything goes back to the very beginning and I'll go look for you. Have you thought about how I would feel like this? I have never believed that you were dead. Even if I saw your body in Longyun that day I still don't believe it. Do you know that? I have waited for you for 20 years, said Su Hongyan with tears in the corners of her eyes, and her speech began to choke a bit. This is the third time Yang Yan has seen Su Hongyan cry. The first time was when they met. Yang Yan reached out to help Su Hongyan. The second time was at Longyun Mountain, and the tears even fell on his face. The third time is now, and such a proud man has cried for him 3 times in his life. This also made Yang Yan realize one thing. Some things are simple in themselves, only people imagine them to be complicated. Door-to-door, status gap, or relatives against these may not be important. The important thing is in the name of love you are still willing to. Sorry, I'm late. Yang Yan opened his hands when he finished speaking. Su Hongyan had long since lost the image of a towering empress at this time. Like a little girl, she broke into Yang Yan's arms. Yang Yan had to keep stroking Su Hongyan's hair. Let Su Hongyan clearly know that this is not a dream. Yang Yan has really been by her side. The fragrance emanating from Su Hongyan's body made Yang Yan's heart feel relaxed and refreshed. I don't know if it's because it's been too long since I smelled it or what. Su Hongyan now has a different flavor than she did 20 years ago. I don't know how long it took for Su Hongyan's tears to be dried up by the wind before she let go of Yang Yan. No one is allowed to say anything about this today, or I will kill you. For Su Hongyan, this kind of painless threat Yang Yan as early as 20 years ago has been accustomed to. Yes, Empress Sama. Then the phoenix waiting above the clouds slowly landed. Su Hongyan had already cut open a space portal next to him. It's big enough for Phoenix to enter with both of them. Su Hongyan didn't say anything and dragged Yang Yan inside. Where is this going? Yang Yan asked curiously. Home, of course. Oh. After walking through the space portal and experiencing the space-time turbulence, a light shot in. After walking out, Yang Yan instantly froze. He looked around at the opulent buildings. The ceiling is at least 5 feet high in the ground. Those supporting pillars are wrapped in gold. It looks like this is just a hallway. Smokey, where did you meet? Surprised as I was, a couple more looks still didn't hurt. Ah, the royal palace of the heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Hoping that going home is going back to your house? What else? I don't know where your house is. When Yang Yan heard it, it seemed to make sense. What did you bring me here for? Go to my room first, I have something to tell you. Afterwards, led by Su Hongyan, Yang Yan came to her bedchamber. It's much more luxurious than his old chambers. A large round bed was placed in the center of the bedchamber. And it's still a pink color scheme, completely at odds with Su Hongyan's temperament. Of course, it doesn't look like a place to talk. The two just sat down in the study outside their chambers. It's only a few steps away from where Su Hongyan sleeps. Say, what is it? Yang Yan was the first to speak. Why is your body in this shape anymore? I thought the Empress Sama didn't care about me. Cut the crap. Su Hongyan suddenly shouted, which made Yang Yan instantly become serious. As you can see, the tribulation has failed, the cultivation is lost, the meridians are completely destroyed, turning into a wasted person. Su Hongyan was a bit confused by Yang Yan's words. Lost all your cultivation? Don't you have the cultivation of a Yuan Seat cave body now? This is a long story. This cultivation is only temporary, and the spiritual power will dissipate when time is up. Su Hongyan only nodded slightly after hearing this, not asking Yang Yan in detail what exactly was going on. And your pure yang technique? And of course there isn't. I'll be an ordinary person once the aura dissipates. That's good. Su Hongyan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan's reaction and suddenly had an ominous premonition. What are you talking about? There's no need to pay attention to it, let's get down to business. Right now there are a lot of countries that want to cooperate with my Tianfeng Kingdom, and there are quite a few countries that are quite a bit stronger than my Tianfeng Kingdom. Yang Yan heard, isn't this a good thing? What's wrong with someone looking for you to cooperate? Their terms are not acceptable to me. Conditions? What conditions? Want me to join forces with them? After Su Hongyan finished speaking, Yang Yan's emotions suddenly became very agitated. What? I don't accept it either. So I refuse them all, but the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom was suppressed as a result. Who? The Heavenly Abyss Kingdom, the Blood Alliance and the Sanctuary. It's all about the forces on the West Long side. That's right, the Holy Domain is strong and is basically the main force in suppressing my Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom. Did that solution come to mind? Su Hongyan suddenly looked at Yang Yan for a long time without saying anything. What's wrong with you? Yang Yan couldn't help but ask. The solution is for you to marry me tomorrow. Yang Yan, what? Chapter 101, just a little girl who needs to be loved. Is there something wrong with my expression? Or is it so that you don't understand? Oh, I see, just putting on a show for those guys in Shillong, right? Yang Yan was suddenly enlightened. You mean you don't want to marry me? Su Hongyan's tone suddenly became very wrong. Wait, I didn't say that. When do we tie the knot? The sooner the better, day after tomorrow, let's get ready for tomorrow, send out wedding invitations and such. Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan's expression. This definitely didn't seem like a joke. In such a hurry, have you thought this through? I figured it out a long time ago. Okay, then, not. Hearing Yang Yan's reply, Su Hongyan had a small smile on her face. Do you want to take a shower this late? Su Hongyan suddenly said with concern. Of course you do. Where am I going to sleep tonight? Of course it's to sleep with me. Where else would you want to sleep? Do you ferrying powerhouses need to sleep too? I don't need to, but didn't you used to drag us to bed every day? Yang Yan thought back, that was you guys pulling me to sleep, okay? It's all the same, there are your clothes in the cupboard over there, and I'll take you to the shower later. Su Hongyan pointed at the gold-rimmed wooden cabinet not far away and said. Yang Yan looked puzzled. Why does your locker have my clothes? Su Hongyan's face swished red after hearing this. Don't you care, I picked it up. Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan's face and didn't ask any more questions. After walking to the cabinet and opening the door, there were more than just his clothes inside. Su Hongyan's pajamas were placed inside. Pink, red, white, black, all in almost sheer tulle. It seems to be the same material as the ice silk footwear in Shillong. Yang Yan can't stop his nosebleed when he thinks of Su Hongyan in these pajamas. Su Hongyan suddenly realized something at this time. He took a big step forward and pushed Yang Yan away. You're not allowed to look. Yang Yan, who was pushed to the side, had an innocent look on his face. I didn't want to see it either. Turn around and I'll bring it to you. Yang Yan obediently turned his back. Su Hongyan then casually took a piece of clothing and handed it to Yang Yan before quickly closing the cabinet door. Take it and come with me. After receiving the clothes, Yang Yan risked his life and asked, can you wear it for me later? Don't think too much. Yang Yan had a disappointed look on his face after hearing this. This disappointed expression was memorized by Su Hongyan. After that, Yang Yan obediently followed Su Hongyan all the way to the Empress's royal pool. This place is bigger than the usual tournament grounds. A pool full of steaming, warm water. It'll take a minute or two to swim from here to the other side. There's a water truck running in the center. This is too big, isn't it? It's bigger than that pool I had in the Martial Emperor Hall. Yang Yan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Wash yourself well, and when you're done and dressed come back to the chambers and find me, no one will come here. After the explanation, Su Hongyan left without looking back. Yang Yan even followed me out the door. It's really gone. Returning to the royal pool, Yang Yan took off his clothes and tested the water temperature before jumping in. Dropping his arms over the edge of the pool and closing his eyes, he began to enjoy the tranquility of the moment. This pool water is also not ordinary. Yang Yan just went into the water and felt that the whole body was sublimated as if it made people feel very comfortable. After closing his eyes for a while, Yang Yan suddenly felt a ripple in the water. After slowly opening her eyes, she found that Su Hongyan had already come to Yang Yan's side. In the end, the whole person lay directly in Yang Yan's arms, head leaning against Yang Yan's shoulder, hair floating on the water like a blossoming flower. It's a feeling Yang Yan hasn't seen for a long time. It seems that your pure Yang technique is really gone. How can this be false? Where have you been living for the last 20 years? Su Hongyan slightly raised her head and looked down at Yang Yan. Falling Sun City, a small town, that's my old home. So do you have any family there? No more, just me. So you just lived by yourself for 20 years? Yang Yan nodded. Don't you feel lonely on your own? It's okay, it's nice to live in a different way. Compared to loneliness, this was nothing compared to Lu Yuehan. It's okay, I'll feed you later. Then I'll trouble the Empress Sama. After Yang Yan finished speaking, Su Hongyan suddenly stood up and faced Yang Yan. Su Hongyan then slowly stretched out her hands and carefully cupped Yang Yan's face. The eyes revealed a trace of unspeakable deep love and fondness, and that gaze was like a blazing flame, instantly igniting the long-dormant feelings between each other. Then, Su Hongyan slightly leaned over and aimed at Yang Yan's lips, kissing them tenderly without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, time seemed to freeze in this instant, and the entire world became quiet, leaving only the two of them with their rapid breathing and the violently beating hearts. After a while, Su Hongyan let go of Yang Yan after the two lips are connected between a transparent silk line. Probably because of her nervousness, Su Hongyan began to gasp for air. Welcome back, my martial emperor. After saying that, Su Hongyan left the royal pool, leaving Yang Yan alone to continue to be immersed in the joy that he had just experienced. By the time Yang Yan came back to his senses, he didn't know how much time had passed. After disembarking, Yang Yan put on his clothes and went back to the Empress's chambers without stopping. At this time, Su Hongyan had already covered the quilt with a flushed face and lay on the bed. I'm going to bed. Well, Yang Yan carefully lifted the quilt and saw a red color inside. Yang Yan smiled faintly, still so tough. They were lying on the bed with their backs to each other. No one's bothering anyone. After half an hour of burning incense, the two are still at a standstill. Su Hongyan couldn't hold back any longer. Come here, come closer. Only then did Yang Yan slowly move his body over. The two of them just looked at each other face to face. Their faces were less than half an arm's length apart. It's so quiet you can hear your breath. Yang Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand and rub Su Hongyan's face with his thumb, smooth and soft. My Empress Sama is just good looking. Yang Yan laughed when he finished. You know what? These pajamas are so that I can sleep better, because I can't sleep at all without you by my side. Really? That it's really hard on my Empress Sama. Have a good sleep. I'll be by your side every night from now on. Well. Su Hongyan moved her body to lean on top of Yang Yan's shoulder after she answered. With his arm draped over Yang Yan's chest, he closed his eyes in such blissful contentment. There's no such thing as a high and mighty empress. To Yang Yan, she's just a little girl who needs to be loved. Finally Yang Yan gently kissed Su Hongyan's forehead, his hand wrapped around her thin waist, and then also closed his eyes and entered the dreamland. Chapter 102, Picking Up a Great Bargain. I don't know when Yang Yan woke up from his sleep the next day. Open your eyes as Su Hongyan face, at this time her eyes are still tightly closed. Yang Yan gently used his fingers to flick away the hair that covered Su Hongyan's eyes, wanting to see more clearly. This action woke Su Hongyan up. What time is it? Su Hongyan's voice was very gentle. It's the gentlest time of day for her. I don't know, I have a lot to do today, don't you want to get up first? Hearing Yang Yan's words, Su Hongyan instantly sat up and looked at the sun outside. The sunlight shone in, and Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan with unblinking eyes. After all, it was the first time he had seen Su Hongyan in her full pajamas inside last night's locker. The Empress Sama looks good in anything. Su Hongyan turned her body, and a snow-white landscape entered Yang Yan's field of vision. Meaty where it needs to be and just right where it needs to be skinny. It will be a busy day indeed. Get up and get ready, I'm going to the court to announce this. Yang Yan froze for a moment. What do I care if you go to court? Well, then those group of ministers have to know who the king's husband is, right? When Yang Yan heard it, he thought it made sense. Then Yang Yan grew his hands and feet and started to make a scene. I can't get up without a good morning kiss from the Empress Sama. Su Hongyan of course chose to spoil him after hearing that. His left foot slowly stepped over Yang Yan's body with a smooth and elegant movement. Afterwards, his entire body was riding steadily on Yang Yan's body like a lofty mountain peak. Her slender but powerful hands tightly pressed Yang Yan's arms, holding them firmly in place. She slightly lowered her head, and her shiny black hair fell like a waterfall around Yang Yan's face, emitting a faint fragrance. Then, she slowly approached Yang Yan, her breathing gradually becoming rapid, and a trace of an elusive light flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she kissed down at Yang Yan's slightly open lips. Before Yang Yan could react, Su Hongyan had already left a thick stroke on his neck. Yang Yan see the situation is naturally unconvinced, hands instantly forced Su Hongyan counterweight pressure on the bed. The positions of the two men swapped in just a single glance. Su Hongyan didn't resist, just quietly looked at Yang Yan. In the end, Yang Yan also left a thick mark on Su Hongyan's snow-white neck. Su Hongyan wrapped her arms around Yang Yan's neck, letting him do as he pleased. Only after half an incense stick had been burned did the two of them get out of bed. Both were on point, and despite not having exchanged words, the two men reached an agreement. They all want to fulfill years of regret on their wedding night tomorrow. Come on man! Su Hongyan suddenly shouted. This time, the body of Yang Yan next to him trembled in fear. Then two maids came in. What does the Empress Sama want? Help me change into my clothes for the court today, and take this man next to me to that place and he'll allow to change into something decent. Yes. Then another court lady looked at Yang Yan. Sir, please follow me. Yang Yan followed the palace maid out of the bedchamber in such a confused manner. Finally, he brought Yang Yan to an unknown house. There's nothing strange about it from the outside. After walking in, the wide range of clothing styles directly dazzled Yang Yan. Gongzi, just tell Elder He whatever you want. After the explanation, the courtesan made a bow and left. Yang Yan began to look around. These clothes are all new, no signs of wear at all. There are hundreds of different costumes here. The so-called old man who was sitting on the loom, dozing off. Yang Yan went forward and just wanted to wake him up, but he didn't expect the other party to actually open his mouth. Young man looks a bit familiar, who sent you to this place? Naturally, it's the Empress Sama. After hearing Yang Yan's words, Elder He slowly opened his eyes and looked Yang Yan up and down. By the looks of your face you're a bit of a looker. What's your relationship with the Empress Sama? It doesn't matter much at the moment, but I'll be her husband if it's tomorrow. He Lao's pupils widened for a moment, and looking at Yang Yan didn't look like a joke either. Getting down to business, what style of dress do you want? I don't know anything about that, just something that looks formal anyway. Good, then the old man is free to play. After half an incense stick of time Yang Yan walked out wearing a brand new gray and white dress. Su Hongyan has been waiting at the door for a long time. Yang Yan looked dumbfounded for a moment after she saw him walk out, but she soon came back to her senses. Not bad. Thanks for the compliment, Empress. Go. Yang Yan very naturally walked to Su Hongyan's side, and the two of them walked side by side like this. Elder, he looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. This can't be real. Su Hongyan led Yang Yan to the main hall. The ministers have been waiting here for a long time. Although Yang Yan has not seen this kind of scene too often. But this is the first time Yang Yan has been to court like this. From the doorway all the way to the throne, Yang Yan felt at least 10,000 pairs of eyes staring at him. It makes him feel uncomfortable. But Yang Yan still holds his head high. Yang Yan stood next to Su Hongyan after she sat down. Today I will say only one thing. Tomorrow I am going to marry him, and nothing that should be there should be missing, and the process that should be followed should not be exempted. Su Hongyan's words instantly caused the entire hall to boil over. The ministers all began to talk, exchanging words at the bottom of their mouths. Soon an old white-haired minister stepped forward. Your Highness, although Shillong is so oppressive to us, we can't just find someone and consummate the marriage like that. It's really not right, Your Highness. Your Highness, think twice. All the ministers shouted in unison. Why would you think that I would be marrying just anyone? Is it because you have something against the king's husband whom I handpicked? Yang Yan couldn't help but sweat for those guys at the bottom after hearing this. Luckily he was by Su Hongyan's side. At this point, the white-haired old minister's face was already visible to the naked eye with a nervous expression. This, Your Highness's vision is naturally unique, but the forces on the West Long side need to be recognized before it can be done, otherwise it's still a bit difficult to do. Why do I need them to recognize me when I get married? The white-haired old minister's mouth seemed as if it had suddenly been blocked by something, unable to speak. Here's the notice. I'll naturally give a satisfactory answer on the Shillong side. As soon as Su Hongyan said these words, the bottom became much quieter. Within today I don't care what you use to put this all together. I hope you're not a dry eater. Retire from the court. Finally, when all the people have finished leaving, only Su Hongyan Yang Yan opened his mouth and asked, will this be too much of a rush? It's the rush that's going to show those guys up. You mean there's someone from the West Long side in here? Su Hongyan nodded slightly. Just wait, those people from the sanctuary will soon come to the door. So what are you going to do? I'm really married to you, so why hide it? And if they don't believe it, then what's the harm? Then I've picked up a real bargain. Chapter 103, Holy Son of the Holy Realm, Demonic Chi. That's for sure. You might have to face those people in Shillong. Will you be able to? That's not a problem. Do you think those old things in Shillong will recognize me? Yang Yan's words caused Su Hongyan to fall into thought. You've been in hiding for so many years. You should just be a little bit skeptical, right? After listening to Su Hongyan's words, Yang Yan immediately thought of Lei Maniac Dragon. He didn't doubt for a second. He recognized Yang Yan directly on the spot. But it's also possible that that move made Lei Maniac Long think of something. Which of the forces in Shillong are the undercover agents you speak of? I've investigated. It's likely to be someone from the Holy Domain. Hearing these two words, Yang Yan couldn't help but murmur. Sanctuary. I remember they used to say that they don't join these strife, only for cultivating immortality and longevity. How come they are interested in your Tianfeng country now? The other two forces may be interested in my country, but the sanctuary should be interested in me. Yang Yan suddenly realized. It's no surprise then. What's the name of the person sanctuary sent? Su Hongyan thought back. I forgot. Yang Yan gave a light laugh. It's as if he expected that answer. West Long Sanctuary. Before I haven't unified the world before is considered one of the strongest forces in the entire continent. Now so long ago they will grow to what extent it? If it weren't for me, for the sake of this country, I would go over there right now and destroy them. Su Hongyan finished speaking and suddenly looked at Yang Yan. Shall I let you have this position? Yang Yan quickly waved his hand. Don't ever. That position of Martial Emperor is not even known who to let sit on it now. With Chen Yunma's death, the position of Martial Emperor is vacant. It won't take more than a few days for the news to spread all over the world. As long as that position isn't you sitting there, then who cares who the next generation of Martial Emperors is? The current days are pretty good. How nice to be cozy with my Empress Sama every day. Who wants to get tired of you every day? Although Su Hongyan's mouth was hard, the rosy color of her face wouldn't lie to people. By the way, I'm going to make a trip to the Northern Realm after the wedding to get the Yin Yang-born bone flower to repair my meridians. Yang Yan didn't intend to hide this kind of thing from Su Hongyan. I know, I heard from Su Mayer and the others. Su Hongyan's tone was calm, but Yang Yan's brain seems to have suddenly failed. When did you meet the Su Mayer girls? How else do you think I found you? Yang Yan suddenly had the feeling of being stabbed in the back. But it's not like the backstab killed anything. What else did they tell you? It also says something about your health. Do you want to try it? Yang Yan listened to it with a cloudy head. Try what? Try how much my cultivation can help you. Yang Yan subconsciously swallowed his saliva after hearing it, unintentionally looking toward Su Hongyan's deep chasm. It should help a lot. Should we tell Su Mayer and the others about the big wedding? What do you think? Yang Yan asked in part. I think it's all been done, so I might as well do it all together. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth trembled. The female emperor's brain circuit was just different from others. Hey, you're the empress, you can't drop this status, marrying the same man with several women. What will people outside think? I don't care about these subplots, as long as that person is you. Yang Yan quietly looked at Su Hongyan. He felt a little strange about this beautiful woman in front of him. The old her wouldn't have said such things to Yang Yan. Yang Yan's disappearance over the past 20 years may have frightened Su Hongyan. The loss and recovery made her more appreciative, not as careless as she was before. It's better to focus on the big picture now. Su Mayor and the girls will understand. That's all. Where are those forces of the Holy Realm in the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom? What do you want? That depends on what Sanctuary has done to you. There's one in Divine Phoenix City. There's no need to deliberately look for them. I guess they'll come to my door soon. And the truth is the same as Su Hongyan guessed. From the time she just announced that she was going to get married tomorrow to now not even 2 hours, she already felt that the aura of those people in the Holy Domain had already hovered around the Imperial City. Already here. Su Hongyan looked at the doorway of the main hall and said, "That fast? Is it a coincidence?" The incident was sudden, and Su Hongyan couldn't be sure. They send someone to my door every month to inquire about my decision, and it's halfway through the month and they just haven't come. Soldiers come and go, and since we're all going to meet frankly tomorrow, let's meet now, and lend me a seat. Su Hongyan didn't understand, but still did as she was told, getting up and letting Yang Yan sit on the throne. The next step is to wait for those to come out. As time passed, Yang Yan sensed a strange aura, and Su Hongyan subconsciously glanced at Yang Yan. Did you feel it too? In response, Yang Yan only smiled faintly. Of course, it's the scent of a demon. Chapter 104, My Prideful Empress. As soon as the words left his mouth, several people walked in from the entrance of the Great Hall. There's 5 of them. The one in the center was very young, estimated to be in his 20s when converted to the age of a normal person. The 4 around them all looked to be guards, wearing uniforms. Yang Yan could recognize that it was the disciple's costume from the sanctuary. And the man in the center is the purveyor of the demonic aura. He was naturally shocked to see Yang Yan on the throne. The usual high and mighty empress is standing next to her. The man in the center drops to one knee when he comes under the throne. He's got the proper manners. First time I meet you, I'm the holy son of the holy domain, Li Xiangyu. Yang Yan looked at him. These 4 words, first time meeting, didn't seem to be said only to Yang Yan. What is the reason for your visit today? Yang Yan spoke with a serious face. I don't think I asked you, did I? Genza cave body crap. When Yang Yan heard it, the words were full of mockery of Yang Yan's cultivation level. Yo, such an explosive temper? Looks like your parents died early and didn't teach you much about what parenting is all about. If it weren't for the Empress being there, you'd already be a corpse. Cultivating the Devil Clan's technique and absorbing Devil Chi before you reach the realm of Cave Void, you're not that good. And what business is it of yours? What is your background that you can actually threaten the Empress like this? Do you see the Empress looking like she's being threatened in this way right now? Li Xiangyu stared unblinkingly at Su Hongyan, deeply attracted by her stunning face at the first glance. I do see you for the first time, and don't stare at me, disgusting. Su Hongyan opened her mouth. Precisely, I heard that the Empress Lord repeatedly refused, and it was only today that Mr. Li had to personally come to the door to propose marriage. Yang Yan grunted lightly when he heard Li Xiangyu's words. The reason why they don't come out in person up there is because they're afraid that the demonic aura in their body will be seen, right? Now that she's heard about Su Hongyan's wedding tomorrow, she has no choice but to appear in person. There is no harm in it. You will come to the door in person with the same result, and I will marry him tomorrow. Lord Empress is in such a hurry, is she afraid of our holy domain? To find a random man to marry, it's beneath the greatness of the Empress. Li Xiangyu's words are full of eccentricity and mockery. Su Hongyan slowly walked up. When did a brat with a demonic aura dare to speak to a kingdom lord like that? Su Hongyan said while releasing pressure on Li Xiangyu. The pressure of a peak transitional succession powerhouse wouldn't be pleasant no matter what realm you were in. Li Xiangyu, who had just stood up for a short time, was affected by the pressure and then used his magic energy to kneel down on one knee. And the 4 guards next to him had long been on the ground. Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan's actions and fell into deep thought. This is called being suppressed by the holy domain? Who is suppressing who? After Su Hongyan withdrew her pressure, Li Xiangyu was still talking tough. Today it's me, Mr. Li, who came with a few useless guards to let you be arrogant and cocky first, and in the future, I hope that you'll still be this arrogant after you've seen the means of my sanctuary. What means? Tell me. Yang Yan responded to Li Xiangyu's words. I find you talk a lot. Is there a place here for you, a guy who's in the family, to talk? How do you know it's me who's in the family? Seeing that you don't have a single decent treasure with a weapon on you, it seems that the Empress isn't usually nice to you. Li Xiangyu suddenly had a feeling of gloating. As the lover of the king of a country, the only thing on his body that looks good is still a piece of clothing. In Li Xiangyu's opinion, Yang Yan is just a man Su Hongyan found to get married. The thought of it made him feel much better inside. Hearing Li Xiangyu say that the Empress is usually not good to him, Yang Yan expressed his disagreement. It was alright, the 2 of us slept quite well last night, and of course the Empress Sama smelled pretty good too. Yang Yan took the opportunity to tease Su Hongyan a bit. Su Hongyan's face instantly turned red, and she didn't say anything more. Li Xiangyu looked at Su Hongyan's reaction, the whole person instantly bad, and he also noticed that Yang Yan and Su Hongyan's neck have a touch of light red. He also understood what was going on. Yang Yan is not talking big. Kid, I'm afraid the Empress won't be able to protect you if you continue to be arrogant. It's still very simple for the Holy Realm to kill a mole. Oh, sounds like your sanctuary is pretty awesome. And you, Empress, today's matter remember, today I call you an Empress, in the future you'll wait to kneel down and beg for mercy from me. Li Xiangyu turned around with 4 guards and was ready to leave. Li Xiangyu's mind is still thinking about his perfect revenge plan. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yan had already dodged to the front of Li Xiangyu. This is the Tianfeng Kingdom's palace. Your kid pretends to be a bully without distinguishing the occasion. After saying that, he grabbed Li Xiangyu's face with one hand. It was directly pressed down on the ground, and with a loud bang, the ground was smashed out into a big pit. Su Hongyan used the pressure to suppress the 4 guards to the point where they couldn't move. Not a bit of useful information, throwing down harsh words and wanting to leave. Do you think this is your home? Li Xiangyu looked at Yang Yan with a shocked face. He couldn't get his hands free, no matter how hard he tried. Let go of me. I'm the holy son of the sanctuary. Saying that, the demonic energy in Li Xiangyu's body exploded out. If you are not baptized with demonic energy, direct contact with demonic energy will cause terrible harm to a normal cultivator's body. But that won't be of any use to the heavenly demon body. How is that possible? You can actually absorb demonic energy. Tell me, why did you favor a marriage with the Empress of the Heavenly Phoenix Kingdom? Yang Yan just opened his mouth and asked Li Xiangyu as if he had gone crazy and laughed. Ha ha ha, you actually don't know? The Empress is a rare divine phoenix body, and it's still in a state where it hasn't broken. Whoever can take it away will see their cultivation skyrocket. If that's the case, then it's very much in keeping with sanctuary style. I'll do whatever it takes to raise my level. Without Yang Yan's rule, the sanctuary is back to the way it was in the beginning. The demonic aura on Li Xiangyu's body is also well understood. Looks like sanctuary is in big trouble. Saying that, Yang Yan's palm suddenly condensed chaotic spiritual energy. Li Xiangyu felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Yang Yan's devil's break palm had been unleashed, and Li Xiangyu's head directly burst open. Blood spilled all over the ground. Yang Yan slowly got up and wiped the blood splattered on his face with his thumb. Then he looked at the body on the ground without the head. You take the bodies back to sanctuary, do you understand? The 4 guards next to them had long since been dumbfounded, or had they ever seen such a way of killing someone before? Su Hongyan retracted her pressure and came over with a handkerchief in hand. He took Yang Yan's hand and wiped the blood off of it. The 4 guards saw that the pressure was gone and ran. The sun is not as important as your life. Next time use a sword, this blood is too dirty, you don't touch me tonight. Yang Yan? Not with this. Okay, down to business, what's your plan? Let the sanctuary people come, if they're still the same as before just exterminate them. Su Hongyan smiled after hearing this. She wouldn't have dared to do this on her own before. Now that Yang Yan was by her side, it seemed that facing the Holy Realm head-on wasn't a scary thing anymore. The undercover agent sent by Sanctuary is probably going to press the issue if you do this. That's the effect I want, to help you pull out the weeds. By the way, a saintly son killed is killed. The saint's son is dead. Tomorrow they probably won't have any big moves, and it'll probably take a day for the news to travel back to Shilong. Wouldn't that be nice? 3 birds with 1 stone, just in time to finish with you. This is what you're after, isn't it? Su Hongyan pierced through Yang Yan in one go. He knew that with the sanctuary's people around, there would definitely be trouble at the big wedding tomorrow. How could Yang Yan be interrupted by those people from the sanctuary for such an important matter? So killing the leader is the best way. Even if Li Xiangyu doesn't come to Yang Yan today, Yang Yan will go to him. I can't, I'm so tired, I've run out of aura. Yang Yan pretended to be a fool and lay down in Su Hongyan's arms. Su Hongyan naturally didn't refuse. If you're tired, go back to your bedchamber and rest. I'm going to see who in the palace is making small moves now. Yang Yan looked lost after hearing this. You're not coming back with me, are you? I am very busy, how can I have so much time to talk to you about love? After Su Hongyan finished speaking, she pushed Yang Yan away and turned to leave. Yang Yan looked at Su Hongyan's back and shook his head. Ugh, my arrogant Empress-sama, yo. Afterwards, Yang Yan took out the Kuan token and opened the void teleportation formation. I came to the Kunlun Mortal Mountain to find Zhuge Yunma. When I arrived, I saw Zhuge Yunma sitting next to the cliff with a fishing rod. There are fish in the clouds? Yang Yan couldn't help but ask. Of course not, just killing time. Let me see that world expert list that Chen Yunma said. I almost forgot that there was such a thing. Zhuge Yunma heard from the air, casually grabbed a scroll appeared in the hand. After hearing it, Chapter 105, List of High Achievers. Yang Yan reached out and took the scroll, then he couldn't wait to open it. The strongest cultivators in the entire continent are recorded by Zhuge Yunma on this small scroll. The first in the world, Qi Longfei. This guy is so strong now? Yang Yan couldn't help but ask. The ones on the list are all peak ferrying powerhouses, their strength is hard to separate. If we really want these guys to fight, I think Qi Longfei will come out on top. Yang Yan nodded after hearing this, feeling that what Zhuge Yunma said was very reasonable. Yang Yan then continued to look. The second is the demon race? Hua Qianluo, have not heard of this 20 years new on the strong? At this Zhuge Yunma felt a bit surprised, don't you know? Hua Qianlu is now the lord of the demon race, and you should be clear about the strength of the demon race. Indeed, the demon race is quite a bit tougher than our human race in both aura and physical quality. And as Yang Yan continued to look down, it was no surprise that the third place was someone from the demon race. After all, the physical qualities of a grade 3 king beast are also incredibly strong. Lord of the demon clan Tushan Menglan. Yang Yan looked at these four names and fell into deep thought. Zhuge Yunma wasn't surprised to see Yang Yan in this state. Why, remember anything? Zhuge Yunma greeted. Of course, I didn't realize that even she had reached the peak of the transition. It's not surprising that she's reached this realm, after all, she's the fox demon that gave birth to such an orthodox bloodline of the nine-tailed demon fox for so many years in the demon clan. Now does she really have 9 tails? That is if nothing happens. After listening to Zhuge Yunma, Yang Yan remembered what Tushan Menglan said to him back then. He still remembers that Tushan Menglan told him that she would marry Yang Yan after she cultivated her 9 tails. But when Tushan Menglan was still 6 tails, Yang Yan had an accident that year when he crossed the tribulation. Then Tushan Menglan returned to the sacred demon kingdom and became the leader of the demon clan. It's obvious that Yang Yan broke the contract in these words. And it's pretty much ruined. How about you? Consider going to see her. Tell her you're alive. Of course we will. I can't promise that we'll become the same as we were before, but at least let her know. The sacred demon kingdom is really too far away from us, and I have no way of knowing whether or not Tushan Menglan still has any attachment to it. Yes, it is indeed too far, so far that it is no longer impossible to estimate the distance. Zhuge Yunma did not continue to talk. He knew that the distance is not the distance of the two people's position. I am afraid that it is not the distance of the heart. With a hint of sadness, Yang Yan continued to read on. 4th place, Lord of the Sanctuary, Zhongchen. Yang Yan wasn't surprised by this name. The Sanctuary was one of the most powerful forces in the continent. It's only natural for the Lord of the Sanctuary to be on the list. This is the only one in the top 5 who isn't at peak transitional juncture cultivation. Zhuge Yunma interjected from the side. I think I've heard that name before. It seems to be an up-and-comer as well. He's done a lot of things, and the leader of the band that encouraged everyone to break away from your banner after your accident was this guy from Sanctuary. To be expected, it was Sanctuary that was desperately resisting peaceful coexistence in the first place, when I was still barely submissive after beating them into submission. Those guys in the Sanctuary are all incredibly arrogant, and it's natural for them to be disobedient by submitting to you. They consider themselves to be noble, thinking that cultivating immortality is a sacred thing, which is why they will intentionally detach themselves from the mortal world. Yang Yan lightly grunted after hearing this. These guys can do anything to raise their cultivation. Speaking of which, Yang Yan suddenly felt his body become very hot. It's a familiar feeling. Zhuge Yunma immediately saw Yang Yan's discomfort. What's wrong? The aura inside me is going to dissipate. After saying that, Yang Yan sat down and slowly guided the aura out of his body. Zhuge Yunma also sat down to help Yang Yan. Hands placed on Yang Yan's back, lending strength, instantly channeling the aura within Yang Yan's body. An aura fluctuation was released, shocking away all the distant clouds and fog, and the scenery in front of him suddenly opened up. And Yang Yan has become a real ordinary person now. With the help of Zhuge Yunma's proper guidance, now Yang Yan's body didn't have a single trace of aura in it. Cultivation is not even refining the body. It's quite uncomfortable without an aura. Yang Yan said as he stood up and moved his muscles. This body of yours is really interesting, having no meridians yet having cultivation and being able to release aura normally. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. If that didn't happen, without the hindrance of the pure Yang technique, Yang Yan didn't know that this mixed body and heavenly demon body could still be utilized in this way. Oh, right. Yang Yan muttered a sentence before opening his storage ring and releasing the gourd immortal. Ouch, you remember me, don't you? It's not boring me to death. Yang Yan just took out his gourd and complained about it. How could I forget you? Next to business. Yang Yan put the gourd on the ground and looked at Zhuge Yunma. Do you know why nowadays they are all at the peak of the transitional succession but are unable to attain ascension? This has been considered a real peak into the heavens. I really didn't know. That's because the passageway to the immortal realm has been closed by the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Zhuge Yunma nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. It's as if he expected it. And then there's the reason why I failed to cross the threshold back then. When he heard this, Zhuge Yunma became unsettled. Wasn't it you who fell that year because you accidentally couldn't withstand the damage of the lightning tribulation? Yang Yan shook his head. That's because the daughter of the Lord of the Immortal Realm counted her smoky destiny, and that person was me, and the Lord of the Immortal Realm rained down that thunderbolt on me when he learned of my existence. So it was that Lord of the Immortal Realm that caused you to be like this? Exactly. Why is this, that a Lord of the Immortal Realm, a figure of such high status, is laying hands on you, a mortal who has not yet ascended? That's because the daughter of the Lord of the Immortal Realm went down to the earth because she wanted to get the person who was destined to be her own, and since immortals can't go down to the earth at will, the Lord of the Immortal Realm closed the passageway, and didn't even recognize his daughter anymore. After Immortal Gord explained, Zhuge Yunma froze for a moment. Lord Martial Emperor is really something. The red faces can be ranked above the immortal world. What is there? The focus is not this, it is that brainless lord of the immortal realm. His daughter descended to the earth not to catch back, but instead, he took a shot at me. This is not it? For what the lord of the immortal world did, Yang Yan really could not help but curse angrily. This approach is indeed incomprehensible. So what? Do you want me to help you find the daughter of that lord of the immortal world? Not really. My true purpose is to open up the immortal river. Only then will I be able to live with the heavens and earth and attain ascension. What Yang Yan said is undoubtedly the ultimate goal of all cultivators. Eternal life has become the strongest obsession of their practitioners. It's true that I live the same life as heaven and earth. I've been in the immortal realm for more than 10,000 years now, living painlessly and without illness. The words of the Gord Immortal were very tempting to mortals like them who had not yet ascended to heaven. Zhuge Yunma thought for a moment. Opening up the immortal river, how is this going to be done? Listening to what Immortal Gord said about the Lord of the immortal world closing the passage, that means that mortals will be sent to this so-called passage in some way after ascension, and the passage being closed, then let's open it. And does the Gord Immortal know where this passage is? Then naturally I don't know. Zhuge Yunma could only smile slightly at this. So it is necessary to find out where this so-called passageway is, and then point the sword at the Heavenly Duke and become immortal against all odds. I'll look for this, but if you ascend, what will happen to your sisters-in-law? I'll naturally fix it. Some of their cultivation talents are better than even yours. Yang Yan thought to himself, with Su Hongyan supervising them, then it should be a lot easier. So you came to me to look at this list of the world's masters as a way of identifying characters who can help you? That's right, after all, it's a passageway sealed by the Lord of the Immortal Realm, so there's no harm in being prepared. So, how are you looking? That'll have to be seen to be believed. Afterwards, Yang Yan spread out the scroll again and looked all the way down. We've found the 5th place. 5th place, Barbarians, Stoneboat? Who is this again? Chapter 106. Who your wife? This fellow is a strong person who has refined his body to the extreme, and his body strength is stronger than any fellow from the demon and devil races. The barbarians still have such characters? I met Qi Longfei in the southern wasteland when I went to visit him a few years ago, and when I went up to talk to him, he said that because his meridian spirit roots were bad, he had no connection to the path of immortal cultivation, and then he opened up a new path of cultivation just like that. After listening to Zhuge Yunma's description, Yang Yan suddenly wanted to get to know this guy called Shi Zhou a little bit. Become the 5th in the world with the strength of your flesh? This world is too big. There are still many hidden powerhouses that are silent without a trace, and the people on this list are all powerful people that I have seen with my own eyes. It doesn't matter, just as long as someone believes it. Whether it's true or not, what Zhuge Yunma said and wrote still carries a lot of weight. No one from Yang Yan's time would question Zhuge Yunma. After all, Zhuge Yunma wasn't like Yang Yan, who was now hiding his whereabouts. Many people know that Zhuge Yunma lives on the Kunlun mountain, but whether or not you'll make it up is another matter. A lot of people are willing to pay a lot of money to have their fate read by Zhuge Yunma. Yang Yan wasn't sure how rich Zhuge Yunma was. Shi Zhou is quite a warm person, so he should become very good friends with you. The barbarians, we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still far from the goal. Indeed, what are you going to do about the position of Martial Emperor? Why don't you go sit down? After Yang Yan finished speaking, Zhuge Yunma looked at Yang Yan quietly with a smile and said nothing. Okay, forget I said that. Everyone else can't wait to take that seat. You can't wait to give it up. You're letting me, a person with no cultivation, sit in the position of Martial Emperor? That position was meant to be yours. Yang Yan quickly waved his hand. Don't, I can't afford to take on this burden anymore. Sooner or later someone else will take this position, so don't worry about the two of us. Then what should you do if the person in power is as unprofessional as Chen Yunma? Well, then let Mo Wu go and sit down. At this moment, Mo Wu, who was still directing the workers to remodel the Hearing Rain building, suddenly sneezed. Strange, do immortal cultivators still catch wind chills? And Zhuge Yunma in the Kunlun Immortal Mountain laughed softly after hearing this and didn't say anything more. I'm getting married to Su Hongyan tomorrow, so I'll come and rub a meal together then. Zhuge Yunma looked surprised. So soon? Did something happen? The forces over in Shilong want to marry Su Hongyan, saying that it's for the sake of both sides working together for mutual strength. Who knows what their plans are? So you got a head start? Yang Yan just revealed a meaningful smile after hearing this. Zhuge Yunma instantly read what Yang Yan's smile meant. The forces on the west long side, the sanctuary? Yes, I've already sent the holy sun they sent to the west. The sanctuary side should know soon. Sanctuary going out? Zhuge Yunma spoke shocking words with a calm face. It's not a good thing in the first place. What kind of fly-by-night thing to do with such a nice name? Let's take a trip to the sanctuary together after the wedding. That's fine, that old thing from sanctuary is pretty strong I hear, so hopefully it'll allow me to move my muscles. The biggest difference between Qi Longfei and Zhuge Yunma. One fights without brains, the other likes to use his brains to play others when he's serious. It's getting late, I'll take this master list back. Yang Yan hurriedly opened the void teleportation formation after he finished speaking. Before leaving, Yang Yan turned around and asked one more question. Do you think tomorrow is a good day? Don't worry, it's not a good day, I'll change it to an auspicious day for you. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. Yang Yan walked into the void teleportation formation. Zhuge Yunma turned back to look at the slowly approaching clouds and murmured, opening the river of immortality? Yang Yan had just returned to the Great Hall and ran towards the Empress bedchamber without stopping. But unfortunately, I was too late. Su Hongyan stood in the doorway with her hands clasped over her chest, displeasure written all over her face. Yang Yan immediately greeted me with a smile. Hee hee, you're back so soon, huh? Where have you been? Su Hongyan said with a calm face. Went to Kunlun Immortal Mountain to meet Zhuge Yunma. What's the point of looking for him? Yang Yan then raised the scroll in his hand and slowly walked to Su Hongyan's side. Go get this thing from him. Su Hongyan took it over and opened it to look at it. Why am I only in 8th place? This was arranged by Zhuge Yunma, it's none of my business. Alright, to get down to business, the people that the Holy Domain had planted in the Heavenly Phoenix country have all been withdrawn. Yang Yan's eyes widened for a moment when he heard it. That fast? Wouldn't that be nice? It'll make tomorrow's wedding go off without a hitch. Yang Yan was secretly happy in his heart, his purpose had been accomplished. Big scene, what's with the sudden bit of nervousness? There should be a lot of old ministers upset with you tomorrow, so don't mess around. Su Hongyan instructed. That's natural, it's okay for me to settle the score with them later, right? You're the king's husband, so what's the point of killing a meddling old minister? It's good to have an empress wife, you don't have to worry about any trouble you get into. Who is your wife? This is not yet married. Su Hongyan blushed and stammered as she shouted. Yang Yan hummed lightly, my arrogant empress Sama Ah.